Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 6 rupees chapter 170. Not only on the island, Roger, Hashirama, Madara and others were surprised. Even Aizen Sosuke and Espada's eyes changed. Under such an attack, nothing happened. The corner of Sha Tien's mouth was raised, and everything about Whitebeard Newgate could be seen clearly in his own eyes. The 4 Thunder Spears and Black Sero were all blocked by Newgate's armament Haki and Shock Fruit, which were able to defensively shook his surroundings. The defensive power formed is not to mention these Thunder Spears and Black Sero. If you want to break it, at least the number and power must be doubled to make it possible. Ulquiorra's eyes trembled, and he watched in disbelief as his big hand passed through the explosive energy circle, pinching his neck almost instantly. Gulala. I am not slower than you. A red light flashed in Whitebeard Newgate's eyes, and the entire body of Haki glowed pale gold, violently suppressing Ulquiorra pinched in his hands. I dare not move easily in the second stage of the blade state. The deterrent power of this Whitebeard is terrible. You. The real. The strong. Do it. Ulquiorra's eyes even had an inexplicable meaning. This Whitebeard is very strong, except for Lord Aizen. No one can take these attacks head on without any problems. If on the ground, I am afraid I would have already lost. A white halo appeared on Newgate's hand, covering Ulquiorra. Unceremoniously, the force of the vibration took Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki directly into Ulquiorra's body and exploded at the same time. With a click, Ulquiorra's whole body began to spread to the surrounding space, cracks scattered and dense. Whitebeard Newgate squeezed his neck with one hand, exploding with power. The space around the two of them is violently distorted. Ulquiorra has no way to parry. The body is constantly entangled to consume, destroy, and regenerate under the power of high-speed regeneration and vibration and destruction. Until the Ryatsu on his body was exhausted, his breath was dying. Whitebeard Newgate carried Ulquiorra's body, which had retreated into normal Arankar, and threw it towards Espada. He carried Cong Yun and cut back and landed on the island. Roger and the others on the island were already stunned. Until Newgate fell to the ground, everyone reacted and cheered. Too strong. Advertisement Mahawk, Doflamingo, even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin thought that if Whitebeard Newgate was like this when he rescued Ace, and Uchiha Madara in the previous state might have to kneel down. On the other side, Yamamoto and Shinigami, the captains of the Goniwa team, also secretly smacked their tongues and was shocked. Aizen Sosuke's eyes narrowed lightly, and his eyes looked at Sha Tien full of dignified guard. These guys have greatly increased their strength after his promotion. And it doesn't seem to be temporary, but permanent. Next game, Baragan, you better fight seriously. Aizen Sosuke's tone was not good at this time, and said coldly to the subordinates in Espada who were the most difficult to engage with. Humph. Baragan, dressed like a great emperor, gave a cold snort and stood up. In his fierce face, he dismissed Aizen Sosuke's words. But there is also a rising war in his eyes. Whoever you send out, you can go. Baragan said calmly to the people on the island below. Even staring at Sha Tien has a provocative meaning. Although he was surprised that Whitebeard Newgate severely injured Ulquiorra, he still had confidence in himself. He has the strongest form of death. Everyone ignored Baragan, who looked very strong in kingly style. Let's go to this old man. Before everyone could compete, Garp rolled up his sleeves with a smile and stepped straight out. Looking at Garp, who was unable to restrain himself and was full of war spirits, Sha Tien didn't say anything, but smiled meaningfully. Garp, a pure hockey fistfighting guy, confronts the decadent second blade Baragan. It's interesting. As for blocking, why block? The promise of this general battle is to make everyone familiar with the battle against another world, and winning or losing is not important. I hope you can be familiar with more in the battle. Sha Tien looked at Garp, couldn't help but smiled and said. Before Garp was surprised at the meaning of this sentence, the power in his hand was activated and golden light appeared. Garp also let out his breath, receiving guidance to improve. The pale hair slowly turned black at this moment, and the old faces on his body began to glow with vitality. Advertisement like Whitebeard Newgate, the old body is returning to a young state. This feeling is really good. Garp couldn't help but shook his fist. The whole body of Haki was a little uncontrollable after ascending, and a faint golden color emerged from it. Young is full of energy, nodded to Sha Tien with a bang. The immense force smashed the ground directly, and the body shaped like a cannonball rushed straight up, punching Baragan into the air. The mighty armament Haki entangled with Conqueror's Haki and beat them out with great strength. Air, fist and strength are all combined together, extremely violent. Diaresis, there are 2 tricks. The bursting energy spreads in all directions with a terrifying impact, like a nuclear bomb explosion. I don't know how much stronger than the Black Wings just now, and it has the aura of death and decay. Baragan took a look at the state of Garp on the opposite side, and no longer kept his hands. Ryatsu, who was full of black and purple, was released, and he began to return to the blade state. Baragan still looked arrogant, facing Garp's first punch, the giant double-edged axe in his hand with the terrifying Ryatsu slashed directly at Garp's punch. It was the first time that Baragan saw the power to resist his own breath of death, and he felt solemnly in his heart. Bang! Haughty go to haughty, Baragan is not stupid. And by no good, Legang put away his arrogant expression, and had to face Garp in front of him. The first blow of the two confrontation caused a terrifying explosion of energy in the sky. The pale golden conquerors Haki and armament Haki were directly entangled all over the body, the whole crowd rioted wildly, and the surrounding space began to burst. The power of aging and decay was resisted by the power in him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Rotten. In the form of a skull wearing a crown and a black and purple robe, it is like a real Shinigami. Haki can resist the erosion of death, but only resist. Seeing Baragan, who was able to easily block his own punch and possessed special power, Garp was extremely cautious. After one strike, Garp tore off his vice admiral clothes, revealing a sturdy body. He is no less powerful than himself. Chapter 171 Baragan was surrounded by purple-black death breath at this time, and his body was filled with coldness. Bang! At this moment, Garp, who was entangled with Haki, stepped on the air directly under his feet, and made a blast, and his figure appeared behind Baragan. The big fist was raised, and an iron fist was swung out. The terrifying punching power and speed, plus Haki directly rubbed flames and thunder in the air, ignoring the breath of death on Baragan, rushing straight. A sigh of death. Baragan let out a sigh, the chain with a huge double-edged axe blocking him. The breath around him instantly spread out, directly enveloping Garp. Garp also hit the giant axe with his fist at this time. Boom! Baragan was repelled more than 10 meters in the air by Garp's violent power. The huge axe almost couldn't hold it firmly, and the surrounding death aura was dissipated by the terrifying force a lot. Very strong. Baragan was also shocked. This punch was much stronger than before. At a distance of more than 10 meters, Garp is still in Baragan's death and decadent breath package at this time. The pale golden Haki on his body rises like a firework, preventing the erosion of aging. The strength of the body and Haki are being consumed at an unimaginable speed. You can't be directly surrounded by this strange purple-black power, or you will die. Garp was also secretly horrified. The improved perception of color, hearing, and color clearly makes oneself aware of danger. Only a quick fight. Bang, the air blasted again. Garp didn't even step on armament Haki, which could stand in the air. He stomped the air directly in the air and rushed towards Baragan. Baragan also put on a confrontation posture, with a stronger death sigh on his body grabbing Garp like tentacles, and the huge axe on his right hand flashed red, and he slashed to Garp with a chain. Garp's pupils narrowed. Haki was consumed violently, and a stronger erosion force struck in front, and an axe came across. If you take a step back, you will be delayed for more time and your consumption will be even greater. Furthermore, it may be blocked, thereby exacerbating the defeat. Fighting like this is bound to make people with inexperienced combat extremely embarrassed and hesitant. But Garp is an experienced Marine veteran. Without hesitation, the figure of the direct sprint shifted, and the figure that rose slightly directly stepped on the axe, and moved towards Baragan faster with the help of the force of the impact. Advertisement as for the more intense death sigh, I didn't even look at it. So courageous. Baragan couldn't help but felt his heart trembling with Garp's decisive attack. Looking at Garp, whose eyes were already glowing red with horror, he lifted the power of his whole body and directly retracted the death sigh domain and Ryotsu of his whole body, condensing it on the skeleton fist and hitting Garp. One move will tell the winner. The enthusiasm in Garp's eyes emerged at this moment. The battle is at this moment showing its charm. Either you die, or I die. The pale golden Haki and the power of the whole body have been urged to the strongest. The light gold has a tendency to transform into a deeper gold. The fists of the two directly touched at this moment. Accompanied by a loud noise, the violent confrontation between the two completely different forces resulted in a terrifying ripple of energy. Even on the island below, Whitebeard Newgate and others used their abilities to protect the island. The sea below was surging up, and then it turned into mist and broke down. CC thunder flashed in the confrontation between the two, a thunderbolt in the clear sky. Garp's eyes widened as he bumped into each other, and he let out a loud roar. The impact was violent again. Click. Skeleton Emperor Baragan was taken aback for a moment, and his hands started to shatter. A clear panic flashed past, and the breath of death condensed around Garp, eroding with all his strength. Garp knows that it consumes a lot of money, so he can't hold on anymore. This moment. Bang! Baragan's arm was directly blasted by Garp, and Haki's fist continued to move forward, smashing half of his body to pieces. How come? Baragan was shocked. What was going on? This person's power increased twice, and the last time he directly shattered himself. But what is surprising at this time is that after Garp crushed half of Baragan's body, Haki collapsed and fell straight down. The purple-black death breath on his body and traces of death remained on Garp's hands, corroding. Sha Tien made a move at Garp, and the whole person was sucked over, and with a wave of his hand, the breath of death completely disappeared on Garp. Garp smiled wryly, just a little bit, he was the first to crush that guy. Advertisement as a result, he couldn't sustain the erosion of the breath of death, and his strength and Haki were exhausted. You are sure you can't die if you are corroded? Sha Tien laughed, looked at Garp and stood up. How could having oneself make them die? Garp didn't say much, he smiled. There really is this kind of thought in the bottom of my heart. This kind of weird power is definitely a piece of cake for Sha Tien. Even if they win this game. Sha Tien said to everyone, turned to look at Baragan, who lost half of his body in the sky and couldn't recover and was a little anxious. You have learned the power of aging, Death Sigh. This skill is proud and is by violently beaten, by your conqueror's haki. The current progress. Sha Tian looked at Baragan, heard the system prompt, couldn't help but laugh. This power is obviously Shinigami's world's top ability, but it is used by this Baragan in this way. At this time, Baragan was also in the air to drive out the haki power that Garp had hid into his body. There is no such force as Death Sai in Baragan's body. If he can't solve the haki left by Garp, he will die soon. There are 2 games left, Sha Tian said casually. Aizen Sosuke said to Sha Tian with a faint smile. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. When other people saw Rox going to play, they stopped talking. If you win, don't stand there to be an eye-catcher. After playing so many games, it was natural to see clearly. With a quick shot of haki, Baragan, who was standing in the air, flew back directly. On the island below, there is not one to provoke. Slowly walked forward. At the next moment, someone from Espada walked out again. I have already planned it in my heart, and if I shoot, I will burst out with all my strength and give Master Aizen Sosuke a victory first. I'm going to play, you can fight for the last highlight. The aura exudes directly towards Sha Tian. I'm Zamari, who of you is on? This black-looking Zamari is not as arrogant and despising as others. Rox held his arms and stepped out. Arankar, a black man with skull earrings, golden eyes, and a sturdy figure with spikes on his head, walked out. Chapter 172. Sha Tian nodded to Rox, and immediately began to guide and improve. The realm of the awakening stage of the 10,000 realms was passed through, allowing Rox to be shrouded in golden light. The terrifying aura erupted from Rox, but in an instant, all the forces converged. Everyone was secretly shocked. Rox is pervert as always. It is normal to know that such a powerful force suddenly erupted and radiated out uncontrollably. And the current Rox doesn't have the devil fruit ability anymore. Rox can still control the whole body in an instant, the power of the whole body is restrained. How high is Captain Rock's realm? Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also slapped their tongues, glanced at each other. Except for Sha Tian, the most terrifying one was Rox. Sha Tian also looked at Rox in amazement. This kind of power improvement can be described as a big stage, which shows that Rox can be perfectly controlled only when the realm of Rox is very high. It seems that even if they didn't lead the advancement by themselves, Rox would be ahead of everyone and once again stand in the position of the overlord. In this battle, let them feel the anger of the pirates. Rox's tone was very plain. After watching it for so long, he had expected the improvement of his strength. Step by step, step on the pale golden haki and walk towards Zamari above. The momentum of horror is rising. The black Zamari in front of him does not have the same powerful sense of power as the previous ones. So what confidence does he have to play now? You are strong. Zamari couldn't help but feel a little horrified. I seem to be a little unlucky. This guy with straight hair turned out to be much stronger than those just now. At this time, Rock's terrifying conqueror's haki seemed to oppress Zamari directly. Zamari felt his speed of action slowed down for a moment, and the surrounding air seemed to become very resistant. Immediately, Ryotsu radiated and resisted conquerors of rocks. After all, it is one of Espada. Although it is not as powerful as the Hueco Mundo King like Baragan, it is not weak either. Immediately, Zamari began to shoot. As the whole body of Ryotsu erupted, the form changed dramatically. Floating Zanpakuto on his chest, folding his hands together and twisting his head to the side, Zanpakuto then bends and squeezes out the smoke to cover the whole body. After liberation, the face and jaw are more black lines, and the lower body becomes a peach-colored pumpkin-shaped ball and floats off the ground. As many as 50 eyes appeared on the body. Zamari's home state is on. Although I am not the strongest, I am the fastest among Espada. Zamari yelled and disappeared instantly. Advertisement. Rox frowned when he heard it. The fastest but very troublesome. Abruptly, his left hand covered haki and moved to the left. Bang! Zamari punched and brought the powerful Ryotsu over and was blocked by Rox's left hand and made a noise. The lavender Ryotsu couldn't break through Rox's haki defense and immediately formed a ripple of energy. Rox couldn't help but glanced at Zamari seriously and grabbed it with his right hand. The arm just raised. Zamari disappeared in place again in an instant. Fast speed. Rox frowned, and the next moment he raised his hand to the right again. There was another bang. Zamari's attack was again blocked by Rox raising his hand. But as soon as he tried to exert himself, Zamari disappeared again. At this time, Zamari appeared directly in the sky not far away. A strange power radiated from Zamari's body. Rox's hands were not under his control, and he started to move on his own. Controlled by haki, there is a black eye mark on the arm. This is. Can you control me? Rox was a little surprised. The human abilities of Otherworld were really weird. Hit my Amor, your body parts will be driven by me. A purple light flashed across Zamari's body, ability to launch. Rox couldn't help but grabbed his hands, and this kind of power is still too pediatric for Rox. Conqueror's haki broke out all over, and immediately suppressed the strange eyes on his body. Zamari looked at it and didn't stay idle, but immediately began to condense Ryotsu. A terrifying Sero formed in his eyes. Launched towards Rox and went away. Boom! A violent explosion set off. No matter how strong it is, it won't be completely harmless. Zamari was also a little nervous, and was frightened by the aura of Rox just now. The explosion dissipated. Rox still stood there, looking at his arms. The black eye marks on his hands have been completely removed. Advertisement: find flowers. If your ability is just like this, then you can die. A terrifying killing intent radiated directly from Rox, following Conqueror's Haki in the surroundings. Zamari was shocked, and the whole body of Sero did not cause any harm to this person. Immediately explode with full speed and stay away from the attacking Rox. At this moment, even those with insufficient strength can't even see the figures of the two of them. It's like disappearing in the air, in the eyes of the people caught by the eyes. It is Rox chasing Zuo Marley in the air. Boom. Zamari turned around while dodging and Sero struck him. Rox directly raged Haki's punch. Boom, another violent explosion. Rox Haki's fist is as powerful as a nuclear bomb, exploding directly. His fist strength still hit Zamari's body, and his staggering speed was greatly reduced. Ended. Rox appeared in the sky above Zamari at this moment, and his right fist was circling the unimaginable Haki, and he threw a punch. Show embryo attitude. Zamari's eyes throbbed, and he looked at Rox's fist with horror, unable to hide. He immediately curled up into a pumpkin-like form. After the bang, there was another terrifying bang. When Zamari touched Rox's fist, he burst into half of his posture in an instant, and his entire figure was instantly blasted into the sea below, causing a terrifying explosion. The air currents caused are like airflow cannons, straight into the sea. It seems like a white cylinder is inserted on the sea surface, accompanied by the power of Haki and strength. Zamari, in an embryo-keeping posture, was directly crushed and suppressed on the bottom of the sea, and then a faint golden light emerged, with incredible expression in his eyes, surrounded by sea water. Really boring. Rox shook his head boringly. I had known that I had snatched that powerful guy from Garp from the beginning. There is such a weak guy on the bottom. The fastest speed? It is estimated that it is not as fast as one's own. He immediately defeated one and returned to the island. There are still so many people on the island, so I won't compete with others in the limelight. On the island, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others all admired and cheered. At this time, another person from the sky walked up, Wong. Chapter 173. Hey, get on so anxiously and stop fighting. An uncle with dark brown curly short hair, gray-blue eyes, and a little beard on his jaw came forward and said to Rox. This is the first blade, Stark, and Rox, who was about to land on the island, stopped in an instant and looked up. My name is Stark, the first blade in Espada. Stark's eyes were full of warfare and looked towards Rox. This guy hasn't done his best to fight just now. Zamari was so easily beaten by him, and his life and death were unknown on the bottom of the sea. You're good, provoke me, are you ready to die? Rox laughed, and just felt bored. At this meeting, an imposing guy came out. Go after him, pack of wolves. Stark didn't talk nonsense, and Ryotsu broke out directly, and began to merge with the subordinate officers in the sky. The home state is on. The whole body didn't change much, he became dressed like a hunter, and his hands also had a musket. Sero. There was almost no time to prepare. In the virtual hole in Stark's chest, the blue Sero burst out instantly. The flash of tens of meters wide rushed towards the rocks below. There was a smile on Rox's mouth. This was what looked like a fight. This Stark's Sero is much stronger than the previous Zamari. With a bang, Rox was like a cannonball, and his body was filled with pale golden fluid Haki. He rushed straight into the sky and slammed into Sero. Boom. The huge blue light formed a round ball, enveloping the rocks, and a terrifying explosion occurred. Stark's eyes didn't hit Rox's kind of joy. He still looked solemn, and moved his hand again, and the musket in his hand turned into two light knives. The sword of the wolf. The same terrifying Ryotsu was all over his body. Stark dived straight down and rushed towards the blue explosion area below. At this time, during the explosion, Rox also slammed Stark with a faint golden punch. Boom. The blue light knife touched Rox's fist. A wave of terrifying energy exploded in an instant. When the sea was surging, it sank directly again, causing a huge wave. Thunder and hurricanes blew up all around. At this time, Ryotsu and Haki were confronting, and a terrifying Sero was fired in Stark's chest again. Advertisement: it hit Rox's chest directly at close range with the momentum of the thunder. Rox's eyes shrank, and Haki on his body instantly condensed in that position. In an instant, the power of Sero and the wolf knife threw Rox away when Rox was impacted. Rox, whose chest shook, flew upside down again, and was knocked farther away by Sero's chest explosion. I can't help but sigh in my heart, this guy with the first edge is different. The combat is seasoned, and the strength, speed, and mentality are all first class. Sero's power at close range just made Rox sulking, and it didn't matter much. After stabilizing his figure in the air, he disappeared instantly. Stark's eyes were solemn, perceiving it carefully. This guy's speed is no worse than Zamari's speed. Sure enough, Rox quickly appeared on Stark's side, with a terrifying power on his foot. Even the air was compressed and twisted by the kick, and he attacked Stark. The look in Stark's eyes that the Kang Wolf blade directly crossed against him changed. It's a bit scary to kick. In addition to the strange elemental abilities, the people in this world are purely terrifying powers. Boom. The center of the two is a terrifying explosion. A huge mushroom cloud rose. When Ryotsu and Haki met beyond the limit, a special change occurred in an instant. What Sha Tien saw was also a bit surprised. The combination of Ryotsu and Haki has the same effect as a nuclear bomb. Garp, Sengoku, Newgate and others saw it even more secretly. Captain Rock's shot is terrifying. It can be seen that the Stark was thrown out directly, with a trace of bloodline at the corner of his mouth, stabilizing his figure in the distant air. The wolf knife in his hand was all cracked, and the change became the original musket. Unlimited reloading, Sero. There was a trace of anger in Stark's eyes. How could I be beaten so embarrassed? The gun in his hand was pointed at rocks, and the terrifying Sero shot at the rocks at a speed surpassing ordinary Sero in an instant. Densely dense, full of power. Rocks looked at Sero, who was close to 1,000 shots almost instantly, and his pupils shrank. Between body rotation, armament Haki has risen to the limit. Haven't fully defended yet, been hit. Then came waves of infinite Sero. Boom 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 boom. Advertisement Rocks crossed his hands, gritted his teeth, and kept backing up and back. The explosion keeps blasting, the energy shocks. The whole person was shot into the sea by Stark. Still shooting. The sea was blown off and the rocks were forced to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Stark took a deep breath. To defeat you, you have to breathe. There was a hint of madness in Stark's eyes. In the virtual hole in the chest, 2 more powerful shots were fired, and the huge Sero hit the rocks that had fallen into the sea. At this time, 10 blue wolves splintered out of Stark, flexibly following Sero to the rocks below. Rocks is also very surprised. The power of the whole body constitutes an absolute defense. Stark's attack range was too wide, and he couldn't escape for an instant. He could only be suppressed by the hit, and he couldn't even raise his defense at that time. So Rocks could only use his entire strength as a defense, clenching his teeth and insisting on it. As Sero and Blue Wolf pounced, even Rock's pupils instantly dilated and shrunk like pinholes. Subsequently, a terrifying explosion is set off. Within the scope of the explosion, this piece of seawater was directly empty. Thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air and struck down. A huge wave of blue energy soared into the sky, making the boundary wall tremble. After a shock, Stark panted and stood in the air, staring fiercely at Rock's position. A very powerful attack. Really, it almost hurt me badly. Unexpected. The cold voice rang directly in Stark's ears. Rocks was a bit tattered, but stood on Stark's side without any other injuries, and as he spoke, Haki's fist had reached Stark's face. Bang! The fist wind broke open first. Stark was shocked, and under his incredible eyes, Rocks flew out with a punch. His brain was instantly dizzy. Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki instantly attacked into the body. At this time, a white figure caught Stark. Aizen Sosuke's voice came. Okay, let's end this duel. I will end you personally. Chapter 174. In the sky, Aizen Sosuke appeared abruptly in the sky and caught the inverted Stark. As soon as it appeared, a powerful Ryotsu, colorless and invisible, filled the audience. This sentence was spoken by Aizen Sosuke directly to Sha Tien and others on the island. Everyone looked at the gentle Aizen Sosuke smiling in the sky with sweat on their faces. This guy has a terrifying aura. Yamamoto and other Shinigami's complexions changed drastically when Aizen Sosuke entered the nautical world. Even Doflamingo and Admiral under the island were secretly shocked, and their eyes trembled. A large group of Golden Lion Shiki, Garp, Sengoku and Kong laughed at the still arrogant Aizen Sosuke. What can you do if you come here? Golden Lion Shiki looked upset. His aura was fierce, his body spread out, and he was about to go up and start his hands. The aura is very strong, doesn't mean that you don't dare to make a move. Stark's Rocks frowned even more with a punch, and he was about to attack the nearest one. I'll come on this guy. Sha Tien looked at Aizen 22 Sosuke blankly. The body slowly flew into the sky. Sha Tien said that he came to deal with this person personally. Rocks and Golden Lion Shiki both put away their aura and looked at Aizen Sosuke coldly. Aizen Sosuke, who smiled very tenderly, looked completely opposite to the arrogant posture in their eyes, and seemed very hypocritical. Your abilities are rare and powerful, how did you improve their strength in just a few seconds? After coming in, Aizen Sosuke was not in a hurry and said to Sha Tien gently like a friend who hadn't seen him for many years. This ability is not worth mentioning, but your arrogance is surprising. Sha Tien sneered. Aizen Sosuke has absolute confidence in his own strength. It seems that this match against Espada didn't make Aizen Sosuke deeply jealous, at best it was just a bit tricky. Arrogance comes from absolute strength. Aizen Sosuke's face was plain, but his eyes changed suddenly. The terrifying Ryotsu spread out instantly, covering Sha Tien and the people on the island. Deterrence? Advertisement. Do you use this kind of power to demonstrate your strength? Sha Tien laughed. Conqueror's Haki, with the same sense of invincibility, burst out. Setsuna confronts Ryotsu released by Aizen Sosuke. Boom. The thunder of the boundary wall trembles from the sky. The entire Marineford waters began to show signs. In the space between Sha Tien's Conqueror's Haki and Aizen Sosuke's Ryotsu, ripples like the surface of the water were produced, rippling out in circles. The sea in the distance formed a terrifying tsunami, rolled back from all directions, and flew towards the confrontational Sha Tien and Aizen. At this moment, the air pressure in this sea area has increased sharply. Below rocks, Whitebeard, Newgate and others all looked at them with trembling faces, and they used hockey to protect the island. Is this an imposing confrontation? It might be too powerful. Espada, who was still standing on the opposite side, was pressed by Sha Tian's golden conquerors in the air. The whole body was trembling, and none of them could lift the power. He looked at Sha Tian with an incredible expression. Further behind, the Arankar army was even more unbearable. One by one, they lost their strength and fell into the sea with a thump. The terrifying aura of the fierce collision even spread to the seas far away. Keita Curry, who had already sailed away to their respective sites, the Three Plagues and others all looked at Marineford with trembling eyes on the ship. The sense of invincibility, as Captain Sha Tian's conquerors hockey. Jack was shocked to feel the clear sense of oppression from there. The aura that can fight Captain Sha Tian is a fellow from another world. King and Quinn both looked over there and said tremblingly. Otherworld guys still have this kind of existence. At this moment, Aizen Sosuke's eyes became dignified. He had already fully used Ryotsu's deterrence, and the opposite Sha Tian still released his aura with a calm expression. No matter how much he improved, he firmly suppressed himself. The feeling of invincibility on this guy is even more shocking. Sha Tian carried his hands on his back and looked calmly at Aizen Sosuke releasing Ryotsu, and his conqueror's hockey always blocked his Ryotsu. Squeaky. The junction between the two people began to escape, black and purple Ryotsu pieces floated out, conqueror's hockey golden thunder appeared. The entire sky above Marineford Island showed an unimaginable picture. Advertisement, that person is definitely the strongest. Yamamoto Genryusai and other Shinigami felt the invincibility in the collision of Ryotsu across the boundary. This is too scary. This guy is even stronger than Aizen Sosuke's Ryotsu. None of the captains like Kyoraku Shunsui could keep calm. In the competition between the two, in the end two different coercions suddenly dissipated. The people on the island and the only remaining Espada in midair panted. It's finally over. This coercive confrontation simply made them breathless. With this kind of coercive strength, you are too presumptuous. Sha Tian hasn't counseled anyone more than Conqueror's hockey, a deterrent force, and for a confident fellow like Aizen Sosuke, he should strike from anywhere. Your aura is indeed stronger than mine, but I don't know if the strength is the same. Aizen Sosuke also smiled and pulled out Zanpakuto and Kyoga Suigetsu from his waist. He turned his hand upwards quietly. At this moment of Sha Tian, the system reminder in his mind sounded. You have learned Zanpakuto, Kyoga Suigetsu. The system version can use any weapon to form the effect of Zanpakuto, the current progress. Surprise, Sha Tian could not help but also an accident. The system can also directly learn the effects of Zanpakuto. That is to say, as long as you have a knife in your hand, you can learn the absolute power of the Shinigami world. Zanpakuto, Shikai, and Bankai are not a problem. Genli glanced at Soul Society in the sky, which gradually opened its passage. Those Shinigami are a bunch of powerful skills. Aizen Sosuke also smiled at the corner of his mouth. Kyoka Suigetsu launched, with his current strength. No matter this Sha Tian or the other people on the island below would have hit his own complete hypnosis, he still played with him. Abacus is pretty good. When Sha Tian raised his hand, a truth-seeking ball appeared and formed a completely black sword that was exactly the same as the monster sword in Ghost. Aizen Sosuke turned the knife in the opposite direction. Split. Kyoka Suigetsu, Chapter 175, How can it be? This scene was so incredible, Aizen Sosuke was stunned. Sha Tian unexpectedly used Kyoga Suigetsu to relieve hypnosis. Want to control all of us silently? Aizen Sosuke? The black truth-seeking ball-long knife was held in his hand, and Sha Tian weighed it. It's pretty smooth. Even better than first-generation Ghost Toru, there is no need to worry about the blade being unable to withstand the intent of the sword. Aizen Sosuke looked ugly at this time. The guys in this world are so weird, they can use the same moves as their own. This is a power that Zanpakuto can use, and there must be something in it that I don't know. But I can't manage that much now. Hato 36, Fiery Lightning Howl. Aizen Sosuke didn't keep his hands at all at this time. Directly used one of the strongest attacks that can be used in this state. The Zanpakuto in his hand was horizontal, and the yellow and white terrifying thunder and lightning almost occupied half of the sky, and instantly surged towards Sha Tian. You learned the Fiery Lightning Howl of Shinigami World. Sha Tian looked at the thunder and lightning enthusiastically. The truth-seeking ball-long knife in his hand swiped, and the invincible sword intent appeared and formed a hockey slash that quickly slashed towards the thunder and lightning. Swing a bit. The yellow and white imposing thunder and lightning were all slashed and dispersed, and then a terrifying explosion occurred. In the rumbling sound, Sha Tian's slashing stroke still did not stop at all, and hit the unexpected Aizen Sosuke. Sword Chi made a wound on his shoulder. Your Fiery Lightning Howl is a bit weak. Sha Tian said seriously to Aizen Sosuke. It seems to be saying, this is your temptation attack, that's it? Aizen Sosuke flashed hard across his face. The sword intent of this Sha Tian is so strong. The speed is still very fast, and he still left scars on his shoulders while dodging. In an instant, a dark blue thread emerged from the body and covered the wound. The knife intent that Sha Tian left on the wound was quickly removed, and he recovered extremely quickly. Advertisement, really, you didn't do any harm to me. Aizen Sosuke revealed the Hogyoku on his body, and the power of the first stage of fusion on his body was also fully revealed. The power of Hogyoku. At this time, Sha Tian looked at Aizen Sosuke's chest with the sphere wandering with peculiar power. This is one of Aizen Sosuke's powerful forces, Hogyoku. Just when Hogyoku automatically protects the body, the system has been prompted to learn a quarter of Hogyoku. As long as the next move with Aizen Sosuke, then the complete power of Hogyoku will be directly formed in the system and become its own one of the capabilities. Do you know this thing? Aizen Sosuke was extremely surprised, and had a bad premonition for Sha Tian in his heart. It's too weird, the look in this person's eyes is not quite right. It feels like watching a favorite item enthusiastically. Sha Tian didn't reply, but raised the knife and showed the meaning of letting you one more knife. Even if my initial integration strength is stronger than a Espada combined. Aizen Sosuke secretly wondered about Sha Tian's actions, why he could always be so calm. Even if the strength is really strong, it is not enough to support this calm expression and the enthusiastic feeling of looking at him. Really, the 10 wastes under your hand are not so powerful. Our world has just entered the fusion, and the dimension is improved. Do you think it can be like today? Sha Tian sneered. Is Espada strong? No, the pirate world on your side is truly strong. Although the current strength is small, it is only because it has just entered the stage of 10,000 realms. As long as they have time, they will become stronger and stronger, and in the end they will be first-class peak powerhouses in 10,000 realms. Really, but weak is weak, and talent needs time to improve. Aizen Sosuke tore off his upper body clothes, revealing Hogyoku directly on his body. Then disappeared in place with a bang, and the terrifying Ryotsu was cut to Sha Tian like a white air current. Sha Tian raised the truth-seeking ball-long knife in his hand for one stop, just on Aizen Sosuke's sword aura, Haki flashed, golden cover. It bounced off Aizen Sosuke's Ryotsu sword gas directly. But the next moment, Aizen Sosuke's Zanpakuto slashed on the knife covered by Sha Tian Haki. Boom. The sea below the two of them was directly impacted by a huge force, bursting into waves. The island not far away was trembling violently, and the islands originally restored by Uchiha Madara were disintegrating. Strength is okay. Advertisement. Sha Tian raised the knife with one hand to block Aizen Sosuke's slash, and the Ryotsu airflow rolled back like a white training horse, unable to approach Sha Tian's body. You're good too. At the next moment, with Aizen Sosuke's voice, his body immediately moved again, pulling away. Diaresis Bakudo 90. Black Coffin. Aizen Sosuke narrowed his eyes and turned to use Bakudo to trap Sha Tian. Ryotsu power just started. Sha Tian is another cut in the air. The huge golden slash with a terrifying knife intent slashed through the air and directly cut the formed black coffin. Continue to slash to Aizen Sosuke, sword pressure. Aizen Sosuke frowned, and Ryotsu directly formed a powerful force to block Sha Tian's attack. The white Ryotsu rushed to Sha Tian's slashing flexibly. The next moment, Aizen Sosuke's complexion changed, and Sha Tian's sword energy directly cut through the sword pressure. Dodged quickly. How can Sha Tian's slash attack be so easy to block? Below, Whitebeard Newgate, Rox, Roger and Uchiha Madara all have a deep understanding. Especially Madara couldn't help swallowing her throat. Aizen Sosuke, who avoided the slash, was shocked in his heart, and couldn't help but say to Sha Tian in amazement. How can you get these powers, Nuahao Jiao? In the sword aura, the power of Shinigami Zanpakuto and the power of Hogyoku that he is most familiar with are all blended in the sword aura. Are you talking about your Shinigami power and Hogyoku power? Sha Tian chuckled, and said indifferently. Zanpakuto's power may be able to imitate a move, but Hogyoku's power is exactly the same as mine, how could you? There is no Hogyoku on Sha Tian's body. Aizen Sosuke can't figure it out at all. A touch of shock appears on his face. Even those Shinigami in the Soul Society that is about to open the channel are shocked and surprised to hear it. What is Aizen Sosuke talking about? How can this be? I learned it. After you use it, is it weird that I can learn it? It's not difficult. Sha Tian said naturally. The power of the Haki system is transformed into the characteristics of Ryotsu in the body, and the sword pressure used by Aizen Sosuke just now hits the past. Chapter 176. You learned Bakudo 90, Black Coffin. You learned sword pressure. The prompt of the system appeared in Sha Tian's mind. It's just that the unimportant reminder system will not jump out directly. At this time, facing the sword pressure used by Sha Tian, Aizen Sosuke was a little dazed. Is this guy a monster? These moves, including the power of Hogyoku, can be easily learned at this moment. Zanpakuto also touched with a sword in his hand, bang. The energy ripples and radiates. Aizen Sosuke's face didn't get better, and it was no longer the gentle appearance before. On the island below, everyone laughed. These otherworld people probably never thought of the name of Sha Tian's monster genius, the terrifying talent ability that can be learned as long as they see it. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Garp, Sengoku, Rox, etc., as well as the pirates all looked excited. How can the name of Sha Tian's genius be a vain name? Sha Tian's power and talent have always broken through the limits of everyone's cognition. Now, even guys from other worlds can easily learn to use skills. Shinigami such as Yamamoto Genryusai and Kurosaki Ichigo in the sky were shocked when they heard the undisguised people on the island. You can learn it at a glance. Just now, this Sha Tien has learned Kyoka Suigetsu. Until now, even the power of Shinigami and Hogyoku has been learned. Kurosaki Ichigo was stupid. Even Yamamoto, an old guy who has lived for thousands of years, has never seen such a terrifying talent. Zanpakuto can learn. Without Zanpakuto, without Ryatsu's power, how did he do it? Very good, very good. I am more and more interested in you. Aizen Sosuke's expression changed complicatedly, and when he closed his eyes and opened them, he looked very serious. At this moment, the terrifying black and purple power was transmitted to Aizen Sosuke from Hogyoku. The whole person has also begun a horrible big change. The whole person began to be wrapped in white, like a cocoon. Zanpakuto held it in his hand and looked straight at Sha Tien. This is the second stage of Hogyoku's fusion. At the same time, the system also began to prompt that Sha Tien's Hogyoku power was halfway complete. At this time, Aizen Sosuke's strength completely surpassed before. Advertisement power, speed, and defense are all different. Almost instantly, there was no interest in disappearing and appearing beside Sha Tien in the same place. And Sha Tien also happened to look at the place where he appeared. Observation Haki in the awakening stage of the 10,000 realms, there is no speed to escape the perception, and in the state of foresight, it is even more difficult to sneak into Sha Tien. Bang! Zanpakuto slashed with Ryatsu on the knife cut by Sha Tien with terrifying power. Golden thunder and black and purple Ryatsu fragments blasted everywhere. Almost filled with the entire sky centered on two people. Subsequent bursts of different energies rippled with terrifying power. Sha Tien didn't move at all, but Aizen Sosuke threw away his whole body, groaning in the air, and unceasingly unloaded his strength to stabilize his body. Even at this stage can't shake him. Aizen Sosuke showed a deep appreciation for Sha Tien from the bottom of his heart. Such a guy is enough to fight all over the world under his own command. As for fear, Aizen Sosuke still has the heart to compete with Sha Tien at this time. Just stabilized the figure, and then broke through without a sound and at a faster speed, and used a violent slash to Sha Tien. Sha Tien is now enjoying the feeling that Hogyoku's power is complete and its own power is quickly improved. Seeing Aizen Sosuke still rushing over in this state. There are still several stages of Hogyoku fusion. It seems that you have to force him to use more Hogyoku power, and he will improve faster. I thought to myself. Sha Tien also no longer passively shot. The black truth-seeking ball long knife was rendered golden by Haki in the hand, and the horrible knife intent instantly spread all over the body. Aizen Sosuke who attacked as a traverse. Aizen Sosuke flew away from the huge semicircular sword quickly. Aizen was also taken aback. So far, this is a cut taken by Sha Tien on his own initiative. It's too late to say, then it's fast. Sha Tien's golden knife made Aizen Sosuke react just now. So strong, Aizen Sosuke could no longer escape at this time, and the attack stopped. A huge yellow light appeared in front of him instantly. It consists of countless rectangular Ryatsu shields. Million dongs. Aizen Sosuke directly released the defensive moves he had set up and prepared. Advertisement. What he didn't expect was that Sha Tien's slashing made him unimaginable. The huge golden slash in a semicircle cut through a million shields directly, and then traversed Aizen Sosuke's body and rushed directly to the Hueco Mundo passage in the sky. Aizen Sosuke was cut in half diagonally. The golden giant slash also saw thunder and lightning constantly appearing in the flight, cutting the air through the air as if dragging a white tail, and slashing into Hueco Mundo. Boom. A space shock sounded. Yamamoto Genryusai, Kurosaki Ichigo and other Guardian Team Shinigami, as well as the Golden Lion Shiki on the island below, 5 Admiral, Garp, Monkey D. Dragon and all marine pirates, the Revolutionary Army and the Ninja Army were completely shocked. The terrifying space shock is because Sha Tien's slash cut directly to Hueco Mundo, cutting Hueco Mundo in half. The black cracks stretched to the horizon, black fog and dark blue thunder and lightning continued to gush out on it. Hueco Mundo is so apocalyptic, it seems to be too hard. Sha Tien whispered a few words while looking at the scene in front of her and put her hand back. This kind of slash is really hard to control completely. Because my own world is complete, even if there are black space cracks, it will quickly recover. Aizen Sosuke put away his trembling heart. Shinigami like Yamamoto and Kurosaki even narrowed their eyes. The second stage of fusion is probably not his opponent, right? A stunned hurricane began to form, and the body changed again. Hueco Mundo. What kind of knife and what power did this Sha Tien use? The power of Ryatsu in the whole body and Hogyoku in the chest rose to the sky. And Hueco Mundo splits into two and it seems that it can't stand it anymore. Then merge Hogyoku again. Aizen Sosuke shouldn't be intimidated. The only remaining Espada has been dumbfounded. Master Aizen Sosuke could be so powerful. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After 2 glances, there didn't seem to be much change. His eyes again looked at Aizen Sosuke, who was split in half, recovering. Your Hogyoku power is 3/4 complete. At this time, Sha Tien's eyes were bright and looked at the appearance of Aizen Sosuke's third order form. Does such Aizen Sosuke continue to evolve? Aizen Sosuke was completely shocked at this moment. Chapter 177. At this time, Sha Tien looked at Aizen Sosuke, who was originally wrapped in white, revealing the shape of his head, and finally he was not completely in vain. It's still comfortable to look at like this, Aizen Sosuke, or you can go straight to the final fusion form. Sha Tien directly hugged his arms, and a sword intent rushed out wildly, as if your state was still not enough. You are also very arrogant, Sha Tien, but, as you wish. Aizen Sosuke, who had just evolved into the third form, was surprised. Depends, then fight in the strongest state. There was a boom. The terrifying aura rose up fiercely, and the power of Hogyoku in the chest began to completely merge with Aizen Sosuke. The black and purple Ryotsu directly filled the sky. The Soul Society with the passage in the sky opened, the rocks and others on the island below all felt the depressive breath, which is almost a suffocating feeling. So strong, Roger, Garp and the others were stunned. It is hard to imagine how strong Aizen Sosuke, who is now invisible in the sky, is wrapped in Ryotsu. It seems to have transcended the boundaries of this world. Even the captain of Yamamoto Genryusai in the sky has a cold sweat on his face, not to mention how shocking the captain and deputy captain of the guardian team behind him are. Aizen Sosuke is a complete fusion of the power of Hogyoku. I am afraid that the strength has surpassed the world dimension and reached a higher level. Yamamoto Genryusai was a little silly, and he couldn't whisper in his heart. The situation will get more and more out of control. Although this Sha Tien is very powerful, he is too confident, so that Aizen Sosuke has become this form. We are going to get up. Yamamoto said directly to the Shinigami behind him. The tone was full of solemnity. If Aizen cannot be stopped here, then Unicom's Soul Society will also fall. Many Shinigami pulled out Zanpakuto one after another, their expressions determined. Everyone naturally understands the reason for what the captain said. Can't let Aizen Sosuke keep getting stronger like this. This Sha Tien has played well. If he can't beat it, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's coming. Captain Yamamoto frowned, stepped across the boundary and flew towards Aizen Sosuke, whose form had changed drastically. A large group of Shinigami followed vigorously behind him. At this time, Aizen Sosuke was not disturbed, and he broke through and merged the power of Hogyoku again and again. Advertisement until it enters the stage of complete integration. An eye-like gap was added to the forehead. The face turned black, and the previous facial skin was torn from the middle and located on both sides of the black face. Zanpakuto merged with the right hand. There are 6 huge butterfly wings, and a skeleton grows out of each wing ridge. It seems that the energy beyond the dimension is isolated by the rules of the world. When standing still, other people can't feel it. You can only look at Aizen Sosuke like this, and a sense of horror comes to mind. At this time, Sha Tien still didn't do anything, but Aizen Sosuke shook hands there and waved the knife. Unexpected. An aura of horror comes from the sky. One after another, mighty and mighty. This is the captain of Yamamoto who led all the members of the 13th Gode team through the boundary and started directly to Shikai, Bankai. The power of a large group of Shinigami's Bankai. The passage that made the power of the world tremble crazily and cracked. The world has started all kinds of abnormal changes, strong winds, thunders and tsunamis. Swastika. Solution, following the Shinigami captains and other Bankai Shinigami shouts. Many Shinigami, including Kurosaki Ichigo, completed Bankai, and then various attacks rushed directly into the air to complete the final form of Aizen Sosuke. And Captain Yamamoto glanced at Sha Tien next to him, his brows still frowned and rushed up. Aizen Sosuke in the final form of Shinigami vs for the juvenile team. The terrifying battle broke out completely. The captains were completely fighting for their lives and attacked Aizen Sosuke with Bankai moves one by one. Ice, fire, Ryotsu. Aizen Sosuke glanced at Sha Tien indifferently. Sha Tien also stretched out his hand to make a gesture that you were busy first, and his figure retreated a bit, watching quietly. In the bottom of my heart, Sha Tien is already completely happy. It's so cool, I learned all of Zanpakuto Bankai all at once. The prompt of the system kept ringing. You learned Zanpakuto, Zanjetsu. You learned Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, find flowers. You learned Zanpakuto, Red Sakura, advertisement. You learned Zanpakuto, Broken Bee. You learned Zanpakuto, Kaden Kyokotsu. A large number of tips for skill learning almost flooded in all of a sudden. Sha Tien looked at it for a moment. If it weren't for the wrong scene, he would have laughed wildly. At the same time, the Zanpakuto learned at the same time as frantically improving its own strength, driving the improvement of the whole body's abilities and skills. Your Hogyoku skill progress is complete. Hogyoku power can be used completely without changing the form. Just when Captain Yamamoto attacked, a reminder lit up in Sha Tien's mind. More terrifying power appeared in his body. 0. Physical body, strength, etc. all skyrocketed. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the power and energy impact at this time would be. Kong said bitterly at this time. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. On the island below, Whitebeard Newgate, Rox, Roger, Garp and others have deployed hockey-covered defenses to withstand the impact of Ryotsu and the vision of heaven and earth. If the weaker guy hadn't been protected, he would have been crushed to death by this impact. The aftermath of this battle put tremendous pressure on everyone below. Is this the power of these guys in 10,000 realms? Even the strengthened Akainu Sakazuki had already shot with full force. Armament hockey protected the marine behind him, and looked at a group of Bankai Shinigami with trembling eyes to fight against the Aizen Sosuke. Sha Tien stood there without any influence. Fortunately, we have all been guided and improved by Sha Tien, otherwise we can only protect ourselves on this battlefield. Just in the pleasure of promotion, Sha Tien frowned at this moment. Can't help but smile a little bit, but there is no abnormality outside of the body. The Battle of the 10,000 Realms had just broken out, and no one could stop everyone except the strong ones, wide. Among Marines, Garp and others joined forces with the 5 Admiral to resist, protecting the Marine soldiers who fell behind. To evacuate, we need to extend a greater distance. The spread of energy is even greater after the fight, and if this goes on, his world will be embarrassed first. Both Whitebeard Newgate and Roger were horrified. Chapter 178. The terrifying aftermath and even the tsunami went far away. At this time, Golden Lion Shiki directly started to fully activate the Lion Fruit ability, and the entire island was raised from the ground amidst the tremor, floating on the surface of the sea. A group of ninjas used ninjutsu to stabilize the island, and then quickly evacuated back. It won't help to stay here, I can only step back. Roger, these people also sighed. I can only look at Sha Tien over there, and people like myself can't help at all, and Sha Tien needs to be distracted and taken care of by staying in place. The others were also silent for a while, but Rox saw it very clearly, and it was enough to hand it over to Sha Tien. He looked in Mariadriz's direction and took this opportunity. Stepping on the foot, the whole person rushed to the red line side. You have retired one after another, I'll go and solve those celestial dragons first. Golden Lion Shiki, Newgate and others did not say anything. It's at the top at this time, it can't go on like this. Sha Tien also noticed the bottom, and directly raised his hand, a huge enchantment with Haki as the energy base formed a huge circle that completely enveloped the world, isolating the energy impact and the power anomaly. The shaking between heaven and earth began to stabilize in an instant. The vision dissipated. Sha Tien directly formed a dual field for Shinigami and Aizen Sosuke to isolate the aftermath. And at this time, Aizen Sosuke faced the attack of the Shinigami, immediately chuckled and started a terrifying counterattack. Some weaker attacks Aizen Sosuke even ignored it. I didn't even see how his figure moved, and he appeared directly in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. Your performance makes me very satisfied, very good. The voice rang softly in Kurosaki Ichigo's ears. Kurosaki Ichigo stared at Aizen Sosuke, whose image had changed drastically. Bang! Kurosaki Ichigo just flew upside down, spit out a mouthful of blood and fell into the sea. I didn't even see how Aizen Sosuke made the move. At this time, even facing these captain-level guys, it was like beating a child. With the speed of Zanpakuto and ghosts that merged with the arm, even strong captains such as Kiraku Shunsui could not react, and his moves were instantly cracked and cut. Advertisement Katetsu Izan, Hirako Otoko and others all used the strongest Bankai moves, but they couldn't even capture Aizen Sosuke's figure. It was broken in an instant. Other captains tried to use seals and the like to no avail. Each of them was severely injured by Aizen Sosuke and fell into the sea. In a short period of time, few Shinigami of the juvenile Gode team stood there. Yamamoto Genryusai's complexion was already gloomy to ultimate. What else to fight like this, Captain Yamamoto, how is my strength? Aizen Sosuke turned his head to look at Yamamoto Motoyanagi, and the corner of his mouth curled up with a smile. Unexpectedly, you who merged with Hogyoku would have such a strength, it is amazing. Yamamoto Genryusai didn't say anything falsely, but said really, the solemn color in his eyes Sha Tien looked plainly. This guy is going to use Bankai. Sha Tien secretly said in his heart, looking forward to Captain Yamamoto. Other Shinigami, including Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanjetsu have all learned, and the shot just now has learned various Zanpakuto skills. The only thing I didn't learn was Ryujin Jaka who never had Bankai. As predicted, Yamamoto Genryusai's expression changed. Seriously, decisively. I can't keep my hands anymore, let Aizen Sosuke defeat everyone here, and eventually all the world will fall. The strongest man, the enchantment of blessing is pleased to you, I want to do my best. The Yamamoto captain was very serious and said to Sha Tien, who was calmly watching to the side and unaffected by the aftermath. The power of his own Bankai is too strong, if you make a full shot, it is very likely that this ocean world will be directly evaporated. And the enchantment placed by this fellow named Sha Tien is obviously very strong, and if it is maintained, it may be able to sustain the power of his own burning sword. Just do your best and don't worry about the aftermath. Sha Tien chuckled lightly, saying that there is no need to worry, you just have to fight with all your strength. I want to see how strong this fire system Zanpakuto is known as the oldest and strongest. Please. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded solemnly. With a movement, he directly stopped the remaining captain behind him. The whole body of Ryotsu started to explode at this moment. Advertisement, is the captain going to do his best here? At this time, Aizen Sosuke's face was no longer afraid of what he had been doing before, but instead he felt a little eager to try. No one has ever seen the real Bankai shot of Yamamoto Genryusai. Bankai. Canvas is too knife. Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes opened with anger, and a terrifying flame emerged from his body. The temperature in the entire enchantment began to rise. Aizen Sosuke also became solemn, and he couldn't help but play a little drum. Otherwise, don't let the old man Yamamoto directly Bankai. Thinking of Aizen Sosuke's figure, he slammed into Yamamoto. Radiant break. On the wings behind him, a skull lifted up. The huge Ryotsu condenses a terrifying Ryotsu bullet. Silently shot directly at Yamamoto Genryusai. Boom. Fuliepo exploded directly on Yamamoto Genryusai's body. The terrifying explosion directly caused the remaining captains to be thrown away directly, and the enchantment was directly trembling. The power is really good. Sha Tien frowned, and the golden light in his hand moved, and the intensity of the isolation barrier rose again and stabilized. With the violent explosion, the temperature in the enchantment rose even more. Aizen Sosuke fired an attack, indeed still maintaining an alert posture. Yamamoto's breath is still strong in the explosion. At this time, the terrifying flame directly broke through the pendulum and exploded. Yamamoto Genryusai was dressed like a flame coat, standing proudly in the void with a knife. Aizen Sosuke, you forced me to resort to Bankai. Are you ready to evaporate? Yamamoto's temperature was terrifying at this time, and the words he spoke were indeed extremely cold. Swear to kill Aizen Sosuke. Even if Aizen Sosuke was fully integrated with Hobyoku, facing Yamamoto Motoyanagi at this time, he couldn't help but step back a bit. The heat waves are rolling, and the danger is permeating. But Sha Tien showed a smile at this moment, and the strongest flame line Ryujin Jaka Bankai got it. You learned Zanpakuto, Bankai of Ryujin Jaka, Kanhuo Taito, current progress. Chapter 179. It is said that this residual fire Taito still has a terrifying temperature that evaporates the moisture of the entire Soul Society. Sha Tien learned the Bankai of Kanhuo Taito, and couldn't help showing a smile. Moreover, I was still in the barrier, feeling that Yamamoto Genryusai was performing, and the progress was increasing rapidly. Now with Sha Tien's progress, every time you increase your progress, your entire body is much stronger again. This is yet another opportunity for a leap. On the battlefield at this time, the guarded Aizen Sosuke couldn't help being shocked as he watched the flame burst through the explosion. Kanhuo Tai Dao Shi, scorching sun prison clothes. Yamamoto Genryusai is holding a Kanhuo Tai sword, wearing a blazing flame like a coat on his body, and the terrifying temperature makes the space violently distorted. The terrifying heat wave rushed to Aizen Sosuke one by one. Being the captain for 1,000 years, do you think I have no strength? I didn't have Bankai directly because of the move, but I was just afraid of ruining the whole world. The words of Captain Yamamoto, Haki is so incomparable, that Aizen Sosuke in the final fusion state is shocked. At this time, Yamamoto Captain Ryotsu turned 22 into a flame coat, and his momentum was unparalleled. This is the power of Ryujin Jaka Bankai. Aizen Sosuke was frightened, and really started to think about how to fight such a terrifying enemy. At this time, with Sha Tien laying down barriers to protect the surroundings, Yamamoto Motoryu, who was determined in his heart, started the attack. Holding the Kanhuo Teisho in his hand, the flames skyrocketed, and it was a flame slash that slashed the distance of the space and slashed towards Aizen Sosuke. It's really scary, Captain Yamamoto. Aizen Sosuke looked at the flames overwhelming the sky, and the wings behind him, as well as himself, gave out light, and moved away at the speed of light in an instant. Boom! As soon as Aizen Sosuke dodged, the flames enveloped Aizen's original position, and the burning space trembled. Aizen Sosuke, who escaped, was another terrifying Ryotsu cannon at the moment when he appeared. In an instant, he was in front of Captain Yamamoto. This of yours can't break through my scorching sun jersey. The radiant burst that was enough to defeat the captain in one blow hit the scorching sun jersey on the captain of Yamamoto, and the terrifying temperature burned even Ryotsu directly collapsed at the touch of it. There is no tendency to explode. Advertisement. It was another horrible flame slash. The violent flames directly crossed the distance of the space and appeared directly beside Aizen Sosuke. Hado 99. 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Aizen Sosuke did not change into a light form again this time. Instead, his right hand merged with Zanpakuto and exploded, sending out a powerful Ryotsu, making the enchantment tremble. Then his body moved, breaking through the terrifying flames, and swiping at Captain Yamamoto. The dragon-shaped Ryotsu attack was performed in Aizen Sosuke's final form, come, like a real black dragon, pressing towards Captain Yamamoto. You learned Hado 99, 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Sha Tien, who was watching the battle, was secretly excited when she saw it. One after another, powerful skills appeared in the boss of the 2 Shinigami worlds. And at this time, as Aizen Sosuke's skills were released, the golden light on Sha Tien's body was shining, and the whole barrier was strengthened again. Until Captain Yamamoto's overfire Taito was lifted, this barrier could not be let go. Aizen Sosuke, this type of blasting, forget it. Kanhuo Taito has a terrifying temperature like the sun. If it were fully displayed in the pirate world, the water in the sea would slowly evaporate a lot. At this time, Aizen Sosuke's dragon-shaped Ryotsu broke through the flames and hit directly at Captain Yamamoto. Yamamoto Genryusai also took a deep breath of heat. If you can still use the residual fire Taitonin to entangle Aizen Sosuke on the ground, there is no way at this time. Hado 99. The terrifying flame began to converge. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at the flying dragon-shaped Ryotsu. The knife in his hand condensed the flame, and the temperature on the blade rose sharply, reaching the level of tens of millions of degrees. The terrifying heat wave made the sights begin to be distorted. Canfire Taito. Dong. Rising Sunblade. attacked the dragon-shaped Ryotsu, beat directly and cut it off. 5 swirling dragons of destruction, which came with a violent breath, was instantly swept across by the rising sunblade and collapsed. How is it possible to reach this level of horror? Aizen Sosuke was shocked. Sunburst. It turned out that there was no flame bursting, burning, and hitting all the temperature on the knife. Everything you swiped, including the 5 swirling dragons of destruction used in this form, was directly eliminated by the hot temperature. Advertisement own. Absolutely can't let Yamamoto Motoyanagi's slash. Otherwise, even if you can't die, it will cost unnecessary Ryotsu to recover. Haven't entered the light form to open the distance. Yamamoto Genryusai held the Kanhuo Teisho in his hand, and the rising sunblade appeared beside Aizen and slashed it over. So fast, Aizen's eyes condensed, his body retreated extremely quickly, and the 6 skulls behind him condensed. 6 radiant piercings came and shot towards the blade. Before touching the blade, Aizen directly detonated the radiant detonation. With a bang, a huge explosion raised a huge mushroom cloud. Captain Yamamoto also didn't expect Aizen's move. He was hurriedly blown upside down, and the heated blade in his hand dissipated the energy behind him, dissipating the energy directly behind him, and stopped steadily. At this moment, I thought of Yamamoto Uenyanu here with a knife in his hand. Yamamoto Motoyanagi's momentum is infinitely inflated and rising. Although his own burning fire sword is huge, its consumption is also huge. Now Aizen doesn't care about letting himself close. And the violent and terrifying explosion impact was all blocked by Sha Tian's barrier, and the sky and the ground were shining with gold, and the outside world was steadily protected. Despite this, his body was burned to his chest at close range. What's shocking is that Aizen obviously feels that he is completely locked in by Yamamoto Motoyagi. Above the Hogyoku, a scorched trace appeared with black smoke. And Aizen almost got the head of Yamamoto's body at the very moment of the moment. There is no benefit in fighting. Aizen, I don't have time to pester you anymore. Even the light form can't escape. The terrifying and powerful Ryotsu pours out. Yamamoto glanced at the barrier maintained by Sha Tian and said solemnly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Aizen saw Yamamoto's status and knew that this old guy was going to use a trick to kill. Remnant fire is 2 knife, north, heaven and earth ashes. The long knife in his hand has the same temperature as the sun. Even Sha Tian felt the terrifying heat wave transmitted from the blade body. Chapter 180. A sense of clarity, perception comes from Aizen's perception of danger. What else can I do? Fight. The wings of the skeleton behind him stretched out directly, forming a huge circle surrounding the mountain in the middle. The terrifying radiant breaking is condensed on it. At the same time, on Aizen's chest, a huge black light appeared. The 7 shining points continue to condense, and the power of terror is as powerful as the mountain. Between the 2 people, the surrounding air directly receded, and the space was distorted, forming a vacuum state. In the barrier, Ryotsu's fragments appeared at the beginning, and then he was instantly disappeared. Sha Tian looked at this scene in front of her, and couldn't control the prompts of the system in her mind. By his side, 2 truth-seeking balls came out, forming the appearance of the blade. The surrounding barriers also shrank and solidified at this moment. I'm afraid it's very powerful. Sha Tian did not worry about the destructive power of the 2 people, but looked expectantly. In the fierce battle, watching the battle against yourself will also improve the progress, and it is still a considerable improvement. At this time, the big move duel that the 2 people prepared were all ready in a short period of time. Aizen Sosuke's 6 paths' fierce burst and the Ryotsu impact of its own Hogyoku power is 1 step faster than the mountain, Captain Hun. In an instant, the continuous Ryotsu cannon of 6 paths fired first. Bang! Extremely compressed Ryotsu shocked out. Shan, Men Yuan Lu Tiandi's ashes dashed directly towards Aizen Sosuke. Speed faster than the radiant burst surrounded by 6 paths. Destroy. Distorted expressions appeared on Aizen Sosuke's evolved face, and for a moment, the concentrated terrifying power in his chest shot towards the rushing mountain, Captain Chief. Under this kind of offensive, the mountain, Ben Genryusai will get a blow no matter what. But Ben did not retreat at all. This is to bet on his life and cut it with a single blow. Aizen Sosuke. It's really crazy. All the worlds have emerged. Soul Society and Hueco Mundo are still fighting so fiercely. Sha Tian didn't understand the huge threat Aizen Sosuke had to Soul Society. In my own opinion, it was nothing more than Aizen Sosuke's ambition. But it is true that Aizen Sosuke is more attractive to become a generation king. Advertisement. Sha Tian looked at the scene in front of her and thought. At this time, Yamamoto Motoyagi had already raised his sword to face the terrifying shock launched from Aizen Sosuke's chest. The overfire that had the temperature of the sun directly cut open the Ryotsu cannon, which was the impact of Hogyoku's power. Approach Aizen Sosuke quickly. Radiant break. At this moment, the radiant shot from 6 directions broke the direction, followed behind the mountain, Ben Genryusai, and chased him at high speed. I can kill you. There was still some distance to get close to Aizen Sosuke's mountain. The captain suddenly exploded, sent. Riding the shock wave of Hogyoku, he rushed to Aizen Sosuke not far away. With the terrifying power of the Kanhuo Taito in his hand, it distorted the space and slashed towards Aizen Sosuke. I can't escape when locked. there was an incredible flash of Aizen Sosuke's eyes. Sean, Ben, this old man, even kept a hand, but even if he was killed, he wouldn't necessarily die directly. How about hitting me? You won't be better, burst, fat. Aizen Sosuke's eyes were crazy, flickered wildly and roared. The terrifying Hogyoku power blasted again, and the black impact became even more terrifying. Six Paths has also arrived at the mountain, behind the Genryusai, with a heavy explosion, Hogyoku power hit. And the ashes of Yama, Mangenryu also slashed Aizen Sosuke, who was finally fused with Hogyoku. Bang! A condensed yellow-red flame track flashed across Aizen. At the same time, Yama, Motoyanagi was also enveloped by the violent and terrifying Ryotsu shock explosion. Boom! The most powerful bombardment since the beginning of the war appeared directly. The fierce energy surging, the terrifying sword aura of Kanhuo Teidao is still shooting. The barriers have cracked gaps under this superdimensional power, and the power is about to spread out and cause a shock, and it is directly blocked by Sha Tian's palm. An invincible sword was attached to the two black truth-seeking ball-long swords beside him, and directly rushed to suppress the riot. It's really messy. Leaking it out must not make Marineford's already broken ocean more overwhelmed. Advertisement, Sha Tian said to herself, her mind turned. To build an arena palace, you also have to create a shining enchantment to protect the world. Sha Tian looked at the beginning of the violent scene in front of him, was steadily declining, and then looked to the left. Shan Menyuan Lu's body is already in tatters, dripping with blood, and his beard is missing. Mostly, his eyes are closed, and his breath is extremely weak. You're not dead yet, I almost thought you couldn't live anymore. Sha Tian looked at the mountain with a smile, Ben said. This old guy contributed Zanpakuto's 3 powerful skills to himself. This time, coupled with the Hogyoku of the Shinigami world and so many Zanpakuto powers, you can try to comprehend the brand new 6th style knife technique. Shan Menyuan Lu glanced at Sha Tian, but had no strength to speak, and directly fell freely downwards. Below, a group of severely injured or thrown Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo and others all watched the battle with trembling eyes, until the mountain, Captain Moto fell down, and they tried to catch him. Diaresis, you lost. Mountain, captain of this team. Sha Tian said to Aizen, who was initially influenced by Hogyoku. The powerful and terrifying Ryotsu appears again. 1. The flesh quickly gathered together and recovered. It is still the final fusion form, but a black scar can never be recovered in the place where the mountain. Really? Look at this person. At this moment, an abrupt group of black balls appeared in Aizen's original position. Aizen Sosuke's strength is constantly rising rapidly. With a fist in his hand, the momentum impacted the barrier of Sha Tian and said arrogantly. Aizen Sosuke became more and more arrogant as Hogyoku evolved. Aizen Sosuke, who looked a little embarrassed, looked at the mountain below. The finger also pointed down. Start, Kurosaki Ichigo, who began to run wild. In just a few seconds, Aizen Sosuke appeared again. Sha Tian, the 13 Guardian Court team and this old guy have all lost. Now, who else can stop me? What surprised Aizen Sosuke even more was that after Hogyoku completely merged with his body, he defeated Yama, captain in a group of Shinigami. Hogyoku once again had an incredible change. It can evolve itself again. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Aizen Sosuke's voice was full of joy after victory. Yama, Mangenryu's state at this time is not far from death, and there is no way to recover. Chapter 181. Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen Sosuke looked down, and Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryotsu at this time was huge and terrifying, skyrocketing. Sha Tian also looked at Kurosaki Ichigo below with great interest. This is the protagonist of the Shinigami world, possessing the power of Quincy, Shinigami, and the Void. Judging from the current power, this is the hollow mode that has completely opened the runaway. If you want to fight, come up and fight. Sha Tian still held his arms, and said to Kurosaki Ichigo, who started to run wild, with interest in his eyes. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo will defeat Aizen Sosuke, who opened the final form ahead of time and almost killed Yamamoto Motoyanagi. Kurosaki Ichigo glanced at Sha Tian, knowing that this person really maintains the barrier that protects the world. Without saying anything, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Aizen Sosuke. The form of the whole body began to change greatly, and the consciousness also began to run away. A completely hollow state with horns appeared. Bang! There is no unnecessary nonsense. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo has no sense of self, and only knows to attack the current Aizen Sosuke. Aizen Sosuke looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's hollow indifferently, with no expression on his face. Do you think such Kurosaki Ichigo can threaten me? Aizen Sosuke was a little disappointed in his heart, and rushing to fight was nothing more than a keep it down until you know it. Sha Tian shrugged, her face was unclear. Fight for a while, it's best to use this skill of Wu Yu quickly. After learning by myself, I am afraid that I can easily help myself integrate what I have learned and comprehend a brand new sword style. Aizen Sosuke feels disinterested in the face of Kurosaki Ichigo, who is running away. He completely avoided Kurosaki Ichigo's attack while twisting. Kurosaki Ichigo continued to attack without retreat during the rampage, and even sent out a terrifying Sero attack between the horns. The result was blocked by Aizen Sosuke, unscathed. Stop playing. It's your turn, Sha Tian. Aizen Sosuke lost interest in such Kurosaki Ichigo. Kick Kurosaki Ichigo directly to the face with one kick. Turning around, I want to do something to Sha Tien. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was kicked, also recovered, and Ryotsu burst, to stabilize his body, panting heavily. Hollow's power is still too weak to deal with Aizen Sosuke. It seems that I can only use this trick. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo watched Aizen Sosuke threaten Sha Tien, and immediately pulled out Zanpakuto, his eyes flash with determination. The last. Crescent Moon Chong. The coercion of Shinigami's power flows on the body. Zanpakuto began to respond to Kurosaki Ichigo, and began to incorporate Kurosaki Ichigo's right hand. Kurosaki Ichigo Zanpakuto is the strongest, and it can only be used one time. The Shinigami below supported Yamamoto, who had fallen into a coma and was dying, with eyes throbbing, watching Kurosaki Ichigo's moves. Sha Tien also hooked out a smile and looked at it. The moment the system was used by Kurosaki Ichigo, it indicated that the final crescent moon was already learned. The most surprising thing is Aizen Sosuke, who is in the evolution of Hogyoku. You can still turn on this state, which is really beyond my expectations. An inexplicable light flashed in Aizen Sosuke's eyes. Maybe Kurosaki Ichigo can really beat himself. This Shinigami power is terrifying. Even Ryotsu and Kanhuo Taito are stronger. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes completely calmed down. His right hand has been completely merged with Zanpakuto, and the powerful Ryotsu on his body has become black and filled his body. Empty crack flashes. Kurosaki Ichigo, Shunpo charged towards Aizen Sosuke directly. With a wave of his hand, the huge sword energy formed by Ryotsu slashed towards Aizen Sosuke. Aizen Sosuke felt incredible at this moment. The last crescent moon rushes. This type of slash can be so sharp. The hand is also not slow. The blade of the right hand is also cut over. Ding! Bang! The slash and the slash collide. Ryotsu pulls each other and explodes. The strong air current set off a strong wind blowing. Ryotsu fragments scattered. Good. Aizen Sosuke looked at Kurosaki Ichigo like an old parent. I am very satisfied with Kurosaki Ichigo's ability to fight against himself in this state. Less proud. Aizen. Kurosaki Ichigo had only battle left in his mind at this time. Defeating Aizen Sosuke, he had already bet on his own Zanpakuto. And the knife in Aizen's hand and Kurosaki Ichigo's knife were directly and quickly slashed, extremely fast and unimaginably fierce. Advertisement. Powerful power. Slashing can easily cause visions in the world, and can also slash most of the ocean, setting off a terrifying explosion. And these visions enough to cause were all cut off by Sha Tien's barrier. The people below and the pirates watching the battle from a distance, the marines, can only show up when they shake the enchantment, the golden light curtain. The powerhouses of the 10,000 realms are one appeared. Newgate, Shiki, Roger, Rayleigh and others have all seen. The horror of the powerhouse in the different world. If Sha Tien hadn't established an enchantment under the fierce battle, I am afraid that this piece of ocean would have completely disappeared. And those Shinigami swallowed and sighed as they watched the battle above. Although Kurosaki Ichigo uses this kind of state that he can only use it once, he will lose Shinigami's power and pull it into the gap with Aizen Sosuke. But as the two people fight each other, even they can be seen across the barrier. Come on, Aizen Sosuke's strength is still rising. Moreover, the slashing wounds left by Kanhuo Taito on his body are healing, and the shape of his whole body is changing. Sha Tien is also curious to perceive the changes of Aizen Sosuke. It was Hogyoku that started to evolve, and it's getting faster and faster. It just so happens that if you complete it, you will learn it directly. Kurosaki Ichigo pulled the distance from Aizen Sosuke with the help of the reaction force, and raised the knife to stand it up. Come and try this trick. Wuyue. Under extremely dangerous pressure, Aizen Sosuke's pupils changed, and the whole form began to change. Kurosaki Ichigo in the battle clearly felt that Aizen Sosuke was getting stronger and stronger. Kurosaki Ichigo's form has changed. I am constantly being suppressed. The huge, terrifying, and oppressive black slash instantly exploded, sent out. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Kurosaki Ichigo's voice is extremely flat, and the black long knife in his hand slashes at Aizen Sosuke. Aizen Sosuke was shocked when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo's current state, and still did not respond. Using it, came to such a state. The power of Menos Grande and Zanpakuto are fused in the body, fully turning on the strongest state. Aizen Sosuke was completely surprised. No month. I was about to directly block the hands, but it was too late. Fully start the last crescent moon. The black cloth like Ryotsu permeated all around his body, his hair turned black to waste, and his face looked like a mask. The power of terror exploded. Fat. Chapter 182. Sha Tien frowned, watching Kurosaki Ichigo slash Aizen Sosuke with the power of Bankai Tensei Zangetsu and Menos Grande in his body. You learned special skills, no moon. The prompt of the system was also in Sha Tien's expectation, and he did not look at it carefully at this time. Instead, the palm stretched out, and the terrifying haki added the sword intent to strengthen the enchantment again. If it is not strengthened, the black slash will cut through the barrier. At the same time, everyone below watched Kurosaki Ichigo's strongest slash Wuyue, and sweat broke out on their faces. Under extremely terrifying oppression, the evolution of Aizen Sosuke Hogyoku is completely completed at this moment, and the body has undergone tremendous changes. At the same time, Wu Yu's slash also arrived in front of the body. In an instant, black completely flooded the barrier of Sha Tien. Except for Sha Tien and the fighting Kurosaki Ichigo and Aizen Sosuke, no one can see what is going on inside. The terrifying black slash smashed Aizen Sosuke's body with unrivaled power, and then surged in a straight line, continuing to move forward until it hit the barrier. On the barrier, Jin Guang and Sha Tien's invincible sword intent burst, sent, and directly blocked Wu Yue. The enchantment has also weakened a lot. Kurosaki Ichigo, who made a blow to destroy the world, couldn't help but look at Sha Tien in horror. I know how terrifying my Wu Yue is. Even Aizen Sosuke cut in half without any resistance, and was directly blocked by the barrier. Look at me. What are you doing? Aizen Sosuke is fine. Sha Tien looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in a starless state for a while and said, "The enemy is in front, look back at what I mean, how can you be so distracted in battle?" It is said that this Wu Yue can indeed defeat the previous Aizen Sosuke, but at the last moment of Wu Yu's cut, Aizen Sosuke has successfully evolved, breaking through to a higher level. I'm afraid this trick has no effect on Aizen Sosuke. At the same time, Sha Tien's Hogyoku power also informed the system that it had also learned evolution. What did you say? Kurosaki Ichigo reacted at this moment and looked at Aizen Sosuke's position. An incredible look. At this time, the black slash all the way has been consumed in the enchantment and dissipated. Advertisement Shinigami below, with Whitebeard Newgate watching the battle from afar, Garp and others all started to see clearly, and they all showed solemn and surprised gazes. Wu Yu's slash directly split Aizen's body vertically. Aizen Sosuke's body is now divided into two halves, the cut in the body is completely black. But at this time, Sisi Ryatsu began to cover the incision like a blue pattern, and the body began to close. Even the Wu Yue who hit me can still maintain his strength to recover. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned, it was hard to imagine the scene before him. Aizen Sosuke returned to the original final stage, gasping for breath. I was really frightened by Wu Yue's slash just now, but at the last moment, he broke through. Hogyoku has evolved to an unimaginable dimension. At this moment, Aizen Sosuke, who was panting, continued the change he had just started. The head began to return to the original human appearance. The wings on the back contracted, and the skull dissipated. All aspects of the human form change, the difference is that the pupils of the eyes still maintain their original appearance. The eyes on the forehead turned dark purple, and Hogyoku also entered the eyes on the forehead and became eye pupils. The knife in his hand was still fused with his right hand. The virtual hole also disappeared, and the figure became stronger and taller. What a fascinating power! Aizen Sosuke clenched the fist of his left hand, and in his eyes even he was intoxicated with the power on the body at this time. Around Aizen, even the air trembled slightly. How can it be? Not only Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned, but the 13 Guardian team below and Yamamoto Genryusai, who was sober, were both frightened. Aizen Sosuke's body, at this time, Ryatsu began to circulate. The cloth strips generally seemed to start from Aizen's body, on to occupy the surroundings flexibly, and even spread out through the barrier set by Sha Tien. At the same time, in the palace of the Invisible Empire. Wearing long black hair and beard, he has a deep and fierce appearance, his pupils are red, and his collar has 3 silver medals. The man wearing a crimson cloak sat quietly in the palace. An indescribable breath filled. Advertisement. A group of star-crossed knights in white uniforms stood below it, with different looks. Fine flowers in front of them, there was like a screen opened in space, and they were peeping at what is happening in the nautical world. Yamamoto Genryusai was defeated by Aizen Sosuke after using Bankai. Then came Kurosaki Ichigo's strongest move. After a month, Aizen Sosuke's strongest evolutionary form of Hogyoku appeared. Unknown power beyond the dimension has faintly passed through the peeping mirror in the palace, and is perceived by everyone in the palace. For the strength of Aizen Sosuke, the people of the Star-Crossed Knights felt a sense of horror. This Aizen Sosuke can reach such an extent. Your Majesty, all Shinigami of Jingling Garden have broken their halberds there. Is it time for us to make a move? While looking at Aizen Sosuke in front of him, Sha Tien used the learned Wu Yue in his mind to create 6 forms. Back to the sky above the ocean, within the enchantment. It is even simpler than tempering one's invincible sword intent in the 5 forms. The only thing is that they have too many moves, and they need to slowly adjust and merge. After all, they can become the 6th form without getting together. I am very interested in the strength that Sha Tien shows. Wide. Aizen Sosuke glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo, as if looking at a dead person, too lazy to talk to Kurosaki, and looked directly at Sha Tien. 0 at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo with a look of horror withdrew from the final crescent sky and became weak, and even Zanpakuto had completely disappeared. Your battle with me is not over yet, it seems, it's the fastest way to evolve in battle. Aizen Sosuke has a high meaning at this time, looking at the Sha Tien in front of him and said lightly. This time, we will not only occupy the Soul Society. When I truly become the Almighty and all-knowing God, every world will completely stand at my feet and tremble. At this moment, the friend Habak sitting above smiled. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. World Fusion. Yamamoto, Kurosaki Ichigo defeated. Aizen Sosuke Ultra Evolved Form. Ha 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 ha. The 6th style knife is not more difficult than the previous non-style. Yuhabak is not concerned about the evolution of Aizen Sosuke, but is full of expectations for the integration of the big world. A fierce color exuded from the red eyes of Yuhabak, staring at the world on the screen. Chapter 183. Then go ahead. Sha Tien also looked back at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had already withdrawn from decline, and stepped forward. It's time to move the hands, and I have finished learning what I have learned. It's time to clean up Aizen Sosuke and reorganize Marineford. Actually, there is no enmity between you and me. I have a suggestion for you. How about surrendering to me and joining my subordinates? With your strength, I will definitely be my most powerful subordinate. Let's fight the world together. Aizen Sosuke admired Sha Tien very much at this time and couldn't help but speak sincerely. Sha Tien was stunned. Then he grinned, grinning louder and louder, and finally burst into laughter. Aizen Sosuke said, "Let yourself surrender." Both Kurosaki Ichigo and Aizen Sosuke laughed in confused. Everyone on the island also saw Sha Tien, who was laughing wildly, crazily looking at each other. This distance is still separated by an enchantment, and everyone did not hear Aizen Sosuke's words, otherwise Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Roger and others might also have belly laughter. Let Sha Tien surrender. This is what kind of arrogant person can feel that his strength is strong enough to make Sha Tien surrender. The same is true for Captain Yamamoto and other captains. What is Sha Tien in this world laughing at? It's really Aizen Sosuke. Who surrenders? Let's fight one first. Surrender. Unexpectedly, this Aizen Sosuke had absolute confidence in his evolutionary strength. Sha Tien couldn't help sighing. Since he came to the pirate world, he has never surrendered to any one person, and the only rocks pirate was systematically arranged just before crossing over. At this time, even Sha Tien's words to Aizen Sosuke still had a trace of anger. Advertisement. Yes, you have to fight a game before you know the gap between you and me. Ryatsu's cloth-like strips were quickly recovered in his body. Aizen Sosuke smiled, moved his wrist, looked at Sha Tien and said. Kurosaki Ichigo was not stared at by Aizen at this time. Seeing the two people who were about to start their hands, they quietly stepped back. A group of soldiers in the sky and the people of Espada all retreated into Hueco Mundo, looking excitedly. Lord Aizen Sosuke is too powerful. As long as you defeat this Sha Tien, you can lead the soldiers to directly capture this world and become the base camp. At this time, Sha Tien walked forward, and the truth-seeking ball grew to appear in the hand and held it, and looked at Aizen in a brand new form indifferently. If you don't see the coffin, you won't cry, Sha Tien. Aizen Sosuke moved all over the purple Ryatsu, has merged Zanpakuto's right hand with a casual wave. A huge Ryatsu knife slashed straight towards Sha Tien. Where the knife light passed, even a black crack was drawn into space, and a peculiar voice rang out, with a trace of thunder and lightning. It directly cut to Sha Tien. The power of this blow was even stronger than the slash used by Sha Tien before. This is after the promotion. I have to give me a starter. There was a smile on Sha Tien's face, but his eyes were full of indifference. The black truth-seeking ball long knife hockey in his hand is covered in wound, and it is also cut at ease. The golden sword energy flashed by with a powerful sword intent, and it directly hit Aizen Sosuke's purple Ryatsu slash. Silent. Advertisement. When the two collided, a horrible black twisted crack was produced, braving a black mist. The slashes of the two people also immediately offset each other, disappearing and invisible. Aizen Sosuke was taken aback for a moment, surprised in her heart. What's going on? Why is this Sha Tien stronger than before? The slash hit by oneself, according to the strength of control, is definitely several times stronger than all previous attacks of Sha Tien. This is completely different from the previous conjecture. Even the captain of the 13th Division, including Kiraku Shunsui, and the General Captain Yamamoto Genryusai were taken aback. Aizen Sosuke in this state can be said to be absolutely powerful and invincible. Even Yamamoto Motoyanagi feels that no one can compete with the current Aizen Sosuke except for the friend Habak. Originally thought that the strongest person in this world, Sha Tien, no matter how powerful, would not be Aizen Sosuke's opponent. I really didn't expect it to be such a scene, and in the invisible imperial palace that uses art to spy. Yuhabahe couldn't help but frown, looking at the figure of Sha Tien holding a black long knife, bewildered. This guy, the beginning of the battle was not so strong. What's going on? When standing there in the blink of an eye, it suddenly became stronger several times. Everyone except the people in Pirate World was surprised. I want to know, what makes you think that Hogyoku's super evolved power can beat me? Sha Tien's hands are covered by the truth-seeking ball long knife hockey, and the golden hockey glows. A horrible momentum burst out from the body. Chapter 184. Chapter 212. The golden slash carried a powerful force in the sky, and it slashed straight towards Aizen Sosuke. No moon. Aizen Sosuke's eyes trembled and looked at Sha Tien incredulously. In a hurry, his figure was locked and unable to escape, with an ugly expression on his face. When the black ray launched on the forehead touched the golden moonless cut of Sha Tien, it had no resistance, and it shot on it without even some waves turning up, and it retreated quickly. Aizen Sosuke was shocked, and Hogyoku, who had become pupils, directly brightened in purple, and went all out to explode. Fat Ryotsu blessed on the black beam attack, strike. Squeak. The dreamy purple Hogyoku power covers the black rays. Suddenly a horrible air pressure was raised, and under the blessing, he finally withstood Sha Tien's moonless cut. Boom. The purple and black Ryotsu formed a huge ball in the air where they met, and finally blocked the golden Wuyuei. His must be Wazu, and it is stronger than the one that Kurosaki Ichigo used to use the power of Shinigami. How is this possible? What is going on? The shock in Aizen Sosuke's heart is indescribable, and it breaks beyond recognition. Yes, at this time you can already block all these kinds of attacks. Sha Tien smiled, no matter how shocked the Kurosaki Ichigo, Yama, Motoyanagi and others were below. However, floating on Sky Island in the distance, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki, such as Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the Pirate World and Ninja World, were agitated. Sha Tien started again, begins to make a move, and such a powerful enemy hasn't let the wind fall in the slightest. Should we go over and take a look? It's too far to watch the battle. Roger looked at Whitebeard Newgate with a look of excitement, and Rayleigh said. The people in the distance looked like the same black, but the power was surging. Everyone turned over by Byakugan, leaning to death. At this time, Aizen Sosuke, who had offset the golden moonless slash, panted a little, his eyes throbbing, looking at Sha Tien. Do you think I'll be scared like this? It's nothing more than a month, and I am not afraid of such moves now. Aizen Sosuke let out a loud roar, and a burst of white light came out all over his body, and then the eyes on his forehead spread all kinds of purple, covering Aizen's whole body. Once again strengthened the strength of the whole body, speed, degree. Furthermore, Wuyuei, this kind of move is not one, can be used directly. With that, Aizen Sosuke will immediately attack Sha Tien and go away. Advertisement, yes. At this time, Sha Tien raised the truth-seeking ball-long knife again, and cut it casually. The hockey energy in the whole body has the characteristics of Ryotsu, and while swinging the knife, it is familiar to Aizen Sosuke, and it is like a terrifying slash like a wave. No month. Aizen Sosuke, whose eyes were completely horrified, faced such a blow, and quickly dodged. Speed. The extremely fast golden slash is straight and straight, I don't know how far it went. The first. The second hit is moonless. Kurosaki Ichigo and Yama, Motoyanagi and other Shinigami all stayed. I don't quite believe my eyes. This is not Aizen Sosuke's illusion, is it? Everyone in the 13 Gode team was dumbfounded, and a little doubted that they were now in the illusion of Aizen Sosuke. This kind of consumes the power of Shinigami, and also integrates the attack of Manos Grande. How can it be used a second time? Kurosaki Ichigo was even more frightened, staggered and almost fell into the sea. And Aizen Sosuke understood. That's definitely Wuyuei, and it's still casually cut out, here. Sha Tien. You are really too horrible and unexpected, a person in a big world really can't underestimate. Aizen Sosuke said in his mouth, and began to work hard to stabilize his heart, God. Today's situation is not calm and the only one who loses in the end is oneself. Just dodging a blow, you can send this kind of emotion? Don't you want me to surrender? Sha Tien looked at Aizen Sosuke indifferently and disdainfully. Raising his hand is another sword without a moon. The terrifying slash reappeared, and the sword was not finished, and Sha Tien raised his hand, it was another sword. 2. Dao without moon before and after 2, the path is cut to Aizen Sosuke. Aizen Sosuke was completely stupid, and desperately avoided one, and the other could only shoot out a black ray that pierced the space again to block it. Boom. The purple-black Ryotsu orb rioted and blocked the golden moonless slash. Aizen Sosuke used Ryotsu all over again, and couldn't help but start gasping again. He really took Kurosaki Ichigo's trick as a casual knife. Advertisement people in Shinigami world are stupid. The Espada Arankar army had already hidden the two halves of the Hueco Mundo, watching the game. At this time, they were all frightened and fell to the ground. The horrible atmosphere made them all sweat. The friends of the Invisible Empire who saw through the space screen couldn't help but stand up, and the people of the Star-Crossed Knights also looked at each other, their eyes revealed incredible. This Sha Tien is also too amazing, too powerful. Then you also try my strongest trick. Aizen Sosuke is crazy. Intention of madness burst from the body, from the top, sent out. Sha Tien is indeed terrible and terrible. Even Wuyuei this kind of attack can be cut out afterwards. But he did not launch the real strongest blow. Immediately the lines spreading all over the body lit up with purple light, and Aizen Sosuke was wrapped in. Ryotsu rises like mist, revealing a strong sense of oppression. The power of Hogyoku is fully opened, and the purple lines have even spread to the body of the fused sword, on the right hand. A wave of ripples vibrated and the electric light scattered. Aizen Sosuke is like a Sero, and the huge Ryotsu is completely compressed in itself. If the abrupt whole person shoots the ultimate Sero towards Sha Tien, the blade in his hand is in front, piercing the way, and pulling out a terrifying black line. Facing the strongest offensive since the battle, Sha Tien is still calm. Boom. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. His own power has been completely stabilized, and with the improvement of the progress, Aizen Sosuke's power over Shinigami's world dimension is completely unremarkable. Armament hockey on the body is wrapped around the truth-seeking ball blade, with the color of black gold. After a distance of more than 10 meters, Aizen Sosuke was directly blocked. The barrier of Sha Tien was not maintained at this time and was completely shattered by the shock. Aizen Sosuke stretched out to the speed almost like light. The space he was experiencing was distorted, and the space thunder package appeared. The strongest blow did not even pass through Sha Tien's bodyguard hockey, only the cracks in the cracked space exuded powerful suction, swallowing the surrounding energy, and slowly healed as the purple retreated. Bang! Aizen Sosuke was in front of the sword, and kept shrinking the distance until he couldn't make any progress at all. The bursting purple Ryotsu energy ball is huge, and it wraps up the entire sky. A terrifying explosion. Fat. Chapter 185. The purple energy receded, and everyone's sight and perception gradually recovered. This, Yamamoto was completely shocked. The Shinigami, such as Kurosaki Ichigo and Kyoraku Shunsui, looked at the scene before them tremblingly. Sha Tien still stood on the spot with the knife, plainly watching Aizen Sosuke, who kept his posture, being thrust into the air by the color of black and gold armament hockey. The purple lines all over his body were full of gray smoke. Aizen Sosuke stayed there all over. Based on oneself, it turned into the most powerful Sero attack. This move has completely surpassed the dimension. Breaking the space is a piece of cake, and it is countless times more powerful than all the previous attacks combined. Unexpectedly, it was blocked like this. Even the dark red eyes of Hibak, who was watching the game, revealed shock. Aizen Sosuke's attack just now, even he couldn't handle it, so he had to evade his sharp edge and stay far away. The life and death of being hit was unpredictable. Is it the strongest blow? Very good. My armament hockey was pushed back 10 meters by you. It broke out very strongly. The corner of Sha Tien's mouth raised a smile, and said with approval in his eyes. It's like the tone of approval from the predecessors. Aizen Sosuke's whole body was shocked, and an uncomfortable feeling came to his heart, silent. Haven't waited for anything to say. A horror reached the ultimate, and the frightened breath of Aizen Sosuke rose from Sha Tien's body. Boom boom. The clear sky blasted thunderbolt. A sword intent is formed from Sha Tien, the terrifying power spreads, and the whole world can clearly sense it. A sense of invincibility. This is Sha Tien's sword intent. This is really too exaggerated and terrifying. Everyone was stunned, turned their heads and looked in the direction of Sha Tien. Over there, various phenomena of heaven and earth were forming. Hurricanes are blowing in all directions. Rocks above Mariajoy. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, etc. on the floating island. Keita Curry, the Three Plagues and others, and Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral who went to their respective sites at sea. Advertisement in the ninjas of the Hokage world, Luffy and other supernovas, are all attracted. Even in Soul Society, all, Hueco Mundo, can clearly feel the horrible sword intent that Sha Tien rises up. Powerful, vast, invincible in the world. This level of power. Is this the horror of the strongest man in the world? Both Uebach and the Star-Crossed Knights looked at the Sha Tien on the screen and the whole person turned into gold, and there was that terrifying world vision. Even the space here is shaking. At this moment, friends Hibak understood that even he was not an opponent of the strongest. It's too powerful. Aizen Sosuke at the scene couldn't even move. The majestic and invincible sword intent is like the whole world oppressing him, let alone moving. The current Aizen can't even make a sound. Hogyoku's eyes on his forehead were directly closed. The eyes below were extremely dull, and my heart was completely filled with fear. Is this going to die? Yamamoto Motoyanagi and other Shinigami couldn't move their eyes, cold sweat flowed back. With this distance, no matter how far they escaped, they would be affected by the aftermath. And at this time, there was a strong golden light in Sha Tien's eyes, and the truth-seeking ball-long knife in his hand was slowly raised. The power of the ninja world, the power of the Shinigami world, coupled with the power of his strongest hockey system, combined with the invincible sword intent to start brewing the sixth sword style. The powerful and terrifying power even passed into the void. The sky above Sha Tien's head, at this time, condensed a spiral of void black fog, and the thunder was braving the dark blue thunder. The sea was undulating, and the lava on the bottom of the sea began to erupt. Heaven and earth vision, the real end of the world is coming. At this moment, everyone's gaze and perception are on Sha Tien's side. Suddenly, all visions came to a halt. At this time, Aizen Sosuke was completely frightened. I wanted to speak, I wanted to ask for mercy, but at this time I had no time to make a sound. The golden light in Sha Tien's pupils, the truth-seeking ball-long knife in his hand is slashed against Aizen Sosuke. The golden light flashed by. Soon everyone's eyes could not see clearly. Almost when Aizen Sosuke was still in shock and panic in his heart, he was already divided into two halves. Afterwards, starting from the position where Sha Tien's body was, a terrifying wind pressure began to impact. Advertisement boom. Even the black mist in the sky was directly blown away by the strong wind, the sea sank, and the erupting seabed molten lava rolled upside down. Yamamoto Motoyanagi, Kurosaki Ichigo and others fell directly down, and many members of the Ryotsu resistance were blown away by the wind pressure of Sha Tien's knife. Aizen Sosuke, who was divided in half, finally reacted. Suddenly the body still had a sword intent and couldn't recover at once. Immediately on the two halves of the body, there was a bright purple light with gray lines, one after the other, directly fleeing towards Hueco Mundo. In the air, the speed could not be increased. With just such a slash, Aizen Sosuke lost his heart against Sha Tien. What did he say about surrender? What did he say about conquering the world? This knife of Sha Tien directly slashed and damaged Hogyoku, and his own strength was not saved, and if he did not leave, he would not even have the ability to escape. And Sha Tien just took a look. Aizen Sosuke tried to run but didn't stop him. The end of the world just now. Sha Tien left her hands. Kurosaki Ichigo and others were even more shocked when they heard it. Yamamoto Motoyanagi's tone trembled, and he muttered to himself in a cold sweat. Even the friend Habakar himself was in deep shock, constantly thinking about what would happen if he confronted the strongest man, and whether he would have a chance to fight with this sword. 6 forms have to be deduced again. As for Aizen Sosuke, it doesn't matter anymore, he ran away. I still felt a little bit worse when I waved the prototype of the 6 forms. For example, I just kept my hand when I cut the knife. If I cut the knife completely, then it is not just as simple as Aizen Sosuke. Sha Tien has taken a knife and left his hand. No one thought that this was just a cut of Sha Tien's semi-finished products, and because the power was not solid enough, Sha Tien was still not satisfied. Too much leaked after the mighty force. In the invisible empire where Yhwach was located, there was already silence. At that instant, the energy of the vision between heaven and earth dissipated. Everyone was shocking just now. Sha Tien changed the world, with a terrifying knife. Diaresis, if you don't keep your hands, I am afraid that none of the people present will be spared, and everything will be wiped out under this attack. It takes a lot of effort to kill him with other moves, and it is too troublesome to catch. Hueco Mundo. I have thoroughly studied my own moves at this time. Number good. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. As for those present, only Yamamoto Genryusai saw it. Chapter 186. The Shinigami world has bordered in, and after all this, I'm afraid I will have to merge in completely. Sha Tien, who had not pursued, looked at the projection above and began to fade, but the signs of fusion did not stop at all. Sha Tien shook his head slightly. At this time, the population really increased sharply. Look down at the Shinigami of the juvenile Gode team, who has a dull face and hasn't recovered. Sha Tien didn't speak either, and flew towards Whitebeard Newgate and others in the distance. This group of Shinigami is still more kind, and there is no threat to his own world. On the floating marine fort, everyone saw Aizen Sosuke's body in 2 halves and fled desperately. They passed the passage and fled back, all smiles. After this fight, with Aizen Sosuke's defeat and escape, victory was won. Seeing Sha Tien flying over slowly, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, Garp and others were also happy and excited, and the island greeted the past. Captain Sha Tien is invincible. Kaido was the first to shout at this moment. The admiration in his eyes made no secret of it. Roger and the others also laughed. They didn't think Kaido's flattering behavior was wrong. Sha Tien also showed a smile when seeing everyone and landed on the island. Everyone have been waiting for a long time. Ashamed, you are fighting for the world and fighting the strong, but we can only watch from a distance. Whitebeard Newgate shook his head and said lonely. He is also one of the powerhouses in this world. Now that the 10,000 worlds have appeared, he can't resist even the aftermath. Roger, Garp, Kong, Wu Admiral and others all showed this expression. This is really uncomfortable and ashamed. You don't have to worry about getting frustrated, it's enough if you don't have enough strength to cultivate. Seeing that Whitebeard Newgate and Roger both had this expression, Sha Tien couldn't help laughing. Do you think everyone is a pervert genius like you? Golden Lion Shiki's attitude towards Sha Tien is the same as before, but he can't help but feel emotion. Not only the people of Pirate World, advertisement. The same goes for the brothers Sasuke, Naruto, and Senju Hashirama in Ninja World, as well as Uchiha Madara. A sense of powerlessness with insufficient strength. It will inevitably be uncomfortable for people who were at the top of their own world not long ago to discover that they are like cannon fodder. Sha Tien also understood. At this time, he looked at everyone's expressions and laughed loudly. If we don't have enough strength, we just need to cultivate. If my aura guides you to improve our strength, aren't you afraid that you can't be strong? Roger and others were all startled, looking at Sha Tien without knowing why. Haven't we been promoted? I didn't upgrade you. Actually, it's all your own qualifications. I just helped you shorten this time. But now, let's go to Mariajoy to fix the group of celestial dragons and build the palace of 10,000 worlds. Sha Tien said with a smile. Her eyes looked in the direction of Mariajoy. Observation Hockey perceives that Rox has solved all of Mariajoy's guarding power at this time, and is gathering celestial dragons together. Everyone smiled and nodded immediately. Marines Sengoku, Kong and others have also abandoned the role of celestial dragons in their hearts. Afterwards, a group of people flew to Mariajoy mightily. Yamamoto Genryusai and Kurosaki Ichigo looked at each other and sighed deeply. The world merges, everything will change. Let's go back and cultivate first. Supported by Kyoraku Shunsui and others, Yamamoto and Shinigami also flew into the sky and returned to Soul Society. At the same time, Hueco Mundo, Sha Tien's terrifying knife intent divided Hueco Mundo into 2, and the space crack and thunder flickered, slowly recovering. Fortunately, Aizen Sosuke's Suya Palace was not beheaded. At this time, Aizen Sosuke's body had just healed and recovered, and he returned to the Shuyi Palace with the remaining espada. The place where Aizen Sosuke was cut open by Shotien still carried a hint of pain. The remaining knife intent left an indelible and recovering dark wound on Aizen. At this time, Aizen Sosuke suddenly covered his head loudly and painfully, and let out a scream. The purple lines on the whole body began to shine, and then slowly flowed back to the third eye. Hogyoku in the third eye was shaking and shining violently at this time. "You don't recognize me," Aizen Sosuke pressed his forehead and screamed. Advertisement. The eyes are even more incredible. Hogyoku actually wants to leave his body. Aizen Sosuke is useless to stop it, and the pain of Hogyoku's separation is maddening. In the end, he escaped. Aizen Sosuke, who was sweating profusely, also began to degenerate, and slowly, his body returned to its original appearance. Strength. The decline has returned to its original level. Everyone in Espada watched with horror on Aizen Sosuke being forcibly separated by Hogyoku, but no one spoke, watching tremblingly. "I will let you recognize me again." Aizen Sosuke's tone was full of unwillingness and determination, and he pushed Hogyoku from his hands back to his chest. Aizen Sosuke, who has lost the complete integration of Hogyoku, has fallen to an unimaginable level. At this time, Shotien and others also met rocks at Mariajoy and started to discuss. Hashirama, Shiki and others will build floating Malin and palaces, and then make 2 extra-large islands as the ring of the world, and Shotien will set up an enchantment. Rox sat in a chair and said casually. Shotien sat on the top seat and nodded. It's good for them to think about these things, and prepare to improve everyone's strength later. Then do it. The red line is actually Marineford. Those of us can stay and practice in this holy place. Golden Lion Shiki listened to Rox and smiled. Having said that, Hashirama nodded to Shotien with a group of ninjas, and walked out with Golden Lion Shiki and Fujidora. Walking out along the road, celestial dragons kneeling on the ground one after another. I plan to capture all of these celestial dragons and gather them for live execution. What do you think? Rox looked at the ground and knelt. The expression of horror was fixed by celestial dragons with a cruel smile. These celestial dragons have been controlled by that Sasuke's illusion. Of course, it's fine if you make the decision, Captain Rox. Shotien was sitting, thinking about whether the friend of Shinigami's world would come, and she couldn't help laughing when she heard Rox's words. Just call me Rox. Rox also laughed, and his heart was very happy. Shotien is so powerful now that he still treats him like before. Then Rox stood up and smiled sternly. I'll catch all the celestial dragons outside one by one, and execute them publicly in 3 days. Chapter 187. 3 days passed quickly. In a short time, a huge, brand new Marineford has been established in midair. Looking up at Mariajoy is the New World Gate, Marineford Floating Sky Island. Above, the ninja army and Hashirama and others, as well as Golden Lion Shiki, Fujidora, Aokiji and other Lobier people with special abilities, have worked together to build the Palace of the 10,000 Worlds. Below the magnificent floating sky island, there is a square-shaped ring that is as wide as the land. At this time, everyone in the pirate world once again gathered in front of the direct broadcast screen. The Holy Land of Celestial Dragons on Mariajoy Square. Newgate, Shiki, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, as well as Rox standing on the execution table with a butcher knife, all stood with a sneer at the corner of their mouth. Roger, Garp and others stayed beside and stood with complicated eyes. Shotien sat on a luxurious throne in the middle of everyone. All celestial dragons knelt on the ground, their faces terrified, but their bodies couldn't move. The big newsman Morgans was also arranged for Mariajoy to host the live broadcast of the execution of celestial dragons. Especially seeing Roger, Whitebeard Newgate, as well as Rox, Shotien, made Morgans extremely excited. The 800-year rule of the world government is coming to an end here, all because of the great sword god. Morgans looked at Shotien sitting on the main seat among the crowd with a look of admiration and a calm look on Shotien. The execution of celestial dragons will start immediately. At the same time, in the palace of Hueco Mundo, Aizen Sosuke looked ugly at the Godei 13 Shinigami who came from Soul Society to trouble him. Aizen Sosuke, you were actually prepared. Shan, Bengenri Usai looked at Aizen and his espada with solemn expression. The Shinigami captains behind him are also waiting. After returning 3 days ago, everyone planned to quickly recover their injuries. Taking advantage of Aizen Sosuke's serious injury by Shotien, they rushed to get rid of Aizen Sosuke and his Arrancar army. Sure enough, as soon as they entered Hueco Mundo, everyone rushed to the Suya Palace without any hindrance. Here, the full strength of Aizen Sosuke is gathered, and it seems that the mountain is right. Waiting for a long time, Shan, Captain this. Aizen Sosuke's ugly complexion is due to the intent of a knife on his body. The remaining breath is painful all the time. Do you think I wouldn't expect you to kill a carbine? It's a pity that you only came here for 3 days. It seems that the injuries are not minor. Aizen Sosuke said with a faint smile. Advertisement. Even if I can't fully exert the power of Hogyoku right now, I'm just afraid of Yama, Motoyanagi and others. Besides, Kurosaki Ichigo has lost Shinigami's power and is temporarily absent. Be prepared and wait for us to come, so what if you are to be completely eliminated today? Shan, the captain screamed. Kiraku Shunsui and others behind him immediately started with Bankai without reservation, and planned to defeat Aizen Sosuke in one fell swoop. Just when the war is about to go, 1. A voice came over, making Shan, Ben Genryusai's eyes change drastically. Mountain. Ben Yuan Lu, you still look like this. A crimson cloak with a silver badge on his body. Yuhabak and the Star-Crossed Knights opened a passage from the sky and appeared. Yuhabak. Shan, Motomuki was shocked at this moment. Why did Yuhabak appear here? This is Hueco Mundo. Aizen Sosuke's expression also changed, and he looked at Yuhabak's thoughts inwardly. This is a real monster, the ancestor of all Quincy. There are a lot of Bankai in this. Let's go. Yuhabak showed a cruel smile to Soul Society's Shinigami, waved his hand, and the 30-odd Star-Crossed Knights behind him immediately have charged up. On the other hand, Yama, Motomoto Yanagi stared at Yuhabak and Aizen Sosuke. This time I really fell into a desperate situation. Facing these two guys at the same time, his side has already fallen into complete passivity. Aizen Sosuke and friends Habak looked at each other, frowned slightly, and took a step back with his subordinates. No matter what this terrifying guy wants to do, all he has to do now is to save his strength. The Star-Crossed Knights and Captain Shinigami immediately started the battle. Ryatsu scattered, the space trembled. Shan, Momotoryu couldn't stand by at this time, but Yuhabak held the Lingzi lightsaber and blocked it. At this time, the captains of the various teams also began to liberate various Bankai Zanpakuto forces. It was at this moment, find flowers. Friends Habak laughed. The Star-Crossed Knights all took out the silver badges on their bodies. Stars. Hold the star at Shinigami, who is about to Bankai, and take away all the abilities of Bankai. And the person who captured it can also use the power of its Bankai. Advertisement including Yama, Monmoto Lu did not expect that Bankai was taken away by the Star-Crossed Knights almost when the battle was about to become frenzied. You, Shan. The old man is angry. A terrifying Ryatsu burst, sent out in an instant. The entire area has become extremely depressed, and a scorching breath is slowly rising. Capture Bankai. Come and try to capture me, Bankai. Pung. A terrifying flame came out from the body of the mountain, Motolyu. The people of the Star-Crossed Knights looked terrified and really faced the mountain. Ben Genryusai only knew the horror of this old guy. I hurriedly used the stars to capture the mountain, Motoyanagi's Bankai, but found that it had no effect at all. Campfire is too knife. Finally mountain, Bankai of Motoyanagi is on. At this time, the friend Habakar walked forward directly. With a bang, all the rising flames began, has gathered on the mountain, Zanpakuto of Motomoto Yanagi. Then Yuhabak immediately started. The beginning was divided into two halves, and was directly annihilated by the terrifying temperature, Guang. The friend Harbak on the opposite side was directly horrified. You can feel that the surrounding moisture is directly evaporated without having to feel it. The temperature of the entire Suya Palace has begun to rise sharply. Shan, Momoto Lu's eyes were blank with anger. The temperature of horror begins increasing madly. While everyone's attention is on your body, you can kill or wound your friend Habak first, so that you have a chance to break the game. Is it the oldest Zanpakuto, really powerful enough? Remnant Fire Teidao. Bei, Ashes of Heaven and Earth. Kiraku Shunsui, who had been robbed of Bankai's power, and the other captains led everyone back with pale faces. Shan. The sound of Ben Yuan Lu's Ba hasn't fallen, and the ashes of heaven and earth slashed directly through Yuhabak's body. Success to death. This time, I will kill you again. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Too close. The burning fire is two knives to burn even one's own. The people of the Star-Crossed Knights couldn't help but sigh secretly. Chapter 188. Something's wrong. It's not just Shinigami who feel wrong. Even Aizen Sosuke was taken aback. Isn't it possible? Shan Motolayu's residual fire Teisho is indeed powerful, and it is not surprising that it was cut and annihilated. But why was it cut? Aizen Sosuke thought to himself, at this moment. The mountain that was slashed very quickly, Benyuan Lunyen's complexion changed drastically. A terrifying sacred arrow came directly through the air. Kanhuo Taito, west, the blazing sun prison clothes. A huge flame rose on the mountain, the hot flame formed the coat on the body. The sound of pung blocked the sacred arrow shot. The flame burst at the same time. The real friend Habak came out with a terrifying aura. The air is trembling slightly, trembling. This is the real friend Habak, really cunning. Aizen Sosuke couldn't help but sigh secretly. Use a fake body first, then come out in real body. Why? I saw your Bankai. Yukabak's dark red eyes were filled with coldness. While walking, he took off the star on his body. You. Mountain. Ben Genryusai is completely speechless. The despair in my heart came out. This is not 1,000 years ago, nor is it in Soul Society. Habak is the former friend, and Aizen Sosuke is the latter. The rest of Shinigami have been robbed of the power of Bankai. Sterization. Yuhabak showed a smile, and the star in his hand aimed at the mountain. Benyuan Lu, the star starts, start. This time, the real friend Habakar directly captured the Bankai of Shan, Motoyanagi, and the fire is two-sword. You lost Bankai, do you still want to struggle? Yuhabak looked at Shan, Ben in front of him, and said to Shan, Ben with an ironic smile. A black knife appeared in the other hand, killing the cross knife. All Shinigami were panicked. Jing Ling Ting Go Day 13 This, secondary is the whole army wiped out. Advertisement Lianshan, the head of the team has been taken away from Bankai's power. Enjoy your death, Yama, Ben. Yuabok smiled cruelly, and was about to kill Shan, Ben Yuan Lu. Even Aizen Sosuke narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the space of Hueco Mundo began to vibrate. A projection of the world appeared in the sky. On the projection, it was the scene where Sha Tien, Rox and others executed celestial dragons. This is, the people of the Star-Crossed Knights didn't finish their words, and disappeared in the same place abruptly, leaving only the space ripples open. Even Hibaker was shocked. This is, the world has merged into one. One after another, the people of the Star-Crossed Knights and Yuhabahe were all teleported by the space ripples, and, Hueco Mundo, only left Aizen Sosuke and Yama, Motoyanagi and other Shinigami. It's really fast, and it's also fast, at the same time. The execution of celestial dragons is being broadcast live to the world. Rox killed the celestial dragons who were kneeling on the ground with a single knife, and their faces were full of killing. Sha Tien sat on the luxurious main seat and watched quietly with his chin. This is finally here, and celestial dragons are going to die today. Sha Tien suddenly looked up. World space has just had an unusual reaction. 1. The big world is completely integrated. Then, a burst of white light flashed, and black mist emerged. A group of people were teleported directly over Mariajoy. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Garp, Monkey D Dragon and others were all taken aback. Their eyes cautiously looked at the group of people who suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone else looked at the sky in amazement. Yuabok and the Knights of the Star Cross appeared there with a dazed expression. Who is this? The pirates were all taken aback. What's the matter? These people suddenly appeared. It seems that the fusion of the world has been transmitted. Sha Tien raised his head, and the golden light in the eyes of friends Habak who looked at the sky flashed. What a coincidence. The execution of celestial dragons was also suspended. Advertisement after the live broadcast, people in the world could not help being attracted. Is this someone from Otherworld? In midair, the friend Habaker, who was still holding the cross knife in his hand, looked dumbfounded and watched the execution in Mariajoy's square below. This is the execution scene on the projection. The people of the Star-Crossed Knights looked at the scene in front of them and glanced at the audience. Including Yuabok, it was like this until I saw Sha Tien sitting on the main seat with indifferent eyes. His pupils shrank, and my heart was shocked. Why happen to be teleported to this guy, in? Friends of Habaker scolded secretly in their hearts, a little panicked. This was too unlucky. He was about to kill Shan, Ben Yuan Lu. He didn't succeed, and was teleported to this terrifying guy. Come down. Sha Tien looked at the friend Habak in the sky, and the voice came over. Habak and more than 30 Star-Crossed Knights reacted, and immediately fell into the square. Newgate, Rox, Garp, Monkey D Dragon, and everyone present looked curiously. What can be felt is that this friend Habak is very strong. And none of the white uniforms behind him are simple, and the momentum is even stronger than the Espada a few days ago. Your Excellency, in the next friend Habak, I was sent by the fusion of the world, and I didn't mean to offend. A group of people fell, and Yuabok said to Sha Tien who was sitting firmly in the center with a little sneer. This made the eyes of Aizen Sosuke and Yama, Hongenri Yusai and other Shinigami who looked at the world projection all fall off. Thinking of the horror of that day, both friends Habak and Star-Crossed Knights are horrified and terrified. The ambitious guys can't underestimate all of them, to see how they can stretch and bend. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Looked at the friend Habak for a long time. This is, that friend Habak. At this time, facing this strong, it is best not to do it. The current friend Habak is still not sure to fight against the terrifying Sha Tien. Yuabok, son of the Spirit King, do you know me? Yuabok did not say that it was a specific snooping, but that it was a projection. There is no problem with attitude, expression, or tone, and he is full of respect. Sha Tien smiled. The eyes looking at Yuhabaker were a little surprised. The momentum that shakes the two great worlds, even the Spirit King is still alive. Unless you can become omniscient and omnipotent, you will have absolute certainty to deal with this supreme being. This guy is really interesting. It turned out to be so. It wasn't until the Star-Crossed Knight behind Yukabok was a little uneasy that he started to ask. 3 days ago, you saw through the projection during the entire battle of your Excellency, and I admire the strength of your Excellency. Sha Tien was also taken aback when seeing the performance and tone of friends Habaker. Appear unexpectedly and disturb your execution. May I ask you what your name is, and I will visit again next time. Chapter 189. The friend Habak at this moment just wanted to leave as soon as possible. The sense of horror that Sha Tien brought to him was really too strong. Even looking at the figure sitting in front of a group of people, faintly, his own spiritual power is fluctuating in his body. It seems to be dodge fear. The same goes for everyone in the Star-Crossed Knights behind, and they can obviously feel the turbulent feeling of oppression, following the rules of friends Habak. Especially, don't be Hazard, his eyes are shaking. Except for the sense of danger on Sha Tien's body. He can also feel the horror of friends Habak. Your Majesty would be so frightened. The Golden Lion Shiki, Newgate, Roger, Rayleigh and others around Sha Tien, Garp, Monkey D. Dragon and others all have a calm expression. I've seen Sha Tien's fighting and feel ashamed, and the respectful appearance to Sha Tien is not all normal. And in the current, Hueco Mundo, Mountain, Motomoto Yanagi, Kyoraku Shunsui, Broken Bee and others peeked at each other, with surprise on their faces. Is this the best friend 22 Habak and the Star-Crossed Knights? Broken Bee blinked, with a complex color on his face. Just a few minutes ago, everyone had just taken away the power of Bankai from their bodies. And now, Yuhabak and his subordinates are respectful, standing in front of Sha Tien with a friendly face. This kind of contrast is really uncomfortable. That, the strongest man in the world is indeed extremely powerful. The horror cut 3 days ago was enough to make Yuhabak feel powerless. Mountain. Ben Genryusai escaped from the dead, still with cold sweat on his old face. What these captains don't know is that the stronger the person, the deeper the horror of Sha Tien can be felt. Yuhabak, it's in this state. At this time, Aizen Sosuke and Arankar Manos Grande behind him were both in the distance, and they did not continue to face the mountain. Motoyanagi, Kyoraku Shunsui and other Shinigami out. Hand, looking at the projection. Shaw sitting lazily on a luxurious chair Dien. His eyes revealed unwillingness, fear, and doubt. This person has an unspeakable feeling. Feel. His body, even the power of Hogyoku and Shinigami. What the hell is going on? Aizen Sosuke sighed deeply. 1. The strongest of this world. Who will the strongest of this world be? Yuhabak, Kurosaki Ichigo, or yourself? Behind him, everyone in Espada also had cold sweats on their faces. Advertisement. They didn't think about it as much as Aizen Sosuke. What people like Stark and others are thinking is that all the ancestors of the Quincy, a terrifying figure who easily defeated the 13 Guardian team, turned out to be so respectful in front of that Sha Tien. Even if they had seen the horror of Sha Tien 3 days ago, they still couldn't understand it. Who is Yuhabak? Judging from what Lord Aizen told them, this is a godlike character. However, it was this kind of friend Habak, who brought Ishida Yulong, Hazard and nearly 30 Star-Crossed Knights to ask what to say in front of Sha Tien. What I want is to leave quickly. Don't worry, Yuhabak. Sha Tien laughed, and this guy had just resurrected at this stage, and his courage was weakened. I was afraid I would kill him directly. Am I so bloodthirsty? The world is merging. Your invisible empires, Hueco Mundo, will eventually merge. Anyway, you think you look respectful and obedient in front of me, don't I know who you are? Sha Tien stood up, walked 2 steps forward, and said with a smile on his back, and there was a meaning in his eyes that I knew who you were. Yuhabak's heart suddenly changed, and his eyes changed drastically. This Sha Tien, apart from being the son of the Spirit King, also knows other things. Pakaja, Bangbi Ada and other Star-Crossed Knights are even more sweaty on their faces. Doesn't this one want to let them go? This friend of Habasama is not sure to beat him, not to mention the fact that more than 30 people on his side have to face the thousands of local power masters here. Your Excellency means. Yuhabak squinted his eyes, and his fierce face was uncertain. He himself couldn't grasp the idea of Sha Tien, but he didn't directly make a move. Is it because he wanted to fight against Aizen Sosuke? Sha Tien looked at the complicated-looking friend Habak and the Star-Crossed Knights who began to sweat and grinned. You can go. Before you go, you can start out. Hand attack, hit me. There is only one chance, time, how about it? It doesn't seem to be good to kill it directly, after all. Habakar was very respectful when he came up, and he didn't make a move for the world first. They are neither good nor bad, nor bloodthirsty. Let them use their skills to learn and acquire the abilities of the Quincy, and they will have all the abilities of the Master Shinigami world. The power of Shinigami Zanpakuto, the power of Manos Grande, the power of Hogyoku, and the power of Quincy. All one. To get out. Hands. The Star-Crossed Knights are stunned. What do you mean by this? Yuhabak was also taken aback. Advertisement? You mean, all of us can work together to attack you, just one of you? Hazard, who has always been calm, couldn't help asking with his eyes wide open. This surprised them all. This Zeon is too confident. Work together, hands, unleash the strongest attack, attack. It is also possible if you are wounded, or killed directly by people like yourself. Yes, no one in this will make a move, but you have to use the strongest move to attack. I want to see how powerful your Quincy is. Sha Tien said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Shiki, Newgate, Roger, Rox, and even Garp, Sengoku, Kong and others all have a weird look behind them. They understood the purpose of Sha Tien all at once. Cut it all in a while. After the execution, we will release the hand. Yuhabak's heart changed sharply, and Ishida Yulong and Hazard all looked at the friend Habak, whose expression changed. At the same time, the execution was carried out very quickly. If you don't fight, you will run away. Then he sat back in his chair and looked at Yuhabak. Make eye contact with Hazard and others behind him. Execute these celestial dragons first. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This is to learn their skills. Just let them go if you don't let them go. If you don't let them go, looking at Sha Tien's appearance, I'm afraid it's not so easy to let them go. This is a good opportunity. This Sha Tien is too arrogant, if it is still used by them, it would be impossible to kill directly. As long as this is killed, all the people present will not worry about it, and the whole world will be all at once. Here it is. In Sha Tian's tone, there is indifference. We have agreed to your request. Don't blame us after you release it. It's still dingy, thinking of something horrible in my heart. At this time, Yu Habak returned to his calm mind and decided to seize this opportunity. Sha Tian looked at more than 30 people in front of her, turned her head and smiled to Rox, Shiki and others and said. Chapter 190 Finally, under the witness of the whole world, the celestial dragons gathered by Mariajoy and the whole world were all executed under Rox's hands. The sea circle calendar of the nautical world also ended the 800 years of rule of the world government. With the demise of celestial dragons, the world has entered into the real world age. On the square of Mariajoy, Rox put a ferocious smile away, put away the long knife, glanced at Sha Tian and walked back. Newgate, Shiki, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others also narrowed their eyes and stepped back a little. The entire square was vacated. Come out. Only Sha Tian and friends Habak sitting on the chairs and nearly 30 star-crossed knights were left. Bring it on. The expression of Sha Tian's eyes revealed the meaning of secret expectation. What is the difference between the power of the Quincy and the power of Shinigami? As far as I know, the use of Ryotsu's control seems to be better than Quincy. Friends such as Habak and Hasward, the star-crossed knights and others all stared, and the Ryotsu on the body began to flow. Defeat Sha Tian in one fell swoop, the bloody outfit. From the beginning of Yuhabak, the surrounding little spirits start collection, combination poured into the body, and the blood vessels on the body are like mysterious lines, begins to appear on the skin. A high-level skill that uses spirits to infuse blood vessels to increase destructive power. Hasward, Ishida Yuryu, Pakaja, Yaskin, and the rest of the letter Starcross are all started this change. After the flow of Ryotsu and the injection of the soul, a series of terrifying powers came from the bodies of the friends of Habak and the Star-Crossed Knights. The airflow started, as a riot formed a storm, and the surrounding clouds started high up in the sky, how surging over, forming a black cloud backwards, and lightning flashes. You learned the skills to control the spirit of the atmosphere, the current progress. You learned the advanced skills of the Quincy, the bloody outfit, the current progress. As soon as it started, the abilities of the two Quincy masters were hinted out in Sha Tian's mind. This is just the beginning. Sha Tian is still waiting, nodding slightly. The Ryotsu of this friend Habak is really strong, and he is about to catch up with the evolved Aizen Sosuke. The biggest boss in Shinigami's world is truly extraordinary. Advertisement boom. The inverted clouds in the sky began a violent roar. Many members of the Star-Crossed Knights stood behind Yu Habak, a peculiar connection from Yu Habak's body, connected with the Star-Crossed Knights behind him. Soul recovery, power, Yu Habak shouted, and the power of the Star-Crossed Knights behind him began to pour into themselves, and their power was gathering. This is an intention to temporarily collect back the power that he has bestowed, and set together to launch an attack. Unexpectedly, this person is really so powerful. Roger, Garp and others behind him were surprised and exclaimed. As soon as this friend Habak started, he didn't show much power, and he was extremely frightened at Sha Tian when he came up. At this time, when the power was revealed, it did have the power of destroying the world a few days ago. Friends Habak, who had temporarily recovered his power, opened his eyes wide and took a deep breath. Sense of self, I feel that I have enough power. Immediately he took out the star badge in his left hand, and raised the cross knife in his right hand. Bankai, campfire is 2 knife. Captured the mountain, Bankai of this Genryusai, and you can also use the star friend Habak to use it to burn the sword. Sha Tian's eyes narrowed. When did this friend Habaker seize the mountain, Ben Yuan lose Bankai? But Kanhuo Taito combined with the strength of the Quincy is still not enough. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. You have learned the soul-giving ability, which can bestow power to people other than yourself, and the system version can complement the power bestowed by yourself, and the advancement of progress can increase the power you can bestow, up to 50%, current progress. Sha Tian couldn't help being taken aback, and then overjoyed. The power bestowed by the soul of Yuhabak. To put it simply, this skill of the system version is not about sharing power. It's just that this skill has the effect of controlling his life and death. If you want to use it for other people, you must inform in advance. Even so, Sha Tian also imagined that most of the other people would not refuse, and fortunately, he didn't directly chop Yuhabak. The skills of this guy are very useful to him. At this moment, Yuhabak held the Bankai burning sword, and the terrifying temperature began to rise, and waves of heat surged in all directions, making everyone feel the heat in the body. Advertisement at the same time, Reiko also began to gather, and was ignited on the residual fire Taito, forming a blue sword flame where the power of Shinigami and the power of Quincy became one. Even the space around the blade was rippling with cracks flashing out, and the space black mist suddenly appeared. This B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* cursed with hate. Yohabak is actually using the mountain, Captain's Overfire Taito. The mountain viewed in Hueco Mundo. The Genryusai and Shinigami captains are even more ugly, and the fire of anger in their eyes burns. Aizen and Sosuke looked at the terrifying offensive attack of Yukabak with his solemn eyes. This friend Habak is really powerful, and even in a super-evolved form, he can't have such a terrifying attack power. The flame lifted the giant knife down, and even the air was instantly drawn away, and a huge space crack appeared along with the fall, heading towards Sha Dian with the power that was enough to destroy Hueco Mundo, with a single blow. I was really indifferent to let myself complete this offensive. With the roar of Uabok, the cyan flame burst out, forming a huge flame giant knife, instantly evaporating all the water in the surrounding space. Kanhuo Taidao merged into Ling's line to become even more, strengthen the big flame. Fortunately, they were not affected by the same source of power. Sha Tian's face was indifferent, her brow wrinkled, and her terrifying momentum exploded. Send. I'm talking about the strongest attack, what are you? Sha Tian also wrinkled his brows and stroked his fingers towards the sky. A super large enchantment directly envelops this vast sea area, isolating the aftermath of power and the resulting shock. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The space is shaking. The star-crossed knights such as Hazward were excited. Uabok thoroughly combined the two powers of Zanpakuto and Lingzi, and his eyes also revealed a fierce force. With a slash like this, even this Sha Tian can hardly resist it. Even the water in this piece of ocean will be completely evaporated. Nuo Ma Jiao, Yi. Sha Tian couldn't help but was inspired in his heart. In this way, we merged power, and there was a feeling of complete qualitative change. At this time, before thinking about it much, Uabok took a solemn expression and cut it at Sha Tian. This degree of temperature is even scarier than the original Kanhuo Taito, which is simply unimaginable. Diaresis, it's this super-dimensional power again. It is easy for this world to produce a vision and form a natural disaster. Campfire is two knife. Chapter 191 cut through the space, bringing together the power of Lingzi and Kanhuo Taito, slashing with terrifying power. The three big worlds who come to Daxia Unicom can feel the explosive power. The power of horror can be clearly sensed here. Zaraki Kenpachi's whole body was stunned, with a look of horror on his face. Yama, Motomoto Yanagi, Kiraku Shunsui and other Shinigami eyes widened and shocked. It's only the first time that Uabok has been used, and he actually made a cyan flame's aftermath of a sword attack, strike, and it is incredibly powerful. Even Aizen Sosuke thought at this moment that even if Sha Tian used that knife, it was possible to take this blow. But Sha Tian was still sitting on the throne, his eyes narrowed unmoved. These are still insufficient for the current Sha Tian. Your own strength, even oneself can hardly define which dimension level. Facing the cyan flame vertical cut, Sha Tian's eyes condensed, and the terrifying conqueror's haki surging out. Click. The ground of the square at the foot, including this large piece of red clay, the land was shaking for a while, and instantly, cracked. The golden conqueror's haki formed a light curtain, and the semicircle hit the cyan flame directly. Boom! In an instant, Uabok's offensive came to a halt. The cyan flame burst instantaneously, turned into pieces of sparks, and was directly dissipated by Sha Tian's incomparable conqueror's haki before it was scattered. The threat of terror brought to an abrupt end. The moment before it was thunderous, the rolling clouds were suddenly blown away, and the sky was clear. The terrifying heatwave temperature also dissipated, and the invincible conqueror's haki even hit the faces of friends of Habak and the Knights of the Star-Cross. A cold sweat broke out on their heads, and their bodies, upper looks like 1,000 mountains are pressed down. Soon, Sha Tian's conqueror's haki destroyed the attack of Yuhaba and also withdrew. His face was indifferent. What Kanhuo Taidao plus the power of Lingzi, in Sha Tian's view, it's not that no matter how strong one's own power is, it is vulnerable to a single blow, and conqueror's haki alone is enough to directly disintegrate. Compared to Sha Tian's indifferent, everyone was completely stunned, with an indescribable expression. The rocks behind him, Roger and others all knew that Sha Tian's indifferent expression didn't pose a threat, even if it was this type of flame slash that was enough to burst the space. But I didn't expect that Sha Tian sat on the chair and didn't even move. Conqueror's haki would get it done. This pervert is stronger again, I don't know how much. Advertisement. Roger covered his face with his hands and shook his head and said with emotion. How long is this? Just past, people like myself are not even 1% of him. Rox nodded in approval. A complex look. The stronger Sha Tian is, the more advantageous it is to our world. Kong took his own thoughts and looked at Sha Tian, who was full of invincibility, and said, with such a shelter from the strong, at least the world would not still be brought in by the people of the 10,000 realms. The rest of them were looking at Uabok and others with emotion, and they were even more refreshed in their hearts. The Star-Crossed Knights were all horrified, unbelievable, and even some dim-sum trances were shocked by Sha Tian Conqueror's haki. Hueco Mundo. Aizen Sosuke's fingers trembled slightly, and he looked at Sha Tian sitting on the seat with a gloomy expression, with a sense of decadence in his heart. Directly blocked it with the power of aura. Only for 3 days, he is stronger again, and it's not even a little bit. Such an enemy is really invincible. Is it still fighting like this? Yama, Matsumoto Yanagi, Kiraku Shunsui, Zaraki Kenpachi, Shattered Bee and many others, Shinigami were stunned. Zaraki Kenpachi. The broken bees were all a little confused by their shocked thinking. They couldn't even speak, their fingers trembled and pointed at Sha Tian on the projection. That's it, no more. Shan, Ben Genryu sighed, took a deep breath. For the first time in 1,000 years of life, I experienced such an unimaginable scene. Use the power of deterrence to crack and increase the power frontally, the terrifying residual fire Taidao attack. This is equivalent to a look that stares Soul Society away, as suffocating. In this case, the eyes of the star-crossed knight, Ishida Yulong, Hasward and others are all protruding. How is this possible? Basby with the letter H was scared directly, sat on the ground, full of fright in his heart. Kanhuo Taito plus ultimate controlled Reiko and Ryotsu, the one-shot burst, flash, out, come even one. A small space can be destroyed directly. As a result, Sha Tien didn't even move the fart, stock, a golden aura swept past, and everything collapsed. Yu Habakar looked at the badge in his hand, and an unimaginable sense of complexity came to his head. Advertisement, he said. Not enough. Yu Habak squeezed the star badges into a ball, his expression of horror converged, and he raised his head and looked at Sha Tien with a firm gaze. No matter what, people just sit there and fight on their own. Is this there to make you lose the desire to do it? Can you bring me a little spirit? Sha Tien's tone was impatient, and she looked at the friend Habak and said, with the power of Shinigami, I cannot learn more of the power of the Quincy by myself. Especially, not the complete innate ability of Yu Habak. Sha Tien is very interested. A complete study is a good thing for the entire pirate world. Yu Habak lowered his head and did not answer. The momentum on his body is constantly improving, the dark red cloak flutters, and the red light flashes through his eyes. The cracked stones and mud on the ground floated up. The world has begun, violent fluctuations have begun. Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, or even this world are all absorbed, speeding up the development of integration. At this moment, all the forces of the Quincy began to be mobilized by Yu Habak, forming a wave, passing through the walls of the world to gather on the body of Yu Habak. The real strongest blow. Yu Habak completely let go, crazy cohesive strength. Sha Tien's eyes are also bright. Yes, this is the energy. From the gathering and exploding power of the friends of Habak, the system continuously analyzes and learns the power. You learned the symbolic power, world harmony. You learned the symbolic power, enforcement. You learned the symbolic ability, crit. Even the symbolic abilities given to the letters in the Star-Crossed Knight Order were learned one by Sha Tien. Most of the power of Yu Habak is this abstract ability. For example, let Sha Tien harvest the biggest, all-knowing and all-powerful, semi-finished product. Although it is not complete yet, even if it is not complete, it will be improved by the system as the progress improves. It is even possible to directly develop a profession similar to Quincy in the same way as Yu Habak. Chapter 192. Maybe we can consider using this ability to create a new swordsman together. Sha Tien grinned, looking at the crazed friend Habak of the boosting power. This guy is really a treasure ability. Just when Sha Tien's thinking diverged, while learning the ability of Yu Habak, while thinking. Yu Habak has finally started to make the strongest blow. In the sky directly above Sha Tien, a ripple waved away in a circular shape. Yu Habak, a terrifying Ryotsu begins in the sky. Here is the gathering of huge souls. In the ripples, a touch of cyan began to appear. Following the control of Ryotsu on Yu Habak, a huge arrow emerged from the wave. 10 meters, 100 meters, kilometers. The huge arrow is thousands of meters long, braving the terrifying Ryotsu breath, pointing directly at the top of Natsu Ten's head. It's like a nuclear bomb hung above a person's head, and a sense of horror that it is about to fall at any time. At this time, Sisichinyan started from the arrow, begin to burn. The airflow in the sky is accelerating, and a tornado is gradually formed, which wraps Sha Tien into the eye of the wind. The mighty power is like the essence, plus the appearance of the tornado. The ground under Sha Tien's feet collapsed instantaneously. Only the chair and Sha Tien are safe and sound, still looking at Yu Habak. Sanctuary praise. World-destroying arrow. With a roar of Yu Habak, the power of the whole body has been unreservedly brought into play, and its power is shown by the use of the method of sanctuary praise and salute. Boom. The sky darkened, and all the gravel and mud around it floated, or it was swept up by a tornado. The terrifying arrow of destruction in the sky also began to spin with the sound of friends of Habak. The sound began to spin, and the cyan fireworks started along the tornado, madly accelerated. Even the cyan flame spread to the tornado, and the power of wind and fire connected the sanctuary praise arrow and the tornado. The entire space vibrated violently, and Sha Tien's golden enchantment was also like a golden circular barrier, blocking the power of the vision inside. This is going to completely destroy everything. The golden lion Shiki behind could not help but curse secretly. Once again, he has an intuitive understanding of the strength of Yu Habak. Thousands of world powerhouses, really one more than one, a horror. Rayleigh was also shocked in it. This is still the barrier blocking the power, otherwise this alone would be enough to cause irreversible harm to the world. Advertisement. This trick is even more powerful than the extremely hot flame knife just now. Newgate looked at the madness in the sky, Sha Tien in the madly spinning arrow and the flame tornado. These otherworld moves are more powerful than one. The expression in his eyes is full of emotion. As for Sha Tien to lose? No one thought about it. Regardless of whether Sha Tien can resist, as long as Sha Tien falls, this world can only give in. There is no difference between what you want and what you don't want, but people in the pirate world believe that Sha Tien will not be defeated. He will definitely push all the way, defeating all the powerhouses of the 10,000 realms. On the other side, the entire Hueco Mundo, was in tremor, and Yuhabak drew the power of the Quincy to accelerate the integration of the two big worlds. Aizen Sosuke didn't pay attention to this, but stared at the world destroying arrows in the sky and Sha Tien in the eyes of the wind. Yuhabak's blow. Sha Tien, how do you withstand it? In addition to the tremor in Aizen's eyes, there is still deep anticipation, wanting to watch Sha Tien be killed and defeated. Far away from Aizen Sosuke, I was going to evacuate to find Meino's Grande first, to find a way to recover the power of Bankai, Shinigami, Zaraki Kenpachi and other Shinigami were also shocked by the momentum passed over. Look up at the giant arrow that is thousands of meters in size on the projection. Oh my god! Is this the power of Yuhabak? The broken bee couldn't help it and let out a cry of exclamation. The original Kanhuo Teidao combined with Lingza's slash was scary enough. This terrifying attack is so heartbreaking to look at it, magic drama, and the powerful aura on it can be transmitted through space. This is the son of the Spirit King, the ancestor of the Quincy Master, Yuhabak. Shan, Ben Yuan Lu Bao yelled, and pulled back the people who had fallen into the sanctuary praise and extinction. This attack has hidden magical effects. Even the breath can affect the captain of the guardian team behind the boundary. Shan, Ben Genryusai sighed deeply. Eye pupils trembled and looked at Sha Tien on the projection. You can withstand such a terrifying blow, the strongest. Sha Tien, who was in the center of the storm, stood within the unaffected range. He looked up at the huge arrow above, and shows, the terrifying power and indefiniteness were given by the friend Habak to enter. Find flowers, even the illusion, all kinds of things have joined the fusion? Advertisement. Sha Tien looked at it, her eyes were a little surprised. Yuhabak was crazy when he saw it, he didn't think about anything else, he just increased his power and wanted to kill himself in one fell swoop. At this time, the sanctuary prays. The arrow of extinguishing the world begins to fall. Rumble, a loud noise. As the spinning arrow begins to fall, the tornado becomes more violent, and the cyan flame, fire becomes more hot. And Sha Tien was unaffected in the center, and even Haki did not release it. At this time, the surrounding air began to compress vigorously. The ground below was completely shattered, and the air had already knocked out the huge pit before the arrow fell to the ground, exposing the red clay below. 0. You learned to praise the sanctuary, the current progress. You learned the sacred arrow skill, the current progress. The sound of the system also reminded me to come over. Sha Tien knows that this friend Habakar is already at the limit. Except for ability, omniscience and omnipotence, almost all of them have been learned. This is a bit powerful. Looking at the power of the arrow, Sha Tien's truth-seeking ball-long knife appeared in his hand. Last time I stopped letting you see the real 6 forms, so let's let you see it this time. In the tornado mingled with the cyan Lingzi flame, Sha Tien's sound came out faintly. Hearing Sha Tien's words, Yuhabak's eyes widened, and a trace of terror flashed in his heart. My strongest blow is about to fall. At this time, what does Sha Tien mean by this sentence? Bang! In an instant the sound came out, an invincible blade intent burst from the tornado, sent out, come. Even the giant arrow that began to accelerate its fall has stagnated a little. Afterwards, the entire tornado exploded, the cyan flame disappeared, and the rotating strong wind extinguished. Sha Tien's whole person is golden light flowing, and the black twisted cracks on the truth-seeking ball-long knife in his hand are scattered. Even the giant arrows with terrifying power are completely frozen in the air. Penetrating the void, the endless radiating sword intent slowed time. Yuhabakar was completely discolored, terrified, and he looked incredible. How is this possible? Guang. Chapter 193. The 6th form has been thoroughly perfected by Sha Tien in these 3 days. The cohesion of power not only did not leak as before, but also made Sha Tien's sword intent to a new level. Even the 7th formula has began to take shape. At this time, completely let go of the 6 forms of Sha Tien standing in the air. After the start of the terrifying 6 forms, Yuhabak's strongest blow was completely plunged into a slow fall. Yuhabak is completely stupid. Looked blankly at the power on the long knife in Sha Tien's hand that made him terrified. The black cracks are wrapped like lightning, wrapped in the blade, the power of horror is completely concentrated in it. Sha Tien showed a smile to friends Habak, raised the truth-seeking ball-long knife, and slashed at the huge arrow that was affected above. At this moment, the world in everyone's eyes was only left. Sha Tien cut out that one, to wipe the golden knife light. Praise to the sanctuary. The current strongest blow of Habak, the friend of the destroyer arrow, was directly slashed. Click. In an instant, the arrow was chopped into countless pieces. Before the power was leaked, it gradually faded and completely turned into nothingness. What spirit, what various symbolic powers, all are truly annihilated under Sha Tien's 6th-style sword light. The knife light cut through the arrow, and in a flash, it felt like a head plunged into the water. Under a wave of ripples, the knife light disappeared into the air. 1. A black hole spread out, and soon disappeared again. Whitebeard Newgate, Roger, Garp, Sengoku, Monkey D. Dragon and others all swallowed and looked shocked. Sha Tien's 6 styles. Even Rox stared blankly, his expression shocked. The giant arrow of the friend Habak covering the entire Mariajoy was smashed away in an understatement. At this time, everyone's mind flashed through the words Sha Tian had said the most. Is it difficult? I'll see it at a glance. Really a monster like genius, soon. Sha Tian will be invincible in all realms. Advertisement Rocks sighed deeply. At the beginning, I was just a fun and promoted cadre, but now I have become the strongest man in the world. The scary thing is, how long is this? Ishida Yulong of the Star-Crossed Knights, Hasward and the others turned their heads hard to look at each other's side, and they all saw the color of fear in their eyes. What kind of powerful ability to use this kind of terrifying move? Ace Knot screamed out loud, and his heart, who represented fear, was already occupied by fear. The others were even more cold and sweaty, their complexions pale. During the period when time was slowing down just now, everyone in the Star-Crossed Knights felt that their life master was in the hands of Sha Tian. The sense of smallness and powerlessness, feeling entangled in my heart like a nightmare. At this time, Hasward and the others didn't even realize that their Quincy power had returned to their bodies. Yuabok looked at his hand, then looked at Sha Tian who had recovered from sitting back on the chair lazily in front of him, speechless for a long time. The heart, in a trance, the focal length in the dark red pupils, begins to spread. There is fear, shock, and self-doubt in his heart. In the mind, Sha Tian slowed the time and cut out the knife light. You can go now. Sha Tian waved his hand lightly and sat back paralyzed on the chair that was still floating in place. 2 ways are enough to destroy most of Soul Society's terror attack. Sha Tian never forgets to protect his chair. After speaking, he didn't look at his friend Habakar and others and moved his finger. Earth-style technique and wood-style technique are launched. The ground around began to recover. As for the body of celestial dragons, it had already been reduced to ashes when Yukabok used the Bankai Kanhuo Taito. Until the ground started the vibration recovery, and everyone in Yuhabok and the Star-Crossed Knights reacted. Sha Tian let them go. Yuabok suppressed the fear in his heart, did not dare to look directly at Sha Tian's figure, he was relieved. Go. Seeing that Sha Tian had already ignored them, and then turned around and took Hasward and other nearly 30 people to leave. Everyone no longer pays attention to Yuabok and others, but gathers around Sha Tian again. Sha Tian informed everyone of the newly learned soul-giving abilities, and proposed a plan to become stronger. Advertisement 1 is to bear part of the power of Sha Tian itself, the price is that the life will be completely master in the hands of Sha Tian. Another one is to be honest and to guide the improvement of Sha Tian's breath. If you want to become stronger, go directly to Pangu City. After the notification, Sha Tian talked to rocks and walked to Pangu City. And in Hueco Mundo, Yama, Moto Genri Usai and Kiraku Shunsui, Shattered B, Zaraki Kenpachi and Shinigami were all shocked. It's unbelievable. That, a Sha Tian is enough to kill the invincible sword intent of a world. And that is the most powerful attack of Yuhabok. It's such a big sacred arrow. Rukia Kuchiki swallowed her throat, staring at the projection blankly, muttering to herself. There was no movement at all, and Lingzi's arrow just disappeared. Because the power dimension of the strongest person has completely surpassed Lingzi. Yama, Motomoto Unagi reacted from the shock, and said solemnly to the Shinigami. Shan, Ben Genri Usai said solemnly to the crowd, his eyes throbbed, glanced at Sha Tian, turned around and took the Shinigami who hadn't slowed down for a long time, and left quickly. After all, Aizen Sosuke was around. The Star-Crossed Knights of Yuhabok with his heart, God shocked, returned to the Hueco Mundo, Void Knight Palace again. How can such Sha Tian be defeated? This is no longer as simple as the power of transcending dimensions. The Shinigami who didn't know much all looked astonished, and felt more intuitive about the power of Sha Tian, and the shock in their hearts became stronger, and cold sweat broke out. What kind of explosion, Ryatsu's direct confrontation, no energy impact, etc. At this moment, the space fluctuates. The face of Espada remaining behind him was extremely ugly, cold sweat flowed back. At present, what is needed most is to obtain virtual power to restore Bankai's power. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sha Tian's 2 swords are like a magical thought lingering in the heart, head, and the sense of fear can't go away. Possibly, our world can only be achieved by a fully alive Spirit King. But now, Yuhabok is gone, and they are the strongest in this world. I am afraid that they will not go again if they don't have enough power. Our jingling garden is the most dangerous. The strongest Sha Tian will not come to help them kill Aizen Sosuke and friends Habak. Aizen Sosuke looked at Hogyoku on his chest and was lost in confusion. At this time, Aizen Sosuke was shaking, trembling, and a sense of powerlessness filled his heart, head. Kiraku Shunsui shook his head and said to Rukia in a trembling tone. It is true that the power that completely overrides it has been cut, and it is completely disintegrated. Lingzi will be instantly annihilated. Chapter 194 Yuhabok and the 30 Star-Crossed Knights left Mariajoy in despair, then flew to the space channel and returned to Hueco Mundo, again. As soon as he stepped into Hueco Mundo, Ishida Yulong, Hasward and other Star-Crossed Knights all breathed a sigh of relief, and finally stopped holding on, panting with horror in their eyes. Your Majesty, what kind of person is this? It's terrifying. Arkans with the letter D swallowed his throat, and couldn't help but, shakily said to his friend Harbok. 1. A completely invisible person. Yuhabok's pace also slowed down, the incredible and negative tone obviously still in his heart. People, can you reach this level of terror? Or he is the real strongest man who was born from many big worlds. Yuhabak and the Knights of the Star-Cross were silent for a long time before speaking slowly. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Hasnold and others slowed down and asked. Yuhabak closed his eyes, and then opened them again after a long time. Restored his tough gaze. He was born with omniscience and omnipotence. As long as he opened 22, he might not be able to contend with that Sha Dian. Go to Suya Palace first. A cruel look flashed in Yuhabak's eyes. Continue to kill the guarding team of the Jingling Garden, and then grab the power of the Spirit King, and completely perfect the omnipotent ability. Afterwards, he took the Star-Cross Knights to the Shu Yi Palace. When they arrived, Shan, Ben Genryu Sai and others had already left. Only Aizen Sosuke and Espada looked at friends Habak with inexplicable eyes. You can come back safe and sound, you have already escaped from the dead. As soon as they met, Aizen Sosuke looked at Yu Habak and said. There was no sarcasm in the tone, more like a sigh. Yu Habak looked at Aizen Sosuke in front of him and Hobyoku on his chest, walked up to the steps of the Suya Palace, and sat down drastically. 1. A king of an invisible empire. 1. A king of Hueco Mundo, like an old friend started the conversation. I am indeed not his opponent at this stage, but you should know who I am. He may not be incapable of dealing with it. Advertisement. Yuhabak folded his hands and said with a serious face. What do you mean is that you have the means to deal with him? Sha Tian is such a terrifying strongest person, what ability can deal with? Aizen Sosuke touched the Hobyoku on his chest, and said with a lonely tone. Even if Hobyoku is fully opened, plus Yu Habak's recovery of all the power, it is far less. Yes. That is. Omniscience and omnipotence. Yu Habak turned his head, the dark red of his eyes seemed to flash, revealing indescribable power. He looked at Aizen Sosuke. This is the omniscience and omnipotence of the Spirit King. Aizen Sosuke seemed to think of something, and said seriously after his face changed. All-knowing and omnipotent are not just the ability to predict the future, but the ability to change the future. As long as I fully acquire this ability, I can even help you once again control the power of Hobyoku perfectly. The more Yu Habahe thinks, the more he talks, the more excited he gets, so he can definitely deal with that Sha Dian. In that case, after removing the big threat of Sha Dian, the world that inspires 10,000 realms can be captured. When my friend Habak said so, Aizen Sosuke's eyes lit up. He naturally knows the ability to be full-time and all-round. To deal with Sha Dian, maybe it is really possible. Then we work together to get rid of that Sha Dian. Aizen Sosuke looked at Yuhabak with a look of excitement. Aizen Sosuke is not interested in any battle in the world, he is most interested only in killing Sha Dian. Friend Habak is also very optimistic about Aizen Sosuke's abilities, otherwise he will not patiently talk with him, and the two people immediately got together and planned to attack Soul Society. Espada and the Star-Cross Knights knew that they were about to cooperate, and they also began to prepare for each other. The world is merging, and soon the two worlds will be completely merged into one. Aizen Sosuke looked at the spatial projection and said solemnly. In case of an abrupt teleportation from the previous, we wait for the two worlds to be merged before we can move, and now we must gather all our forces to prepare. Yu Haba's heart also burst, and the immediate teleportation brought by the last fusion directly sent him to Sha Dian's face. For the sake of safety this time, wait a bit longer. Aizen Sosuke nodded in agreement. At the same time, Yama, Motoyanagi, Kiraku Shunsui, Shattered Bee and other Shinigami all returned to the Palace of the Soul King, trying to obtain the power of the virtual to get back the power of Bankai. The other side. Advertisement. The nautical world, the holy place Mariajoy. Sha Tian once again gathers all the people in this ancient city. Whitebeard, Newgate and Marco, Beasta, Ace and other squad captains. Kaido and the Three Plagues, 6 volleys. Charlotte Linlin and Kata Curry are 3 stars, Vinsmoke George and others. Redhead Shanks and Ben Beckman, Yasop and a group. Revolutionary Army Monkey D. Dragon, Sabo and a group of people. Rocks, Golden Lion Shiki, Roger, Rayleigh, Shaki, and Doflamingo, Hawkeye Mahawk. In Marine, a group of Vice Admiral, Garp, Sengoku, and Kong are all present again. On the other side, Sasuke, Naruto, Senju Hashirama, and other senior leaders in the ninja world also all returned. Now we are facing a world one dimension higher, and in the future there will be a higher dimensional world to open up the passage, and your strength is relatively low. Sha Tian spoke bluntly to everyone, low strength is low. What did you think about what you proposed last time? Should you choose to be directly strong, or spend more time on your own practice? Sha Tian continued to speak to everyone with a serious face. The power bestowed by the soul is terrifying. With Sha Tian's current limit progress, the individual physique can reach up to 40% of the power of Sha Tian's body. 40% is enough to reach the first use of the power of the 6th sword style. One can imagine how powerful this is. You only need to receive the gift of Sha Tian to reach 40%, and you can immediately surpass the Aizen Sosuke of Hobyoku fusion. But in the same way, if you receive this power, you will have inertia and self-suppression of your own power improvement. I'm still used to my own power. Rox shook his head. He was about to kill Blackbeard and get back his dark fruit ability. As for Mara Mara fruit, forget it. With rocks starting to talk, others also expressed their thoughts one by one. Sha Tian looked at it quietly, and after a while, it was completely opened. Many people have chosen to give, such as Doflamingo, Volley 6 and others. And Roger, none of these heavenly prides chose to bestow the power. Chapter 195 in Mariajoy, the enhancement of everyone's overall strength is proceeding very quickly. Doflamingo, the 3 plagues, the 3 generals, the Volley 6, and the deputy of each pirate group such as Marco, the captains and many people in the ninja world have all received the gift of the soul of Sha Tian. Suddenly, in time, the strength soared. Marco even reached 35% of the power bestowed by Sha Tian. Doflamingo and Katakuri also account for 25%, the rest are around 10%. Sha Tian couldn't help grinning happily when looking at the people whose strength was soaring. 10% seems to be very small, but as far as one's current strength is concerned, it is a newcomer to the 10,000 realm level. Hockey, fruit ability and physical strength are huge leap forwards. Playing Espada is the same as playing. The people who received the gift couldn't believe looking at their palms, and the power surging in their bodies shocked them all. Is this part of the power of the sword god Sha Tian? This is too exaggerated and terrifying. During the 3 plagues, Jack stood in a daze. At this time, Marco, who had the greatest promotion, burst out with a blue flame, overwhelming the sky. Incarnate into a phoenix form that is even bigger than Pangu City. The ancient, strange atmosphere permeated. Let everyone look at the bottom of their hearts with amazement. Even Kaido has an impulse in his heart at this time, and immediately go to receive the gift of Captain Sha Tian. Sha Tian didn't care about the ecstasy after these guys got the power, turned to rocks. Roger and others nodded. A terrifying void force connected everyone and started to guide them. With the omniscience and omnipotence ability of Shangyu Hibakar, they directly led everyone into a wonderful state. You are the pillars of this world, and future peace still requires your own efforts. Sha Tian looked at the people who closed their eyes and plunged into the ascension, and sat quietly on the chairs. In the void, more worlds are being attracted, led over. I hope that I will not cross the world that is too large in the future. Time passed quickly. Under the guidance of Sha Tian, the power of Roger, Rocks, Whitebeard Newgate and others have grown again, reaching the level of combat power in 10,000 realms. Afterwards, everyone also discussed and decided to take turns to station Marineford Palace an arena of 1,000 worlds. And Sha Tian is just casual, and Sha Tian also doesn't bother to care about these trivial things, and he doesn't even understand the current situation on the sea. But according to Monkey D. Dragon, the world situation has initially stabilized thanks to the efforts of the Revolutionary Army. Advertisement Marine has also become completely independent and has become the true justice army on the sea. It has branches all over the world. Wherever islands and land merge, and some people appear, Marine will lead the past to negotiate and inform some of the world as soon as possible. Basic things, love. If you encounter a ferocious enemy, you will also be able to solve it by hand. When you can't beat it, once you send a message, the flying thunder god mark you carry on your body will light up, and a group of big guys will suddenly appear to drown the enemy. In this way, the 2 worlds were completely integrated in a piece of silence. This world appeared in the vast west blue, bringing in the entire land, one by one, and one person. The Revolutionary Army and Marine also arrived soon to negotiate. Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, are also fully integrated. The Suya Palace has appeared on a certain island. And the Spirit King Palace in the Jingling Garden appeared on the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the rumbling sound, the spatial fusion ripples spread out, and a huge building directly covers most of the Sky Island. The residents of Enel and Sky Island were shocked inexplicably. A huge and magnificent palace appeared suddenly. What's going on? Enel touched his ears, and he was stupid. Fortunately, his incarnation quickly turned into lightning, and he was almost crushed to death. I'm sorry to have taken up your place. This is the result of world integration, and we can't help it. At this time, Shinigami appeared at the gate of the Soul King Palace along with Yama, Manganryu and Kiraku Shunsui, and said to Enel and others. The other Shinigami looked at the island in the sky in surprise and looked around. It is also your misfortune for the Spirit Palace to appear in this. Lee will soon become dangerous. You move out of this, mountain. Ben Genryu Sai said solemnly. Friends of Hibak will come here at any time, and these original inhabitants will face great threats. However, Enel and others couldn't listen at all, and they were all angry. We have to move away if we smashed our place. Enel was furious, and his thunder and lightning began to flash like a thunderbolt. It's not a joke with you, I'm really sorry, this is not our intention, you should leave. Kiraku Shunsui persuaded again. This guy braving the thunder and lightning has some strength, but he can't see enough in front of them. Brontosaurus, Enel didn't listen to them, and immediately started the attack. Advertisement what danger, robbed the place and looked as it should be. In the face of Thunder Dragon's blow, the terrifying voltage came first. Kiraku Shunsui and others had no choice but Shikai Zanpakuto to withstand the thunder and lightning and rushed up, to fight Enel. There is no doubt that Enel is not the opponent of the Guardian team captains at all. He was beaten with a bruised nose and swollen, and reluctantly evacuated Sky Island with others. Diaresis, if the danger is removed, we will find you and come back again. Kiraku Shunsui shook his head and watched Enel and the others. Enel was startled when he heard this sentence. Does the appearance of this mysterious palace in this really bring unimaginable danger? He sighed inwardly in my heart. and Enel landed from Sky Island and looked back again. Sky Island. Gone. The residents of Sky Island were stunned, with horrified expressions on their faces. The huge island disappeared completely in a blink of an eye. How can this be? Enel turned into lightning and rushed to the original Sky Island location, only to find Nuo Lee's, an invisible barrier blocking him, even turning into lightning and unable to pass through. Then a series of skill attacks. Attacks in the past are like stones into the sea, without any waves. However, all this is when they go down. Island on the mountain, Bengen Lu and others are about to prepare for some quality. The entire island was cut off by a peculiar barrier. It's the power of the Shadow Realm and Hogyoku. Yama, Motomoto Yanagi and a group of Shinigami looked at the space of the fluctuation. As if they were facing enemies, cold sweat came out. These powers are undoubtedly Yu Habak and Aizen Sosuke, who uses the power of Hogyoku. As predicted, Aizen Sosuke and friends Habak appeared in the air one after another. Behind them, Arankar Espada and a group of Star-Crossed Knights appeared mightily behind the two people. Yu Habak looked at the palace in front of him and said cruelly, "Lingwang Palace. This moment is finally coming, father." Chapter 196. You two actually act together. Yama, Motomoto Lu and others were startled. Their eyes throbbed, looked at the group of people led by friends Habak and Aizen Sosuke who appeared. Here is a world where the strongest exist. Friends Habak, you and Aizen Sosuke are together, don't you want to give up? Sean. Motomoto Lu panicked. With this barrier to cut off the breath, Yu Habak and Aizen Sosuke can rush into the Spirit Palace. They want to seize the power of the Spirit King. I just came to fetch my own things, Sean, Ben Yuan Lu. Friends Habak smiled grimly. At this moment, it seemed as if the winner was in hand. Here, no one can stop oneself from perfecting the power of omniscience and omnipotence. Do you think you can stop Bankai if you get the virtual power back? Aizen also looked at Sean, Motoyanagi's expression, and her heart was refreshed. We won't back down. Yama, Matsumoto Yanagi, Kiraku Shunsui, Zaraki Kenpachi, and other Shinigami captains have solemn expressions, and they look like death. As a guardian team, it is our mission to protect the Spirit Palace. Then you just keep a try, rest assured, I will leave your surnames and let you watch that Sha Tien die, completely desperate. Yohabak laughed, and now facing these Shinigami, I want to see a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ryatsu on the body is released, majestic and turbulent. Sean, Motomoto Lu and others no longer kept their hands, and directly exploded, produced their physical strength. The war between the two sides is set off again. At the gate of the Lingwang Palace, Ryatsu, Bankai, Lingzi, all kinds of energy exploded, and the power of horror reverberated. But there is no leakage from the outside world. This is obviously the enchantment that Aizen and friends Habak carefully prepared. This time, at the time of the war between the two sides. Above the ocean, new world in the second half of the Grand Line. A black space passage broke out above the sky. 3 figures stepped out, come. A white bizarre dress, clothes, long head with double horns and a pair of Byakugan. The postures are different, one is small and exquisite, one is like a normal human being, and the last one is huge and tall. They are the Otsutsuki tribe from the future ninja world. Advertisement Otsutsuki Gold style, Otsutsuki Ura style and Otsutsuki Peach style. It turned out to be a fusion of the big world, it's really incredible. Otsutsuki Urashiki, holding a shiny red fishing rod with a fish basket pinned to his waist, looked at the endless ocean with a strange color on his face. It's really good, but the breath of 10 tails has completely disappeared. It seems that an unknown power has completely isolated everything. Otsutsuki felt Peach-like thinly, a little surprised. The chakra fruit left by Kagaya, who is the shame of the Otsutsuki clan, is also integrated into this world. It seems that we need to ask the strongest person in this. Otsutsuki Urashiki smiled and said casually, let's go, there's an island not far away, go and take a look. Otsutsuki Momoshiki opened Byakugan, stared at the past, and then flew over first. The solitary Otsutsuki Jinshi followed, went, and Pushiji also smiled and followed. And at this time on Sky Island, Mountain, Motoyanagi, Broken Bee, Zaraki Kenpachi, Kiraku Shunsui, etc. Shinigami are all lying on the ground dying by the group of Yohabak and Aizen. The power of Bankai on his body was also taken away again, and the surrounding environment seemed to have experienced various devastation and destruction. In a mess, even the first half of the Spirit Palace collapsed again. Yukabak glanced fiercely at the fallen mountain. Motoyanagi took Ryatsu back and walked into the palace. Aizen, the Star-Crossed Knights and Espada followed one after another. In the innermost place. 1. The Spirit King who had no hands and feet, only a stick-like Spirit King was sealed inside. Aizen and everyone else saw a palpitating heart. Unexpectedly, the Spirit King turned out to be like this. But Yuabak's red eyes trembled. Looking at the face in front of him, he whispered to his father. Afterwards, the Miek cross knife in his hand slammed into it directly, breaking the seal. Suddenly, the power of terror and the power of Habakar echoed each other, shining. Behind them, the eyes of the Star-Crossed Knights changed, and the power on the body began to drain, and all returned to the body of the friend Harbak. Your Majesty, I'm going to open my eyes. Hasward flashed his excitement and couldn't help but speak. Subsequently, a group of Star-Crossed Knights fell one after another without warning. Aizen, Tia and other Espada all look shocked. These star-crossed knights actually died directly. And Yu Habak's body is wrapped in a rich and huge Ryotsu bag, and a horrible force that transcends time and dimensionality emerges on Yu Habak's body. Advertisement: the power of the Spirit King. Yu Habak is also born with such abilities, omniscient and omnipotent. Aizen felt the power of this kind of art and couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. This kind of ability is not specifically embodied in the power of offensive attack, but the kind of ability that can change the future. I now feel that everything is in my hands. Soon, Yu Habak turned around. The power of omniscient and omnipotent is finally complete. I got what I wanted. No matter how many worlds, there will be peace in our hands in the end, Aizen. There are multiple red pupils in Yu Habak's eyes at this time, like one after another, a future. Aizen can't help but watch the changes in friend's Habak. So horrible. The evolution of Yu Habak is not only the power of omniscience and omnipotence, but the Ryotsu on the body has also completely evolved to a whole new situation. At this moment, the Sealed King is truly and completely resurrected. The super-evolved Hogyoku power is back. Wake up, my knights. Yu Habak looked at his hands with the same excitement. Congratulations to your Majesty Habak for restoring his power. The people of the Star-Crossed Knights cheered excitedly. Invincible. Invincible. Yu Habak laughed triumphantly, and the power on his body was once again given to the bodies of the 30 dead Star-Crossed Knights on the ground. Feeling the terrifying power in the body and the ability to change the future, I have incomparable confidence in my heart. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Your Majesty is done. A peculiar force is emitted, and the future of the next moment is directly changed. Ishida Yulong, Hasward and others all came live one after another. After a brief period of confusion, they all looked at Yu Habak with excitement. Aizen's eyes were surprised. At this time, Yu Habak's red eyes turned slightly, and his fingers lightly pointed to Hogyoku on Aizen's chest. As soon as Yu Habak completed his omniscience and omnipotence, he also restored himself to Hogyoku's control. No Sha Tien would be his opponent anymore. Yeah, how strong am I now? Chapter 197. Outside the Lingwang Palace, Yama, Matsumoto Yanagi and other Shinigami are dying, lying motionless, until they feel the power change of Yu Habak, and their faces are gray. He successfully got the power he dreamed of. Even if you can't beat Sha Tien, you don't need to be afraid of Sha Tien anymore. Because omniscience and omnipotence can change the future, Yu Habak is now like an immortal body. And in the Spirit Palace, Aizen, you all attack me with your full blow, strike. Yu Habak looked at his hands and felt his own strength for a long time. After a long time, he raised his head and said to the people whose expressions change. A full blow? Aizen was stunned for a moment. Yu Habaker, is this trying to test his limits? What if it doesn't hold up? How can you not hold it, Aizen? If you underestimate the power of omniscience and all-powerfulness, you must move first. Yu Habak laughed wildly and pointed to Espada and the Star-Crossed Knights. The Star-Crossed Knights did not hesitate to release directly from Ryotsu. Outside the Spirit King Palace, a huge terrifying sacred arrow started, begins to condense, come, and even affects the enchantment. With the spirit flame caused by tearing the air, the arrow shot down directly. The roof of the Spirit Palace disappeared instantaneously, and he rushed towards Yu Habak. Aizen and Espada both opened their eyes wide and watched, but the next moment they almost dropped their eyes. The air pressure, cyan flames, and even the arrows of the sacred arrows that were used by the Star-Crossed Knights, when they came into contact with Yu Habak, flowed into the sea like mud, and disappeared. Aizen's eyes narrowed, and his whole body changed instantaneously. The body was raised, the third eye opened, and Hogyoku began to form lines all over the body. The surrounding space is shaking. The purple Ryotsu's eyes on his forehead were compressed frantically, forming a black-purple color, and then a beam of light was formed and launched towards Yu Habak. Along the way, the stable space connecting the boundary was almost completely torn apart. Yu Habak watched Aizen's hand out. The dark red multiple eye pupils turned, and directly stretched out his right hand, to the terrorist attack from the shooting, strike and grab it. For a moment, all the power, offense and attack disappeared, and I thought it had never existed before. It's really terrible ability. In this case, dealing with that Sha Tien can be a big grasp. Aizen changed back to his normal state and smiled. The remaining Arrancar Espada and the Star-Crossed Knights looked silly. Yu Habak turned his head through the ruined palace and looked into the distance. Advertisement: without delay, we went to crusade this world. With a smirk on his face, Yu Habak led everyone into the sky. Lying on the ground with a gloomy face, the horrified Shinigami were also lifted by the Star-Crossed Knights and headed for Marineford together. At the same time, the three of Otsutsuki who appeared in New World rushed to the nearest island. There is such a powerful guy on this island. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked surprised, and Byakugan turned to look at the island below. A guy with red hair, one with a big back, one holding a stick, son. Otsutsuki Jinshi looked at the island below, and spoke out the three people he saw. Are they drinking? Otsutsuki or Ashiki didn't expect that an island that came to any island would have this kind of powerful person. And on the island below, it is the red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman and Yasop who have not yet been guarded by Marineford. This island is also one of their territories. It just so happened that the rest of the people went out on patrol, and the three of them who were going to Marineford in a few days did not go out. They were drinking and talking directly here. Originally thought it would be a war of disastrous life, but unexpectedly it would directly cause a huge change in the whole world. Redhead Shanks is talking with Ben Beckman with emotion, Usopp said. Those who are strong enough to destroy a piece of sea in 10,000 realms. Sha Tien protects our world. It is really getting more and more exciting. Usopp was holding the wine bottle, holding his musket in one hand, and slurped. You have received the power given by Sha Tien. How much stronger are you? Shanks, the redhead, is very interested in the power given by Ben Beckman and Usopp. According to Sha Tien, we are 10%. Ben Beckman, who has always spoken little, heard the red-haired Shanks' question, and a complex color appeared in his heart. Feeling the so-called 10% power of the body, it is still unbelievable that I can have such a horror. In fact, the 10% that Sha Tien said is 10% of the hockey system, not 10% of the power gained in the three worlds, but even so, both Usopp and people lament the invincibility of Sha Tien power. Find flowers. I feel it now. I think I can blow up this island with one punch. Usopp also shook his head and said. The red-haired Shanks looked shocked. I did not receive the gift from Sha Tien, but the guidance and promotion that Rox and Roger generally accepted. Advertisement. The strength also skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. At this time, the three of them have a fanatical meaning for Sha Tien. After all, this is a strong man who protects their world. At this time, who? The red-haired Shanks' eyes condensed, and the pale golden conqueror's hockey gushes out from his body, shrouded in the sky. Zero. The terrifying power instantaneously let the ground and surrounding rocks and trees fly directly. The three Otsutsuki who had just approached above were also surprised. This distance was at least a few kilometers, and it was still high in the sky, and it was discovered by three people on the island in an instant. Immediately, he no longer hides his figure, and the chakra on his body surges, blocking the deterrent power of the red-haired Shanks. The power of this world, it's really strange like never seen before. Otsutsuki Urashiki sighed secretly, and stood on the island with the peach and gold styles against hockey. People from Otherworld. Ben Beckman and Usopp are like enemies. You are very strong. Are you the strongest in this world? Momoshiki said in a superior tone. No, we are not, the strongest, over there. Redhead Shanks pointed in the direction of Marineford. There is the 10,000 realm arena established by Sha Tien, where fighting has done too much damage to the ocean. You are not the strongest yet? Let's talk about it after a fight. Momoshiki tilted her head and said unexpectedly. Their expressions are not like lying. Before he finished speaking, Jin Shi already had a red weapon in his hand, and attacked the three Shanks. On Dao-style forehead, a pair of eyes split open, and the whole body surged and rushed down. Hey, are you in a hurry? Pu Shi has a headache. Why are these two guys so reckless? Helplessly also rushed down. The instant the battle between the two sides came to a wide. Chapter 198. Hockey collided with chakra, and everything around started to tremble and destroyed. Redhead Shanks, Ben Beckman, Usopp and others frowned. Stopped one after another. It's not that they are not unsure of taking these three guys with their strength, but if they can't take it for a short time, everything around here will be destroyed because of this degree of battle. And this island is their favorite, loved place. The power of this world is really amazing. Dao Shi stood in the air, Jin Shi, Pu Shi Liang, people also stood back one after another. The attack just now is just to try the strength and power of the strong man in this world. Now they don't want to fight, and the three of Otsutsuki have no interest. Over there is a place called Marineford, and the strongest person you are looking for is over there. Redhead Shanks glanced at the carefully guarded island, and breathed a sigh of relief. As for the people who defeated these three Otherworld, they still don't want to fight a complete battle in this. What is the name of the strongest in your world? Otsutsuki Urashiki couldn't help but ask curiously. The red-haired man below said twice that the strongest person is over there. His name is Sha Tien. The red-haired Shanks gave an inexplicable smile and said to the three of Otsutsuki. Dao Shi has nothing to say about the red-haired Shanks, a guy who stops after half a fight. Turned his head and flew towards Marineford. Jin Shi and Pu Shi took a deep look at the red-haired Shanks and left as well. Boss, these guys won't cause trouble halfway. Usopp looked at the Otsutsuki three who were leaving quickly, and asked a little worried. No, when the three of them appeared, I had already spread the news. The redhead Shanks smiled and took out a small phone bug from behind the black cloak. It is also studded with golden decorations. This is a phone worm that directly connects to Mariajoy. At this time, the intelligence department composed of the ninja and marine in Mariajoy has received the red-haired news. The three of Datongmu galloped all the way fast, and at the speed of the flight, they soon saw the towering red earth in the distance, land behind the huge floating sky island. A golden light radiated from the palace on the island. Advertisement that is the top of the palace of 10,000 realms made of magical pure gold. The three of Otsutsuki glanced at each other, and speeded up, toward the other side. They have already sensed the fluctuations in the chakra of 10 tails. Just when they were about to get closer, above Marineford, a horrible breath appeared. 1. A man wearing a dark red cloak walked out of the spacecraft. Come. The mighty imposing manner, instantly dragging the strong wind to sweep in all directions. Unusually powerful breath. The three of Otsutsuki stopped abruptly, and looked at Marineford floating in the air with dramatic changes. With such a powerful aura, could it be that Sha Tien appeared? More than one person. Momoshiki turned on by Kugan's ability at this time and looked ahead. The people in the dark red cloak walked out, and they also walked out, come one, a large group of people, all of them have a strong aura. Later, the guy with the dark red cloak directly toward the barrier of Floating Sky Island. This is not that Sha Tien, someone is asking for trouble. Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes narrowed, and he said in shock. The guy in the dark red cloak is really scary, there is even the sense that time and space exist on the body. And, the group of people who appeared in Marineford were the friends of Sha Tien's friends Habak and Aizen Sosuke. Yu Habak didn't hesitate to start his hands. As soon as the barrier was torn apart, with a wave of his hand, the powerful Ryotsu went crazy, rushed out, and the soul condensed in the air. The same attack like the last time, attack. The 1,000-meter-long giant god-tier sacred arrow formed directly, the cyan flame rose, the arrow body revolved, and it shot towards the palace in the center of Marineford with a swish. The terrifying power directly distorted the space, and the thunder flashed 4 times. At this time, dozens of people including Roger, Garp, Whitebeard Newgate and Marineford all walked out, coming out. When I looked up, I saw the huge arrow shot through the air, distorting the space and coming towards the 10,000 Realm Palace. Everyone's faces were shocked, and their hearts were extremely shocked. This is what comes up here, a kind of terrorist attack that tears the world, strike. With a cold sweat on his face, Marco even rushed over in the form of an undead bird. Advertisement don't stop, the island just built will be gone. At this time, in the palace, a wave of invincible conquerors hockey surged out, like a fluid, directly protecting the entire island. Squeaky. Arrow collided with conquerors hockey, and made a loud sound. At this time, the golden conquerors hockey completely covered the huge cyan arrow. Slowly disappeared into nothingness. The group of Yuabak and Aizen Sosuke did not pay attention to the attack being blocked, but watched firmly. A stretched Sha Tien came out, step by step. Yo, Yuhabak, you came back so soon. Sha Tien's eyes were very flat, as if he had known that Yuhabak would appear in front of him again. Do you know I am coming back to find you? Yuhabak's multiple dark red eyes moved, and his tone was no longer as polite and respectful as before. How can you, a kind of ambitious guy, willingly give up this big world? You must have gained strength, and you have the confidence to come back and trouble me. Sha Tien said with a smile, and at the same time saw the same Aizen Sosuke. Looking at the strange and powerful friend Habak. This is to absorb the Spirit King and complete the omniscience and omnipotence measure. It seems that you always knew that I would come back to find you, why did you let me go? Yuabak couldn't help but squinted his eyes and said suspiciously. You were too weak at that time, so weak that I didn't want to kill you at all. Now, looking at you looking for a door with confidence, I don't know if it would be a bit worthwhile. Sha Tien shrugged, looking like that would look down on you, thinking to himself. It is best to use the omniscience and omnipotence as soon as possible to let me finish my study. Yuabak gritted his teeth a little angry, and soon calmed down again, laughing. Sha Tien, I am now an all-knowing and almighty God, invincible in all worlds, give you a chance, how about surrendering to me? All-knowing and all-powerful? Yuhabak, since you are all-knowing and all-powerful, then foresee if I will surrender to you in the future? Sha Tien sneered, and looked at Yuabak and others with amusement. Your Habaker's expression changed, and he said directly without hesitation. Everyone can predict it, but you alone can't see anything, you can't even feel it in the timeline. As Yuhabaker said, he was indeed extremely confident in his heart that he could crush Sha Tien now, chapter 199. But now I have absolute almighty power, and I will completely end you here today. The ferocious look on Yuhabak's face, he wants to kill all the people here who have seen him unbearable. God, who is omniscient and omnipotent, cannot leave this black spot. Sha Tien looked at the arrogant appearance of friends Habahe, but was curious to inherit the Spirit King, what kind of power he gained to make him so confident. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Conqueror's Haki immediately burst out surgingly, making the void tremble in an instant, and rushed towards the friend Haki. The entire floating Marineford changed drastically, and the wind and clouds moved. Facing Sha Tien's golden Conqueror's Haki, Yuhabahe smiled undiminished, and his Ryotsu appeared dark red, like a blood curtain, and Sha Tien's Conqueror's Haki stood together. There was a muffled bang. The golden thunder and the dark red Ryotsu were scattered. A strong storm lifted, and the ocean below sank. Yes, for the first time someone can stand against my Conqueror's Haki. Sha Tien's eyes lit up, looking at Yuabak is like looking at a pleasant item. The stronger he is, the more terrifying he will become. For example, the current progress of omniscience and omnipotence will continue to rise and complement. You are really one of my treasures. Boom! Sha Tien once again promoted and burst into Conqueror's Haki. In the distance between the two, the space was distorted. The coercion in the aftermath made the three of Otsutsuki watching from a distance feel the trembling coercion. What kind of power is this, intangible and intangible, but it can make people oppressed by an extremely powerful oppressive spirit. Otsutsuki Urashiki's face was ugly. Peach Style and Jin Style also raised their hands to block the mighty storm from the aftermath. Sha Tian confronted the friend Habak for a while and stopped directly. Conqueror's Haki was easily blocked. There was excitement in the eyes of Aizen Sosuke and Hazard, the Star-Crossed Knights, and Espada. Blocked. Sha Tian is no longer a crushing invincible posture. Aizen Sosuke couldn't help but mutter to himself and was excited. Rocks on the island, Roger and others were also stunned. This black beard and fierce friend Haba blocked Sha Tian's Conqueror's Haki? It can improve so much in a short period of time. Very well, now we can have a good time. Advertisement. Sha Tian looked at friends Habak more playfully. It was just such an imposing confrontation, and it got a huge improvement. It seems that the power of the Spirit King is really extraordinary. 4 styles. A truth-seeking ball emerged from Sha Tian's side and turned into a long knife and held it in his hand. The invincible sword intent rushed out, and the gray clouds above the sky immediately began to rotate and the lightning flashed. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki were wrapped around the blade. Sha Tian raised the long sword. Along with the flash of thunder, a huge golden blade of almost tens of thousands of meters began to form quickly. The terrifying power made Aizen Sosuke and the people of the Star-Crossed Knights trembled, and I never thought that Sha Tian still had such a terrifying move. A huge blade of tens of thousands of meters. Rox and Roger saw it for the first time. Compared with Garp, Newgate and others, they were even more shocked. This is the 4th formula Sha Tian used before we were resurrected. Rox thought about it. 40 years ago, Sha Tian seemed to have only developed the 3rd form, and now all 6 forms have been researched. But the power of the 4 styles is the most terrifying. The whole audience, including the 3 Otsutsuki or Shiki in the distance, stared at them with wide eyes. But Yuabak still had a relaxed expression. He didn't even look at the giant blade, just stared straight at Sha Tian. You are calm enough. Sha Tian chuckled lightly, and the truth-seeking ball long knife in his hand slashed at Yuabak. Boom. The entire space was drawn, and the 10,000-meter giant blade in the sky was quickly cut down. Thunder, flames, and huge air pressure broke out instantly. Just as he was about to attack Yukabak, the dark red multiple pupils in his eyes turned. A force flooded the whole world. Sha Tian's 4th knife style disappeared. The abrupt as if it did not exist, only the sword intent and Haki distributed by Sha Tian were left. The ability to change the future. Sha Tian felt this power and couldn't help being a little surprised. This directly changes the result, and can even affect the past. Your omniscience and omnipotence power is about to be completed, and you are in a state of being unable to use it. Please wait, currently 80%. At this time, the prompt of the system also lights up, and the ability is being supplemented with the launch of the ability of the friend Habak. Advertisement, 5 styles. Sha Tian had no results with a single knife, and raised the long knife again. The power of the 5th style begins to spread. The free energy in the world began to gather fiercely, and even the void thunder outside the space directly passed through and absorbed on the truth-seeking ball knife. The entire blade was lit up, and the horrible intent of the blade was rippled, one after another. Under the sea, the surface of the sea trembles and lava erupts. The enchantment surrounding the sea area also began to light up, blocking the spread of power. And in this enchantment, a vision like the end of the world appeared. Sha Tian cuts the past horizontally in his hand again. The golden sword energy flies out in an instant, and it keeps getting bigger along the way, with the power to cut everything. There was even a slit in the space, and the black mist surged. Your 5th style. Really strong enough. Yuabak narrowed his eyes as he looked at him, his sword becoming bigger and bigger. The strongest person in this world, Sha Tian, is really strong enough. At this moment, Sha Tian exudes a strong golden light from the whole person. How strong is your knife? Come on. Immediately stretched out his right hand, Yuabak directly grabbed at the already huge golden sword energy. Friends Habak laughed and laughed more. 6 styles. Then everyone was shocked, eyes trembling. Knife style is more terrifying than one move. Sha Tian took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. Yuhabahe himself didn't know where his bottom was, but at this moment he wanted Sha Tian to lose in despair, and then died in his own hands in fear. But it is not a threat to myself. A peculiar, indescribable voice rang in everyone's ears. Immediately watched the friend Habak in front of him launch the 6 poses. The cracks in the space, the power that caused the visions were all absorbed by the friend Habak in an instant. Completely disappear. Now the changes in my body are constantly improving with the progress of the system, with a strong aura surging. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Yuhabahe grabbed Sha Tian's sword aura, and the terrifying power came to an abrupt end again. The world was stirred again, and the invincible sword intent swept all over the place. Chapter 200. Sha Tian's body, including the truth-seeking ball-long knife in his hand, is full of golden light flowing like fluid. The cracks in the space around the blade were like black lightning, constantly torn apart and healed by the sword air. The horrible breath slowed down the time within the range of both of them. It's this horrible knife. Aizen Sosuke was shocked, a little frightened. And Yuabak's expression also became a little more dignified. You have to be careful about moves that affect time. Before the other people have reacted, Sha Tian has already hacked it out with a stab in the air. All the power is condensed into the sword aura. Yuabak looked at the 6th style sword chi, and instead of grabbing it directly with his hands, he took out the Mieke cross knife. The extremely powerful Ryotsu directly covered it, and the spirits in the atmosphere were also controlled to converge, extending on the cross knife to form the spirit's light knife. All of this seemed very slow within the range of the two, but in the eyes of the outsiders, it was almost ultimate. Almost in the blink of an eye, Sha Tian's 6-type sword chi tears the space and the spiritual light of Yuebok the sword is on. Squeak, black lightning like space cracks spread everywhere, causing terrifying suction, and the void black mist surging out, with weird swallowing power. The dark red pupils in Yuebok's eyes quickly turned, and the ability acted on Sha Tian's 6 forms. Everything in the future seems to have been changed, restored by the slow time of the 6 forms, the turbulent void and black mist disappeared, and the thunder was extinguished. Only the sword air slash formed by Sha Tian's pure strength was easily taken over by the friend Habak. Boom! The halo formed by the collision of a white force spreads. Your attack is useless to me. Habak laughed wildly, and his fierce face was filled with joy of victory. Sha Tian will be his own defeater. Aizen couldn't help his face completely, and the eyes of everyone from the Star-Crossed Knights and Espada showed light. Victory is about to come, and Habak is about to become the most powerful god in the fusion world. Advertisement: Sha Tian's 6 forms were also easily blocked by Habak, and the omniscience and omnipotence ability is so terrifying. Aizen was excited. Looking at Sha Tian in his eyes was a refreshing meaning. You are not invincible, are you not the sword style that cuts everything? Meeting the friend Habak, who has completely inherited the power of the Spirit King, is not going to lose. And Roger, Newgate, Rox and others at the gate of the 10,000 Realms Palace all had expressions of astonishment. Sha Tian's 6-type attack actually didn't work at all, it was blocked. Roger's eyes trembled, and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Outside of the slow time, they only saw the extremely fast confrontation, and then all the power disappeared, leaving only the scene that Habak easily blocked. It's not that simple. Sha Tian is invincible all the way, how could he be defeated by this hypocritical guy? Whitebeard Newgate shook Kong Yun's hand and grasped vigorously, his eyes solemnly looked at Sha Tian who was still indifferent. This friend Habaker appeared respectful for the first time, gaining a powerful force and immediately wanted to get rid of Sha Tian. Sha Tian didn't even change her complexion, how could she easily lose to these people? Even my 6 forms can influence and change the future ending, friend Habak, no wonder you found it with confidence. Sha Tian laughed completely, and there was a bit of disdain in his smile. The omniscience and omnipotence in the body have been completely supplemented, and it has entered the stage of consummation. It has to be said the friend Habak has now appeared to help a lot. Then try my trick again. The truth-seeking ball-long knife in his hand pointed at the increasingly arrogant friend Habak, and the aura on Sha Tian burst out again. Although the 7th formula can be sent out, there is still something missing like the 6th formula, which Sha Tian has been deducing for the past 2 days. But what can be more detectable than in actual combat? The current friend Habak is a good test opponent, and only he will not be directly turned into ashes before the 7th attack. Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki condensed together, simulating the characteristics of Chakra and Ryotsu, coupled with the ability of omniscience and omnipotence, and then Sha Tian's already formed invincible sword intent joined it. The various powers and swordsmanship he acquired began to merge under the control of the exquisite Haki. From the initial Kong Yun knife technique to the current 6 styles. From this moment, starting from Sha Tian's body, a round curtain of black gold color began to spread, until the entire enchantment fell into the curtain of black gold. Advertisement: this is the complete desalination of the world barriers, allowing the world on this side to temporarily enter the void. The black fog, thunder boundlessly gathered on Sha Tian's sword, and under the blessing of the invincible sword intent, even the friend Habak back again and again. Everyone was shocked, all the original scenery and scenes disappeared, and they found themselves in darkness. What's wrong? Aizen, Hasward and others panicked. In this environment, it is too scary, and the position of Sha Tian, the desperate and powerful aura is surging, shocking the mind. The 3 of Otsutsuki Urashiki were even more so, with a frightened expression on their faces. What the hell is going on in this world? Why is it so powerful? Time, space, and even the darker emptiness of the universe can enter. Otsutsuki Momoshiki screamed in shock, staring at the surrounding black mist and dark blue thunder in horror. Both Jin Shi and Pu Shi understand how terrifying this void is. Here you can travel through time, and you can also reach any location from the start. Here is the forbidden area. But why? This Sha Tian can perform a move that pulls the entire environment into the void. Unknowingly, Whitebeard Newgate, Roger and others all smiled. Sure enough, Sha Tian hasn't done her best yet. At this time, Yuhabak's heart was shocked, and a hint of horror emerged from the bottom of his heart. Looking at Sha Tian holding the golden light flowing long knife in the dark void, his face was shocked. His 7th pose can't be completely affected, it can't be completely eliminated. Why? Yuhabak has no time to think about it. Sha Tian's blow is enough to cause a fatal threat to himself. The Ryotsu express on his body burst out, and the dark red Ryotsu kept pouring out and spreading, making the void thunder retreat. The silky blue spirit was drawn over, forming a terrifying and huge star in front of Yuhabak. Looking at the astral map, it is tens of thousands of meters huge. Even the energy in the void is being absorbed by Yuhabak's ability. Facing the 7th style threat of Sha Tian, Yuhabak also had to use his own omnipotent blow at this time. Past, Chapter 201. The power is radiating too fast, and the pervasive sword intent has dragged the world within the barrier into the void. Sha Tian sighed secretly. The seventh type was still close to a little control, otherwise it would not enter the void, and the condensed power would be more invincible. Looking at Yuabok, the Quincy starlight began to light up, gathering the souls, and all the power of omniscience and omnipotence in the body began to be exerted. On Yuabok's body, even the void was retreating. Sha Tian also completed the seventh form at this time, raising his hand for a most common chop. Bizarre waves rippled away, and accompanied by the power of void thunder, a touch of golden blade light in the void was like drawing a half-radiant path towards Yuabok. At this time, Yuabok's power on his body reached its true limit. The terrifying energy combined with the ability of omnipotence and omnipotence made the stars in front of him have a world-destroying horror aura. Afterwards, the most common but the largest cluster of spirits was launched from the stars, with the strongest shot of omniscience and omnipotence. Even if you are truly immortal, being hit by this blow is not only an energy destruction, your past and your future will be wiped out. There were crazy colors in the eyes of Yuabok. This is already his strongest and most terrifying blow. The two attacks, in the eyes of other people, reached the ultimate speed, and they touched each other in the blink of an eye. At the moment of the confrontation, Yuabok was stunned, and the whole person was stupid there. Sha Tian's sword intent and the omnipotent power on the Lingzi cluster have cancelled each other out. How can it be? Yuabok's fear of Sha Tian broke out. What kind of power and blade intent can the power of omniscience and omnipotence including invincibility be cancelled out? It's like completely negating everything about Yuabok. All this happened very quickly, and the others hadn't noticed anything yet. Dao Mang and Cluster produced a terrifying explosion in the void. Boom! The huge roar even broke out in the void, and the explosion in the void is like a huge thunder energy ball constantly expanding. The dark red and golden energy intermingle, enveloping everyone in it, and being hit by the terrifying energy. Aizen Sosuke turned into a Hogyoku form at the moment of horror, and the espada behind him was quickly liberated. The Star-Crossed Knights even turned pale and directly opened the holy physique, trying their best to withstand the energy impact. The expressions of Roger, Rox and others changed drastically. Hockey broke out with all their strength and formed a defense. Whitebeard Newgate held a white halo and used the shock fruit ability to resist. Advertisement after many upgrades, they also have enough strength to resist. And further afield, the three of Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at the energy of the expansion and explosion with horror in their eyes, and used all their strength. Even the 6-Go Jade Rinnegan turned on, still vomiting blood from the impact, with a miserable look. We can't even resist the aftermath. Otsutsuki snorted in the explosion, and then the whole person was covered in the impact of gold and dark red energy. The three of them were completely unable to resist, and fluttered in the impact of the explosion, like a kite. And Sha Tian and friends Habak are still standing steadily in the center of the energy explosion. Until the shock dissipated, it's different from the shocked look of Yuabok. Sha Tian's face at this time is full of surprises. Congratulations, host has learned the full power of omniscience and omnipotence, learned its strongest blow, the progress has changed, and the current stage of completion is 50%. The system prompt lights up. Sha Tian looked at the learned almighty blow. The inspiration in his heart flashed, and couldn't help laughing. It seems that you are really my great treasure, friends Habak. Sha Tian couldn't help but uttered a sentence that made Habak completely stunned. What does the big treasure mean? Your all-knowing and all-powerful blow is the best catalyst I have been missing to make my seventh formula complete. Sha Tian said it without mind at this time. The long knife in his hand pointed at Habak again. The breath of horror erupted again, and this time, the aura of the seventh type is completely different from before. Habak listened to Sha Tian's words, completely panicked in his heart. The seventh formula just now was still an incomplete cut. How could it be possible that an incomplete knife has such power, and how invincible and terrifying a complete knife would be? Impossible. Why are you so strong? Moreover, you have the power of omniscience and omnipotence in your sword style. Habak was so frightened that the whole person was frightened, with a look of fear on his face. Advertisement Aizen, Hasward and others were stunned behind him, and then they looked shocked and frightened. The omniscience and omnipotence of Habak cannot deal with Sha Tian. Moreover, Sha Tian will also know the power of omnipotence inexplicably. You are still too careless. You need details in everything. Knowing yourself and the enemy is the victory in every battle. Sha Tian looked at the group of people like Habak and Aizen coldly. After learning their skills, it is time for the final blow. Dead, it's just that they came to kill their own retribution, but they were killed by themselves. If they didn't die, they were dead, but under their complete seventh form, there was no hope. How did I lose? At this time, the system reward for beheading Otherworld also lights up. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Then, the huge impact force slammed into their bodies afterwards. The endless void was aroused, the sword light directly covered Habak, Aizen and others rushed over. As soon as the voice fell, the blade light flashed across them. The scene changes. With the launch of the seventh formula, Habak, Aizen and others were unable to move even when they were able to move. They were completely suppressed by the void, and time was suppressed under the cooperation of the omniscience and omnipotence. Aizen, Espada, and the Star-Crossed Knights all wanted to escape, but they were over. They couldn't even move, and their desperate struggles were of no avail. They looked desperate. These bosses in Shinigami world have been solved. The blade of the golden light flowing with the 7th style invincible sword intent slashed again. Everyone retreated from the void and returned to the world of sailing. Sha Tian. What detail is it? Sha Tian shook his head, revealing an inexplicable smile. Suddenly, friends of Habak and Aizen, as well as Espada, Hazward, and others all turned to ashes in it. Details. Don't you bother to inquire about my reputation before you shoot it? You can learn it at a glance. Yu Habakar yelled in horror, full of unwillingness. Under the power of the 7th type of terrifying annihilation, complete death. Chapter 202 Yamamoto Genryusai, Kiraku Shunsui and others, who were not affected but were unable to get up, were shocked. As the scene changed, they also landed on Marineford Island. Looking at Sha Tian who stood in the void and closed his eyes with a foolish expression, he couldn't recover completely. Uabak, who inherited the Spirit King's omniscience and full power, is dead. Yamamoto, who had lived for more than 1,000 years, was in a daze, and he even forgot the pain in his body. A look of shock. Shattered B, Zaraki Kenpachi and other Shinigami captains are even more shocking and complicated to ultimate. What is the strength of the strongest in this world? Uabak, a powerful ability that can change the future, could not foresee, change the outcome of this future. The shock of the Shinigami is beyond description. Looking at Sha Tian's eyes is like seeing the true invincible god of war. And Whitebeard Newgate, Roger, Rox and others are all excited. Such a powerful otherworld enemy was all killed by Sha Tian, and he also realized the more perverted ability of the 7th type. This time, I can finally settle down for a while. Roger let out a sigh of relief and looked at the sea, missing the days above the sea a little. Rayleigh smiled happily when he heard it. But the Datong Wood Peach Style, Gold Style, and Pooh Style 3 almost died of severe injuries in the aftermath of the Sha Tian battle. Fortunately, I kept coming over. When everyone was changing and retreating from the void, the 3 of them also fell into the corner of Marineford, with blood flowing all over, and the whole body was in miserable condition. In their eyes, it was indeed the fear of Sha Tian and the fear of not dying. The powerful enemy was beheaded. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Sha Tian in midair. Sha Tian was closing his eyes at this time, looking at the system prompt in his mind. The whole person was a little confused. I'm invincible in 10,000 realms. Looking at the abilities of each item, and the evolution of his own body, Sha Tian couldn't help muttering to herself. Host kills Shinigami's world enemies, Yohabak and Aizen Sosuke. Get system rewards. Achieved an increase in strength, an increase in the awakening stage of the 10,000 realms, and an entry into the limit stage of the 10,000 realms. Getting the kill reward, the full strength of the Quincy and the ability of the Eucharist, can unlock the most powerful Eucharist power, which can be experienced by yourself. Advertisement. Get the real Hogyoku. Hogyoku is flattering you, and the power is absorbing the power of the void every moment. This ability has no progress display, it will only continue to grow stronger and never stop. Sha Tian was speechless as soon as he saw this real, dog-leg, Hogyoku. It is getting stronger every moment. It is estimated that the system has caught it and merged with the learned Hogyoku power, and also absorbed the power of the void of the world through the system, making it stronger every second. Quinessor finishes the Eucharist. Sha Tian is still very interested in this transformation ability. Immediately the whole body haki turned into Ryotsu, and the huge souls gathered. A huge beam of light enveloped Sha Tian. This scene also attracted everyone's attention at the same time. Sha Tian, this is what skills have been learned from fighting again, this pervert. Golden Lion Shiki suddenly looked at Sha Tian with a wry smile on his face. Needless to say, I look envious. The others nodded in agreement and watched intently. Until the beam of light dissipated, Sha Tian's figure was revealed. Still the original appearance, the difference is that a long ray of light appeared beside Sha Tian, and the aura on his body also exploded out of the oppressive force biased towards Ryotsu. Sha Tian held the Lingzi long knife, feeling that after he opened the holy physique, his strength could actually skyrocket a lot. Nodded in satisfaction. And at this time, a black hole cracked on the top of Sha Tian's head again, and the power of the terrifying and vast void revolved colorfully and poured into Sha Tian's body again. According to the rewards of the system, the realm of the awakening of the 10,000 worlds will be raised to the limit of the power of the 10,000 worlds. The power of these voids was the same as last time and was guided by the system to be injected into Sha Tian's body as the energy source for Sha Tian's evolution. Soon, the power on Sha Tian's body turned out to be more powerful and incomparably stronger than the previous power. The faint sense of power and invincibility revealed, making everyone on Marineford Island dumbfounded. Genius. Sha Tian has made us completely unable to estimate his strength. Rox, who has always been indifferent and doesn't express emotions, can't help but shake his head and smile bitterly at this time. There is such a genius as Sha Tian, it is really shocking. Find Flowers Roger and others sighed, while Yamamoto and other Shinigami watched this scene in amazement. Advertisement until the void power disappeared, everything recovered. At this time, Sha Tian, who was feeling the power, raised her head fiercely, and her eyes changed to look towards the sky. The rest of the audience hadn't reacted yet. In the sky of Marineford, a round of projections suddenly appeared. A breath of horror passed over, making Roger, Rox, Whitebeard Newgate and others shocked. Another world projection, and there are many, many horror atmospheres. Sha Tian looked at the world projection and felt a bit familiar. On the surrounding seats, all kinds of weird figures were sitting individually, gathering into an unimaginable aura. Even Zeus, the father of the gods who hammered the hammer, laughed, and then his eyes changed, confirming the start of the battle of the twilight of the gods. Brunhilde, the Valkyrie, prevented the gods from destroying humans directly, and just proposed a one-on-one duel between gods and humans. I really didn't expect that the world of 10,000 realms would come so quickly, so abruptly, and it would still be this big world with so many powerful things. Sha Tian was a little surprised. This is a higher dimensional space. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At the moment when the hammer was knocked down, Zeus and Shiva, the supreme gods in these myths, all looked at the world on the projection and stood in midair with the terrifying breath of Sha Tian, wide. The periphery changed from tall to short, layer by layer, with figures sitting on top of it, and in the middle was an old man with sunken eye sockets, looking holes, white hair and beard, white strange and simple clothes. The old man was holding a hammer tremblingly about to strike on the seat. A huge round trial stand, and the other side of the world projection. Among them, a woman wearing a women's combat uniform with green eyes stood on a circular staircase, and was also taken aback by the projection that appeared in the sky. Where is this world? In the trial court, the gods at the 1,000-year meeting of gods all laughed frantically. This was a complex burst of laughter such as disdain, ridicule, anger and so on. He also said that God is afraid of the radical method of mankind. Their world has also changed drastically. In the sound of rumbling, the projection of the nautical world is reflected in the sky above the court of the gods. Chapter 203. This is a big world. Zeus, the father of the gods, couldn't help but stood up tremblingly and looked at the projection of the world in the sky. A big world? Shiva and Odin with two birds standing on his shoulders were startled. The rest of the gods looked at the projection curiously and talked a lot. The floating island towers over a palace. Higher above the palace, a man stood out of thin air. This is a big world merged into the world of our gods. Odin felt it for a while and couldn't help standing up. This kind of thing has never been seen before, and the integration is very fast. It will be completed immediately. Zeus, like an old man, also stood up, seeming to be concentrating on the big world on the opposite side. The words of Zeus, the father of the gods, caused an uproar among the gods present. The world I live in has to merge with another world. And at this time, powerful gods such as Shiva, Thor and Thor all looked at Sha Tian. In their perception, with the rapid fusion of the world boundary wall, Sha Tian's huge invincible aura penetrated over, without letting the eyes of the gods become serious. The Valkyrie Brunhild also looked at the opposite Sha Tian, her eyes changed. Just opened the twilight of the gods, and suddenly it was right for this change. He doesn't have the breath of gods, it seems to be just a human being. Among the seats in the trial court, a voice spoke. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar on the spot. A mortal world, will it blend with the world of God? There are many people who can see it, and Zeus and others have already understood it. There are no gods in the opposite world. This is also the surprise of their main gods. I am one of the main gods, Shiva. There is no god in your world, right? Shiva opened his four arms, the lying figure sat up, and said to Sha Tian, the voice passed. Sha Tian, Whitebeard Newgate, Roger and others were looking at them with a confused expression. Sha Tian even felt that the opposite world seemed to be different, with a special breath. And looking at the opposite, it seems that he is calling himself a god? Advertisement, indeed, there is no god here, what's going on in your world? Sha Tian couldn't help but stunned when he heard the word Shiva. This name is not one of the three main gods of Indian mythology. There is no god, that is, you are all humans. In the black eye sockets, with bright golden pupils, Zeus looked at the opposite world with a look of excitement. The meeting to destroy the human world has just been held, and the twilight that decided to implement the gods has just been photographed. Now another world has merged into it. This kind of thing is really fun, a world with only humans. Zeus yelled in excitement, dancing with his hands. As the omniscient and omnipotent God King in the universe, he is naturally fearless in his heart. Although the opposite Sha Tian looks very strong. Odin, Athena and Shiva all took a serious look at Sha Tian. In my heart, Sha Tian looked sideways. This human being, the aura on his body is very strong, and even surpasses the extreme realm of human beings in this world, enough to feel like a god. The other gods around couldn't help exhaling and all laughed. What? It turned out to be just a world where no god was born. If they are all human beings, they will be destroyed together if they merge together. Hild, is this a ghost of you? Do you think that with one more big world fusion, you can fight against the gods? Humanity is destined to perish. Many gods began to ridicule loudly and laughed constantly. Anyway, the twilight of the gods has been finalized, isn't it? Hild turned his head and said blankly to the gods present. Soon, you will be able to see you gods being pulled down from the throne, and it's time to be completely shocked by mankind. A single challenge between God and man. The hammer is effective. As for the human side, it will be handed over to the proposing Hilder to choose. Hearing Hild's words, Zeus nodded affirmatively, and after taking a deep look at the Valkyrie, he got up and started to leave with a grin. As for another fusion world, it's just a mortal world that doesn't even have a god. What if someone looks strong? Zeus, the father of the gods, knocked it down, then got up and left. In the trial court, a group of gods began to leave. Let Sha Tian and others look at the projection side for a moment. Advertisement? God? Destroying mankind? Roger was stunned. What kind of situation is this? As soon as I merged in, I heard the words of destroying mankind. Guys who call themselves gods, we only cut a batch not long ago. Whitebeard Newgate looked at the world opposite with a little disdain. Celestial dragons, who claimed to be descendants of the god of creation, were driven off the altar by them. At this time, a group of gods appeared, so that they had been promoted and everyone was a little eager to try, and even wanted to rush to fight with them directly. The performance of Whitebeard Newgate, Roger, Garp and others did not attract the attention of the opposing gods. Only Hild seriously looked at Sha Tian behind the boundary wall. What meeting were you having just now? Destroying mankind, the twilight of the gods. Sha Tian hugged his arm and asked Hild. The voice would be passed directly. Hild watched the gods leave, and when he heard Sha Tian's words, his heart moved, and walked toward the sky to project. Sister Brend. The little girl Grey was shocked. Is my sister going to the opposite world? Brunhild ignored the cry of the little girl behind him. Flying in front of him, he directly passed through the world boundary wall that gradually merged. The space rippled turbulently, and came to this world of Sha Tian as if passing through the water surface. The vast ocean. The natural scent from the pavement made Brunhild feel the joy of his whole body. Sha Tian looked at Brunhild with a face of enjoyment silently, and waited patiently. Our big world contains the gods, Zeus, Odin, Shiva. The powerful gods wanted to completely destroy all mankind for some reason, and then started a duel between gods and people. Brunhild opened her big green eyes, looked at Sha Tian whose breath had gradually converged, and explained the dusk of the gods. Sha Tian also listened carefully. I was also astonished in my heart. I couldn't imagine that the big world on the opposite side turned out to be a dimensional world of the Earth universe. The gods are also the legendary gods of the Earth. Although it was not the time and space that I came from, it must be very interesting to fight against these gods. Thinking of this, Sha Tian laughed. Brunhild also looked at this human standing out of thin air in surprise. He even laughed when he heard that the gods were going to destroy all mankind. Chapter 204. Gods. You laughed at me. Roger, Rox, Garp and a large group of people are all below. Hearing the so-called judgments of the gods on mankind, I couldn't help laughing. Brunhild frowned and glanced at the tall people below, and couldn't help feeling upset. Your world merges with ours. As human beings, there is no doubt that they will be destroyed together by the gods. Brunhild said solemnly again. The laughter of Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido and others stopped. Even us are going to be destroyed, then go and kill them first. Charlotte Linlin yelled fiercely. Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, and the people in the ninja world nodded in agreement. The strength of everyone has risen, just like they are confident. Shaoan, don't worry, so-called gods can be born in the opposite world. Let's take a look first. Sha Tian smiled and waved his hands to the people below who were eager to try. This world is very interesting. All the gods on the Earth's timeline actually exist, and they want to destroy mankind. Then he looked at Brunhild again. The Twilight Battle of the Gods you proposed has been approved by the gods, presumably you have already selected the humans to play. Sha Tian looked at Bren 22 Hild playfully. There is something different in this woman's eyes. She is the one who wants to drag the gods to the altar. Yes, I have prepared the list. Brunhild was a little hairy when Sha Tian saw it. This human being seems to contain the power that makes the gods tremble. I can feel that you are very strong and strong. My purpose in the end is to come over and invite you to fight, and win a victory in the 13 battles of the Twilight of the Gods. Brunhilde now sincerely invites Sha Tian. In any case, this human being has a stronger sense than anyone he knows, and standing in the sky, this is not something an ordinary person can easily do. You are very accurate. The rocks below couldn't help but sneered. This woman had already taken a fancy to Sha Tian's strength to come and invite. But let Sha Tian take action, can those gang of gods stand it? Sha Tian did not explain the class question and answer of the dimension to Brunhilde at this time, but asked the Valkyrie again with a smile. Advertisement, can you show me the list of human beings on the stage? Brunhilde took a serious look at Sha Tian and took out a mobile phone. This peculiar mobile phone gave Sha Tian a long-lost feeling. After coming here, I haven't seen my mobile phone for a long time. Directly reached out and took it and looked at the screen. List of appearances on the human side. Shin Shiwang, Liu Biyu, Adam, Sasaki Kojira, Leonidas, Tesla, Jack the Ripper, Raiden Gomon, Okita Soji, Gregory Russ, Michelle Nostradamus, Simon Hoyer, Sakata Kintoki. Sha Tian looked at the list of the human side, her eyes condensed slightly. Liu Biyu, Shin Shiwang. Looking at these two names in surprise, Sha Tian couldn't help but thump in her heart, and she was surprised. But then when I looked down again, what is Sasaki Kojira? Jack the Ripper is out. What else is human? This is really the human being you picked out. I want to play. Who will you replace? Sha Tian looked disgusted and looked at Brunhilde strangely. Adam, the ancestor of the human teacher, can understand that Jack the Ripper, a small murderer like this, can represent human beings. The pattern of this Valkyrie is a bit small. These people here can be eliminated, and I have more powerful candidates to replace. Sha Tian pointed to the 6 or 7 names on the list and said, with an unquestionable appearance. The Valkyrie Brunhild frowned deeper. The look in Sha Tian's eyes looked a bit dissatisfied. What's the matter with you? You just looked at the list and looked like you were admonishing. Just look at the name and you know it's weak. Sha Tian didn't shy away from it and said directly to Brunhild. What about human? Don't you believe that I have a stronger candidate here? Sha Tian saw that the Valkyrie's whole body trembled and she was going to be mad and said haha. These people are not weak. They are all selected from the heroic spirits of mankind. Each of them is a top-notch human being with the possibility of killing God. Valkyrie Brunhilde took a deep breath and resisted the urge to explode to Sha Tian. This guy is too degrading himself. Forget it, kill the gods? Everyone in my big world can kill gods. Sha Tian chuckled and turned to look at Roger, Rox, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shaki and other large groups of people below. Advertisement Roger, Rox and a group of people naturally understood that the hockey on his body broke out in an instant. Boom. A dozen people teamed up to launch the terrifying Conqueror's hockey. The pale golden aura was like an expanding sphere, instantly enveloping the entire enchantment of the world under the cloth, and there was even a thunder explosion out of thin air. The Valkyrie Brynhild saw her eyes shrink. The people below are very strong. How about it? Sha Tian looked at Hild with a smile. Can't stretch it anymore. After all, this place is the same big world. Even if the dimensional stage is different, it does not mean that there is no strong person here. It's really strong. I think about it. The Valkyrie Brynhild pondered for a while and had to admit their strength. My sister, is this fusion world also elected to fight? But at this time, Sha Tian looked at Brunhild's appearance and didn't say much. After all, it was the first time to meet, and it was normal to distrust. But the humans chosen by oneself are not necessarily inferior. Now she must first summon those who Sha Tian wants to replace. The projection of the sky began to become wider and wider, and the boundaries of the world began to flood in. I really didn't expect this world. I just don't know whether the abilities of the gods are the same as the gods I know. If it is, it will be fun. The returning Valkyrie Brynhild thought in her heart, her eyes narrowed. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sha Tian, Whitebeard Newgate, Roger and others all watched the Valkyrie Brynhild go. Stepped out of the trial court. The Valkyrie Brynhild did not stay much, turned and went back to her own world. Newgate, Roger. Get ready, kill the gods. The little girl Grey had been waiting too, her expression nervous and shocked. Sha Tian thought to himself, he also knew that the gods on the opposite side might not be like real myths. Then he looked at the people below and smiled. At this time, if Sha Tian knew what the Valkyrie was thinking in her heart, she would probably laugh out. Yes, from the aura alone, none of these guys are weak. And the other side. Chapter 205 in a huge room somewhere in the world of gods. At a rectangular table, 13 people gathered there, sitting there, with different expressions. Some are sitting motionless, some are lying on the table and squinting comfortably, and some are looking at other people. At this time, the Valkyrie Brunhild walked in with Bree. Everyone looked at Brunhild and waited for her to speak quietly. At the meeting of the gods, the battle of the gods at dusk is completed. As soon as Brunhild came in, he looked at everyone and said straightforwardly. As soon as they heard this, the others had different expressions, and they suddenly became nervous. The one-on-one battle with God is about to begin. Lu Bu, a militant, showed a grim smile, but an unthinkable thing happened, a big world merge, a world without gods. Brunhild said solemnly again. The complexion of the 13 people changed, and it was a little unclear. What does it mean to have a big world without gods? Emperor Shi squinted his eyes and asked the first question. The big world is like our world, the god realm, the human realm, and the underworld constitute a big world, and the spatial fluctuation that just occurred is that the two big worlds are merging or are in a meeting. Valkyrie Brunhild looked at the 13 people she had selected to participate in the battle of the god slaying, and said solemnly. Sha Tian's figure once again appeared in her mind. 13 people were all stunned by the Valkyrie's narration. There are still such things, a big world without gods, so to speak. The Emperor Shi and others reacted and were amazed. Even Adam, who was lying on the table and known as the father of mankind, sat up and looked at Brunhild. The humans in that big world will also face the situation of being destroyed by the gods. At the same time, I went to negotiate with them and pointed out that there are 5 people to be eliminated and they will send someone out of the station. Brunhild looked at Sasaki Kojira, Raiden, Jack the Ripper and the other 5 said. All 5 were taken aback. What's the meaning? Removed from the list. They pointed us directly to get rid of advertisement. Sasaki Kojira and the others were stunned for a while, so they were a little unsure. Yes, naming and culling. The Valkyrie Brunhild nodded, and the look at the 5 Sasaki Kojira was a bit complicated. For her, this is also very tangled. After all, the guys in that world are also very strong. It is very unfair for us to eliminate it directly, although it is not a good thing, we will not let go of the right to play. Yes, Miss Bren, if you don't let us off the court directly, then let the 5 of us go and play with them to determine the list. Under the accident, the 5 people also felt unfair. Seeing that Brunhild had not directly removed their qualifications, they said. The Valkyrie Brunhild narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and nodded. Then we will go find them. We are against the god of war. When we die, we will really wipe out his existence. Therefore, I don't want the weak to play. It's just a warm-up. Bran agreed, and immediately signaled that everyone could prepare. Emperor Shi, Liu Biyu and others were very curious about the so-called big world, and it turned out to be all human beings. This time the speed of world fusion exceeded the expectations of Whitebeard Newgate, Roger and others. Shortly after the Valkyrie Brunhild left, a few days later, a large group of magnificent buildings merged into the world. Amidst the rumbling, a duel field appeared on the original 10,000 Worlds arena below. The people at Marineford looked down curiously. The world of gods has merged in, and it will destroy all mankind. The news was scattered all over the world, and all the people who came in received the news. Sky Island. Spirit Palace. At this time, Enel and the original Sky Island residents were also solemnly apologized by Yamamoto and other Shinigami, and they were invited back after carefully explaining the reasons. At the same time, the gods' world had to use 13 duels to determine the news of the destruction of mankind and informed Enel and others. A true god in another world. Enel looked at the old man with white beard with a dazed expression, and said in surprise. Yes, according to the strongest Sha Tien, people who merge in the three worlds will also face the situation of being sanctioned by those gods, even as Shinigami. Advertisement Yamamoto Motoyanagi showed a strange look and looked at the wider and wider world projection in the sky. In the lower arena of Marineford, it is said that the duels of the gods have all merged in. Let's take a break and wait for some people to rush to support them and see these gods. Kyoraku Shunsui, Zaraki Kenpachi and others are looking forward to it. Sha Tien, maybe God will be slaughtered this time. The real God? When Enel heard it, he said he wanted to see it too. Naturally, Yamamoto and others had no opinion, and they all set off together. People in the Shinigami world will gather at Sky Island through contact. The ninja world, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have always been at Marineford. Naruto and Sasuke, who traveled the world, as well as the ninjas scattered around the world, heard that the world of gods merged, and the battle between humans and gods was about to begin, and they all gathered towards Marineford. There are no so-called gods in the three worlds. No matter it is the omniscient and omnipotent Spirit King, the Otsutsuki clan who descended with the sacred tree, or the pirate world. At this time, when this happened, naturally they all began to gather. The world of gods. Zeus, the father of the gods, Odin, king of the gods of the Asa clan, Shiva, one of the three main gods, and the rest of the gods all received the news. Several of the 13 players originally played by the Valkyrie Brunhild will be eliminated. At this time, these people are going to a duel in the opposite world to determine the final list of Nuo Li Jiao to play. The gods were a little curious, and they manifested from the projection. The old naughty Zeus directly took his children Ares and others to the pirate world to watch. At this time, the Valkyrie Brunhild brought 13 humans to Marineford to find Sha Tien and others. Inside the Palace of 10,000 Realms, in a huge hall, a dozen golden chairs formed a row facing the palace gate. The layout of the entire palace has a majestic atmosphere, and the wonderful pure gold light shines on the roof. Rox, Roger, Whitebeard Newgate, Shiki, Rayleigh, Garp, Sengoku, Sora, Zephyr and Kaido, Big Mom, Redhead Shanks, Monkey D. Dragon, Hawkeye Mahawk, etc. There are other worlds Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Yamamoto Uenyanu, etc. are sitting on it. Sha Tien was above the golden throne in the middle, squinting his head lazily. Place. Chapter 206. As soon as the Valkyrie Brunhild walked in with the 13 human beings who went to fight, and saw the Sha Tien and others present, they couldn't help but wince. They did not radiate any aura, but there was a deterrent force to oppress people's nerves. It's not easy. Adam, who was almost naked, scratched his face and said with surprise in his eyes. When Emperor Shi Huang and Liu Biyu saw Sha Tien in the middle, a strange feeling came to their hearts. It's like the induction between blood vessels, making them look straight at Sha Tien, unable to look away. Liu Biyu looked at the invisible power of Sha Tien and others, and he was eager to try. He wanted to rush to challenge Sha Tien. Have you considered it, Brunhild? Sha Tien glanced at the first emperor and Liu Biyu and smiled, did not care about Liu Bu's war intentions, and then asked the Valkyrie Brunhild. I can't help them make decisions directly. Brunhilde took a deep look at Sha Tien, turned around and let go of his figure. Behind him, Sasaki, Raiden, and the 5 Rippers stepped forward. Your proposal to remove our qualifications to play is really unacceptable to us, Sasaki Kojiro looked at the big Sha Tien and others in front of him, and was about to speak, but was directly stunned by the eyes of a hockey of Rox. Here, it's not your turn to speak. Rox sat on the golden chair and said disdainfully. Before the world merges, 2 big worlds have been merged here. You have to know that this is one big world. This one is the strongest among the 3 big worlds. Rox said fiercely with his eyes. No cat or dog can talk to Sha Tien directly. The 5 Sasaki people were also choked. I don't know how to reply. According to this, Sha Tien is indeed very honorable. Even the Valkyrie Brunhild was choked. Even if the 13 of you don't play, we still have the absolute strength to defeat these so-called gods and take 5 places. It's just because things started because of you. We don't want to work too hard. Golden Lion Shiki also spoke with a look of disdain. This is Sha Tien's decision, and everyone naturally did not refute it. And 5 places are still noisy, which is very uncomfortable. Advertisement. Then let's fight a game. If we lose, we have nothing to say, otherwise, even if it is the top power in the big world, we will not accept it. Raiden couldn't help it, and withstood the pressure from the opposite rocks, Shiki and others. Hearing this, Sha Tian looked at the Valkyrie and nodded. Okay. The battle is good, warm up. Sha Tian waved his hand, and the scene changed directly. A group of people were moved directly to the duel arena below Marineford. This hand directly caused the Valkyrie Brynhild's eyes to change drastically. This guy can actually do this kind of method. The power of space. This is similar to the power of God. At this time, above the sky, the appearance of the gods was also projected. Next to Zeus, Shiva and Athena all appeared in the spectator seats, scratching and watching with interest. What kind of picture will these human battles look like? The people gathered outside saw that Sha Tian and others entered the duel arena, and also walked in mightily. There are people in the pirate world, Shinigami world, and ninja world. And Sha Tian, Newgate, Roger and others also went to the attic where they were watching the game and sat down. As soon as he arrived at the duel, Liu Biyu looked at Sha Tian and couldn't help it. At this time, Emperor Shi stretched out his hand to stop Liu Biyu, smiled and shook his head. And among the 5 people who proposed to use battle to determine the quota, Sasaki Kojira could not bear it for a long time, and was the first to walk into the field and look at Sha Tian. Said very solemnly, I want to challenge you, by you, not enough to challenge my master. By the side of Sha Tian, Mihawk, who had been standing quietly, walked out. Looking at Sasaki with sharp eyes like an eagle, he walked off the court directly with his foot on the air. As soon as the people waiting for the spectator came in, they saw the gods such as Zeus and Shiva, the father of the gods, appearing in the attic of the spectator. At the same time, many gods appeared in the sky projection. They all looked astonished. Is this the god who merges the world? Some guys really have a sense of holiness. This kind of fantasy breath is the breath of God. It's really powerful and terrifying. Advertisement: the people in the 3 worlds are not some civilians, but some powerful people, such as Supernova Kid, Hawkins and others, Hitaki Kakashi in the ninja world, Kurosaki Ichigo, who is now practicing the Shinigami world, etc., a group of people. Almost tens of thousands of people came to watch the game. And the gods are also observing the human beings in this big world. The people here are all good looking, and they have completely different energy. The one-eyed Odin's other eye was shining with the light of wisdom, seeing through the nature of the world's energy. At this time, Hawkeye Mihawk played against Sasaki Kojira. Oh, it's so powerful. The scrawny Zeus looked at Mihawk, who was walking off the court, and said in surprise. The gods looked at Hawkeye and Mihawk couldn't help but be surprised. It didn't feel much at the beginning, and it wasn't until Mihawk stepped off the court that the momentum began to show. Liu Biyu on the side of the Valkyrie Brynhild was even more excited. The strong. Just now Liu Biyu wanted to go up and challenge Sha Tian with a peculiar feeling, and Sasaki Kojira took a step ahead. Sasaki Kojira stood in the field, looking at the eagle-eyed Mihawk in front of him. His expression was extremely solemn in an instant. Hei Dao Yi is about the same length as his long knife, which shows that this eagle-eyed man is terrifying. Sasaki Kojira looked at the eagle-eyed Mihawk in front of him, and after repeated simulation exercises in his mind, sweat began to ooze out of his face, and his eyes could not help but feel a little horrified. All levels of deduction turned out to be lost. This man with peculiar eyes was like a knife without flaws, no matter how he could defeat it. Mihawk looked at Sasaki with a calm expression on his face. As a swordsman, this old man should feel the gap. However, Sasaki Kojira bit his head and rushed forward, holding a 3-meter-long heavy knife, and slashing directly. The powerful force attached above draws a white exercise with a terrifying air pressure. Mihawk didn't even look at it, dodged slightly sideways, and immediately pulled out the black sword in his hand. The improved observation Haki's predictive ability was immediately launched. This guy's knife will be cut back. In an instant, Mihawk understood this guy's moves. When Kojira Sasaki used the Yanwi, Kuratoya, with a violent sword intent, and Haki's sword made a cross-cut with a speed that absolutely surpassed Sasaki's countless speeds. Chapter 207 Hawkeye Mihawk's horizontal cut was just right at the moment of Sasaki Kojira Yan's move. The green sword energy formed instantly, extremely sharp. Sasaki's eyes were horrified for an instant, and with a bang, the long sword in his hand was slashed by the green sword energy first, and the blade broke a small hole. The whole person fluttered directly under the impact. The green sword energy ran across and hit the wall of the duel area. Scary knife marks were left on the walls specially built by the gods. Sasaki Kojira flew up and hit the wall and didn't move for a long time. What a strong slash. In Zeus's dark eye sockets, the golden pupils were exposed, with a look of surprise on his face. This is especially true of the gods like Odin and Shiva. A human being can perform this level of slash. Shiva couldn't help but opened 4 eyes and looked in surprise. This level of strength is enough to compare with the gods. The gods also saw it, and many of them looked solemn. Even Poseidon, the sea god who has always had no emotions and only recognizes strength, turned his gaze at Sha Tian and glanced at Hawkeye Mihawk. And Sha Tian and others looked at it with a calm expression. This is just a random cut from Mihawk. The strength and skills of this Sasaki Kojira are good. But using a knife against Mihawk, who has returned to the basics, with a powerful attack on Mihawk, there is no chance of winning. Sure enough, Sasaki Kojiro climbed down with an uncomfortable look and stepped forward again. Looking at the small gap on the long knife in his hand, his expression was even more ugly. Sure enough, I would lose all in my simulation. Looking at Mihawk with a black knife and sharp eyes, Sasaki didn't choose to concede even if he understood the big gap. This time, the chance to represent human beings must be won. I thought this knife was enough for you to recognize reality. Hawkeye Sasaki once again assumed a combat stance in front of Mihawk, holding a long sword in his hand. Losing has always been the long-term normal. Sasaki sighed, and his body suddenly disappeared. The long knife was about to hit Mihawk's body between the sparks and flints. Ding! Advertisement Hey Dao Yi blocked the long knife that was slicing at a faster speed. When the hurricane on the court hit, Sasaki Kojiro's eyes were filled with surprise. It's too fast, with such a big knife, this person's speed can be so amazing. Concentrate, focus. At this moment, Sasaki kept hinting to himself in his heart, without any slowness in his hands, and began to attack Mihawk fiercely. One knife after another. Gradually, from Mihawk's knife release, Sasaki Kojiro finally started to master Mihawk's attack trajectory and knife technique. The attack became more and more fierce. This guy's brain is very easy to use, he has the ability to deduct and learn, and he can use his various perceptions to maximize his combat effectiveness. Sha Tien looked at the field and said, Roger and Rox, Whitebeard Newgate and others were a little surprised. To a certain extent, it is very similar to the ability that Sha Tien learned after seeing it once. But Hawkeye Mihawk didn't use all his strength, even Haki didn't use it completely. It was more of two people competing purely with physical strength and swordsmanship. Pluton Rayleigh could also see from the side. Mihawk is probably using this old swordsman's knife skills to feed his moves. In the duel at this time, the two of them fought with swords scattered, and they fought extremely fast, clinking. The ground of the duel field also began to crack as the two men stepped heavily. You know, this is the duel field of the gods, and everything in the space inside will be stronger. Humans, the combat power can reach this level. This kind of combat power is not bad even if it is placed in our Protoss. Many gods in the projection were amazed. Indeed, the battle in the duel field is getting fiercer. On the court, Sasaki Kojiro's eyes flashed. This guy who uses a black knife has completely figured it out. The drill in my mind already has a chance to win. Hawkeye Mihawk was also surprised inside. Within a short period of time, the old swordsman in front of him had predicted all his offensive trajectories. Even the footsteps seemed to be under control, not bad at all. The black sword will be hit by his 3-meter-long heavy blade at night, and the power it carries is extremely powerful, and the invisible blade aura is emitted. Your knife is really strong. Hawkeye Mihawk was very surprised and affirmed for this man. Advertisement regardless of ability, pure strength compared to swordsmanship, indeed, he is still inferior to this swordsman. Find flowers at this moment, Mihawk became more serious. The haki on his body began to permeate, and an invincible sword intent rose to the sky. This sharp edge made the gods all look at them intently. This guy, without a magical tool, can burst out of such power. These energies are the unique energies of that big world. Shiva leaned forward with two hands on the viewing compartment, and the other two hands clenched his fists. All four eyes were widened and watched Mihawk burst out with sword intent. Even the two crows on the shoulders of God King Odin fell down, obviously surprised. On Sha Tien's side, Rox, Roger and others all showed smiles. It seems that Mihawk is not playing anymore, even Conqueror's haki and sword intent have been released. The people in the other three worlds watched the battle with their eyes widened and looked solemnly. It is said that this eagle-eye Mihawk is the apprentice of Sha Tien, and is also a master with swords. Really, it turned out to be Sha Tien's apprentice. Yes, Sha Tien's title is actually not the strongest, but the sword god. You know, our world has no god. Being called a god, how terrifying his sword is. Moreover, before Sha Tien took him, he had already taken the position of the world's strongest swordsman. Some ninjas and people in the Shinigami world made a puzzled voice. People in Pirate World also nodded and explained Sha Tien's previous title. And as Sha Tien's apprentice, still sitting on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman, this Mihawk knife can be imagined how powerful it is. And Mihawk, the eagle-eyed Mihawk, did not disappoint everyone. Sasaki Kojiro was a little confused at this moment. This guy used sword intent. They all soared into the sky just like substance. Come and try my trick. White smoke came out of the black knife in Mihawk's hand at night, and the intent of the knife to cut everything was condensed in it. He didn't cut it directly, but rushed towards Sasaki with his entire figure. The black knife in his hand slashed at the same time. Sasaki Kojiro couldn't hide, so he could only stand sideways to resist. Ding! The long knife in Sasaki's hand was directly cut off by Mihawk's black knife, wide. 7 rupees Chapter 208. The sharp knife intent was directly cut off by a single knife. Zeus huffed like a child and even clapped his hands. The rest of the gods, even the Valkyrie Brynhild, looked dumbfounded. This eagle eye was so strong that it cut off Sasaki Kojiro's sword directly. And at this time, even though Sasaki Kojiro broke the knife, he smoothly avoided Mihawk's slash. His eyes flashed with excitement. I just ignored the other hand and grabbed the broken blade. Turn around and use the second sword-style stunt. Under the surprised eyes of the audience, Hawkeye Mihawk is not in a hurry. In an instant, Kuratoya turned around, faster than Sasaki. Boom! The huge strong wind blew Sasaki's cheeks, his eyes trembled as he stared at He Daoyi, who was only a fraction of a distance from his head. Mahawk was holding the knife in one hand, and stopped in front of Sasaki, who was holding the handle of the knife in one hand and the broken blade in the other. His eyes were extremely cold, even the terrifying sword intent contained in it came through. This change caused the watching gods and the audience below to be stunned. Too fast. Originally thought Sasaki Kojira had a broken blade in his hand and started a counterattack. However, Hawkeye Mahawk directly overturned everyone's guess that this Hawkeye has always kept his hands and still retains such a powerful strength. Sasaki was already stupid. It turned out that this guy hadn't tried his best. When this knife fell, he would definitely die completely. Thinking about it this way, even when he sees through the moves, he just has a playful mentality, right? Thank you for your mercy. I'm Sasaki Kojira. What's your name? Sasaki's gloomy eyes finally fell down, but he couldn't help asking. Mahawk. Hawkeye Mahawk still looks cold. He put He Daoyi on his back and walked back calmly. Sasaki Kojira watched Mahawk leave the field with a little hollow eyes, and followed the direction, and saw Sha Tien on the chair in the attic seat. Master Mahawk. How powerful he will be. Among the five, Sasaki was the first to lose. Sha Tien and Rox, Roger, Whitebeard, Garp and others did not have the slightest accident. Advertisement: the human body in that world is indeed good, except for the power of the body, the rest are very sparse and ordinary. It's really wonderful, Zeus, Shiva and others couldn't help but say in admiration. If this guy with a black knife is going to fight, then you have to be careful. The Valkyrie Brynhild did not expect that this would end the challenge. The eyes of the remaining 12 people showed solemn expressions. People in that world are really strong, at this time. As the two left the field, the next battle was about to begin. Behind the Valkyrie Brynhild, a strong thunder and lightning came out for Yuman. Standing on the field with extremely dignified eyes, did not speak, quietly looked at Sha Tien's side. It looks like this guy has a very strong body. Whitebeard Newgate grunted and was about to appear. At this time, Garp was picking his nostrils and wearing blue short sleeves to stop Newgate. Hey, Newgate, let me play this game. After that, regardless of Whitebeard Newgate's reluctance, he smiled and walked on. This old urchin. Whitebeard Newgate gave a chuckle, but it didn't matter. Garp came to the court with a look of excitement. Looking at the opposite human, he had already sensed the opponent's tyrannical body and fists. This is exactly to my appetite, and I can enjoy the thrill of fighting. Today Garp himself doesn't know how strong he is after Sha Tien's promotion. I am Raiden Human. Raiden said hello politely. After all, it is not a vengeance, and it is also a fight for human production. Yo, this is Garp. Seeing Raiden politely, Garp also politely responded. The two spoke to each other, and immediately, the form of the field began to change. Thunder and lightning began to erupt all over his body, and a sense of ultimate power swept away from him. Garp also screamed hockey, spreading a huge momentum. This scene once again surprised the gods. In the second battle, the people on both sides were not weak. The audience of Pirate World and the audience began to shout loudly, leading other people in the world to become enthusiastic. Garp Vice Admiral, Advertisement, Hero, Garp. Grandfather. Amidst the mixed shouts, Ace, Luffy and Sabo were all in the spectator seats, yelling loudly with their shoulders and mouth open. Garp heard it naturally, and smiled back at the three grandsons during the confrontation. At this moment, Raiden's eyes condensed, and the whole person rushed towards Garp like a cannonball, and smashed it with a punch. The powerful force even caused air pressure in the duel arena of the gods. During the decisive battle, you showed a flaw. Raiden is naturally not polite, this is in battle. However, when he was about to attack Garp, at a faster speed, one strikes an iron fist against Human. Bang! The huge force made the air spread out in a circle with a white halo. Raiden Wyman's entire face changed and his face flushed. 2 seconds later, his whole body flew upside down like a cannonball. Hit the wall of the duel field and smashed a big hole. Soon, Human climbed out and stood on the ground again, touching his fist with his other hand, surprised. The power of this Garp is so strong, he punches at will, knocking himself into the air without even preparing. Garp grinned, his eyes condensed. The impact of power caused the air to flow violently and dust everywhere. In the air burst, the thunder and lightning closed their legs and flew directly towards Garp. With a bang, the air burst. Yes, the strength can reach this level, enough to make the old man a little serious. I don't know how much the thunder and lightning that unlocked his own flesh became stronger. Can't keep your hands. 100 close. The power is not slow at all. The whole person is really like a rocket. The pale golden armament hockey on his body began to flow and covered his body like a fluid. He liberated his body and began to exert his strongest power. Raiden made a decisive choice for Human with all his strength. Garp was already smiling and fisted at the kicking thunder and lightning. The rocket kicks. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. His hands were constantly tapping his chest, and the muscles on his body began to change. There is another bang, but this time, the two formed a tie and backed away from each other. Chapter 209 Garp released hockey. At this moment, everyone's power changed the face of the gods watching the game and was extremely surprised. This fluid energy is so terrifying. Aphrodite, the god of love, couldn't help covering her small mouth, looking surprised at the explosion of Haki's garp on the court. Zeus, Odin, and Shiva all looked at them in surprise. Divine power appeared in his eyes, trying to understand the nature of the power of another big world. It's the same as that of the swordsman Hawkeye, and it's even stronger. Both crows on Odin's shoulder looked out, flapping their wings. Sha Tien, Roger, Rox, Sengoku and others couldn't help but look sideways. This thunderbolt was human so quickly that Garp could use armament Haki. That guy's muscles are unusual, causing his physical strength to be extremely fierce. Sha Tien also saw a little doorway, looking at the thunder and lightning's body a little curious. As for the system prompts that they learned their combat skills, Sha Tien didn't even bother to look at it. This skill is redundant by himself. On the court, the eyes of Raiden, who had unlocked his own closed eyes, were a little pale, and he tried his best to control his own muscles. Seeing Garp use the ability to cover his body, he clenched his teeth to support. In the next 22 moments, the whole person assumed a sumo pose, and the whole person rushed towards Garp. Thunder and lightning caused Waymon's whole body to surge in a sprint, and his body's strength was concentrated on his right fist, causing the muscles of his right arm to bulge hugely, and at the same time he whizzed and hammered towards Garp. Garp didn't use the move of releasing Haki at this time, and still raised his fist to greet the thunder and lightning. This is the third pair of punches between the two. When the punch was thrown, the terrifying air pressure brought by the fist wind took the lead to bang together, and after a bang, the two fists touched each other. Click. The ground under the feet of the two cracked instantly, and one spread to the auditorium. Boom. At this time, the fists had just begun to wrestle, and Raiden directly hit Garp with a head hammer from Human. Garp's eyes changed. This guy really used himself as a combat weapon. With a bang, he was slammed into the ground by a hammer, forming a big hole. The gods and the audience below have not yet come to marvel at the power of thunder and lightning. Garp stood up and shook his head. I still use my head. The next second, disappeared in place with a bang. Marine 6 styles, shave. Garp's body is moving at a high speed, completely breaking the limit that the human body can reach. Advertisement Raiden's complexion changed, and he punched directly to his side. Boom. A pair of punches will retreat at the touch of a fist. Raiden also punched again to withstand Garp's extremely fast attack. Just like that, punch after punch banged. At this time, Raiden's physical pain for Waymon's body became more and more intense. Untie Beifong, he couldn't restrain his physical body anymore. He endured it, but the next moment he grasped Garp's fist accurately. Caught you. Raiden looks terrifying. Both hands were on Garp's wrists. Garp also looked surprised. Armament Haki instantly hit the wrist. Thunder roared, using the power of the whole body to pinch it with both hands. He wants to squeeze Garp's wrist directly. Garp didn't rush. All the power of this thunder and lightning was exerted on his hands, and Armament Haki's also withstood the crushing force. Raiden made Waymon's eyeballs bulge out with force, and the muscles all over his body were horribly bulging, and even the color of his arms was crunched. The supreme gods such as Zeus and Odin looked surprised. Human power can reach such a terrifying point. Sha Tien also looked curiously. What would Garp do? Your strength is really huge. Garp laughed at this moment, and withstood the power of the lightning forcefully. The next moment, another fist struck straight towards the lightning. But the thunderbolt that squeezed the red eye could not be shot, so he used the head hammer directly. Boom. A strong air current is set off between the forces. At this point, Garp and Raiden finally separated. Raiden shook his head and staggered back. Seeing the redness of his wrist, Armament Haki almost couldn't resist his strength. A frenzy flashed across Garp's eyes. He tore off his own t-shirt, revealing a strong inverted triangle figure, his eyes flashing with sheen, and he walked step by step toward Raiden for Human. Raiden looked at Garp like this, greeted him in a sumo pose, and grabbed Garp's shoulders with both hands. Garp also grabbed Raiden's shoulders, and the muscles on both of them began to bulge. Advertisement the two completely started to fight. The cracks in the ground were getting bigger and bigger, and white smoke rose up from both of them. In the end, each was thrown back by the opponent's strength. At this time, the two began to fight again, punching and punching each other, faster and faster. Garp couldn't hold it at this moment, and his fists were beginning to be hurt. The skin was cracked and blood was splashing. Haki didn't fully resist it. At this time, the thunder and lightning's muscles, which had the upper hand, began to surge and explode, like a balloon filled with water, and there was a painful scream from his throat. Garp couldn't help but froze. The fight was so happy, this guy was actually bitten back? The gods and people in the audience seats were taken aback by this change. The Valkyrie Brynhild's eyes changed drastically. His muscles have gone back. This level of outbreak, even if the third sister's change artifact gives thunder and lightning, it can't be suppressed at all. On the contrary, Sha Tien saw it with great interest. Thunder and lightning also panted heavily, gratefully and horrifiedly looked at Sha Tien. Haki flows on Sha Tien in the audience seat, facing the thunder and lightning off the court. Really a good method. A single finger in the air suppressed the thunder and lightning horror muscle backlash. Looking at the thunder and lightning again, the whole body is rising. Looking at Garp's expression, this is obviously not enjoyable. It seems really uncomfortable to fight half of the opponent and die. Valkyrie Hild's eyes tremble even more, looking at Sha Tian incredulously. Garp's eyes lit up and he smiled. Raiden's backlash for human was suppressed instantly and subdued. Old guy, have a good time. At this time, the Valkyrie Hild was using means to help Raiden control his own muscles, but there was no effect at all. Seeing Raiden would be squeezed to death by his own muscles. Sha Tian saw that Garp swallowed the uncomfortable expression like a fly and couldn't help but smile. Garp also looked back at Sha Tian. Sengoku, Aokiji and other marines behind him also smiled. Sha Tian raised Erlang's legs and said to Garp grinning. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Zeus and Odin's two supreme gods both narrowed their eyes, and the golden pupils looked at Sha Tian, revealing a hint of solemnity. A golden halo passed. Chapter 210 Raiden also understood. That Zeon helped himself out of danger to make Garp enjoyable. Hey, it's okay, let's have fun again. Garp's eyes finally began to earnestly. After all, this guy was already fighting with his own life. Raiden grinned for human. The two of them looked at each other, and after slowly approaching each other, they fisted crazy again. Everyone in the duel arena was full of enthusiasm. This kind of primitive hand-to-hand combat is really charming. Even the eyes of the gods became frantic. Human battles can reach this level of enthusiasm. Fight. It's all mashed. The beauty of battle is always so fascinating, even if it is human. The gods couldn't help but began to say. On the court, the faces of the two people who fought close to each other were full of color, but their eyes were excited and excited. Really happy, happy. Raiden roared loudly, completely unleashing the power of his body for the first time, fighting unreservedly. Garp agreed, too. Don't slow down your hands, fight each other. At this time, the battle was completely heated. Iron Cannon Palm, 8-foot bird. Raiden assumed a sumo pose, and the power of his muscles surged wildly, gathering in the palm of his hand. Garp's eyes shrank. Hockey on his hand was wrapped around his already bloody fist, and the bang turned black. Iron Fist. In an instant, the air currents in the entire duel were drawn by the two of them using their tricks. The two of them were so close to each other that they used a powerful attack. Boom. Boom. Fist meets iron palm. The palm of the Raiden 8-foot bird directly hit the palm strength enough to smash a large mountain, and the air directly formed an air cannon. Garp covered Hockey's fist with a faint golden light, and all the power in it was condensed. Boom. The ground instantly collapsed and sank, but the two of them trembled without seeing the body shape on it, and they endured the uncomfortable feeling of being impacted. Come again. Garp's eyes are still full of enthusiastic fighting spirit. Advertisement swing his fist and continue to fight against the thunder and lightning and the sinking. Punch after punch, Garp has used all his power. Finally, Thunder clenched his teeth and insisted. His hands finally burst open without holding it. The thunderous muscles were completely overloaded and shattered under Garp's fierce attack. Seeing the entire arm exploded, Thunder gave a wry smile, and he didn't even feel the huge pain in his body. Garp saw it, turned and left. This group is only in the form of heroic spirits. As long as they are not dead, they will be saved. Wow, Grandpa won. Outside the audience, Luffy and Ace Sabo cheered. People in the pirate world, Shinigami world, and ninja world chanted. Garp Vice Admiral is amazing. In the projection of the gods, Zeus and other gods present were surprised. This one is called Garp, and I still keep my hands. Odin's one-eyed stared solemnly, and his gaze also looked towards Zeus. The humans in this world are very powerful. It can be said to be comparable to the gods. Odin was thinking. The Valkyrie Brynhild took a deep breath, and the shock in her heart was indescribable. Both Sasaki and Raiden went up and lost, and looking at the plain appearance of Sha Tian there, it seems that the ending is expected to be like this a long time ago. Of course, Sha Tian, Roger, Rox and others would not think that Garp would lose. Seeing Garp walk back with a bruised nose and swollen face, he couldn't help laughing. The hero Garp was beaten up like this, jahahaha. Golden Lion Shiki and the others did not hold back, laughing. Garp gave them a blank look, and said angrily, I'm a hand-to-hand fight. And this time, another person walked out of the Valkyrie. Wearing a suit, wearing a single lens, a very handsome look. Around Sha Tian, Whitebeard, Shiki, Sengoku and others all wanted to play. And Sha Tian waved his hand. This guy. Just let Joker come, don't keep your hands. Sha Tian looked at Doflamingo among the group of people behind him and said. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment, but he did not expect that Sha Tian would let him play directly, and then he showed excitement. Yes, Captain Sha Tian. Doflamingo walked off the field directly in the air, but his heart really turned sharply. Advertisement Captain Sha Tian said that there is no need to keep his hands, the meaning is very deep. It seems that this guy makes the captain feel very uncomfortable. Of course Sha Tian is upset. Jack the Ripper, what is it? Killing a woman shows a cruel scum. Can this represent human beings in battle? I think the battlefield can be set on the streets of London. Jack said to Brunhild, the Valkyrie, and Doflamingo also looked indifferent. Jack the Ripper was already a dead person who was about to disappear in his eyes. Subsequently, the scene in the duel arena changed. Jack the Ripper and Doflamingo both entered a space. The scene suddenly became London. As soon as he entered, Jack the Ripper began to run. Doflamingo smiled cruelly, and immediately rose into the air, chasing Jack the Ripper. Diaresis, do you want to use this method to see with me for opportunities? Doflamingo said to Jack the Ripper in the air. Jack glanced, his eyes changed drastically. It can fly, but it's different. Doflamingo will see you wherever you are in the sky. At this time, Jack turned his head back and threw the dagger to Doflamingo. The power on it was not weak at all. It's interesting, but you can't let Captain Sha Tian down. Doflamingo glanced, not wanting to waste any more time. The ability to awaken is affecting the surrounding things, and all the building streets have become lines. He was always cynical and didn't care much about anything. Zeus, who was like an old naughty boy, completely changed his face and stood up with a squeak. This is divine power, isn't one of the original rules of that world? You know, this kind of power is like drinking the fountain of wisdom to gain the power of wisdom. There are such treasures in that world. The Norse king Odin watched the scene in the duel with trembling eyes. At this moment, the faces of people in the entire God's world changed their lives. With a finger movement, the devil fruit ability is activated. It's hard to believe that human beings can carry this kind of power. Jack the Ripper turned pale, overwhelming. Everything in front of him turned into a ball of thin white threads to kill him. And this scene completely changed the faces of the gods. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. God. What is this? The gods also began to be greedy. Like a flowing white ocean, it rushed directly to Jack the Ripper. Immediately ran desperately and began to fear. Chapter 211. At this time, the silence of the gods made Sha Tian, Whitebeard Newgate and others noticed. The gods saw Devil Fruit's ability as such a reaction. At this time, in the duel, Jack the Ripper ran desperately, and all the buildings behind him spread into a ball of thread. There is no way. There is no way at all. Jack the Ripper was a little bit crying. In this world scene, I thought I could win by strategy and means, but I didn't expect such a terrifying guy to be sent to the other side. Call out. A ball of thread chased up and pierced Jack the Ripper. Jack's movements were not slow, and while turning around, he blocked a bit with his own knife, but he was hit by the huge force stabbed by the thread. Can't escape. You can't escape. Jack the Ripper understood, thinking quickly in his heart. As long as you can get close to the guy in midair, you have a chance to launch a fatal blow. It's just that Jack's eyes that can see emotions can only see the cold killing intent on Doflamingo. Shoo. The lines on all sides rushed towards Jack. There is almost nowhere to hide. In an instant, Jack the Ripper made a decision and jumped up. The body ran directly towards Doflamingo. The back line also chased after Jack. Doflamingo smiled and allowed Jack to rush towards him, covering his hands with hockey and about to punch Jack against him. At this time, Jack the Ripper turned around in the air, avoided Doflamingo's fist, and went around Ming's back. The thread was about to pierce Doflamingo himself. Want to use this trick to hurt myself? Abruptly, the white line stopped for a second in a rapid sprint. Doflamingo's fist stopped, and he smiled, and Jack the Ripper's eyes changed. This is the opportunity to speak. The distance and the timing were just right, and immediately Jack made a decisive move. Completely ignoring everything around him, facing Brother Ming with extreme speed, the knife in his hand slashed directly at Doflamingo. Go to hell. Jack the Ripper's eyes lit up at this moment. It wasn't until the knife in his hand cleaved Doflamingo open that he began to smile triumphantly. 1. Jack fell to the ground, watching Doflamingo's body also fall. I was about to look back at Brunhild, the Valkyrie, as if, again, I won. And the face of the Valkyrie Brunhild was indeed a look of horror. Advertisement Jack the Ripper was stunned. Not only the Valkyrie, but other expressions were very exciting. What is going on? Is it surprised that I beheaded the enemy? At this moment, a crazy and murderous laugh sounded behind Jack the Ripper. I can't help it anymore. How did you get chosen to fight for humans because you were so weak? No, forget it, it's over. Doflamingo said mockingly. Jack the Ripper looked back. There was a white line on which Doflamingo sat with a grinning smile. The corpse that was split below turned into a ball of thread. Jack was stupid. My clone is only. Doflamingo raised his fingers and looked at Jack coldly. The invisible thin thread instantly stopped Jack the Ripper from moving. God kills. With a bang, the surrounding thread lifted up, forming a sharp thread under the cover of hockey. The 4 gods killed the immortal Jack directly, passed directly through the bore. Jack the Ripper. Dead. As the battle ended, the scene changed. Changed again and returned to the original duel arena. Doflamingo chuckled and walked back arrogantly. When returning to Sha Tian, everyone praised Brother Ming. And after Sha Tian smiled, the attention was still placed on the gods. Sha Tian looked out. Those so-called gods had greed emerging. Get ready for the next one. Sha Tian thought for a while, turned his head and said. A person has already walked out of the Valkyrie on the opposite side. The old man also come to fight. At this time, Kizaru Paluzalino walked out. At this time, even Sha Tian was surprised. Others, such as Garp, Sengoku, Gangkong and others, looked even more like a ghost. At the time of naval headquarters, Kizaru was an extremely lazy guy, even lazier than Aokiji. Since entering the age of 10,000 realms, Kizaru Paluzalino has been completely semi-retired. At this time, this guy was also itchy to go to fight. What a surprising thing. What's wrong? Kizaru put on sunglasses and looked at the unexpected crowd. It's okay, then you go. Sha Tian coughed gently. Advertisement. Kizaru directly turned into light emission and condensed off the court. With this hand, the hearts of the gods above condensed once again. There is that kind of original power, and standing in front of Kizaru was a young swordsman. I'm Mr. Okita. The boy Okita was born with a smile. Introduced to Kizaru Paluzolino. The old man is Paluzolino. Kizaru didn't care about a boy who looked like a boy. Sha Tian said before that these human beings are in the form of heroic spirits, appearing in their strongest state. In other words, this young guy has reached the strongest state in his life. You look terrible, Soji Okita said to Kizaru first, with a solemn expression on his face. You are also terrible. Kizaru looked weird, and after speaking, a light flashed in his hand and he pulled out a lightsaber. Unlike Garp and Doflamingo, Kizaru Paluzolino's shot was hockey covering the winding. The opposite General Secretary Okita also pulled out his long sword with solemn eyes. What is peculiar is that a wave of sword intent radiated from Okita Soji's body. Kizaru Paluzolino looked surprised, and he didn't expect that the boy Okita Soji had already mastered the sword intent. But the next second, silently, Okita Soji had already reached Kizaru Paluzolino with a knife. Shrunk. It wasn't until the knife slashed down that the voice of Soji Okita sounded. Kizaru Paluzolino's eyes were dignified, and he lifted it up extremely fast to block Soji Okita's knife. Ding. Bang. The force of the split caused Kizaru's feet to sink into the ground. You are very strong, much better than that Sasaki Kojira. Kizaru Paluzolino's heart is extremely unexpected. He swung the lightsaber away from Okita Soji's sword, and cut it away with a hint of sword intent along the way. The jingle sounds kept coming. The two of them stepped on the spot and quickly confronted each other's swordsmanship. The huge force made the air tremble, and strange ripples were rolled up. At this time, Okita Soji was a little bit better and cut directly through Kizaru's body. Chapter 212. Oh, stabbed. What Zeus the father of the gods saw was an excitement. The two swordsmen are fighting each other, and the picture of the sword intent scattered is really rare. No, not long after the match, the yellow uncle was stabbed, causing the audience to exclaim. That boy actually pierced Mr. Kizaru with a single knife. Is the person on Sha Tian finally going to lose a game? The people in Pirate World still have no worry on their faces. Kizaru is Logia's fruit-powered person, a shining person, and this Okita Soji's sword intent can't hurt him. The people in Shinigami World and Ninja World looked shocked. Ace and Sabo could not help but explain to them. The capable? The shining person? The people next to him couldn't help being stunned when they heard it. I don't know why. You'll know by looking at it. Sabo grinned and said, pointing to the court. On the duel field, Soji Okita squatted down and pierced Kizaru's body with a knife in both hands. But there is no sensation of stabbing the real thing in the hand. How is this going? Soji Okita looked at the piercing place in surprise, a yellow light oozing out of it. Boy, your sword intent can't hurt my Logia's body yet. Kizaru smiled and looked at Okita indifferently. After being bestowed by Sha Tian's sacred characters, his strength rose greatly. The opponent of this kind of strength, without armament hockey, without the element of mutual restraint, is basically invincible. Soji Okita didn't believe in evil, holding a knife in both hands and cutting out 10 knives in an instant. And the blade of the sword ran directly across Kizaru's body. Kick at the speed of light. Kizaru touched his chin and turned around, raising his leg with a dazzling light. The hairs on the whole body of Okita Soji stood up, and he was able to lift the long knife in his hand and was kicked on the blade by Kizaru's speed of light. Boom. The violent explosion lights up. A big hole was blown out between the ground. Soji Okita was thrown away by the explosion in front of him and hit the wall of the duel arena. Cough cough cough. Mr. Okita almost rammed in and rushed back quickly. Coughing, he looked at Kizaru in horror. The kick just now was completely unable to react. Advertisement, if you want to win, you must first hurt him. At this time, General Secretary Okita did not give up his fighting spirit, but thought to himself with a gloomy expression. Are you wandering? Kizaru's figure instantly condensed beside Okita Soji, raising his leg with another light speed kick. But this time, Mr. Okita's eyes flashed brightly, and he backed away quickly. Kizaru's second light speed kick was kicked out. Boom. There was another violent explosion, and the wall was directly blasted by Kizaru to make a big hole. I see your flaws. At this time, Okita Soji once again picked up his confidence. Kizaru's kick of the speed of light is indeed fast, but the speed of light happened after raising his leg. And the action of raising the leg is a chance to dodge, but also a chance to fight back. I have to say that General Secretary Okita is very smart and talented in fighting. Kizaru touched his head, a little helpless. Sure enough, the humans who can be selected by the Valkyrie Brunhild are very difficult to entangle. At this time, Okita Soji also knew that there was only one way left to deal with Kizaru. That is the condensed sword intent, cut out all with one knife. Only in this way can I hurt Kizaru, who is composed of flashes. Thinking of it, I started the action. The long knife in the hands of General Secretary Okita retracted its scabbard, and the spirit of the whole body began to change. Kizaru's eyes also change. All the cuts of Okita Soji's body are converging on the knife. It will be troublesome to get you ready for this trick. Kizaru Paluzolino glanced, Finger pointed at him, the light shone. In an instant, a laser beam shot towards Soji Okita. Boom! The laser beam directly smashed a large wall and dust was everywhere. And Soji Okita pressed the scabbard and hilt with his hands, his figure already hiding behind Kizaru. His eyes were extremely solemn, and sweat broke out on his face. Shuchi succeeded in avoiding it, and was not shot directly by Kizaru. Bachi-chan Guyu. At this time, Kizaru couldn't hold it anymore. He jumped into the air under his feet, and his whole body turned into a huge dazzling light. Afterwards, light groups densely fired towards the Chief Okita. Damn it, you unexpectedly. Advertisement Mr. Okita looked ugly and could only bite the bullet and dodge. However, this blockbuster was completely covered by Kizaru's light ball. While condensing the sword intent, the Shuji skill quickly dodged. Fine flowers Kizaru's big 8-foot Chonguyu fell on the ground and caused a fierce explosion, and it bombed the ground of the duel field. The entire duel field was bombed with tremors. Everyone watching the game couldn't help but stretched out their hands to block their cheeks, to avoid hurting their cheeks because of the blowing rocks, while staring at the court firmly. Flasher, does that mean? This is too powerful, right? The ground of this duel is about to collapse. As for Zeus above, Shiva couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. Flasher. What a cool ability. The eyes of Zeus, the father of the gods, showed heart shapes. At this moment, Zeus wanted to get this kind of power. Shiva, the god of destruction, also had 4 eyes wide open, and the one eye on his forehead also showed a terrifying gaze. 0. Humans have such powers, they are not worthy. On the projection of the world, there are even more disgusting voices from gods. Which has the meaning of crown hesitation. Passing the voice blatantly in this way made Sha Tien very upset. He raised his head and looked at an unknown evil spirit on the projection. A golden light appeared in Sha Tien's pupils. The terrifying coercion affecting the void directly rippled the barriers of the world. That god was frightened back and forth again and again, looked at Sha Tien with horror, his face was cold and sweaty. At that moment, I almost thought I was dead. In this scene, Zeus, Odin, Poseidon, Shiva and other gods all looked at Sha Tien with dread. This person. So powerful, the gods couldn't help being quiet and looked at the court again. After a bombing meal, the ground in the duel was shattered, but Okita Soji's figure disappeared from the field. Kizaru Paluzalino regained his figure in the air, and for an instant observation Haki opened. A feeling of danger comes to mind. Soji Okita didn't know when he had already jumped into the air higher than Kizaru, his body was drawn like a sword. The sword intent of the whole body was condensed in the sword, and this slash was just a horrible slash. This knife is enough to cut you, Chief Okita shouted. The tip of the knife drooped slightly and tilted slightly to the right, and then the knife in his hand was drawn, and a knife gas was released. Draw the knife style. Smooth blue eyes. Guang. Chapter 213. The sword energy that had been condensed for a long time was completely released with this sword. Even Kizaru's Logia flash body will be cut. At this time, Kizaru sighed. Sure enough, you have to do your best to defeat you. Just when Okita Soji expected that this knife would hit the mark. Without warning, Kizaru turned into a ball of light and escaped. The sword chi directly smashed into the broken ground on the duel field, leaving a deep gully. And Kizaru appeared next to Okita Soji. The leg that had taken time to turn into light directly hit Okita Soji at the speed of light. Guang directly smashed into the knife-marked gully with Okita General Secretary. Boom! The huge explosion sent out a dazzling light and violent energy flow, once again blocking the audience's hands in front of their heads. Kizaru did not stop at this time, and his whole body turned into a huge light ball, condensing a huge laser beam. I surrender. Dust was everywhere below, where the explosion just disappeared. A helpless and weak voice came out. Mr. Okita surrendered. The huge light in the sky dissipated immediately. Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief, and in the blink of an eye he returned to Sha Tien, Roger and the others who still had an indifferent expression. At this time, the dust dissipated. The bombed and bloody Chief Okita was struggling, but couldn't get up. The Valkyrie Brunhild looked surprised. Lost. The fourth was also defeated. Is it true that the one you pick is really bad? At this moment, Hild wanted all the 13 human beings to play against Sha Tien to reselect the list. It's really amazing. These people are not gods, but they already have the power of gods. The Valkyrie Hild was a bit distressed at this time. It is better to have powerful choices, but these are all seen by Zeus and Odin. On the other hand, the gods will definitely prepare ways to deal with these people. But fortunately, their sisters can also be crafted with magical tools to help. If you add artifacts, then these guys, I am afraid they will be even more powerful. This confrontation between God and man has more certainty. Advertisement Hild thought, his eyes glanced at Sha Tien, and then at Zeus and others. That old man of Zeus, at this time, staring straight at Sha Tien with his dark golden eyes. There was fear, thinking, probing, and excitement in his eyes. The world is fused, and there are humans who have completely surpassed the limit and don't know much. This dusk of the gods is getting more and more interesting. Zeus said to himself, I am also curious about these humans. Deep curiosity emerged from Aphrodite's sexy eyes and looked at Sha Tien. In this battle between Kizaru and Okita Soji, Okita's surrender was victorious. The peculiar power of the gods flashed, and soon the duel field returned to normal by itself. This also shows that the next game is about to begin. On the side of Valkyrie Hild, the last person was Sakata Kintoki. Sakata Jinshi's eyes were gloomy, he didn't think he could win a victory. Looking at the pavilion for watching the game, the purpose of the Sha Tien gang is to win all 5 lists. The people on the stage will not be weak, and at this time. Behind Sha Tien, Whitebeard Newgate, Shiki and others all wanted to go up and take the last place. Rox glanced at the crowd, and directly put on Whitebeard Newgate's shoulder and walked forward grinning. As soon as Rox came out, Shiki and the others coughed and stopped fighting, just as if you were pleased. Sha Tien couldn't help but look at it. Rox has always been like this, Haki Wushuang. At a certain point, it was exactly the same as Roger. Rox also chuckled lightly and walked directly off the field. He looked at Sakata Kintoki with indifferent eyes. For a moment, Sakata Jinshi was completely stunned. Looking at Rox's eyes, even a chill of death rushed out of his soul. He is definitely not this person's opponent. Well, I won't fight anymore, surrender, and I will give you the place to play. Sakata Jinshi's whole body was agitated and he immediately reacted. As soon as the words came out, the audience was stunned, and the gods were also stunned. Even the Valkyrie felt that she had heard it wrong. This hasn't been shot yet, so why did he directly give in? Give up? Advertisement Rox was taken aback, with an expression of anger on his face. After waiting for 4 games, I wanted to shoot. As a result, as soon as he played, this guy actually gave up. The terrifying Conqueror's haki burst out in an instant, and the extremely powerful aura directly attracted the attention of the audience. At this moment, Sakata Jinshi's whole body's hairs were upside down, and the cold sweat broke out. Seeing the man on the opposite side, the man who broke out in momentum clenched his fists, and the power of his whole body began to mobilize. This guy, if he admits defeat, he still has to do it. Rox couldn't bear this guy's act of surrendering without fighting. The violent fist covered by haki smashed directly at Sakata Kintoki. Boom! The air exploded instantly. The punching power feels like a nuclear bomb explosion. Sakata Kintoki, who had been prepared for a long time, exhausted his whole body's sense and strength, and desperately hid next to him. But it was still swept away by Rox's fisting force, and the whole person flew out. Afterwards, with a terrifying burst of air current, Quan Jin directly smashed one side of the duel field and rushed to the sky. Humans can reach this level, which really surprised him. Zeus was pulled back by the sun beside him, calmed down, smiled, turned his head and talked to the Norse king Odin and Shiva, one of the main gods. This guy is definitely a human being and not one of the gods. You know that Zeus hasn't used his hands for a long time. Seeing a guy with a terrifying aura like Rox, he couldn't help but want to jump down and fight him. ZZZ. The gods on the world projection heard the words of Zeus and were silent, looking at Rox, Sha Tien and others who had returned to the viewing seat. The eyes of Zeus, the father of the gods, were full of solemnity and a feverish will to fight. Although the current space is unstable, it can tear the space with one punch. What a powerful force. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The 2 crows, one white and one black, on Odin's shoulder were completely stunned. Odin, Shiva, it looks like we have to call those idiots for a meeting of the gods after we return. Break through the air with a punch. It is a break through the air with a punch. At this moment, the eyes of the gods completely change. In addition to that Sha Tien, there is also a tricky human being. The frightened Sakata Jinshi fell to the ground, staring blankly. The light of Odin, the god of wisdom, also flickered in the single eye. This punch was like breaking the sky. Fist Jin struck all the way, and instantly brought out a space crack, and the void thunder and lightning came out with black mist, and the vision appeared. Chapter 214 Valkyrie Hild took a deep breath. Look at Sha Tien and Roger, Whitebeard Newgate. Sha Tien and the Valkyrie Brynhild looked at each other. Nodding slightly, he didn't even look at the gods. The golden light enveloped everyone, and then disappeared into the duel arena. This battle for election places between humans also ended. All from the 3 worlds withdrew from the duel arena. Continue to the new Marineford, Mariajoy, and Sabaody archipelago. Now 3 places have become the center of the world. Marineford is floating in the sky. There is a magnificent palace built by the top powers of the 3 worlds. There are no restrictions on personnel. Anyone who integrates into the world can come and go freely, as long as they don't disturb the strongest Sha Tien, and 3 the world's top powerhouse will do. Mariajoy is still extremely luxurious, has a history of the pirate world, and is a symbol of the current stable world pattern. And Sabaody archipelago has become the largest commercial area, where people from the 3 worlds gather, trade, and communicate. The people who rushed to support the watch did not leave, but waited in 3 places for the 22 gods twilight battle that was about to begin. They are all looking forward to the scene of Marineford's slaughter of gods. After Sha Tien, Roger, Rox, Garp and others went back, they still did what they did, but the gods started the meeting of the gods in the meeting court of the gods with solemn thoughts. Even the Valkyrie Hild was called over. Everyone has seen it in this brand new world. Before talking about the decisive battle, let me talk about it first. The Norse king Odin took the initiative to speak out for the first time. Even Zeus, the father of the gods, listened carefully from his chair. You all have seen that this world is extraordinary, even larger than our world with gods. This world fusion is our world blending into their world, and before us, There are already two big worlds. The world merges in. The tone of God King Odin was very solemn. A world without the birth of a god does not mean that this world will not work. The elemental ability that carries the power of the world's origin is not what the ordinary world has. What's more important is that human beings can also acquire this kind of power. There was an uproar in the meeting court. The gods who have not directly crossed the boundary of the world really didn't have to sense which side of the world's fusion is the main body. Advertisement. The group of people led by Sha Tian is also the strongest group of humans after the integration of the three worlds. They all have powers that are completely different from ours. Now they are participating in this duel between humans and gods. I propose to fight against the 5 people in that world, lift the contract that restrains the gods, and go to the heyday. God King Odin said solemnly, and then sat down and closed his eyes. There was silence in the meeting court. In fact, many gods already have this mindset. People in the new world are powerful beyond their imagination. If you only use the power of the artifact, I am afraid that none of these 5 people will be hit. I agree with Odin's proposal. When the gods were still secretly surprised and thinking, Zeus, the father of the gods with the oldest qualifications and the highest status, said with a smile. The hollow black eye sockets and golden pupils flashed out, looking at the Valkyrie Brunhild who was standing in the corner. This moment, the faces of the Chamber of Gods were different. In the Western lineup, Sakamuni, wearing a cute vest, also looked at the Valkyrie Brunhild. He knew the terrible battle just now, because the body of the 13 human heroic spirits is not a mortal body, but a divine body he helped cast. Originally, he also chose to fight for humanity. Today's Sakamuni has completely changed his mind. He wants to know, with the addition of people like Sha Tian in the world, how far human beings can fight. Change the contract of the Twilight Battle of the Gods? The Valkyrie Hild's eyes change. God liberates the complete divine power to fight humanity? This contract can be changed with the wishes of the gods. Hild, it's useless if you object to it. After all, you are half human and half god. Aphrodite smiled fondly. After expressing his agreement with King Odin's proposal, he said to Hild. Poseidon, the god of the sea, who is going to fight on the side of the gods, agreed to terminate the divine power contract and make an all-out effort. After all, after watching the battle of those few people of Sha Tian, with the original conditions, I am afraid that the victory cannot be won. Subsequently, Shiva and others of the Indian god realm, the Western Buddha realm, the Eastern god realm and other gods all agreed with the proposal of the god King Odin. Zeus, the father of the gods and gods, stood up tremblingly, and took the gavel to finalize the meeting. The Valkyrie Hild could only walk out of the chamber in a dark face. Advertisement. This move of the gods is really shameless. I completely ignored the contract rules and the law created from the beginning. The Valkyrie Brunhild did not hear whether there was any god in the pipeline, and cursed and left. Although Sha Tian and others showed great power, the gods who were not suppressed also had unimaginable terrifying power, especially the brother of Zeus, the monster of Poseidon, the sea god. In this way, time is fleeting. The world merges quickly, and some landforms have entered the ocean world. Similarly, after a few days of wind and sunshine, the 13 battles between God and man have officially begun. The boundary wall of the great world opened a huge entrance and exit. In the world of gods, a huge, magnificent duel arena brings together countless humans and gods. The human beings in the time and space of various countries in the world of gods are densely packed and countless. Opposite them are the gods of various gods, and they are also full of spectator seats. An atmosphere of tension and anticipation filled the audience. At this time, a large group of people poured in the world channel. The 3 worlds came in groups, without worry and fear on his face. Instead, his brother's face was full of curiosity, as if he were visiting for sightseeing. As soon as a large group of people walked in, the guiding laughing spirit greeted him with sweat profusely. The aura of this group of people gathered together, it was really terrifying. The leaders are Ace, Luffy, Sabo, Kurosaki Ichigo and Naruto, Sasuke. The group of people behind are even more powerful people in the pirate world, such as Marco, Beasta and others. Shinigami World Kurosaki Ichigo's friends, and Shinigami captains. The 5 shadows and elite ninjas of Ninja World are all listed. Then, with the golden light in the sky flashing, Sha Tian, Roger, Garp, Uchiha Madara, Yamamoto Uenyinagi, 3 of the world's most powerful players appeared in the air. Face the gods below. The gods couldn't help but avert their gazes, avoiding the past. They didn't even dare to look at each other. At this time, the main gods such as Zeus, Odin, and Poseidon also appeared. Chapter 215 Sha Tian led everyone directly across the space channel and appeared in the world of gods. Looking at the gods below with indifferent eyes, Rocks and others all showed disdainful sneers. These guys who didn't even look like a god, just fused with the world, they said without embarrassment that they would destroy all mankind. Sha Tian also has no good feelings. At this time, the main gods such as Zeus, Odin and Shiva also appeared. The invisible aura permeated the audience, and the pitch became even more tense. Shiva suppressed the fear in her heart and snorted coldly. Went to the audience stage on the 2nd floor. The scrawny Zeus and the Black Odin and other main gods also entered their own viewing platform. Sha Tian, Roger, Rocks and others were also lazy to take care of these arrogant gods, and sat down on the 2nd-tier viewing platform on the human lineup. Sha Tian, who sat down boldly, leaned forward slightly, looking at this specially arranged duel arena. Even if there is fierce battle inside, the terrifying power will not affect the rest of the place. There are very magical rules. At this time, the Valkyrie Hild was also present. Showdown. It started. On the court, an ugly face, a small and thin host walked into center, holding a loudspeaker tube in his hand. Welcome everyone here. The final battle between gods and people. I am Heimdall. In this battle between 13 humans and 13 gods, which side will win 7 victories determines whether humans will survive another 1,000-year. The host Heimdall shouted the opening remarks loudly. There was a cheer on the side of the gods. On the human side, there was a serious face. At this time, the people in the world on Sha Tian started booing. Obviously full of contempt. Presumptuous. The presence of the gods, how can you allow you to despise it here? Among the seats of the gods, the 7 deities of good fortune who claimed to be the executioners of the gods screamed, and Kamui radiated, looking extremely majestic. Humph. Dare to be so arrogant to the people in their own world. Rox, Roger, Whitebeard and others all released the terrifying conqueror's hockey to contend with the past. At the beginning, there was a smell of gunpowder. It's okay, let the decisive battle begin as soon as possible. God King Odin squinted one eye, looked at Sha Tian and said. Advertisement. The 7 lucky gods were taken aback for a moment, and put away the breath of the gods. Sha Tian chuckled, Whitebeard Newgate and others also put away hockey immediately. At this time, Odin, Zeus, Aphrodite, Shiva and other gods all looked at the opposite Sha Tian solemnly. Obviously feel that this guy's aura is even stronger. Cannot help but secretly startled. Sha Tian was also lazy to take care of the eyes of the gods, but instead sat calmly on the chair, talking to the people next to him. The strength of the improvement in the past few days has stabilized, and all aspects have been steadily and automatically improved, especially Hogyoku, which has completely surpassed the 3 dimensions of the world, and has become much stronger every day. And for the people of Sha Tian, this so-called battle between gods and people is completely a game. Even if a full-scale battle is to be started now, Rox and others are completely worthwhile. At this time, the host Heimdall wiped the cold sweat from his head, and started talking again, mobilizing the atmosphere on the court. Just when everyone in Sha Tian heard a little yawning, the host began to introduce the 2 sides who played in the first battle. The first battle of mankind is the most powerful man from the 3 kingdoms period of the East, LVBU Fengshen. Following Heimdall's gesture, there was a whistling sound. Riding on a red rabbit horse, with a dragon tattoo on his body, a sturdy Lu Bu appeared. The powerful momentum couldn't help making the gods on the opposite side look sideways. Seeing the explosive power on Lu Bu's body, the human side burst into cheers. The aura is very strong, I can obviously feel a powerful force. Humans still have 2 brushes. Many gods talked about the appearance of human beings in the first battle. The human lineup sent the strongest human, Lu Bu, in the first battle of the human lineup. Then, which powerful god will be sent to fight with the gods in the first battle? Heimdall was still sold out at this time, fully aroused the curiosity of both parties. That is the most powerful god of war in Northern Europe, God Sol. Seeing the reaction on the court, Heimdall smiled triumphantly, pointed at the door on the side of the gods, and said feverishly. Under the duel, the door for the gods to fight opened. Holding a huge, square Thor's hammer in his hand, Thor, the strongest war god in Northern Europe, walked out slowly with long red hair. The eyes of the audience were now attracted by the 2 sides off the court, and the atmosphere began to become frenzied. What seems to be suppressed? Rox watched Thor's appearance, and said with some confusion. Advertisement top powerhouses like Whitebeard Newgate and Garp felt a little bit, and they all showed a puzzled expression. The divine power in his body is limited. Sha Tian powers through the void, the golden light flashes in his eyes, and he sees a little. Diaresis interesting, God suppresses divine power and fights decisively with mankind. Rox snorted. This group of gods also regarded this duel as a game. At this time, Lu Bu turned his horse back, with a fanatical fighting intent in his eyes, and he was very satisfied with Sol, who was his opponent. As soon as he stretched his hand, a green light fell in the sky and turned into a Fangtian painting halberd. This scene caused all the gods to narrow their eyes, very surprised. It was from the Valkyrie family just now, and it was made with a divine tool. The weapons of the 2 sides collided with each other, causing a horrible air current to disperse. Next to the old man Zeus, Hermes, a handsome man in a black tuxedo, said in surprise. Once turned into a weapon, it is an artifact, so this kind of talent is also known as, good for King Nuo, an artifact. Divine power is suppressed, then the divine tool is the source of power for the gods to fight, when humans also have divine tools. The gap with the gods will be infinitely narrowed. Grey was crying beside her, and she didn't expect her sister to do this kind of work. The other gods are solemn faces. The talent of little sister Hild. The 2 sides slowly approached, only the 2 sides were in sight. Bang Kai. Zeus looked indifferent, instead he looked at the beautiful Valkyrie Hild with a dismay. The Valkyrie Hild watched with a serious face as the 4th sister Grace turned into the Fangtian painted halberd in Lu Bu's hand. Lu Bu was the first to be unable to hold it back, holding Fangtian's painted halberd and began to move. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Valkyrie Hild, what the hell is going to do? With a move of his hand, he waved towards Thor with great strength. At this time, Lu Bu and Sol on the field began to fight. Thor's complexion changed, holding the huge Thor's hammer in his hand, and bumped it. The 11 sisters of the Valkyrie all possess the ability to communicate with the contractor into a weapon in the hands of others. Chapter 216. Both humans and gods shouted loudly, with the first encounter between Sol and Lu Bu. The powerful force instantly caused the ground to sink into a circular collapse. The two sides turned out to be evenly matched. Bang. Once more contact and battle, one person and one god fought together like this. The first battle stunned the gods who were playing again. The human body actually fights the gods to such an extent, and the god Sol, who is famous for defeating his opponent with one blow. It's hard to imagine, that's the strongest god of war, Thor. And the human side is even more fanatical and looking forward to it. Everyone in Sha Tien looked towards Lu Bu curiously. It's another guy with extremely strong physical strength, with very strong offensive power. Golden Lion Shiki was smoking a cigar and watching with wide eyes. After all, that is also a god of a big world, and looking at the opposite, it is still one of the gods who are particularly bullish. On the contrary, Sha Tien and Rox still watched indifferently. Even without the assistance of divine power, it is not surprising that this Thor can also exert such power, and the weapon in his hand is very strange. At this time, in the fight, Thor was repelled by a single move. But Lu Bu didn't show the slightest carelessness, his expression changed. Because after Thor was repelled, his hands shone with thunder. The black glove-wrapped hands held the hammer in a weird backward posture. His waist was about to fall back to the ground, but he didn't fall down. Lightning appeared on the hammer. The first round is over. Shiva looked bored and stretched. The main gods such as Odin and Zeus all look like this. This is one of Thor's famous tricks. Boom. The blow of Thor's hammer caused a terrifying impact, the ground burst instantly, and a huge beam of thunderbolt impacted. However, this offensive was taken down by Lu Bu, and Fang Tien waved his halberd in his backhand, causing Sol to open a wound on his chest, and blood burst out. The gods present were all stunned, and the human Lu Bu actually blocked Sol's stunt and fought back. At this time, Lu Bu Fang Tien's painted halberd, who seized the opportunity, smashed Sol's gloves and flew to Thor's hammer. The stunned gods even couldn't believe that the strongest defensive glove was smashed by Lu Bu. Advertisement: this glove is for Thor to be able to master Thor's hammer. At this time, Odin, the Nordic gods, all smiled. Zeus also explained to the gods. You have a misunderstanding. This glove is not to protect Thor, but to protect Thor's hammer from being crushed by Thor's power. On the field, also because of encountering a powerful opponent like Lu Bu, Thor's hammer, he finally woke up. A heartbeat sound came from the crack in the hammer. You finally woke up. Thor smiled, stepped forward step by step, and picked up Thor's hammer again. Amazing momentum broke out. Lu Bu's eyes were extremely solemn, and he tightly grasped Fang Tien's painted halberd with green light in his hand. Sha Tien, Rox and others also watched curiously. This artifact can still be played like this. Can't see how powerful it is? Finally, Thor will show his true strength. Holding Thor's hammer, he assumed that strange posture again, and then the whole hammer was swung out. After the hammer was swung out, when the centrifugal force reached its peak, it rotated back to Thor's hand, and the body was pressed against the top of the mountain. Go to Lu Bu. Lu Bu had already been waiting for it. He didn't expect that Sol's moves turned out to be like this. Facing this kind of attack, he held Fang Tien's painted halberd and held it horizontally. Boom. There was a loud noise. The eyes of Sha Tien and the people behind him condensed slightly. Lu Bu's leg was broken. The body is always not strong enough to withstand Thor's hammering power. Roger sighed softly. This game of mankind is going to lose. Lu Bu wanted to direct his force to the ground, but he didn't expect Thor's power to be so violent. Sha Tien also shook his head slightly. Lu Bu, who was broken on the field, undoubtedly lost. Even the soul of the artifact and the Valkyrie were defeated. Everyone watched that Lu Bu, who was still full of fighting spirit with his broken leg, died under Sol's hammer. Even if the red Tuma ran out to make his leg, he was killed by Sol using Thor's hammer. Zeus, Odin, Shiva, Loki, the god of tricks, Aphrodite and other gods all smiled. Under Sol's hand, it is normal to lose. Brunhilde, the Valkyrie, had a dark face and an uncomfortable look. Lu Bu can be said to be one of her most optimistic human beings. She was unexpectedly killed by god Sol in this way, and even the fourth sister disappeared. Advertisement. These gods laugh so ugly. At this time, mankind will be sad, when the gods are happy. Sha Tien's unsalty and undiminished voice rang in the audience with the slightest disdain. All the gods were taken aback for a moment, and the originally happy mood instantly faded. But no god came out to talk. Everyone knows that guys in this big world are not easy to mess with. Rox, Roger, Whitebeard Newgate and others saw the gods calm down, but no one yelled at Sha Tien like before, and couldn't help laughing. Sha Tien also put his hands together at this time. A strange force that surpassed the world descended from the void. The system version of the wheel revolving heaven health technique. Lu Bu, who was already dead, was resurrected under a burst of golden light. What is directly erased? Even the soul does not exist. Under Sha Tien's means, Lu Bu was directly resurrected. The two god kings with the highest status looked at Sha Tian, and their eyes were shocked. Saul raised his head and looked at Sha Tian above with an equally unbelievable expression. Enduring the fluctuating mood, he looked at Lu Bu. It was obvious that half of Lu Bu's corpse had turned into meat sauce just now. What kind of human is this guy?
Why is Lu Bu resurrected? Because Sha Tian saw the longing in his eyes.
As for winning or losing, it doesn't matter. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running.
Sha Tian tilted Erlang's legs. Hockey looked at the gods and said. Despite the war, Sha Tian looked at Lu Bu at this time.
This guy will resurrect technique. He is even more like a god than a god. Especially the god in charge of death, completely stunned. What a big deal. Looking at the uncomfortable expressions of these arrogant gods is just happy. There is oneself, whether this duel or full-scale battle, all have confidence to resolve. The eyeballs of the gods all fell down, and they looked at the resurrected Lu Bu and Sha Tian in disbelief. With a move of Sha Tian's hand, the truth-seeking ball formed a square sky-painting halberd and flew over. The resurrected Lu Bu was stunned, looking at his hands. Who was this Sha Tian who could resurrect his soul that was about to dissipate so easily? The battle is not over yet. Chapter 217. Lu Bu held the flying black Fangtian painting halberd, and looked at Sha Tian with excitement. He knows the meaning passed by Sha Tian. This is to fight to his heart's content. Saul no longer looked at Sha Tian at this time. His sight returned to Lu Bu, who was walking slowly.
The death just now. If you lose, you lose. Now it's not a match. Thor, fight as much as you want.
As Lu Bu said, the enthusiasm in his eyes reached ultimate at this moment. Saul was also infected by Lu Bu, and his blood boiled all over. The whole body was thunderous. You are a good opponent. If you are in the same race, you and I must be best friends, but now, let's fight. Saul also yelled. His excitement was self-evident. What could be more enjoyable than fighting an opponent who can have fun?
In an instant, the giant hammer and Fang Tian's painted halberd fought together again.
Boom. With the start of the first bump, the fierce battle began again. The gods and human beings were shocked watching this showdown. Too strong. It is impossible for human beings to defeat God's cognition, and shaken in this battle. Can people? Really can't beat it? And the main gods all watched the battle on the field with trembling eyes. Naturally, their eyesight showed that the black Fangtian painted halberd replaced the Valkyrie's divine tool and trained to bless Lu Bu. Zeus opened his mouth wide, looking at Sha Tian, who was smiling across his cheeks. The surprise in his heart was unimaginable. I have lived for many years, and I have never seen this kind of existence. As a human, there is such a power to control life and death. He is more like a god than a god. Zeus couldn't help sighing. Hermes around him was stunned. The father of the gods of the whole universe, this appearance represents that even he can't see through Sha Tian, and he is beginning to be jealous in his heart. On the field, Lu Bu was very excited, and Yu Zhanyue felt that the black weapons in his hand possessed unimaginable terrifying power. Gosh! In the fierce battle, Lu Bu used a trick again, swinging Fang Tian's painted halberd with all his strength. The power of terror drives the surrounding energy, plus the blessing of black weapons. At this time, on the black square painted halberd, a golden fluid like hockey appeared and wrapped around it. The power of breaking through the sky at this moment gave Thor a huge sense of crisis and oppression. Good job. Advertisement. Saul, who was also eager to fight to his heart's content, brightened his eyes. The red hair on his head was fluttered by the first strong wind. Lu Bu is too strong. The powerful flesh and the black weapon given by Sha Tian have completely reached a new level. Facing Lu Bu's Eclipse's ultimate move, Thor's hammer of Thor fully opened the third form. The same terrifying force erupted, and the thunder was scattered. Once again used the violent Thor's hammer. The aura of ruining the heavens and the earth was mixed with Lu Bu's powerful hands, which made Lu Bu burst into laughter madly. One person, one god, with all their strength and one blow.
There was a boom, loud noise. The entire venue was wrapped in dust, and only thunder and lightning could be seen.
Everyone was stunned. It's horrible. Is this a battle between man and god? The corner of Sha Tian's mouth rose up at this moment. Off the court, wait for the dust to clear. Saul held the sledgehammer against the black Fangtian painted halberd in Lu Bu's hand. The expressions on both sides were solemn, unexpected.
Thor's hammer turned red, extremely hot, and turned into fragments in the horrified eyes of the gods.
What frightened the gods even more was, following the shattering of Thor's hammer, Thor's right arm shattered as well. With blood bursting out, Saul looked at his empty right arm with a pale face. Unbelievable. He didn't even have his arm. The main gods such as Zeus and Odin couldn't help but look ugly.
It was the golden fluid blessing that appeared in Lu Bu's hand just now that gave the attack such a terrifying offensive power.
The eyes looked at Sha Tian with a smile one after another, with a thick incredible. Sha Tian didn't even look at these so-called gods, but looked at Lu Bu, who laughed wildly and was pleased. Hockey was put in the truth-seeking ball by himself, and only Lu Bu with the fanatical intention of winning will appear to help him. Lu Bu is indeed very happy now. After he was resurrected, he defeated Saul and experienced a truly hearty battle. As for the game, it doesn't matter anymore. Lu Bu looked at Sha Tian with war-torn eyes. With this person, humans can't lose. Advertisement. Find flowers, and he also has new motivation. Sha Tian is a peak that cannot be looked up to. As long as he exists for one day, he will become stronger with the goal of catching up with this existence. This one is still a victory for Saul. Heimdall finally reacted, announcing the results of the previous battle in a cold sweat. Now this doesn't count at all. There is no opinion on the human side. Everyone sees everything clearly, and there is nothing to defend. But Brynhild, the Valkyrie, has been in shock, and finally recovered at this time. The first battle failed. But Lu Bu was suddenly resurrected by Sha Tian, and he was also given a black weapon that was more powerful than the divine weapon. The green eyes looked at Sha Tian with deep curiosity and surprise. It's not just Brynhild, the Valkyrie. Facing the defeat of God Saul, the gods with ugly faces all looked at Sha Tian. This guy has an unimaginable ability. The god of war Ares smashed the wineglass in his hand, his eyes were extremely solemn. Let the Valkyrie Brynhild display the list of the great world too. They all want to know whether this Sha Tian will make an appearance, and in which one will he make the shot. The one-eyed Odin said to Loki next to him. These gods of Odin began to pay special attention to the appearance of the Sha Tian group. At the same time, Zeus also told her son next to Hermes. Zeus and Odin looked at each other, and both saw what the other side was thinking. Loki's expression was also solemn, but his eyes rolled a few times, and he agreed. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lu Bu didn't return to the Valkyrie Brynhild, but respectfully sent the truth-seeking ball back to Sha Tian. One session is over, and the rest time between the next session begins. This Sha Tian is very dangerous and dangerous, do it now. But Sha Tian's answer is, off the court. Thor, who had lost his arm and Quake's hammer, was completely defeated, and his stance was dim. The Valkyrie Brunhild received questions from King Odin and Zeus, the father of the gods, and had to come to Sha Tian to ask about the appearance of the specific 5 places. I love to fight or not. Guang. In this duel, the biggest threat is that this Sha Tian is right.
Chapter 218. Looking at Sha Tian's indifferent look.
The Valkyrie Brunhilde smoked straight on her angry head, and then looked at the playful smiles of the Sha Tian group, and her heart suddenly burst. This group of guys, wouldn't it be that they want to directly work with the gods here? Our side, go out to see the mood. Roger saw that Sha Tian ignored Brynhild, the Valkyrie, and couldn't help but slow down. Unexpectedly, Brunhild snorted and left angrily. In this case, just hit the person chosen by your own person as usual. As for Sha Tian and Zeus, both of them are casual, and the old lady is not immune to this anger. Sha Tian doesn't care whether the Valkyrie Brunhilde is not angry. What about the gods? They are also strong men standing on top of the 3 big worlds. In fact, Sha Tian's one-handed resurrection has scared most of the gods. You must know that this is a battle of souls. If you lose, the gods don't know what to do, but for human beings, it must be completely disappeared, unable to be resurrected, change, but Sha Tian has the ability to resurrect directly. At this time, after a short break, the 2 sides chose to play fighters. Heimdall returned to the court again and picked up the microphone. Although after the first battle, the field was shattered, but under the mighty power of the gods, it has recovered again. Now, the second game will begin immediately. The open-air duel was darkened and hit Heimdall like a spotlight. Now there is the second game, the fighters of the human lineup, the father of mankind, Adam. Heimdall pointed to the direction of human beings and shouted a grand introduction. The humans present all exclaimed, and they never thought that this human representative was actually this one. The pirate world, ninja world, and Shinigami world are all confused. In this world, the father of mankind? At this time, a towering pillar rushed out of the ground, and an almost naked Adam with blonde hair appeared. Adam, the first in the world. No, the first human in our world, the ancestor of all humans. Heimdall saw someone from another big world and couldn't help but change his words. Adam seemed to be full of light at this time, scratching his head and standing on the court. Even the gods caused a commotion. After all, this is the first human being created by a god, and the human being closest to God.
This is really interesting. On Sha Tian's side, Rox felt that all the people on the court were surprised. Advertisement. This almost naked guy looked inconspicuous before, unexpectedly he turned out to be the first human in this world. At this time, Heimdall had just introduced the appearance of the deity representative. When Shiva was interrupted by a subpoena, he was unexpectedly reintroduced with a complicated face. If Adam is the father of mankind, the god lineup will be the father of the universe, our supreme god, Lord Zeus. Heimdall introduced aloud in shock. No one knows how powerful Zeus is, but based on status and power, all gods can't compare to this one. With Hermes pulling the violin, the old man Zeus danced on stage. The gods couldn't help but look unexpectedly shocked. Unexpectedly, as the finale of the strong, Zeus, the father of the gods, actually played in the second game. And the human side was shocked by the name of Zeus, cold sweat broke out. Adam versus Zeus. It's really interesting. These legends and myths Sha Tian naturally knows, and his heart is full of curiosity at this time. The gods and humans on the court are all celebrities and myths in various time and space. In the music of Zeus, his body changed drastically, his height became huge, his muscles bulged, and the power of horror was hidden in it. Adam still looked at him blankly, unmoved,
one of the Valkyrie Reggie Leaf turned into a finger tiger and put it on Adam's right fist. The battle began. Don't be blown up in an instant. The old man Zeus did not squeeze himself, but immediately started the preparatory action, provoking a strange action on the ground, staring at Adam, and after getting close to Adam, he slammed a fist for 0.001 seconds.
Call out. The sound of punching and dodge sounded almost simultaneously. Adam directly hid, faintly, his pupils appeared a special look, just like Sharingan's.
Oh, not bad, take my punch and try again. The figure became huge and sturdy, and the muscular Zeus was a little surprised. The next punch was the power of horror brewing, hitting it at a speed of 0.0001. At this time, Adam escaped again. 0.00001 fist, Adam hides. With 0.000001 fist, Adam is avoiding again. God's axe. Until Zeus' eyes condensed, his right leg slashed towards Adam with terrifying power. When all the gods thought they were going to be kicked, Adam dodged again. Advertisement. Even Zeus was surprised. Are you only hiding? As Zeus turned around, his fist slammed again, one punch after another. Twilight Meteor Fist. Zeus unexpectedly exerted such combat power only by physical strength. Bang. The next moment, Adam jumped at the same pace as Zeus, and struck Zeus with a punch of 0.001. Almost, Zeus was completely hit, but a scar was cut on his cheek. You are. Zeus was surprised, and then there was an expression of enjoyment on his face. How many 10,000 years have not been enjoyed? The gods were shocked. The father of the gods Zeus was actually injured, and this Adam can use Zeus's ability, which is incredible. Sha Tian knows that it's not very useful. After all, I would have seen it once. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running.
It is also a trump card of my own choice. It's not the same. Look at his eyes. Moreover, this guy's ability is not learned directly, but can be used once after seeing it.
Sha Tian, you are a little familiar with this, you will be able to see it once. On the contrary, Sha Tian and Rox, Roger and others looked very familiar. You have learned the special skills of Otherworld, you can see through any skills and imitate them. The current progress. Does this Adam have the same ability as Sha Tian? This is especially true for the rest of the people who know it. Sha Tian was also surprised at first, and only after a closer look did he see the doorway. The audience didn't know why, watching solemnly. This is the terrible thing about Adam, the first human being. Subsequently, the posture system that learned the skills of Lu Bu and Sol has not been actively prompted. The Valkyrie Brunhild smiled. At this time, it was lit up. The gods were surprised. Being able to learn all the abilities of God's tricks, God is ignorant. Even Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help but said in shock.
Chapter 219. On the dual field. Under Adam's divine vision, a fist close to the speed of light knocked Zeus directly into the air.
Immediately it caused an exclamation from the gods, and couldn't believe it. The human side also cheered, shouting one after another.
Yours is imitating my attack and strength. Zeus was beaten with a nosebleed and couldn't help but say.
Adam didn't speak, he looked indifferent. Zeus's eyes condensed, and the blood vessels on the muscles all over his body were bulging and surging, and his figure was a lot taller again. He exhaled and brushed his fist. A soft yellow light appeared on his body. Can't you imitate it? Try this punch. Zeus is about to perform a stunt. A punch beyond time. Even the gods of war Ares and Hermes could not believe that Godfather Zeus used such a trick on humans. Spreading with Zeus as the center, all the time came to a standstill, only he himself jumped over with his fist. The range of static time directly enveloped the audience. However, this trick was still seen through by Adam's god. At the same time, the scope spread to Sha Tian. Sha Tian's eyes also couldn't help changing. 22. It really deserves to be the god king of this world, and it can affect time. An aura of void radiated from his body immediately, and the influence of the time affected was immediately lifted. Unexpectedly, when Zeus hit Adam with a punch, he was copied by Adam and used the same trick. He dodged at the moment, and hit Zeus on the head with a punch. Even the head was skewed. When time recovered, Zeus fell to the ground. Everyone in the gods didn't know what was going on, only saw Zeus' head being beaten down. The gods were shocked. Heimdall trembled, not knowing how to explain it. Only a few of the main gods were aware of everything that happened, and couldn't help being shocked by Adam's ability. However, just when Adam thought he had already won, Zeus, whose head had been twisted behind his back, stood up in a white mist all over. While talking, he began to squeeze his muscles to open the strongest state. Another state where the gods instinctively felt trembling appeared. Otwo Mo mustache. Advertisement. Adam's eyes also changed at this moment, and he was no longer indifferent. Zeus in this state is very strong. Using this method to break through our own physical strength, we can exert our strength beyond the level. Garp looked at the form of Zeus and couldn't help thinking. If you develop it yourself based on this principle, can you also develop a stronger strength? Sha Tian also noticed Garp's thinking and couldn't help but smile. Having the skill to complete this trick is enough for you to be stronger, Garp. Zeus is different. He has lived for so long, and he is very clear about the limits of his own divine body. Only when he is strong, he can study such a set of tricks. Garp and others nodded thoughtfully, as shown in the figure below. At this time, the battle between Adam and Zeus continued. Evening Meteor Fist, True God's Left and Right Fist, True God's Axe and other moves were used, and Adam fought back with the same moves as he dodged.
Shen Shushi has started to operate overloaded. There was a fierce fight with one punch after another.
Gradually developed into a competition of endurance. It's to see who is overloaded and can't stand it and collapses first. Looking at the field, Sha Tian said lightly. Zeus, who had no power in fighting against Adam, could not have the upper hand at all. However, it seems that Adam's condition is worse. But supported by this firm belief in protecting mankind, Adam fought desperately without fear. Gradually, all the beings present were attracted by this hand-to-hand combat and couldn't move away.
The battle is so exciting and beautiful. At this time, Sha Tian sighed gently, watching Adam on the field still waving his fists constantly.
In fact, Adam was dead at this time, but the remaining faith was still driving his body to wave his fists. People with this level of will are really rare, but unfortunately they lost. Sha Tian shook his head slightly, and everyone behind him also heard what Sha Tian said, and couldn't help but look at Adam, who was still shaking his fist and his eyes throbbed. This guy is admirable. Sha Tian did not directly use the wheel revolving heaven technique to resurrect Adam at this time.
This cheating is not necessary, and if you lose, you lose.
Zeus was finally knocked to the ground with a punch by Adam, who was dead and punching, and the change became the original appearance. It's over. He's already dead, Zeus sighed deeply.
Advertisement. Only the physical power almost never beat this Adam.
At this time, everyone present was in tears, and they didn't expect Adam to die with his fists in the fight. The human beings who are descendants of Adam are in grief. In Adam's words, he just wants to protect his children. After everyone was convinced that Adam was dead, a golden light flashed. Adam, who had kept his punching posture, came back to life again. This is Sha Tian's method. Zeus's eyes shrank, and he turned to look at Sha Tian, who had put his hands together and used the revolving heaven technique. Adam, whose soul was broken and disappeared completely, was resurrected in this way. The people present were surprised. Adam was also dumbfounded. I was already dead just now, you are cheating. Zeus couldn't help but roared towards Sha Tian. Other gods such as Shiva, Poseidon, Ariel, Odin and other gods all glared at Sha Tian. Don't let him mess around like this, or else how can you continue to fight? If you lose, you lose. I'm not an opponent. Adam shook his head at this time, looked at Sha Tian sadly with a grateful look, and then said. If you continue to fight, I'm afraid this will only force these gods to use unimaginable methods, there is no need. Sha Tian didn't care if he hit or not, but looked at Odin, Shiva and other gods showed a brilliant smile. It's like saying again, as God, what can you do to me? At this time the field ended as Adam lost his intent to retreat. What's going on here, isn't it a god? How can you keep fighting melee? Rox frowned and said suspiciously. Although the physical power is exaggerated, many people on his side are even much stronger than these gods. Even Might Guy's physical skills are not as good as that, so he will become a god. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but vomit. It feels a little bit of a misnomer.
Sha Tian turned around and said to everyone. This old man uses pure physical power. There is no other power at all. It is estimated that their divine power is restricted.
However, against us, these gods may be jealous, and I am afraid they will find a way to fight in their heyday. Chapter 220 The battle between gods and humans came to 2-0. The defeat in the first two games made the human lineup a little frustrated, and sweat was hanging on his worried face. Seeing that the third game was about to begin, Sha Tian looked back at everyone. In this round, let Mihawk go up and play a game, try what surprises these gods have prepared for us. Sha Tian smiled and looked at Mihawk, who was carrying the Black Sword Knight on his back. Yes, Master, I will kill the so-called god. Hawkeye Mihawk was excited. Master Sha Tian was the first to ask him to play, but on the surface it was a calm look. Rox, Roger and others all smiled. As the only apprentice of Sha Tian, Mihawk was the first to play without a problem. Soon after waiting, the environment in the duel field changed and it became a field surrounded by seawater. Heimdall's slender figure reappeared on the court. The duel field is set up in such an environment to welcome the appearance of a certain adult. I will take the lead to look at the human lineup first. The next one is the Strong from the Fusion World, with sharp eyes like an eagle and a sharp suit.
With a revealing aura, he is Mihawk, a swordsman.
Heimdall listened to the message in his ear, then looked startled and started the introduction. The human lineup was in an uproar. It is a human from Otherworld, the first of the 5 places has appeared. Lu Bu, the strongest human, and Adam, the father of humans, have both lost. Can this human from Otherworlds really bring this game back? They didn't know anything about the Sha Tian group, and they were incomparably irritable in their hearts, and there was no enthusiastic shouting. In the lineup of the gods, their expressions changed, and discussions began. The human beings in this big world have left a deep impression on them. Haughty, arrogant and powerful. Finally, the humans of the big world. The eyes of Zeus, Odin and other main gods revealed dignity, but their eyes focused on the Sha Tian gang. The revealed strength of these guys is so strong that they have to let the gods take care of them. Especially the first guy to play, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Fortunately, this round we decided is my brother, Poseidon. Zeus was wrapped in bandages at this time, still alive and kicking, sitting on his seat in excitement. Hermes smiled helplessly. I also think in my heart that even the people of the big world will not pose any threats. Advertisement because it is not only Poseidon, but also Poseidon, who has no contract restrictions and can fully exert the power of Poseidon. Odin and Loki both sat in their chairs, narrowing their eyes. Even the black and white crows have their wings crossed, expressing the tension in their hearts. Hawkeye Mahawk appeared immediately beside Heimdall. It's like a teleportation. With this hand, Heimdall was startled, and the gods were also startled. Including the human lineup, as well as the three worlds gathered together, the spectator army did not see how fast the Hawkeye Mahawk was, and suddenly appeared in the field. The human lineup ushered in 2 defeats, and in the third game, humans will usher in a god who will fear even the gods. The king of the sea. The god in charge of all oceans. The brother of Lord Zeus, the great sea god, Poseidon. Heimdall coughed twice, then slowly yelled in a loud voice, pointing to the lineup of gods in his hand.
The door in the duel was opened. A man in blue clothes with indifferent eyes and a straight face holding a trident wandered up.
The gods who had originally cheered all showed expressions of horror, suddenly silent, looking at the Poseidon who made the gods terrified.
This is a violent coon. He possesses the disposition that a true god possesses. He is more like a god than a god.
Heimdall saw Poseidon, felt Poseidon's momentum up close, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His eyes trembled. Poseidon, the god of the seas, appeared in the duel field slowly in a complete state with powerful divine power. The appearance of the two sides is a war. Heimdall quickly ran away with a big hand and hid in the viewing booth of the lineup of gods. He has a hunch that if he is still standing there, terror will soon be in great danger. Brunhilde, the Valkyrie, looked ugly, looked at the court with a horrified expression, opened her mouth wide, but did not speak. Bree only felt that the aura of the two sides standing in the field facing each other began to rise, a little unclear. Sister. What's wrong? Poseidon, Poseidon. Really unlocked the contractual restrictions of the twilight of the gods, and all the divine power was liberated, the strongest state. The Valkyrie Brunhild finally reacted, gritted his teeth and said, Poseidon, the Poseidon with complete power. As a trainee Valkyrie, Bree naturally also knew the evil name of the sea god, showing a look of horror. Can such a Zeus of the sea, the humans of that big world, deal with it? Advertisement, but Sha Tien's people looked relaxed, looking at Poseidon, the sea god below, and even started talking. Diaeresis, this sea god hides a tyrannical aura. In Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, one can vaguely see the emotions hidden in Poseidon's body through the essence. Is this the divine body with its divine power? It's really not easy. With divine power, the whole power has been greatly changed. Roger also looked at the two people off the court with curious expressions, and noticed the different taste of sea god and the previous Zeus and Saul.
But relatively speaking, our age is far worse than them. Sha Tien thought of this, and couldn't help laughing. This guy who looks like a young man is probably tens of thousands of years old. When this sentence came out, everyone was amazed.
Only Yamamoto from the Shinigami world is more acceptable. Among the group of Sha Tien, he lived for several thousand years. Just when everyone was talking about it, Poseidon and Mahawk, who looked at each other off the court, began to compare, Nuo Wang Zhao. The powerful Kamui aura from Poseidon's body surged wildly, and rushed towards Mahawk like a wave. Affected by the power, the horrible airflow began to raging. The majestic Kamui rushed forward. Mahawk had no change in expression. At the same time, the pale golden Conqueror's haki gushes out. Conqueror's haki filled with the sharp meaning of the strongest swordsman. Boom! In an instant, the air vibrated and exploded.
The shattered ground collapsed directly in the explosion. All the sea around the sea disappeared in the cracks that were directly split. The momentum of the confrontation between the two sides is constantly strengthened. In the end, the entire duel field trembles, with a feeling of faltering.
The gods couldn't help but yelled in horror. Poseidon turned out to fight with supernatural power.
Why is this human being able to confront the sea god in an imposing manner? Chapter 221. What's going on? Why is my body trembling, involuntarily fearful? Looking at the two sides on the field, it's like the whole world has their eyes left. I'm going crazy.
In the human lineup, many people with low endurance are constantly subjected to terrifying oppression, but they are not in a coma in their soul state, holding their heads and suffering from the deterrence of both sides, and even the entire duel field is shaky. Arrive.
Unexpectedly, it can fight against the power of God. This kind of power. Zeus and Odin could not help but their expressions were extremely dignified. The opposing momentum against Kamui is not only oppressive, but also a terrifying shock. The two supreme gods are about to take action to block the aftermath. At this time, a transparent barrier shrouded it, directly isolating the aftermath from impacting the quartet. This is, that Sha Tien. On Odin's one eye, the golden pupils issued a strong golden light and looked at Sha Tien, who swiped the finger on the opposite side. The color of surprise in my heart could not be concealed. Loki next to him showed an indescribable horror character. This guy, unexpectedly blocked this violent aftermath. The mouth of Zeus's old face became O-shaped, and after living for so long, he was completely shocked by a human for the first time. Even if Adam beat him up, he didn't feel that way in his heart. Shiva, Hermes, Ares, the goddess of love, all the eyes of the Lord God can hardly hide the color of surprise. On and off the court, the Sha Tian group gave them a great shock. The blocked aftermath calmed down in the duel arena and was restricted to the battle arena. With fierce confrontation in the field, Haki and Kamui were floating in the air. You can resist Kamui, what kind of power is this? Poseidon, the sea god, also had a solemn expression on his face. This human being was completely unexpected. Just as expected at the beginning, if it hadn't liberated the divine power and faced this group of people, it would really not be possible to defeat them under the constraints of the contract. Hawkeye Mahawk's words are concise and terrified, and he stretched out his hand behind his back and took out Black Blade Knight. Advertisement. The squandering Ding Wen flashed with cold light, and in an instant, Mahawk disappeared in place. This time, we must win, and let Master Sha Tian see it beautifully. Poseidon's eyes narrowed. The speed of this Mahawk is so fast. He immediately lifted the trident in his hand, with a bang, leaving a puff of white smoke in the same place, and his figure also disappeared in the same place. Ding! The energy shock of the air terror broke out immediately, forming ripples and spreading rapidly. Most of the audience couldn't see the battle that started at this moment. They couldn't even see the figures of Poseidon and Mahawk. They could only see the energy impact caused by the collision in the air one after another. How fast is this? Many gods and humans made the same exclamation. You can't even see the figure, you can only feel the horrible aftermath shake away, and then be blocked by an invisible barrier. In the audience, only Zeus, Odin, Sakyamuni, the main gods of the gods and Sha Tian, as well as the three worlds of the audience, Ace Marco and others can see the battle scene clearly. The trident in Poseidon's hand was shining with divine power, and between hands, the huge might and power carrying the boundless power of the sea, he swung and moved extremely fast to attack Mahawk. Hawkeye the black knife in Mahawk's hand is flowing with a faint golden haki, covering it with a powerful knife intent to cut everything, and it also fought against Poseidon at a very fast speed. Boom! Poseidon's indifferent expression completely changed as the fight became faster and faster. This human being is so powerful. Strength, speed, and this sword intent, trash can even have this kind of power against gods. Poseidon's mood changed. As a god, he was on par with a human being, which was really hard for him to accept. With a powerful swing of the trident, the huge force directly knocked Mahawk back a little, and he retreated with the force of the counter shock and pulled away. After an extremely fast and powerful move, Mahawk's complexion still showed no signs of exhaustion, but as if he had just warmed up. The black knife in Mahawk's hand swung across, eagle-like eyes stared at Poseidon and narrowed slightly, the haki flowing in his hand became thicker and heavier. You can see that Poseidon is about to use a powerful blow. Holding the trident in the right hand, a horse step leaning forward, in the same throwing posture, the power of the trident gathers. Advertisement. The huge energy made everyone watching the battle feel the powerful force of destruction being launched. Before it came and let the surrounding audience react, Poseidon waved at Hawkeye Mahawk, and a huge blue beam of light exploded on the trident. This is the killer blow of Lord Poseidon. Human, this one, how can you block it? Sure victory, Lord Poseidon. The huge divine power attack made all the gods on the viewing seat clamor, and their eyes were frantic. After so many years, I can finally see the terrifying power of Lord Poseidon in full battle. The people in the human lineup couldn't help being horrified, and sweating coldly. This kind of attack is also terrifying. The huge beam of light is hundreds of meters in diameter. The terrifying power blasted out a huge gully on the ground, and it was about to hit Hawkeye Mahawk. In the eyes of everyone, the current Mahawk stands on the ground like a stunned person. And Mahawk watched Poseidon's powerful blow, estimated the strength, and held the black sword knight horizontally. When the huge beam of light rushed in front of him, he slashed. The black blade pulled out a black training horse. The green light slashing of the sword fusion haki and power emerges. Bang! Poseidon's attack was completely cut into two sides, flying into the sky while rushing into the ground, without power. But the green slashing knife energy still went forward indefinitely towards Poseidon. Humanity. Poseidon's eyes widened at this moment, breaking away from Mahawk's imposing lock and avoiding the slash. The huge slash cut to the audience, and finally was blocked by Sha Tian's invisible barrier before directly cutting through the walls of the duel arena and slashing to those audiences. Boom. At this time, the blue and green energy caused a violent air current in the field. The ground sank, not that the soil was broken into powdery dust, but it couldn't float under the aura of the two of them. The sky was just like a sky, and the heavy pressure and discoloration of the marginal clouds could not be seen. Poseidon stared at Hawkeye Mahawk with an ugly look. This move was so easily cut off by this human, and even without the limitation of divine power, it could not have the upper hand. Chapter 222. 6. A blow was not successful, the trident in Poseidon's hand vibrated violently, glowing with blue light. Bang! The ground that was already shattered directly sank into a big hole. Poseidon shot his entire body towards Mahawk. Mahawk held a black knife in the night and faced it again. Bang! 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 It's another extremely fast battle between two people. There was a loud bang in the air quickly. Two terrifying forces burst, destroying the sky, the power of the earth. The ground of the duel is completely sinking and then sinking. Poseidon, this is a crazy attack. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to hold on to the horror for 20 seconds. Every blow would destroy the world. The god of war Ares stood up in shock, his eyes trembled as he watched the terrifying fight on the court. This human being can still hold the upper hand steadily. Loki and Shiva, the main gods, all saw it in the powerful confrontation just now. This human, Mahak, has the power to rival the Lord God. The field in this meeting is more powerful than ever. Even if every blow was to destroy the world, Mahak steadily suppressed Poseidon, the sea god. The black sword slashed on the trident at night, making Poseidon, the sea god, feel a huge impact, and his eyes changed. At this moment, in a powerful offensive, Mahak directly cut away the blue light on Poseidon's body, cutting out a long bloodstain on Poseidon's body, blood splattered. Poseidon looked ugly, glanced at the wound on his body, his expression was dazed. I haven't suffered such an injury in many years. With a bang, the water under the ground began to gush out frantically, continuously compressing and wrapping around Poseidon, the sea god. Poseidon is about to develop his strongest state. It's over. Hawkeye Mahak is getting tired of it. The enemy that can be slashed head-on by him is destined to be completely defeated by his own sword. Why don't you understand him in one fell swoop? The faint gold on the black knife is more intense, and under the flow of hockey, there is a feeling of black gold. Immediately, white smoke began to rise from the body of the knife. Advertisement. It's like a terrifying power hidden in the knife. Poseidon's pupils shrank, and the trident quickly revolved. The surrounding water was completely mobilized. The compressed water was as if the mass had been condensed countless times, heavy and terrifying around Poseidon, the whole the body is holding it with both hands, in a sprinting state. The dirt and gravel on the ground were all moved. Boom. A loud noise out of thin air. Ordinary strong people can't even see their figure. One person and one god slammed out at the same time, holding huge power and rushing towards the other party with violent power. The blue divine power covered the audience with running water and sand dust, and then a huge green slash struck it. Everything in the world stops here in general. All the gods and humans watched nervously, and their breathing slowed down. After just a few seconds, the shock of the terrifying sword aura and energy shook all directions, flooding the entire dual field, and swaying on the invisible barrier. The whole audience was shocked by this kind of power. With the impact, all things obstructing the line of sight disappeared. Zeus, Odin, Shiva couldn't help standing up, with a look of shock. Looking below, the gods in the lineup of gods are all frightened. Even the human lineup was stunned. On the field, a huge, bottomless knife mark stands horizontally. Hawkeye Mahak tilted his head slightly, put away the black knife, and he stood proudly there. Poseidon, the sea god, kept the stab of his hands. The trident in his hand has been broken in two, and the entire expression has not changed at all. The last move of Poseidon was to turn the only eyeball that could be turned, and glanced at Mahak's action of closing the knife. Then under the horrified gaze of the audience, Poseidon, the sea god, burst into blood, splitting in two halves. Hawkeye Mahak, god slaughter. Poseidon, how could it be possible? Even Zeus couldn't stand it at this moment, with an ugly expression on his face. Hermes even broke out in cold sweat. Odin, Loki, Thor, Shiva, Sakyamuni. All the great gods and ordinary gods, the gods of the gods, were all stunned. One of the 12 lord gods of the Olin divine realm, the sordid sea god Poseidon was slashed by humans in a state of full power and completeness. And the whole process was suppressed and was cut off. It's so terrifying. The human lineup couldn't believe their eyes, there was silence, and it took a long time to react, and cheered deafeningly. Find flowers. Tushin. The humans finally got back around. The Valkyrie Brunhild and the younger sister Bree next to them opened their mouths wide and couldn't make a sound. Advertisement. Looking at Hawkeye with a shocked look, Mahak walked back calmly. Everyone in Sha Tien looks like this, a very ordinary atmosphere. Liu Bu who stayed on Sha Tien's side was stupid. A swordsman standing at the very end of Sha Tien just cut off the sea god Poseidon with full power. What is the origin of this group of people? Hawkeye Mahak, you haven't used all your strength yet. Redhead Shanks looked at Mahak who was walking back, and said with a chuckle. When the two of them discussed in private, they had cut through the barrier arranged by Sha Tien. But this time, the barrier that Mr. Sha Tien placed casually did not break, and the sword intent did not completely explode. 0. This sentence made the gods look at Sha Tien in horror. The next cut was ready to use, but he couldn't even resist this one. Mahak seemed to say a very common thing, understatement. The gods who heard Mahak's answer were sweating. Even the gods such as Zeus and Odin tightened their eyes, and the light flashed. It's not like being scared by telling lies. This guy really hasn't used his full strength yet. Are these humans monsters? The god of war Ares looked at the father god Zeus, and found the same horrified and solemn expression. This is real. This kind of language cannot be deceived at all in the face of the omniscience and omnipotence of the universe. Very different energies, not inferior to divine power. If they are endowed with divine nature, their group is also the gods of that great world. Zeus spoke to himself in a solemn tone. Poseidon's strength knows best. How many brothers of 10,000 years will die under the hands of humans like this? At this time, Heimdall finally reacted. As the host, you can't just be stunned at the scene. He immediately picked up the microphone. The duel of gods and men, the third battle of the twilight of the gods, the human lineup, Mahak wins. With Heimdall's announcement, all the lights in the audience disappeared at this moment. The exposure of the dead body of God to humans is an insult to God, even though it was killed by humans. Wide. Chapter 223. The third battle brought too much shock to the gods. Sasaki Kojira, who had fought Mihawk on the audience stage, all had a look of horror. He shook his head and sighed. This is really Hawkeye. The sky went dark, and the God Realm was finishing the third battle. Although it was too much for the God Realm to imagine and accept. However, the twilight battle of the gods that has started must continue. This is a law handed down in ancient times. The fourth battle must be prepared. Zeus, Odin, Shiva, and Sakyamuni, the main gods of the various gods, gathered in a conference hall at this time. The people in that big world are a huge threat. As soon as he entered, Shiva couldn't help but hammer the table with an ugly look. The strongest group of people in a big world is really different from the humans in our world. They have 5 places to play, but it is inevitable that Brunhild will not let them all out. After all. God of War Ares' face was gloomy, and he also spoke. The gods nodded in approval. Based on the last 5 human battles, none of these guys will be too low in strength. After this battle is over, or else leave these guys behind. At this time, Loki flashed a dangerous light and said to the gods. As soon as this sentence came out, the gods turned out to be quiet. There was no rebuttal, and there was no approval in silence. Let's watch the next battle now, or I'll change to the next one. Sakyamuni had a lollipop in his mouth and looked at Zeus. Odin said. No, Sakyamuni, this scene is still on our side, this complexion, I will find it back. Zeus was silent for a long time, and at this time, an anger surged, he patted the table and stood up. The old man was ashamed and angry. The gods did not speak either, after all, this was the predecessor with the most power. It's okay to let it out. Which one played in the next battle? Odin also turned to look at Zeus and asked. No change, it's him. Hercules, Heracles, at the same time on the other side. The Valkyrie also came to Sha Tian's side. Which one of you will be in this event? At this time, the Valkyrie Brynhild didn't have the anger he had before, but spoke calmly. Let us get the places first. Or the old man. Advertisement. Garp wiped his fists and smiled. The opponent is Hercules, Heracles. The Valkyrie glanced at Garp and said solemnly. Let's do the same as before. Doflamingo will go up and fight, and wait for those of the main god level you to go up again. Sha Tian pillowed his head and said swayingly. Garp thought, too. But Doflamingo was very excited. It's enough to go up and fight. I will play him in the palm of my hand and die. Doflamingo said confidently. No, Doflamingo, I need you to defeat this Hercules from the front in this kind of decisive battle, and fully demonstrate the power of our world. As for your methods, stay in the full battle and play slowly. Sha Tian looked at Doflamingo at this time, and said solemnly, but the words behind showed a meaningful smile. A full-scale war, this group of gods, shouldn't be reconciled. I understand, Captain Sha Tian. Doflamingo was startled, then said with a pat on his chest. Defeat head-on, and promote the power and reputation of our world. Valkyrie Brunhild also noticed the full-scale war that Sha Tian said, and couldn't help but stare blankly. Sha Tian smiled at Doflamingo and nodded, and looked towards the field. The host Heimdall is here again. The fourth battle of the Dusk of the Gods begins now. Taking a deep breath, Heimdall shouted loudly. The representative of humanity is, from another world, Doflamingo. After the introduction, Heimdall's eyes flashed with surprise. Will this human being be as powerful as the previous Mihawk? The human lineup and the humans of the 3 worlds cheered. The original human lineup has passed through the pirate world and the ninja world, and the humans in the Shinigami world know it. The group of Sha Tian people, but each is a top-notch powerhouse, and they are the main force guarding their big world. It shows that the people who play in the battle will not be weak, but very strong and strong. With Mihawk's record start, the human lineup is now confident. And the eyes of the gods changed again. The personnel who played in this round turned out to be from the big world, and their expressions became serious. Zeus, Odin and other main gods all returned to the spectator stand, staring blankly. The duel field has now returned to its original appearance. Advertisement. Wearing a pink coat, Doflamingo flew straight down from the air and stood in the field with a frightening smile. This is a burst of fighting spirit. The lineup of the gods is, the Greek Hercules, Heracles. Heimdall gave an introduction. The Hercules, a strong figure and a combat uniform, slowly stepped onto the field. Tough eyes looked at Doflamingo in front of him. The divine power on his body fluctuates, and there is no limit of the evening contract. With the experience of the last time, Heimdall quickly started rushing to the viewing seat. It is not safe not to run faster, both sides have begun to improve their momentum. Because Sha Tian had reminded to defeat the gods head-on. Doflamingo also did not use the manufacturing clone of string fruit at this time. I didn't use any abilities in the beginning. Instead, the blue veins on the head burst, Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki wrapped around the body, and the power of the whole body condensed. Do you have no weapons? Hercules Hera is holding a strange artifact hammer, the same divine power of the whole body is shaking, watching Doflamingo ask. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hera put away the hammer backhand, and the other fist also greeted Doflamingo's fist. Condensed Hockey's figure walked on the ground and was stepped on deep footprints one after another. Brother Ming also yelled and punched again. You are not bad too. Another punch. Boom. Doflamingo replied, thinking Hercules' Hera walked. My weapon will be seen later. Doflamingo felt the terrifying power of Hercules' Hera, and his expression changed. Hercules' Hera's eyes condensed, the muscles all over his body bulged, and the terrifying power was raised. You are strong. Hera smiled, as if the blood was boiling all over her body. My own strength even lost a lot. The ground cracked instantly, and the clay stone jumped up toward Hera as a punch. The huge force collided and formed a huge air current with the deterrent impact of Kamui and conquerors swept all over the place. Come. At this time, Doflamingo has come to Hera, right fist with violent power and hockey, pale gold flowing on it. Chapter 224. Bang. Doflamingo's head tilted. Hercules' Hera's fist hit him in the face. Armament hockey withstood most of his power, but the blood was still flowing out from the impact. At the same time, Doflamingo's fist also hit the head of Hercules' Hera, the same hit Hera's head, and blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Bang bang bang. The two sides started a hand-to-hand battle between men. Without brilliant skills, grand power is just punch to the flesh. At the beginning, it was this kind of exciting and bloody battle. In the spectator seat, the human side and the lineup of the gods were sweating with eyes wide open. A human body can actually fight against a god with violent power to such an extent. The people in the pirate world looked very surprised. As this still the heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo who released Birdcage to kill and String Fruit controlled the enemy to kill each other. People like Sabo and the old marine department were dumbfounded. This is not Doflamingo's usual style at all. With a punch on the field, they were finally knocked back with a bang. Hercules, the god Hercules, had a blood-stained face, but still smiled, and the fight was very happy. Hera has 22 tenacious spirits flowing all over her body, which makes the spectators fall into this kind of beauty intoxication. Next, I will use my artifact. Hercules' Hera took out the bizarre artifact hammer pinned behind him, his hand burst out with supernatural power, and the front end turned into the appearance of a lion's head. I will also use my ability, String Fruit ability. Doflamingo spit out blood, looked at the change of Hercules' Hera's artifact, and laughed loudly. The ground under the feet turned into white lines, like a white surge, began to spread out. Hercules' Hera couldn't help but stare at it. String Fruit ability. Is this the ability to turn the ground into a line? The offense started immediately. Hammer. Hercules' Hera shouted, and then he began to attack. Driven by Hera's divine power, the huge lion head waved to Doflamingo, like a real lion leaping towards it. Advertisement. Doflamingo couldn't help being taken aback. This guy mentioned that he was going to make a move. Block it. Left. The white lines under the feet continued to spread and cover, affecting the surrounding things. A large piece of white thread rushed forward to block the lion-like slash, and then to the left of Hercules' Hera, the thread was condensed into a pointed weapon shape and pierced towards Hera. Wadong. Hera's magical hammer changed, gave up the breakthrough, turned around and blocked the huge spike from the left. My line can be controlled at will, and everything within the range of my influence can be turned into a line. Now, it has covered the whole audience. Just between this attack and block, Doflamingo's awakening ability has covered the entire huge dual field. The white line surging like the surface of the sea can violently attack anytime and anywhere. Hercules, the god Hercules, was also taken aback, and the field has become a world of lines wherever he can see. Your primordial ability will provoke the prying eyes of the gods. Hercules couldn't help but whispered. Afterwards, he did not hesitate to flow around and stood up in the air. Doflamingo didn't know the contradiction between Hercules' Hera and the gods, but nodded in surprise. I'm going to start attacking. The thread ball on the ground rose from the front of Hera, twisting flexibly. Ming-Jae did not directly attack, but reminded him. Hercules' Hera smiled. This is to still use the hand-to-hand combat just now, head-to-head. Come on. My hammer will turn into a stronger bull's head form. Hercules roared. The artifact hammer changed, and it hit Doflamingo with one blow. The hammer that formed the double-horned bull's head kept getting bigger as it fell, and the momentum was extremely turbulent. Doflamingo's white lines were also completely condensed into a ball, and under the cover of armament hockey, the sharp points turned into black and purple, and the attack on Hercules' Hera was strong without dodge. Bang. Advertisement. When the two collided, a huge sound shook out, and the collision between the forces formed a wave shape, and after a short delay, it quickly impacted in all directions. In an instant, dense cracks broke through the walls of the duel, and even the spectator stand trembled. It is conceivable how terrifying the encounter between the two people's supernatural power and hockey is. But this time, Doflamingo, with countless thin wire supports, was slightly better and overthrew Hercules' Hera. Come on, huge. Hercules' Hera continued his own style of fighting in an upright manner, ignoring the pain of the injury left by the hand-to-hand combat, and roared. In the surging front part of the singular hammer, it has continuously become bigger and bigger. The bull shape has become more solid. With the blessing of the divine power, the power of the artifact is fully displayed.
God kills. Fierce bullets. At the moment of the collision, completely different energies were condensed and compressed to the limit, since a huge explosion has occurred. Doflamingo also had bright eyes and experienced the thrill of fighting against each other. Rox looked at it and said lightly, Hockey has the property of destroying the inside, piercing the body, which is no different from being smashed inside. Boom! Hercules, the Hercules, attacked like a huge sacred cow, fiercely hitting Doflamingo with the double horns on his head. The golden light shrouded the audience. Doflamingo's thread pierced the artifact, and continued to stab Hercules' hair in the explosion, and Ming was also unable to stop the hammer that fell. He wrapped himself in a ball of thread at the moment of his death. Doflamingo's deity below also rushed towards Hercules' Hera, and uttered a whistling sound against the strong air pressure, and the golden hockey flowed. Except for the main god level and the group of Sha Tian, few people present can clearly see the situation on the field. Sha Tian and Roger also nodded. The incomparable power makes the air become white and compressed to the limit. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hera, the Hercules, lost. All the thread balls on the ground began to surging, forming a huge sharp-line thorn, and the faint golden hockey covering unexpectedly formed a sense of sacredness. Doflamingo can also show this kind of combat power in frontal combat. At this time, the golden light on the court dispersed. In the explosion of golden light, Hercules was pierced by Doflamingo's thread ball in his heart. With his eyes wide and wide, he continued to use huge power and supernatural power to smash the thread-wrapped Doflamingo into the lower layer with a hammer. Underground. Chapter 225. The people present regained their sight and saw the situation under the scene clearly, and they couldn't help but look surprised. Hercules' Hera closed her eyes, holding the hammer in her hand as usual, closing her eyes with patience, her body trembling. And below, the ground turned into a line by Doflamingo returned to normal, and a huge pothole of hundreds of meters appeared on the field, which was not bottomed at first glance. Doflamingo floated up covered in blood, his complexion a bit gloomy. He was obviously severely injured by the full blow of Hercules' Hera. Those who watched the game watched intently. Is this the winner already? Seeing that Doflamingo can still come out, even the main gods such as Zeus and Odin looked ugly, thinking that it was Hercules' Hera could not hold it anymore. That's when the Sha Tian group also thought so. The red divine power of Hercules' Hera flowed through his body, and the tenacious divinity radiated from his body. This is to use tenacious divine nature to overdraw life to gain divine power and fight again. I can fight again. Hercules' Hera opened his eyes were full of fighting spirit. The wounds on his body were all muzzling. You are a good opponent. Doflamingo looked at Hercules' Hera unexpectedly. At that moment, Hockey's penetrating body absolutely caused devastating damage. However, this Hercules will continue to fight under the perseverance of the will. It immediately fell on the ground, and the awakening ability was activated again, forming a sea of white lines. Then let's fight, Doflamingo yelled. Hockey burst out all over, shaking the audience. The same is true for Hercules' Hera, with powerful divine power scattered on the body, holding the artifact hammer, and rushing with Doflamingo. Bang! Bang! A loud noise. One person and one god approached directly. Hercules' Hera swung a hammer in his hand. Doflamingo's hands were wrapped around the gold line, and it was so fierce fighting. The confrontation between divine power and Hockey exploded with terrifying power every time, and both sides tried their best to shoot. The entire site is completely in tatters, sinking more than tens of meters. Gradually, more and more blood spilled from Doflamingo's mouth. Hercules' Hera smiled, and eventually a mouthful of blood spurted out, with blood clots. Advertisement. The last trace of the whole body's divine power was also exhausted, and he knelt down. I lost. You are a worthy opponent. Hera hadn't finished speaking. She stood there holding the hammer and looked at Doflamingo, who was about to stand unsteadily, with a smile at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes dimmed, and the vitality disappeared. Hercules' Hera overdrafted his life and fought to the last moment and died. In this battle, he was very happy, and every blow was a head-on confrontation, with strength and skill confronting each other. Hercules. Zeus looked ugly and couldn't help using too much force on his body. The bandages on his body were all cracked, and blood was shot out. The other gods are also looking at the field with stern expressions. This winner is the human lineup, Doflamingo. As a professional host, Heimdall reacted quickly. The result was announced. The human lineup, another victory. 2-2 evenly split. The lineup of the gods was unbelievable, and they looked at each other, and they all looked at the main gods on the second floor, and their eyes began to look worried. Doflamingo swayed, turned his head and smiled at the Sha Tian group. Whitebeard, Newgate and others all smiled at Doflamingo. At the same time, I feel a little sorry for Hercules' Hera. This god has a different feeling in him. Roger couldn't help but said to everyone. Integrity, friendliness, more like a strong human being. Whitebeard Newgate also nodded in agreement. No, it's not accurate enough. It should be said that this is a very righteous and bright Hercules. Sengoku said while watching the dead Hercules on his knees. Everyone can see the righteousness of this Hera. Although he is a guy in the lineup of gods, he does not hesitate to praise him. At this time, Sha Tian smiled, his hands clasped together again. The golden light shines out of thin air from the body of Hercules' Hera, and Hera is reborn. Hera, the Hercules, who was kneeling on the ground, condensed in his soul, and his body was firm, and he recovered. It's a pity that you all said that, so let's be resurrected directly. Sha Tian smiled and shrugged to the surprised everyone. Advertisement. Roger and Rox, Newgate, Garp and others all laughed. And the main gods such as Zeus and Odin were stunned, shocked in their hearts. The Valkyrie Brunhild was also stunned by his jaw. What he does it doesn't matter if the human beings whose souls have been resurrected, why can even the gods who turn into dust be resurrected? Hild couldn't help but screamed. Although the gods are not so unbearable, they can hardly conceal their shocked expressions. The resurrection of God and the resurrection of people are completely two concepts. Even the half-human and half-god Hercules is completely different from human beings, and there is an unimaginable difference in the essence of the soul. Diaresis, this Sha Tian has a void power outside of the big world that we can't even touch. At this moment, Zeus seemed to see something different. Human beings, why are they involved in this unimaginable force with the void? The one-eyed Odin's eyes flashed with wisdom, completely unable to see through. Zeus, Odin, Shiva, Sakamuni and the gods of other gods all launched their divine powers to investigate Sha Tian's body. At this time, they were really curious and shocked by Sha Tian's methods, and began to explore without hesitation. But Sha Tian snorted coldly, and all shattered. This hand raised the vigilance in the hearts of the gods to a higher level again. The resurrected Hercules Hera looked at her hands with a dazed expression. He knew that he was resurrected by that human Sha Tian. Nuo Jiaohao. Why do you want to resurrect me? Am I not your enemy? Hera was puzzled. He was a member of the lineup of gods. What kind of enemy is your god who treats us as enemies? As for you, there are not many righteous guys. We think it is a pity that you died. Roger walked to the stand and spoke to Hera. Sha Tian, who disdainfully glanced at Zeus and others, also waved his hand at Hercules Hera with a smile. Live well. Hercules Hera was stunned, and it took a long time to react. Thank you, you are very strong, especially your Sha Tian. This life will fight you head-on in the future. Hercules Hera laughed. He didn't know how to repay Sha Tian. Only give him a real battle for such a strong man. A group of people behind Sha Tian held back a smile, became stronger and defeated Sha Tian? Don't think about bloating. Good. Sha Tian smiled, nodded. Chapter 226 2-2 equalized. The human lineup cheered and became fanatical. With the exit of Hercules Hera, the field was plunged into darkness again to recover. At this time, the shocked gods went back to various places and began to meditate. No need to meet for the next one, because it is Shiva who is the strongest god of destruction in the YD realm. And the slowing down Valkyrie Brunhild also went to the Sha Tian group again to determine the person to appear on the stage. This time the old man is on the stage. Garp grinned and ate snacks from the god realm, sitting in a chair and raising his hand. The Valkyrie Brunhild knew Garp's name and nodded. According to the original rules, Garp also defeated the opposing Raiden human. The fifth game will be ready soon. The dark duel field lit up, and Heimdall jumped into the field. After 4 exciting and fierce battles, the score of the 13 Battle of the Gods at twilight came to 2-2. Now, the fifth game will begin. This one, let me introduce the fighters of the gods first. Following Heimdall's gesture, a beam of light lit up on the side of the gods. This is, from the YD realm, one of the highest gods, representing destruction, Lord Shiva. Shiva with purple skin, an inscription on her body, an eye on her forehead, and 4 arms walked onto the court. The human lineup this time also comes from the big world, Monkey D. Garp. Heimdall's high-pitched voice roared. Garp put one hand in Kabuto and walked towards the court with one hand waving hello, with a grin on his face. In the human lineup, seeing the people from the big world come on the field again, they couldn't help cheering loudly. With the previous 2 consecutive victories, this time, all humans became enthusiastic, with great confidence, and cheered as they watched the strong Garp cheer up. 3 consecutive victories, 3 consecutive victories. The sound was deafening. The audience of 3 worlds, the people of One Piece world cheered loudly, especially the 3 brothers Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, excited. Finally the old man is on the court, Hero Garp. Grandpa, hit them. Smelly old man, come on. Garp glanced at the 3 Luffys speechlessly. This time also came to the field. Advertisement Heimdall quickly slipped away. Both sides were left looking at each other. In Garp's eyes, hockey's luster flashed, staring at Shiva who was full of power. The old man waited so long, and it was really good, and the opponent against me turned out to be good. Garp looked at Shiva's 2 arms with curious eyes, and said with a smile. Maybe you will be torn to pieces by me, human. The words in his mouth were fierce, but Shiva did not dare to underestimate it. With the previous example, it shows that this group of people are not simple, especially this strong guy, who has a terrifying sense of power. Come on then, as Garp finished his last sentence. The ground underneath his feet instantly cracked, and Garp, who was grinning, became serious. Armament Hockey and Conqueror's Hockey were wrapped around Garp's arm, and the powerful breath instantly rose into the sky. Shiva's face changed involuntarily. The other 2 eyes were also opened, solemnly looking at Garp who broke out Hockey. Sure enough, the feeling that Garp gave him was much stronger than the 2 in front. Shiva's divine power immediately filled his body, and an aura of destruction was surging. It spread out like a half-black and half-purple transparent cover, and then retracted and shrunk back, returning to Shiva's body. Unfold the realm of the gods and the body to become one, forming a powerful force and Kamui. At this moment, the terrifying Kamui was also rippling on Shiva, the sky began to thunder and the ground trembled. He wanted to overwhelm Garp with momentum. But Garp still has no pressure, and Haki on his body fights violently and intensified. This human. Shiva gritted his teeth secretly. Kamui, who broke out with this method, couldn't even beat him. The irritable Shiva couldn't bear it immediately, and hit Garp not far away with a punch. The fist with supernatural power, like a meteor impact, even burst into flames. The terrifying air pressure hit Garp's face first. A red light flashed in Garp's pupils, and the flowing Haki in his hand became solid in an instant, and he also hammered Shiva with a punch. Divine power meets Haki's fist. With a crash, starting with the two sides as the center, the surface burst open instantly. Layers of flying, affecting the entire site, all the soil and stones were shaken up. The huge force collided, forming an air shockwave and spreading out in the audience. Advertisement: the first wall all around collapsed instantly. Too strong. I don't know how much better than the previous 4 battles. Ares, the god of war, couldn't help but said in horror. He stood up in the trembling spectator stand and walked forward and looked off the court. The expressions of Loki, Sakamuni, Lutra and other gods changed drastically. Both the gods' lineup and the human lineup were blown by a huge strong wind, and when I stopped, I saw cold sweats off the court. Hee. Raiden pointed to Garp on the court tremblingly for Eamon, speechless. When Garp played against him, half of his strength was useless. With such a punch, I am afraid that I will directly become a meat sauce. Sha Tien, Roger, and the Newgate gang opened their mouths as they watched. Different from the idea of the gods and human lineup. This Shiva can resist Garp's iron fist, it's very strong. As Garp's old opponent Roger, he naturally understands how terrifying Garp's iron fist is. After all, these gods all have the means to burn their lives to increase their strength. This time, I can fight to the fullest. Sha Tien couldn't help but laugh with everyone. The war spirit flashed in Garp's eyes. The power of this Shiva was very strong. A more terrifying force of destruction began to erupt with the dance. With a solemn expression on Shiva's face, all 4 eyes were staring at Garp, and a drop of cold sweat hung on his head. And the divine power is extremely huge. Just now, I have been increasing my strength almost all the time, and this Garp's fist is still like a copper wall and iron wall, motionless. And Shiva was able to wrestle with Garp like this. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, Shiva no longer hides his clumsiness and begins to dance strangely. When you say this, the gods of this big world are very weak. The 2 fists facing each other backed away. However, with Garp's current strength, it is not so easy to beat Shiva. After turning on the divine power, Shiva uses her own stunts completely different. I just don't know if there is a chance to use it in front of Garp. Off the court, Golden Lion Shaki couldn't help but answered. Chapter 227, Tiger Claw Flame Dance. Shiva's peculiar dance steps made his whole body ignite red and yellow flames. After being blessed by divine power, the flame was controlled by the body without hurting itself, and it turned into a terrifying divine fire to a higher level. Garp narrowed his eyes and looked at the flame on Shiva and the aura of destruction. The Haki on his body circulates and wraps up and down the whole body. At this moment, Shiva's dancing figure appeared beside Garp instantly, and even the air was distorted by the hot temperature get up. Come and try this trick. Shiva's 4 eyes were wide open, and there was a cruel smile on her face. He wants to completely burn this Garp and let the god's score return to the lead. Garp reacted very quickly, turning around to dodge and kicking Shiva. The violent pale golden Haki carried terrifying power on his legs. Boom. Boom. 2 beeps one after another. Garp kicked Shiva's left hand blocked by a kick, and made a bang. Haki shook. Shiva's complexion flushed instantly, and his blood surged. My own flame-bearing foot also changed, and kicked Garp in the chest. With a bang, the armament Haki on Garp's exterior cracked. Both sides were kicked in various ways, and they flew upside down in an instant to stabilize their figure. Shiva moved his trembling left hands with an ugly face. The supernatural power of his own defense was directly kicked away by Garp. And Garp also looked at his chest. The blue t-shirt was scorched and a big hole had been broken. Shiva kicked and broke armament Haki's protection, and the flames transmitted in. The huge power instantly made Garp a little bit of blood surging. Come again. Shiva was furious. The warfare on his face became feverish. I have to admit that this opponent really suits his appetite. Fist, strength, ability, come. Garp also yelled, stepping on the cracked ground, and rushing towards Shiva who was braving the flames with his fists. Shiva danced and coordinated with his attack, waving his 4 arms, and violently confronting Garp's fist against his fist. The rumbling sound continued. The huge sound and violent aftermath emanated, shaking the entire duel field. Advertisement: the hand-to-hand battle between Garp and Shiva with supernatural power and Haki was called the 5 most intense and fanatical battles. Even the gods have forgotten that this is a duel between gods and people, the battle of the gods at dusk. The militants on both sides did not support either side, they were simply shouting and fanatical. The human lineup is even more cold and sweaty, once again seeing the power of the gods and the pinnacle of humans. But the audience in the 3 worlds is full of excitement. They are all famous masters in their respective worlds, such as Hitaki Kakashi, Kyoraku Shunsui, Marco and others, or the Sons of Plains, Sasuke, Naruto, Kurosaki Ichigo. When I saw this fierce, bloody battle, I couldn't help getting excited. Grandpa, come on, beat him down. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo all squeezed to the front, standing on the fence and shouting. Zeus, Odin, Aphrodite, Sakamuni and other gods all looked at them with extremely solemn eyes, and their eyes flashed with shock. These gods can clearly see the strengths and weaknesses in the field. That is Shiva, the god of destruction, the strongest god in the YD realm. In the fierce battle, although they had their own tricks, Garp still suppressed Shiva steadily. Sha Tien, Rox, Roger and others also naturally understood. They all looked at the field with smiles, their faces relaxed. Brunhilde, the Valkyrie goddess who had not left, was dumbfounded, standing there speechless. Yu Guang looked at Sha Tien and others, and found that they were all a copy with such a relaxed look, and was even more surprised in my heart. Are these guys so confident in their partners? After all, opponents are gods. In the field, Shiva's Tiger Paw Flame Dance is getting faster and faster, and his attacks are getting more and more fierce. The four hands blow one after another, with the sacred fire burning and covering Garp. And Garp didn't evade in the slightest. The dark gold color flashed on his two fists, and he faced Shiva at an even faster speed. The power of the energy generated by the constant confrontation has caused the reinforced space to be distorted. The clouds spiral in the sky, thunder bursts. Shiva couldn't bear it anymore. No matter how much speed her forearms increased, they were easily blocked by Garp's two fists. If this continues, before he feels his physical strength is exhausted, he will be exhausted and defeated first. In an instant, Shiva's four hands shot out at the same time, and the huge power directly caused Garp to retreat for a while. Garp was also taken aback. Fine flowers. Stop fighting. Diki and Wu, Shiva's dance has changed. The flame is even higher, the span of the dance steps is larger, between one turn. The whole person jumped to the top of Garp. Advertisement. The right leg dragged the violent divine power and flames, and directly smashed it down. Boom. The moment it fell, the ground under Garp's feet sank instantly. Garp's eyes condensed. At this time, the aura of his whole body changed. The magnificent rising, the gods couldn't help but wince. This Garp still retains his strength. Bang. Shiva, who had come down from the world, had no time to react for a moment, and Garp, whose aura was greatly changed, jumped a punch faster and smashed a big hole in the ground. The lineup of the gods and the Valkyrie Brunhilde's mouth fell. Isn't it a frenetic hand-to-hand battle that is evenly matched? What's happening here, Gar? This is enough fun, I don't want to play anymore. Roger chuckled and said playfully. Well, it looks like I'm going to deal with this Shiva directly. Hey, Brunhilde, right? Get ready for the next one. What a joke. Human, I'm a god, just as Sha Tien said. Garp scratched his head and smiled, just as his words fell. But the dark golden color of armament hockey and conqueror's hockey are intertwined, flown like fluid on the body, and the aura on the body is many, many times stronger than before. At this time, Garp is no longer covered with a pale golden shroud. What the god of destruction, YD God King? In the huge pit, Shiva's whole body flame was extinguished a lot, and he crawled out of the pit embarrassedly. He didn't even pay attention to the severe pain in the place where he was hit, and looked at Garp with a big change. Diki and Wu was launched to its strongest state. Shiva waved four arms and hit Garp. This level is not enough to threaten Garp. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Shiva rushed over with an angry look. Sha Tien touched his chin, and also smiled. Off the court. Shiva's face was gloomy, and she stood up straight through gritted teeth. Garp gently shook his head facing Shiva, squatted, hockey covered with a punch, wide. Ah, I'm sorry, the old man has enjoyed the game and wants to go back to have some snacks, so let's end it now. Chapter 228. Shiva's whole body turned into flames, and the four arms directly bombarded Garp. It was like a huge meteorite falling down in flames. Garp's whole body hockey flowed, squatted and punched in one go. It was a punch to Shiva in the air. In an instant, the world in the field seemed to slow down. At this moment, Shiva's 5 eyes widened, the anger in his eyes dissipated, and Garp was frightened. Garp's fist oscillated like circles of ripples, and hockey's intertwined fist strength exploded at this moment. The power of horror directly began to fly to the ground, and the sky and clouds rolled back. Shiva was too late to dodge. At the same time, the four fists were in one, and they met Garp's fist. Just touched his fist, and in an instant, Shiva watched as all four of his arms were twisted and broken. Afterwards, the terrifying punch hit the body, the flames were all extinguished, and the whole body flew out. Boom. Quan Jin left deep ravines on the surface, and the clouds in the sky were cracked. Shiva hit the wreckage of the collapsed wall directly, and dust was everywhere. And Garp's fist strength was also blocked by Sha Tien's invisible barrier, which aroused waves of ripples. Impossible. Loudhara's face was full of horror, and it was hard to believe that Shiva was interrupted by Garp's punch and flew out with all four arms. Zeus, Odin, and Sakamuni and all the main gods showed unexpected tremors, and couldn't help standing up and looking at Garp, who was holding his fist. This punch. This human. The wine glasses in the hands of Ares and Lokilian fell to the ground, dumbfounded. He hasn't used all his strength, just to enjoy the bloody battle. Zeus sighed deeply and sat down, looking at Garp's figure in his golden eyes, his fighting spirit flashed. This Garp is just like himself. The power of this punch, I am afraid that even some main gods will not be able to follow. At least I can't. Hermes, the young man in a tuxedo next to Zeus, changed his indifferent eyes. If that Garp is a god, all this is normal, but he is a human, just human. But Odin is not only ugly, but even shocked. Garp made a strong punch, and even stronger was the transparent barrier that took the punch down. And this barrier is that Sha Tien laid down casually. Advertisement just at this time. There was a burst of blood in the place where Shiva hit, accompanied by terrifying power. Shiva burned the power of life, lifted his divine power, and rushed out and slammed into Garp. I won't admit defeat. Shiva's forearms were broken and bloody with blood. A red divine power appeared all over the body, and the blood flowing above could be seen. Garp frowned, and he didn't expect Shiva to come up like this. The old man has nothing to do. Garp himself knew that pitying the enemy was the stupidest thing to do. As hockey went around, there was another punch. Bang. The power of this punch is exactly the same as the one just now. Shiva burned his life. Although he was hit by Garp and did not fall directly, it was difficult to resist. The skin in front of him cracked, Shiva spit out blood and flew out again. Then he rushed out and attacked Garp. Burning the life of the gods, no matter how great the improvement is, it is not Garp's opponent who has fully used his strength. Once, there was a tremor in the duel, and the audience was dumbfounded. Finally, Garp directly interrupted Shiva's burning life with a punch, his divine power disappeared, Shiva's head sank, and he fell directly on the ground and fainted. It's really troublesome. Garp sighed and didn't kill the Shiva directly, but interrupted the burning life with a punch. The audience fell silent. Zeus, Odin, Aphrodite, and Loki all had their eyes shocked again. Just now, this Garp made that powerful punch with one punch after another. I thought it was a trick or something, I didn't think it was just his ordinary attack. So, how strong is Sha Tien as their leader? Zeus and Odin looked at Sha Tien with a smile on the opposite side. Sakamuni and Aphrodite all looked at Sha Tien and Garp, their eyes throbbing. What is the origin of this group of guys? Why can human beings in a big world be stronger than gods? Advertisement Brunhilde, the Valkyrie, was on Sha Tien's side, stepping back again and again, pointing to Garp who was walking back, covering her mouth and the voice was shaking. Is it the one he fought with Raiden? Oh yes, don't care about the details. These old guys just like to keep a hand. Sometimes it's the same thing to pretend to be thieves for fun. Sha Tien pointed at Garp, then pointed at Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, Newgate and others behind him, and said with a grin. The Valkyrie Brunhild looked at these people like a monster. I even thought about it again, or let them play all the games. At this time, looking at Lord Shiva, who had fallen to the ground, was covered in blood, and there were deep ravines and pits on the ground. Finally, Heimdall reacted with an excitement. He stood trembling in the audience and did not dare to go down, shouting directly. This game, the human lineup, Garp won. After a brief silence, the human lineup rang out with enthusiastic cheers. The old man is invincible, said lightly, Grandpa won. Compared to Sha Tien, our shots are insignificant. At this time, Brunhild remembered that sentence. What does the strongest of the three great worlds represent? Among them, it was Ace, Luffy and Sabo shouted in excitement. Newgate also smiled, and pointed to the listless Sha Tien. Your duel between gods and humans has reached this point, and it has already been doomed since it merged into our world. Zeus, Sakamuni, and Odin, the supreme gods of various gods, all cast a glance at each other, got up and walked towards the back. The group of Sha Tien is too powerful, completely beyond their imagination. Except for the tattered clothes, there was almost no damage. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The sound was like a wave sweeping, making the faces of the opposing gods look ugly. Some bad-tempered gods shouted and cursed the humble humans, and were suppressed by rocks and others, conquerors hockey. The Valkyrie Brunhild looked at Garp with trembling eyes and walked back with ease. Rocks noticed the expression on Brunhild, the Valkyrie. Even Poseidon, Shiva, who was turned on by divine power, is not their opponent. Every guy on the field is very strong. Go ahead, we go ahead. Chapter 229 Valkyrie Brunhild looked at Sha Tien in shock. It's hard to imagine how strong this young guy will be, so that Garp and these guys are willing to stand behind him. Well, will your people play in the next game or will I play? Sha Tien pillowed her head and said casually. I originally thought that the dimensional world of this world was a bit higher, there were a lot of strong players, and the moves were definitely good. Unexpectedly, these guys are not as expected, and even their skills are a bit tasteless. The following appearances are not clear. The human side is determined to be lost. If you still want to play, you can continue. The Valkyrie Brunhild pondered for a while and said slowly. If they can win all 5 games, then these humans under their own men can win 2 more games to reach 7 victories first, and the Twilight Battle will be victorious. In Hild's plan, Buddha Shakya, the #1 god in the Buddha world, should fight for mankind. Sha Tien chuckled lightly and did not speak. At this time, the gods have been completely shocked by the appearance of Garp, Hawkeye Mahawk and Doflamingo. Just as Sha Tien thought, in the side hall of the duel arena, the main gods gathered here. Zeus, the father of the gods, Odin, the king of Norse, Buddha Sakyamuni, Loki, the god of tricks, Ares, the god of war, Aphrodite, the goddess of love. This big world has completely shattered our understanding of humans, and the humans in their world are completely different from the humans here. As soon as he took the seat, Zeus said first, his eyes were full of ultimate jealousy. The physical body has a high level of exercise, and it controls the specific original power, and the completely different energy quality is not lost to the divine power. Loki poked his mouth to look at King Odin, and said what he had seen. The most terrifying and strongest is the Sha Tien, and the power of wisdom is also completely undetectable, like a dead sea, without the slightest ripple. Odin couldn't help but say at this time. Buddha Sakyamuni also had the ability to spy on the future. Future vision could not see the existence of Sha Tien at all. After hearing Odin's words, his indifferent eyes also changed slightly. At this time, Loki also looked at Sakyamuni with a strange expression. The gods present also understood that since the emergence of the power of the source, the gods of all the gods have been staring at that big world. The benefits of obtaining the original power are simply unimaginable, especially the main gods like Zeus. The strongest human beings of Sha Tien in the opposite big world are the obstacles of the gods. According to their attitude, it is impossible to surrender to the gods. Advertisements of this meeting is not just for the battle of the gods at dusk. Seeing the gods each put forward their ideas, Loki, the god of tricks, stared at Buddha Shakya firmly. Soon, it was time for the players to prepare. The duel between gods and humans came to the sixth game with a score of 2-3 between gods and humans. On the viewing seats on the second floor, the main gods of the gods all came together to watch the battle this time, staring at the way the group of people over Sha Tien relaxed and joked. These guys, really come to the God Realm duel arena for sightseeing? Heimdall resumed his original appearance of presiding over the duel, and started the sixth game with the megaphone. Since he did not receive the notice from the gods, he announced the quota according to the original quota. The duel between gods and people, the battle of the gods at dusk, the sixth game is about to begin. Below, the gods appearing as one of our highest gods in the West, with countless believers and spreading faith, Buddha Sakyamuni. Heimdall shouted loudly and passionately, pointing his finger. Sakyamuni took the scepter, and the old god walked up. Buddha nature does not exist in the body of Sakyamuni. At first glance, it's hard to imagine that this is the strongest and highest status god in Western Buddhism. But at the same time Sakyamuni was also Zeus, the main god of Odin's class. The lineup of the gods gave out huge cheers. This one is extraordinary. The vastness of magical powers is not enough to describe this main god. And seeing the Buddha Sakyamuni appeared in the lineup of the gods, Brynhild's face turned dark, a bit gnashing his teeth. Sakyamuni is still playing in the lineup of the gods. At this time, Heimdall was about to introduce human characters. Luo base station was in the viewing booth, but said in a self-deprecating tone. Lose, the lineup of the gods has to be. Do you know what you were talking about, Loki? At this moment, everyone noticed the nonsense Rocky. One thing has just been determined. Buddha Sakyamuni is helping humans to make a move. Now that he is on the stage, he will release water and let humans win. Loki's eyes flashed with a different light, and he looked at the Sakyamuni below. Right, the combination of the Valkyrie into a divine weapon is indeed powerful, but there is a limit. For example, Lu Bu, Adam, can match the divine body, that is, the Shakya helps them and uses a lotus support. Loki narrowed his eyes and said as if he could see through the eyes of Sakyamuni. Advertisement a lotus. It does have this ability, and there is only Shakyamuni. Sakyamuni did not refute or bother after he had finished the game. With this attitude, the main gods such as Zeus and Odin all looked at Sakyamuni, a little unbelievable. This guy actually betrayed the god realm and went to help humans? After hearing and seeing among the gods, there was an uproar even more. Why does Sakyamuni help mankind? At this time, the 7 gods also appeared on the second floor. It is the 7 deities of good fortune who claim to be executed by the gods. They are specifically aimed at the existence of betrayers. Afterwards, Zeus and Odin and other main gods looked at each other, and their eyes flashed inexplicably. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Direct challenge. Heimdall is about to introduce the characters that humans appear on. Heimdall was taken aback and said cautiously, the voice of Sakyamuni is very nice, with a special magical power. Just when the gods all looked at Sakyamuni, there is no doubt about the strength of Sakyamuni. Even if Zeus is full of firepower, I dare not say that it is Sakyamuni's opponent. It may not be a good thing to challenge Sha Tien directly now. Master Sakyamuni, it doesn't comply with the provisions of the End of Mankind Act. Zeus, who was still upset, was taken aback. Challenge Sha Tien directly. At this time, Zeus smiled and said. Sakyamuni indeed smiled faintly. The scepter in his hand pointed to the opposite Sha Tien, and he launched a challenge. Perhaps it can force Sha Tien's whole cards, and even help the big world of Master afterwards. I am not interested in other humans. If you want to fight, you will fight the strongest. When the human lineup was also amazed, Sakyamuni remained silent and walked slowly onto the court. Heimdall, this challenge is approved by the gods. Heimdall was interrupted and looked at Sakyamuni in surprise and shock. Chapter 230. Heimdall only acted as the referee, and when he saw the gods nodded, he quickly slipped back to the viewing seat in horror. Buddha Shakya directly challenged the leader of the great world, Sha Tian. The human lineup immediately exclaimed, and even the gods lineup was in an uproar in surprise. Buddha Sakyamuni is not in compliance with the rules, right? The final bill can't be directly challenged to play, right? The human lineup is a bit worried. After all, Sakyamuni is the so-called real Buddha, and he has an indescribable sense of majesty in the human heart. And the lineup of the gods knows that the main gods all agree, so it shows that this kind of challenge is legal, and they have begun to be excited, but it is not like the previous clamor. Buddha Sakyamuni is not an ordinary god, and this is to directly defeat the opponent's leader. The three worlds, the world of pirates, the world of Shinigami, and the world of Hokage, all fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, and their expressions were a bit complicated. It turned out to be challenging Sha Tian. Behind Sha Tian, Rox, Garp, Newgate and others were also surprised. I want to challenge our king, I will teach him a lesson. Beast Kaido's eyes flashed brightly, and a touch of cruelty appeared. Dare to challenge Sha Tian, very confident, but I don't know if I can fight my 2 punches. The Rox is the same, and just want to play. Even Whitebeard Newgate mentioned Kong Yun and stood up, with a huge figure with hockey distorting the air. This is a naked provocation for them. What's more, now with their strength, it is completely enough to teach these gods, and there is no need for Sha Tian to appear. Brunhilde, the Valkyrie god, watched in astonishment as this group of anger surged, arguing and going down to teach the human beings of Sakyamuni. Do you know what kind of deity Buddha Shakya is? That is the strongest in the Western Buddhist realm? What happened then? Rox snorted coldly, and the 5 Admiral and Kong behind them all had such expressions. Did not put the so-called gods in his eyes at all. At this time, Sha Tian, who looked at Buddha Sakyamuni indifferently, finally stood up and stretched out. Everyone, since they challenged me directly, then I will go up and play, or I will fall asleep. Sha Tian turned around and said something, and looked in the direction of the gods. Rox, Newgate and others all laughed. Brunhilde did not expect that Sha Tian would actually agree to the challenge of Sakyamuni. Advertisement, okay, are you ready? Sha Tian smiled slightly. What will the Buddha Sakyamuni of this world do? 1 step is empty. Sha Tian arrives in the midair with 1 step. Seeing Sha Tian promise to appear on the stage, Zeus, Odin, and even the 7 gods of fortune had their eyes lit up. He really played. Zeus's small golden eyes turned wildly and said a little expectantly. The one-eyed Odin, Loki and other main gods shrank their eyes. Kakuzu's mouth trembled slightly. The people in the lineup of gods are so, even the people in the human lineup are excited and excited. How powerful is the human being who can even resurrect the gods, so that Garp can stand behind him? Donor, offended. Buddha Shakya looked at Sha Tian, who was in midair with 1 step in the sky, and said calmly. Sha Tian stood in the air, staring at the Sakyamuni below. Next second, Sakyamuni's tone was indifferent, but he didn't relax at all in his heart. The power of the whole body began to burst immediately. With a bang, huge divine power began to erupt from Shakya's body. Above the sky, it gradually darkened, and thick dark clouds were condensed, and even the raging thunder also formed a strip of thunder dragons circling, responding to the majestic power of the Sakyamuni. At the feet of Sakyamuni, a piece of golden lotus was scattered from the ground, and the divine power was so strong that the space was in a distorted state. In an instant, the terrifying Buddha's prestige permeated the field, covering the entire dual field, with visions bursting. It has even affected the farther starry depths of this big world. Rox, Roger and others have all felt that the power of Shakya is much stronger than all the opponents who have played. The strength of this Shakya is much stronger than the omniscient and omnipotent friend Habak. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes widened. This god realm is not all mediocre gods either. It gave us an accident, this guy is very strong. Even Rox looked at Sakyamuni who had liberated his whole body's supernatural power, and his eyes became solemn. Yamamoto Motoyanagi and the others nodded intently and looked at the court. But everyone just became solemn and didn't worry. Advertisement: a god stronger than the friend Habak. It's a pity that it's their strongest to fight against. Sha Tian. Shakya released the divine power of his whole body, and stepped into the air with an invincible posture from the golden lotus 1 step at the bottom. The head is slightly raised, looking down at Sha Tian, who is holding his hands behind his back, a little listless. Diaresis, this is my full strength. I have never released my full strength. It has always been because I have never met an opponent worthy of my all-out effort. Now, I finally met you. Sakyamuni let out a sigh of relief, with a sense of joy that he could make a full shot. The scepter in his hand is full of golden divine power light flowing. Is it going all out? It's not bad, enough to give me the spirit of starting point. Sha Tian looked at the Sakyamuni in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. So far in so many worlds, Sakyamuni is definitely the strongest one I have ever encountered. However, if this is the case, I suggest you surrender directly. Shrugging, Sha Tian still said without a change in expression. The strength of his own is greatly improved every second, and now Sha Tian himself doesn't know what kind of scene it would be like to shoot with all his strength. I'm afraid that even this god realm will be annihilated instantly, right? You are so arrogant. When Shakya heard Sha Tian's words and looked at Sha Tian's expression, he felt a strange feeling in his heart, and suddenly, Nuo Jiao Jiao was surprised. With the movement of the scepter in his hand, in its own form, the wielding of the scepter brought a terrifying power. The thunder dragon in the sky and the golden lotus on the ground have all turned into a powerful attack that destroys the sky and the earth, and then attacked Sha Tian with the scepter in his hand. The space was trembling, and everyone in the audience was horrified. Even Zeus and Odin had cold sweats on their heads. As soon as Sakamuni shoots, it is a huge god-tier power that can destroy the entire space. Rox, Roger and others all constricted. Brunhilde, the Valkyrie, was even more frightened. With this power, how does Sha Tian go next? Is it too small to look down upon the gods' clothes? When Shakia launched an attack, based on the strange feeling he felt, he wondered how Sha Tian would block his blow of destroying the world, and actively opened the future vision. This time, future vision saw Sha Tian. Shakia's eyes also changed greatly in shock. Chapter 231. I saw it in the future of Shakia. The overwhelming huge thunder dragon and the terrifying divine power Jinlian bombarded the Sha Tian with the scepter divine light. Sha Tian didn't even change her expression, and then the golden light suddenly appeared, and all her offensives completely disappeared. At this point, future vision is completely over. Sakamuni, who looked through the future, showed a look of horror. How could one's own attack be blocked by Sha Tian so easily? His eyes couldn't help but look at the scene that was about to happen. Sha Tian faced the attack of Sakamuni's six-paths stick similar to a scepter, and his expression almost did not change. The divine power combined with the tremendous power of the Sakamuni attack is indeed very powerful, and even cracks in the space. It shows that the power of Sakamuni has begun to touch the category of void. However, Conqueror's Haki on Sha Tian rushed out, and the dazzling gold formed a fluid, centered on itself, directly spreading out. All the offensives released by Sakamuni were like sinking into a quagmire, slower and slower. Under the shocking eyes of the gods and all human beings, the golden lotus of Sakamuni, the thunder dragon, and the turbulent space, all power and power disappeared instantly. Even the darkened sky has returned to normal. How can this be? The one-eyed Odin couldn't help but mutter to himself in shock. Such a powerful offensive could not even be blocked by oneself unscathed, let alone eliminate all attacks so easily. Before he could react, Sha Tian originally only slowly released Conqueror's Haki and pressed towards the Sakamuni. It was like a golden field spreading out, everything along the way was suppressed. The terrifying power of deterrence made Sakamuni completely irresistible. Boom! Shakia's eyes changed drastically, and the divine power of the whole body was mobilized again, forming a lotus-shaped divine power outside the body to collide with Sha Tian's Conqueror's Haki. Destroyed and decayed. In the huge bang, the divine power of Sakamuni burst into pieces, and was directly impacted by Conqueror's Haki of Sha Tian's golden circulation. The whole body trembled, and it flew backwards uncontrollably by the impact, pressing on the transparent barrier in front of the spectator stand. Go up. Sink deeply into it. Sha Tian's Conqueror's Haki was only fleeting. Even so, Sakamuni fell into the barrier with a grim expression, and seemed to be suppressed by a huge force, unable to move. The entire barrier protecting the auditorium is full of huge ripples. Advertisement finally, Shakia used all his divine power to resist the aftermath of the shock, and rushed out with the explosion. And Sha Tian still looked at Shakia quietly with his hands behind his back. Sakamuni was already a bit speechless, and the impact of his momentum alone suppressed himself like this. Is this a human? Too exaggerated. What kind of power is this? Brunhilde, the Valkyrie, is completely dumbfounded now, looking at Sha Tian who is still indifferent in disbelief. When both sides came out, their temperaments were similar, and they both looked lazy and indifferent. But now, after the fight, Sakamuni was completely indifferent. Haki, Conqueror's Haki. Garp bit the snack, smiled, and explained without turning his head. With Sha Tian's Conqueror's Haki, that Sakamuni is already very powerful without kneeling down on the spot. Whitebeard Newgate also nodded and commented. The attack of Sakamuni was indeed strong just now, and even the kind of power that destroys the world has never been seen before, but for everyone, they have seen Sha Tian's attack, but they feel that it is not very good. The Valkyrie Brynhild looked at Rox incredibly, and Whitebeard Newgate and the crowd were completely speechless. Sha Tian, how strong is it on earth? Just such a blow, almost suppressed Sakamuni. As shocked as the Valkyrie, the unacceptable gods were even more unbearable. Even Zeus couldn't keep his majesty as the father of the gods at this moment, and sat down on the chair, unable to conceal his inner shock. Under that kind of offensive, it was instantly dissipated by Sha Tian's aura, all divine powers disappeared, and even Sakamuni was knocked off by that aura and suppressed. Is this the strength of the three worlds most powerful? I can't see through it like this. God King Odin looked at the Sakamuni who had fallen into the transparent barrier and broke free with almost all his divine power. There was no hope at all in the shock. With all his divine powers easily turned on, Sakamuni, who did not leave his hands, pressed it like this, hoping to find out what is false and true. The main gods such as Loki, Lutra, Ares, Aphrodite were all left with shocking expressions. Although I have guessed higher, I expected. Even thought of Shakia's fierce battle against Sha Tian, the scene where Sha Tian won in the end. However, he never thought that Sha Tian didn't even show his hands, just a momentum flow, and almost suppressed Sakamuni. Advertisement. It's beyond imagination. Sakamuni took a few rough breaths, and suddenly laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly. Sha Tian, there's no arrogance. His power is beyond the imagination of all gods and all human beings. Since the integration of this big world, the final bill of mankind has been destined not to be implemented, and there is even worry that mankind will pull all the gods off the altar. However, Sakamuni did not give up, but the future vision is opening again, but I can't see Sha Tian. Suddenly, I only saw my six-path stick shattered. Sakamuni couldn't help but feel excited. When he used it for the first time, he had already been prompted by the system to learn it. Watching Sakamuni swing the huge six-path stick towards Sha Tian, Zeus was about to say that under such an attack, he didn't know whether he could shake Sha Tian. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, Shakia waved the six-path stick, and the terrifying power accompanied by falling towards Sha Tian. However, this skill is still a bit tasteless to myself. Sakamuni not only wants to use all his power, but also uses all the power of the six-path stick. I don't know this. In contrast, both Sakamuni and Sha Tian holding huge weapons look very small. This is the boarding power in the six-path stick, the enlightened nirvana stick form of the beast Taoist Guanyin. Moreover, it was extremely huge, lifted above the head of Sakamuni. Your future vision, see it, do you want to continue? After this blow, I am afraid that the entire dual field has become nothingness. The six-path stick in Sakamuni's hand changed, and his divine power flowed, turning into a huge mace. Six-path stick. Broken. But the next scene stopped Zeus' words abruptly, with a look of horror. The terrifying divine power drew all the surrounding energy, sending out a solemn kamui, and the space visible to the naked eye was constantly recovering in distortion and tearing. Sha Tian looked at the whole body of Sakamuni and asked, "In the future, it can be changed." Sha Tian looked at Sakamuni's future vision and showed a smile. Chapter 232 The huge incomparable enlightenment nirvana rod that the six-path stick has changed into is smashed down towards Sha Tian. With the fall of the six-paths rod, the tiny space cracks gave out bursts of thunder, and violent divine power flowed. The gods such as Zeus, Odin, Loki, and the seven lucky gods all watched very nervously. This all-divine power plus the explosion of the power of the divine tool, can it shake Sha Tian? This weapon is good. Sha Tian looked at the six-paths rod whizzing, and an interested look flashed in his eyes. There are 6 different powers hidden in this weapon, and each of them is not weaker than the power of the main god. With hockey wrapped around her hand, Sha Tian directly pointed at the fallen 6 paths. The golden hockey flowed directly, all the divine power and power were suppressed. Sha Tian's hand, finger touched the 6-path stick. Under the sight of everyone in the field, Sha Tian's palm blocked the falling 6-way stick, 1 point. Boom! The 6 paths rod broke apart directly. The bursts of golden light and the power of 6 paths radiated from it, and turned into fragments with a bang. I'm sorry, it's a bit too much force. Sha Tian himself was also startled, a little dazed. I just want to hold it with a finger, however, his own power is cultivating himself all the time. I didn't make a direct shot for a long time, and I didn't even grasp the power, so I just broke it. Shakia was still holding the handle of the 6-path stick in his hand, and his whole body stiffened there. The eyes and mouths of the gods were about to fall. Even the one-eyed Odin couldn't help but tremblingly pointed at Sha Tian, and said unbelievably. The 6-path stick is an artifact built on the basis of the power of the world. It can be said that it is one of the strongest artifacts in the god realm. Furthermore, there are 7 Guanyuns boarding inside, which can change various styles. How can it be broken, even if the world is broken? Ares is very familiar with the various artifacts of the god realm, and the 6-path stick can definitely rank among the top 3 in the god realm. Now, it was broken slightly by a human. What Ares said stopped in an instant. A divine weapon that cannot be destroyed even if the world is broken. In other words, Sha Tian can also crush the world directly. Ares is a little thoughtful and terrified, unimaginable. Zeus, who was already trembling, is now trembling even more. Hermes was even more unbelievable and couldn't help looking at Zeus. This Sha Tian is too terrible. On the field, the lineups of both sides were quiet. Fell into a brief silence. Advertisement a few seconds later, the lineup of the gods uttered an incredible cry. I cannot believe it, Sakamuni Buddha is joking, get out the real artifact. With the 6 paths reincarnation and the blessing of the power of the 6 Guanyin, why would it be crushed by humans? It must be fake. The lineup of the gods was shocked and couldn't believe the facts we saw now. The human lineup on the opposite side immediately uttered crazy cheers, especially the ugly look of the gods on the opposite side. This is true. Shakia picked up the 6 paths rod that had been broken in his hand. The spirit of the whole body seemed to be lost, said lowly. Hearing Sakamuni's words in the lineup of the gods, his shocked face was even more cold and sweaty. Shocked, unbelievable, unimaginable, fear and other emotions merged together, and Shakia closed his eyes. Then he opened his eyes again, and there was a trace of longing in the eyes of Sakamuni, and he looked at Sha Tian. Are you ready? Sha Tian smiled. Sakamuni still didn't give up, and wanted to make one shot. I just want to see how powerful the Zeons of the 3 big worlds are. Sakamuni's eyes are radiant, his hands clasped together, standing in place, shining golden. Sha Tian smiled lightly. Picking up his right fist, hockey circulated his fist, hitting directly in the air. Bang! The air was knocked out for a burst of ripples and spread, and the golden fist's strength directly drew a huge black space crack along the way. In Shakia's eyes, the golden fist seemed to occupy all of the world in his eyes. There is no power of terror, and there is no leak of energy. It hit the body of Sakamuni almost in the blink of an eye. Sakamuni directly smashed into the ground of the duel arena, smashing a big pit that was not bottomless, and he did not know his life or death. Sha Tian didn't even look at the Sakamuni that smashed into the ground. Faintly looked at the gods. The gods were silent for a while. The gods such as Zeus, Odin, Apollo, and Sol all looked gloomy and ugly. How to deal with such a human being? None of the gods present can be sure to win Sha Tian. Find flowers at this time, with the cheers and urging of the human lineup. Advertisement Heimdall picked up the microphone and announced the result. The sixth game, Mankind, Sha Tian wins, with the result pronounced. In the battle between gods and humans, the score has come to 2-4. I can keep fighting, right? Sha Tian looked back at the Valkyrie Brynhild and asked. Can. Valkyrie Brunhild was completely shocked by Sha Tian now. Of course it is possible to fight alone. Rox, Roger and others shrugged helplessly. It seems that Sha Tian is going to force the gods to reveal their true purpose. And under the restriction of the final bill, this twilight battle cannot be stopped. Hearing Sha Tian's words, Odin, Zeus and others were shocked and pale. How to fight next? The next game was originally Susanoo. The 7-in-1 terrifying supernatural power burst out, and the whole space began to appear, and the sky was thunderous. With the permission of the gods, Lingfu flew directly towards the court without any extra rituals. And Susanoo swallowed his throat behind the gods, wondering what to do. Sha Tian watched the 7 deities of good fortune on the second floor of the duel field join together to play, and his expression did not change at all. No wonder the 7 fortune gods dared to find Sakamuni for trial and execution. I didn't see the half-dead Shakyamuni Buddha hitting the ground with a punch, he was just picked up for treatment. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The 7 gods were originally created by the division of one god. However, the moment that Lingfu was on the court, he was stared at by Sha Tian's golden luster eyes. A horrible pressure was directly on Lingfu's body, and Lingfu couldn't move. At this time, the 7 lucky gods who were looking for Sakamuni to be sentenced said in unison. The fallen god of good fortune is also famous for being extremely powerful in the heavens. Loki looked at Lingfu in front of him with a burst of divine power, felt the powerful meaning, and couldn't help saying. Go up and fight with Sha Tian? Isn't this looking for death? I come. Zero blessing. It's the 7th game, do you want to play together? Huang. Seeing that there are gods who dare to appear on the stage, and they are still powerful gods of good fortune, I can't help but rekindle hope. At this time, the divine power exploded, and once again merged into one, chapter 233. 13 games, there are 6 games left, let's play together. Sha Tian looked at Zeus, Odin and other gods. The tone was flat and undoubtedly speaking. As soon as these words came out, the human lineup was the first to explode. My lord, is this too risky? This is the gods after all. But Brunhilde, the Valkyrie god, knew the power of Sha Tian, and couldn't help feeling a move in her heart, perhaps, feasible. Including the main gods like Zeus, they all understand that Sha Tian definitely has the right to say 1 out of 7. The gods agreed. Zeus and Odin, Loki and the other gods who were in the battle looked at each other. The expressions of the gods were ugly and gloomy and nodded slightly. This time, the fighters on the side of the gods are all unified. This human being Sha Tian is very powerful and terrifying, very exaggerated. Even Sakamuni is defeated so easily, shattering the divine weapon, and only by joining forces can you be sure to defeat Sha Tian. At this time, the whole audience was noisy. The gods really agreed. Human Sha Tian is about to fight 6. Master Sha Tian, defeat them. The viewers of the 3 worlds screamed in excitement. The strongest Sha Tian will once again show his invincible strength. The referee Heimdall was completely stunned. 6 gods. And in the field at this time, Ling Fu was stunned by Haki who was exposed by Sha Tian. Several figures rushed over at this time, God King Odin. Loki, the god of tricks, Susanoo, the sun god Apollo. Beelzebub. Advertisement the 5 gods rushed directly onto the court. They have already unlocked the divine power contract on their bodies, the huge divine power is intertwined, and the whole world is stunned. The combination of the divine power of the 6 gods has completely surpassed the divine power released by the Sakamuni, reaching an extremely terrifying level. The sky in the god realm was completely darkened, the stars were dotted, and the aurora appeared, seeming to respond to the actions of the 6 main gods again. The earth was trembling, cracks appeared, the mountains shook, and the duel field was not implicated because it was under protection, but stood still in the shaking. What a scene is this? Other than human beings looking towards the duel field, apart from the sky vision which is not so terrifying, there is already an apocalyptic scene outside the field. Odin, Apollo and the other 6 looked at Sha Tian. Even if the power of the 6 gods is so powerful now, they still have deep jealousy. He pointed to the magic weapon 6 paths stick and punched the Buddha at random to make the Buddha and Sakyam even half dead in a coma. Now he faces the 6 main gods without changing his face and is extremely indifferent. At this time, the zero luck that broke free from the suppression of Sha Tian Haki took the lead in launching the offensive. The huge axe rushed towards Sha Tian quickly, and with a raging aura, it was a split. Even the space was shaking, dragging a white air current. Ding! Sha Tian hugged his arms and looked blankly at the axe artifact that was blocked by the automatic defense armament Haki in front of him. The armament Haki in front of him was shining with black gold and was easily blocked. What? Lingfu's face was unbelievable, his own axe was already a full blow. But even the black and gold barrier in front of Sha Tian can't be broken, just like an indestructible boundary wall of the great world. At the same time, Wudokong's terrifying attack also arrived in front of Sha Tian. A light of thunder descended from the sky, and the force of the terrifying impact caused the air to burn, and directly bombarded the armament Haki in front of Sha Tian. On the side is a huge sun-like ball. It was Apollo, the sun god, who waved his divine weapon, with a full blow from the divine power. The sun carried an extremely terrifying temperature and pressed towards Sha Tian. Immediately behind the sun, there was a long sword that had condensed all the divine power and lacked the blue light, which was chopped over. On the other side, a huge divine formation emerged, and a colorful light shot out from it, directly smashed the space along the way, and a darker space crack emerged. With the power of thunder, it bombarded Sha Tian likewise. On the other hand, Beelzebub, who was a huge figure, finally launched a terrifying force capable of overturning the earth from below to attack Sha Tian. Boom! Under the joint efforts of the six gods, all the attacks hit the armament Haki defense in front of Sha Tian. The dazzling light lit up, and a huge explosion rose up into a mushroom cloud. The entire duel arena is illuminated, and those who are weak are unable to open their eyes and look at the battlefield. Advertisement: the attack of Six Paths forces formed a huge black hole, slowly healing with Sha Tian as the center. Everyone couldn't see what the state of Sha Tian in the center of the explosion was at this moment. The attacks of the six main gods broke his defenses. Did they successfully traumatize him? The lineup of the gods couldn't help feeling tight when seeing this kind of attack that even opened the gap in black hole, and looked forward to it. The same is true for the human lineup, shocked and extremely nervous. The shots of the gods were too terrifying, and Sha Tian was still attacked by Six Paths directly. Hope, Master Sha Tian has nothing to do. You must resist and defeat the gods. Human beings secretly prayed in their hearts at this moment. But the people of the three worlds didn't look worried, but felt that Sha Tian's armament Haki broke up and took a few steps backwards. As for death or something, how could it be possible? Rox, Roger, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Five Admiral, Garp and others all looked at them with no change in their expressions, without worry at all. Sha Tian put down his arm, and said with disappointment in his eyes. The six gods of Apollo and Odin were dumbfounded. Still looking at them indifferently. The Valkyrie Brynhild was shocked, but almost sat down paralyzed. The eyes of the gods also began to become frightened at this moment. The aftermath of the explosion hit the transparent barrier, and then gradually weakened and faded. The black and gold color Haki in front of Sha Tian still exists. This is the full blow of the sun god Apollo, the god king Odin and other main gods. The sun gods Apollo, Loki, and Odin were all rippling with divine power, and their eyes solemnly watched the black hole slowly healed. How is this possible? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Is this your most powerful attack? What kind of monster is he? This fool, Sha Tian, stood up like this and took all the attacks. They have seen too many attacks in the broken space, and they can even do it by themselves. The Sha Tian in the middle can also gradually be seen clearly. It is true that this level of power is very powerful, and he really can't resist it in exchange for himself, but Sha Tian's words, there must be no problem. The Sha Tian inside did not even change the position and posture. Chapter 234 Chapter 261. Impossible. Odin seems to have seen the most incredible things. Even more shocking than the Big Bang. Under the joint hands of Apollo and other five gods, didn't even break Sha Tian's automatic defense? The boring battle of the gods at dusk. Sha Tian was indeed disappointed, the first-class dimensional world, among the strongest group of people who did not look at the past strong. Even in the Shinigami world, there are no opponents or moves with the omniscient and omnipotent power of Habak. A god with a name. The hand that slowly put down Haki wrapped around. Suddenly, the aftermath of the divine power in the duel are all dispelled. Sha Tian exudes a terrifying power, and the Golden Conqueror's Haki envelopes the audience. The six gods including Odin, Apollo, and Loki were suppressed by the pervasive Conqueror's Haki before they could relax. No way. The appearance of Zeus, Hermes and other gods on the battlefield changed drastically. Odin and the others have been suppressed. Sha Tian looked at the six gods in front of her, raised her hand to face them, and squeezed. Boom. The entire space was involved, and the golden Haki instantly turned into a terrifying shock. With a bang, the air was completely compressed into an airbomb of terrifying power, and it fell sharply. The huge wind pressure caused a violent wind to blow on the transparent barrier, and it shook. The wind mixed with Haki and even passed through the barrier, affecting the spectator stand, and both sides raised their hands to block their cheeks. Odin, Apollo, Susao, Lingfu, Loki, Beelzebub are in the golden light, and the color of horror is shown on the face, and the whole body is trying to resist, but there is no stopping power. It is like a human-shaped bomb in an instant, generally smashed into the ground. The battlefield of the entire duel arena was completely shattered, and the gravel and soil were all turned up into the sky. Bang! The violent impact even caused the molten underground to burst out. Such a terrifying impact lasted for a few seconds and slowly eased. Seeing the horrible scene in front of us, the human lineup uttered a deafening loud cheer after a short buffer. No one thought that Sha Tian was so powerful that even the 6 main gods joined forces and were instantly smashed into the ground. The audience of the 3 worlds is even more enthusiastic, shouting that the strongest are invincible. All the gods in the lineup of gods all have an unacceptable look. Advertisement. Although it is impossible to accept that humans have defeated the gods, this is the fact. The final bill of mankind, the battle of the twilight of the gods, the lineup of gods is about to lose. The audience at this time was extremely shocked. The battlefield was no longer intact. It was full of lava from deep underground. The bodies of the 6 gods such as Odin floated on it. The divine power flowed and protected, and black smoke emerged. Among them, only Odin and Apollo have not fainted yet, struggling to get up. The remaining 4 fainted. Heimdall, sentence it. The Valkyrie Brynhild struck a shock in her shocked look, and said loudly to Heimdall, her tone full of ecstasy. After Sha Tian won, he still pressed casually, so that neither the Norse king Odin nor the sun god could resist. Heimdall was stunned and at a loss. His eyes couldn't help but looked at Zeus on the high platform. Zeus and the other main gods in each god tier domain looked at each other. Saw the cruel color. The battle of the gods. If you lose, you lose. Zeus took a deep breath, and when his pupils turned again, the whole aura became different. After all, you still have to do it directly. Zeus looked at Hermes behind him, and his tone became cold. Understood. Hermes saw Zeus, whose temperament had changed drastically. His eyes throbbed and ran back. I remembered what the gods said in the last meeting. The current battle of the gods at dusk is not important anymore. What is important is the big world on the opposite side. Heimdall below also heard the words of Zeus, the father of the gods. Unable to help his body trembling, he picked up the microphone. The 6 gods have no power to fight again. The human lineup challenge is won, the human end bill, the battle of the gods. Now the verdict is pronounced. After Heimdall finished speaking, he raised his head and blew the horn of the end. The huge sound wave shook all the creatures present. Humanity has won, and the final bill is postponed for 1,000 years. Heimdall pronounced the final result loudly. In the huge duel arena, the human lineups all stood up and shouted. Advertisement, won. Humanity has defeated the gods. We made it. All kinds of cheers continued. In the lineup of the gods from all the gods were silent, with sweat and silence on their faces. More still, I looked at the Sha Tian who couldn't break the defense even with the 6 strong god-tier spirits, and defeated them with a single blow. The Valkyrie Brynhild also heard the final sentence, and couldn't help holding his fist, excited. Don't be happy too early. At this time, Rox, Roger and others all looked at the gloomy Zeus and other gods on the opposite side, and their eyes lightly squinted. From their expressions, Rox, Newgate and others all felt murderous. Brunhilde, the Valkyrie, trembled, and couldn't help looking at the old man on the opposite side, Zeus. At this time, there was a slight sneer on Zeus's face. Sha Tian walked back slowly from the sky, and said with a smile on his face. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. From the beginning to the present, if the gods have the killing intent, they have always existed. Wearing a white t-shirt, Sengoku stood up with a teacup and looked at the court. At this time, shouldn't the gods also leave? The Valkyrie Brynhild's eyes widened, she couldn't believe what she was thinking. The gods seemed to be commanding, and under the cheers of human beings, they began to walk in an orderly manner. After Sha Tian came back, the old god sat on the chair, leaning his head and watching. Sha Tian has already demonstrated this level of strength, and they still dare to do something, indicating that there is still a way to deal with Sha Tian. Some gods have also begun to retreat. One after another, the guys with powerful aura in God's domain began to get together. At this time, the human lineup also began to notice the abnormalities of the gods. Well, they didn't plan to let us leave since we came in. Why this old man looks like this, could it be? YD God Realm, Olin God Realm, Nordic God Realm, Western Buddha Realm, Eastern God Realm. Especially after the Devil Fruit ability was revealed, that breath became more obvious in the bodies of the Norse king Odin and the deceased god Loki. Odin and other 6 gods were being sent to Zeus and others by the gods who were asking for help. Chapter 235. However, the gods did not leave one after another, but began a series of abnormal movements. But some humans left, and the gods ignored them, staring at Sha Tian all the time. At this time, a sudden burst of green light fell from the sky, covering all the wounded gods among the gods. Even the naked eye can see the majestic healing power in the beam of light. This is the god of life, the power of Kleos. The Valkyrie Brynhild's eyelids jumped, and the bad premonition has completely flooded my heart. Who is healed? Of course those gods who were defeated. As predicted. After the green light dissipated, the gods Odin and Apollo were as if they were all right, and they were back to their heyday again. The god of life did not show his face except for activating the healing light, and hid deeply in the dark. Immediately afterwards, all the space around the duel field was rippling and a strange force permeated. The Valkyrie Brunhild suddenly glowed with green light all over her body. My supernatural power is liberated. It seems that they have done almost the preparations before the war. Sha Tian chuckled, staring at the gods in the myth that stood together on the opposite side. Arrange the means, restore the body, and liberate the divine power. This is going to be a trouble soon. At this time, the people in the lower three realms were about to leave, but they were stopped by the angel group with wings from the god realm. A-hole. Are you looking for death? The people of the three big worlds didn't have a little awe of these so-called gods, and their tempers were even more touching. Seeing that the soldiers with wings and wearing battle uniforms dared to stop them, they immediately roared. Everyone, stay calm, Lord Zeus and the gods have something to tell you. The angel soldier said with indifferent eyes, at the same time. The father of the gods Zeus, the sun god Apollo, Aphrodite, Beelzebub, Odin and a large group of gods are full of supernatural power, stepping in the air and walking towards Sha Tian. Sha Tian, the strongest of the three worlds, really deserves his reputation. As a human being, he can have such a terrifying power. But this is really stunned that this old man likes me. Zeus was leaning on a cane and looked weak, and the bandage on the divine body also fell off as he approached Sha Tian, where there was a bit of a severely wounded and dying appearance. Advertisement Sha Tian looked at the gods who stopped in midair with a playful look in their eyes, but did not speak, still looking at Zeus. Really hypocritical. Golden Lion Shaki snorted and said to his friends next to him. He was so gloomy and dignified that he wanted to do something at any time, but he was pretending to be serious. When the gods heard it, their eyes condensed, and their anger surged. Dare to say that the gods are hypocritical. What is the original power and golden power you use? Zeus waved his hand, looked at Sha Tian without any fluctuations in his body and asked. Want to know? You can go and see for yourself. Sha Tian's eyes are extremely indifferent, looking at these gods is like looking at a group of ants. Sure enough, it was devil fruit and the powerful hockey that attracted the prying eyes of the gods. Ha 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 ha. You are very strong, especially strong, but this is the realm of the gods, and the gods will not let you leave, you can't get out of here. Looking at the Sha Tian and the group of people who had seen it through long ago, Zeus no longer hid himself when he waited for the gods. They wanted to keep the strongest group of Sha Tian in the god realm forever. The big world on the opposite side will naturally fall into the master of the gods soon, and even a more powerful god realm can be established. The fusion of all realms, your gods and spirit worlds are nothing more than one of the worlds. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. You take the title of god as the uppermost capital. What you are facing is. But the power of the three great worlds. Bye. Rox stood up and said to the gods in the sky with a fierce smile. Below. In the spectator stand, all the human lineups who have not left yet looked at the scene in front of them, and a sense of horror came to their minds. Are the gods going to kill all the humans in these big worlds? The strongest Sha Tian is so strong, how dare they? And the people of the three big worlds heard Rock's words, and tens of thousands of people broke out of horror directly in the spectator stand. Kurosaki Ichigo, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Luffy, Ace, Sabo and various pirates, Marine, Ninja, Shinigami all stood up neatly with a look of war spirit. What's wrong with the so-called gods? Dare to speak up and leave us behind. The abilities of Ryatsu, Chakra, Haki and Devil Fruit have all begun to show off their terrifying power. Rox, Roger and others all smiled. It doesn't matter if the gods go to war. People from their own world are here to support, and with the combat power currently present, it doesn't matter if a full-scale war is launched. Advertisement The faces of the gods such as Zeus and Odin were still ugly, and the eyes of the people in the three big worlds were shrinking when they saw the viewing stand below. These guys are all fighting power. It seems that they are also ready to start the fight. Sha Tian also looked at Zeus, Odin and other gods curiously. I have already demonstrated this kind of power, but dare to be aggressive? At this time, the entire duel field began to tremble. A large group of black shadows flew over from the sky. It was a giant western dragon head by head. In the distance, there are densely packed huge figures approaching, and the Valkyrie's complexion changes greatly when she sees it. Diaresis that is the frost giant of the Nordic gods, at the same time. Brunhild also said firmly at this time. Above and below, a scene of the end of the world. No money. The Kamui of the gods, makes the fusion of the gods unbearable. Tens of thousands of people in the three worlds below couldn't help but shrink. Even the demons of hell began to emerge. The majestic Kamui is permeated, and even the duel arena is broken. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. She was originally faint leaning toward the human side. One after another, the gods all took their own artifacts, densely occupying the entire sky. The Valkyries won't participate. This big world is under the leadership of the Tribunal of the Gods. This will start a war, and you can know this terrifying dominance in an endless stream. At this time, Hermes also flew by Zeus's side. Hercules, the god of Hercules, the Buddha realm, and the Eastern god realm are unwilling to participate. Zeus glanced at the main gods of the various gods and said indifferently. Coming out of the nest, the gods are going to kill all the Sha Tian gang. She can't do it to Sha Tian these people. The gods of all gods have come out. Those who can deprive the godhead will all deprive the godhead. Be immortal. neither the Buddha realm nor the Eastern God realm are listed in the court of the gods. Hermes said solemnly beside Zeus. Chapter 236 Hercules, the god Hercules, and the other gods who said they would not participate in the war were all blue-faced. Master Zeus. Why do we have to start a war? Hercules' Hera couldn't help shouting from below. Zeus and the other gods ignored it. Depriving the godhead will lose all the power of being a god. And Zeus, the father of the gods, has the highest power. With the approval of the gods, he can go directly through the rules of the world. Holding the scepter in his hand, Zeus showed no mercy, and with a wave of the sky, his divine power burst into a strange power. The gods Hercules and the Valkyrie began to lose the power of the gods, and continued to weaken, until they lost all their power. Deprived of the godhead, Sha Tian looked curiously. Divine power was bestowed by the world, unlike Haki who was trained by himself. Zeus can control the rules of the world to take away the power of Hercules' Hera and others. Interesting. Sha Tian's eyes Haki's luster flashed. If you deprive it, I will grant it. The palm opened, and a sacred power gushed out from the palm of Sha Tian's palm, turned into a strange text, flashed toward the few deprived of the gods, and directly submerged in the center of the eyebrows. The Valkyrie Brynhild and Hercules, who just lost their godhood, have not yet fully experienced the powerlessness of losing their power. In the body, a more powerful force emerged, and the violent aura directly violent. This is... The Hercules Hera and the Valkyrie Brynhild were shocked, and they lost their godhood, but Sha Tian gave them even more powerful power. You, Zeus, Odin and other gods all had ugly faces, and their shocked faces all had complex expressions. He still has this ability, moreover, it is more violent and powerful than the original power of the gods. The real power is not only the divine power. Sha Tian looked at the gods with a hint of sarcasm. The faces of the gods were all green, with a look of astonishment. This Sha Tian is too exaggerated, too incredible. Since I've torn my face, Tukong saw it, let's fight. Advertisement Rocks has long been unable to endure it. The gods of this big world have been watching their own world a long time ago, so why are you polite? Sha Tian shrugged, showing that everyone is free. Garp, Sengoku, Kong, Five Admiral, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Redhead Shanks, Hawkeye Mahawk, Doflamingo, and Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Yamamoto Uenyanu and others all stood up and walked up to the sky step by step. Although the number of the gods is more than 10 times more than that of them, they are still not afraid, and attack outright. Everyone, Ryatsu, Chakra, and Haki all rushed out. Kamui, who has formed a horrible momentum, has formed a confrontation with the gods, and will not lose the wind. Below, the protagonists of the plains such as Luffy, Ace, Sabo, Naruto, Sasuke, Kurosaki Ichigo, etc. take the lead, forming a violent aura, corresponding to the above Newgate, Roger and others. Zeus, Odin, Apollo and other gods have changed their faces. The gods even lost a lot of momentum and were completely suppressed. Under the mighty Kamui and Haki confrontation, even a huge space Uzumaki appeared in the most central place, so that everything around was swept in. Sha Tian calmly looked at the back, her eyes looked at the beginning of the war. At this time, Sha Tian looked at Rox and couldn't help but smile. He couldn't bear it a long time ago. Rox stared fiercely at Zeus on the opposite side, and the violent armament Haki in his hands condensed and twisted, golden light bursts. Facing Zeus and waiting for a group of gods, they directly punched out with empty punches. Boom! The air exploded in an instant, and Kamui and Haki were directly drawn with thin golden lines wherever they went. The gods recognized that Rox was the strong man who punched through the sky, and his eyes were extremely dignified. With the shout of the sun god Apollo, it turned into a huge blazing sun, erupting with extremely terrifying temperature, and the strength of the fist toward Rox was overcome. Suddenly, the flames exploded, and the sun god Apollo was stunned by Rox and flew out, dragging the flame trail to the sky like a meteor. But the frightful punch was completely blocked. Damn it! Thor gritted his teeth intently. Apollo was knocked out in front of him. At this time, with Rock's punch, the battle was completely ignited. Advertisement the Ace, Sabo, Marco and others below roared and attacked the gods. These gods also rushed towards the tens of thousands of people below without flinching. The huge frost giant stepped on the ground, waved his huge arms, and patted a group of people. Rubber rubber. Spinning giant's fist, Emperor Yan. Dragon's claw. The three Ace brothers immediately attacked the giant that was photographed. The other side. Kurosaki Ichigo regained the power of Bankai with the help of Shinigami. He was slashing a giant dragon and swung it in the air. Naruto incarnates in Nine Tails Chakra mode, catches a powerful god and attacks the past frantically. Sasuke is even more complete Susanoo, Rinnegan's pupil power is activated, and a fierce battle with a god. Marco, Beasta, Keita Kuryu Shinigami Captain Kiraku Shunsui and others are more than a dozen. In the battle above, the extremely powerful Rox was directly surrounded by Rocky and Thor, and the sun god Apollo, who came back again, also joined in, and barely matched Rox. Whitebeard Newgate waved the cloud cut in his hand, and the shock fruit ability shook the surrounding space, fighting fiercely with the King Odin. Shiki and Lutra, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin all competed fiercely with the main gods with more than 1 dozen. The collision between the divine power and Haki caused a huge shock every time. Sha Tian looked at the battle between the air and the ground, expressionless. Fight as long as you talk. It only takes a few minutes to fight like this. Brynhild, the Valkyrie on the side, was dumbfounded. There are some clouds above the sky, even the starlight is already dim. Pieces of thunder like spider silk constantly shrouded the sky. The battle between the main god and rocks, Whitebeard and others is that the void cracks frequently appear. Even at the bottom, the earth has completely cracked and giants and dragons are constantly falling under the hands of humans. The human beings in that big world are too powerful. Fighting more with less has begun to suppress the gods. And at this time, Zeus held the scepter in his hand, staring at Sha Tian, who was also not moving on the other side. In his heart, he didn't pay attention to the battle on the field at all, and he didn't seem to care if other people would lose. Chapter 237. Brynhild, the Valkyrie, has lived for so long and knows a lot about the secrets and wars. So far, it is the first time I have seen the real dimensional world war. The world is not enough to describe the battlefield at this time. There is a terrifying sky, thunder, and a void in the void flashes. Lava erupted underneath, and the ground burst. The energies of the two sides collided violently, the horrible explosion, the punching force, and the sword flying. Just the aftermath. I am afraid that Brynhild must use the power of the whole body to resist. Fortunately, the Valkyrie now stands behind Sha Tian, and all the might and power disappear in front of Sha Tian. This piece of Sha Tian's body is like another world. It's the old man Zeus staring at this side that is really trembling. Brynhild was secretly frightened. The situation on the side of the gods is not good, and the strength of the Sha Tian gang completely surpasses the predictions of the gods. Apollo, the sun god, and Loki, and Thor, the thunder god, joined forces to fight rocks. Thor's new divine weapon, the great axe, was swung, and accompanied by the tremendous power of thunder and lightning. Every blow caused the sky to lower the boundless power of terror. But rocks is even more terrifying. Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey are perfectly intertwined and covered. The powerful force made Loki unable to get close, constantly dodge, and could only use divine skills to contain him. With every blow of Quan Jin, the huge Quan Jin hit a huge black hole at the end. The sun god Apollo was hit by Rock's fist again and again, flying backwards, bleeding from the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, Thor, the god of thunder, was the main attacker. Although he didn't break the golden gold that circulated Rock's whole body, every hit of Thor slowed Rock's movements. The most fierce fight against rocks was the one-on-one battle between Whitebeard Newgate and the King Odin. With Whitebeard Newgate's horrible shock fruit ability, the clouds cut and swung, and the white halo was on the blade. Every attack of the knife turned Odin's colorful lights into nothing, and even the powerful shock power was transmitted to Odin's. On his body, Odin constantly felt uncomfortable. Lingfu, Beelzebub and a large group of gods directly confronted Golden Lion Shiki, Red-Haired Shanks, Pluton Rayleigh, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others in a siege. Kaido's larger body of the blue dragon bears the brunt of the sky, and the bad wind of black and purple hovered over the dragon body, and a huge pillar of fire was still breathing in his mouth. The huge slashes of Shiki, Rayleigh, Shanks, Mahawk and others left a black space crack in the air with each knife. Let the gods dare not stop easily, and hide when they can. Yamamoto Motoyanagi's Hot Bankai, Kanhuo Taito, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo and Hashirama's powerful Sage Mode work together.
It's completely crushing. Advertisement. The progress of world integration has completely stalled.
There are too many black cracks in the sky. The speed of the world's healing has completely failed to keep up with the speed of healing. Thousands of miles affected by the battle have been falling apart and spreading continuously. In the same way, the two sides have spent an extremely large amount in the frantic fierce battle without leaving their hands. Every move and every style is going all out. The battle has become fierce, and the consumption of the gods and the people has also reached its peak, and it will soon enter the stage of decline. If you go on like this, you will soon win. Brynhild, the Valkyrie, was trembling all over and couldn't help saying. Sha Tian didn't pay attention to the Valkyrie behind him, but looked at Zeus who hadn't taken a shot. His eyes narrowed slightly. This old guy knew very well that no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't fight him, so what kind of tricks would the gods use to deal with him? At this time of the battle, Rox, Roger and others also felt the declining physical strength and strength. The same is true for the gods, but they still continue to attack and fight frantically. They are consuming our energy? Roger slashed out a huge red blade to repel Beelzebub who had sneaked over, frowning. The performance of the gods in this battle was too reckless. It's an offensive, with offensive as defensive, and it's about to take them down in one fell swoop. But the more war, the more difficult the form of the gods. Although Newgate, Shiki and others can directly defeat them, they are constantly hurting them. If it were one-on-one now, I am afraid that these gods would have been hammered out long ago. Wrong. Pluton Rayleigh also found the problem. This kind of fighting method without any tactics is reckless, and it will definitely not appear in these guys who call themselves gods. Fine flowers besides, they are still crushed and beaten. At this time, everyone has exposed the trend of decline, and even Doflamingo, Ace, Naruto Sasuke, Kurosaki Ichigo and others below have shown persistent cold sweats. Who can make continuous shots for so long in a fierce battle? Advertisement, it's time. The scepter moved in the hands of Zeus outside the field. Defeat these guys with one blow, gather the power of all gods to fight against Sha Tian. With the combination of the gods, no human can take over such a terrifying Kamui. Following the words of Zeus, Sha Tian also raised her head to look at the deeper space. A huge green light emerged, full of indescribable vitality, and enveloped all the gods, the frost giant and the huge cipher dragon. 0. So I wanted to be like this. In Sha Tian's eyes, golden light appeared, and the power of omniscience and omnipotence completely saw through Zeus's plan. Using the restoration power of the god of life as a support, the first battle caused the gods to consume their energy at all costs, and then they counterattacked. Sha Tian couldn't help but froze. He was not afraid to shoot these gods in seconds. Zeus even had this kind of self-confidence to block him. It seemed that Zeus, the father of the gods, had left behind to deal with him. On the court at this time, the gods who felt the power of life all showed a meaningful smile. Bathed in the green light, the gods began to recover quickly. Both the body and the divine power were drawn by the light of life, and they were all restored to their peak levels. What? Kong and others couldn't help but change their faces. The gods even prepared these other methods and instantly restored their perfect state. Rox and Roger also grew gloomy, and everyone began to approach each other and gathered in an area. You are constantly being consumed and cannot be recovered, and we only need to continue to fight with all our strength to consume you. Loki returned to his heyday again and couldn't help but sneer. Admit defeat and kneel down to beg God for mercy. Everything in the past can be forgotten. The one-eyed Odin's voice is full of powerful majesty. The Valkyrie Brynhild looked at the gods who had recovered to their heyday, and couldn't help staying out of cold sweat. The light of life of Cleos. Guang. Chapter 238. One trades and the other grows. This situation made no one think of it at all. The god realm is really not that simple, and there is such a terrifying power to restore. There was also a distressed look on Zeus's old face. Every time the god of life, Cleos, mobilizes this level of light of life, he needs to pay a huge price, and at the same time, he needs the support of terrifying energy. And the energy to restore such a huge number of gods must also consume a lot of money. And these costs are all provided by Zeus in the god tier domain, and when they are all used up, they can't be used for only 3 times. Thoroughly defeat them. At this point, Zeus couldn't continue to stare at Sha Tian on the spot. As long as this group of guys was destroyed, it would be much easier to deal with Sha Tian alone. Zeus's supernatural power is in his body, and he doesn't want to be like when he was fighting against the Atom team before. He needs to compress his body to become the strongest form of God's body, Azuma. Under the flow of divine power, the horrible aura of the whole body erupted, and the aura that prevailed above all the gods permeated. As the thoughts flowed, Zeus entered Azumato. Then he held the artifact and moved his body with a bang. The space underneath my feet instantly burst open, and a group of people rushed toward Rox, Roger, and Newgate. Rox narrowed his eyes and looked at Zeus, who almost disappeared so fast. His fist exploded with the extremely powerful hockey, and he slammed it out. Boom! A huge shock of energy was released. Rox's fists fought against Zeus in the form of Azuma in a terrifying manner. You can wrestle with your own fist. Rox couldn't help being surprised. This Zeus is completely different from other gods. Kill. When the gods saw it, Zeus, the father of the gods, had begun to take action. The gods in their heyday and the people whose physical strength had declined began to be beaten back again and again. Even Rox is not in the same state as before, sweating against Zeus. There is so much difference between the old brother with supernatural power and without superpower. Adam looked at Zeus, who was completely different, and couldn't help but said in shock. Liu Biyu, Emperor Shi Huang and others were equally throbbing watching. Now they are all protected from the danger of aftermath behind Sha Tian. So this old man is not staring at me. Advertisement. Sha Tian said to herself. It seems that he hasn't seen the inferior side nowadays, and he is extremely calm. Now the situation on the court has completely reversed. The human beings in the big world have been crushed over, and there is no way at all. On my side, there is no such pervert recovery technique that can easily recover all members. At this time, the battle on the field became more and more unsustainable. The people who consumed a lot of money were losing streak, and even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were traumatized. Zeus and Rox singled out even more courageously. For the battle, Zeus, who had pervert enthusiasm for the war, shot more and more fiercely, and even began to ignore whether he would be hit hard by Rox. Punch after punch, the impact of energy makes the void tremble. Rox and Whitebeard, Newgate, Roger, Rayleigh, Garp and others are in deep danger, but they don't have the slightest worry in their hearts. Because Sha Tian hasn't shot yet, at this time, Zeus's offensive change. Put away your fist, pick up your own artifact. As the father of the gods, the most powerful god in God's domain. He is not only powerful, but also because his power reaches the rules of the world and can gather the power of the gods. At this time, the Zeus artifact was raised high, and a terrifying power was circulating. In the sky, a huge dark blue thunder fell directly, surrounding the artifact of Zeus. Through the cracks in the battlefield, the void produced an unimaginable shock. With a wave, with the power of the world, it smashed towards the rocks. Even the gods were stunned. Whitebeard, Newgate, Garp, Kong, Five Admiral, and even the fighting ace, Kurosaki Ichigo and others were shocked. This blow surpassed time and distance. I arrived in front of Rox in no time. As long as you get hit, you will be seriously injured if you are not dead in Rox's current state. Die, you can't take this trick anymore. In Zeus's eyes, killing intent was overwhelming. Killing the strongest person except Sha Tian, the others are not at all afraid. At this time, Rox, who had changed his face, smiled. Did you forget something? Zeus launched this blow, but he hasn't reacted yet? Another voice rang again. Advertisement, have you forgotten my existence? Sha Tian didn't know when he had already stood in front of Rox. In front of the time domain and terrorist attacks launched by Zeus. Sha Tian circulated the golden light in one hand, and directly grabbed the magical weapon that Zeus had dropped. Bang! The violent air pressure pressed downward. Sha Tian's palm grabbed Zeus's divine weapon. What? Even Zeus was taken aback. The Valkyrie Brunhild and the others did not even discover when Sha Tian ran into the mid-air battlefield. The current Sha Tian caught Zeus' weapon with one hand. Zeus exhausted his supernatural power but couldn't break free. Why is this happening? It's over, old man Zeus, I'm tired from seeing it. In the sky, the black holes formed by the cracks began to expand continuously, and the void thunder burst and entangled on the blade of Sha Tian. Sha Tian held the black knife in his hand, and the other hand threw Zeus's divine tool casually, and slowly raised the long knife. You. What kind of monster are you? Zeus was completely shocked. The weapon was held by Sha Tian in one hand, but he couldn't even take it back. He gently held the handle of the knife in his hand. Everything in the originally tattered sky and ground began to vibrate violently, as if it could not bear the terrifying knife intent of Sha Tian. All the gods trembled under the intent of the sword. A majestic, magnificent, invincible sword intent that filled the audience instantly rose. The divine weapon that Sha Tian grasped is also gone. Let go of the hand and retreat desperately. Not only Zeus, but all the gods have a feeling that they are about to die. The nearest Zeus was dumbfounded. With Ashimadu's powerful strength, he was completely shaken by the intent of the sword, and huge fear came to his mind. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Time, broken space, everything stopped. So horrible, he couldn't take this sword intent. The feeling of death beyond countless levels makes them want to escape involuntarily. Sha Tian's eyes were extremely indifferent. On the right-hand side, a black truth-seeking ball appeared, changing into the shape of a long knife. Zeus was finally completely frightened. Chapter 239. This is also my 8th formula. It is above the time and space of this big world. You can't escape in this big world. The corner of Sha Tian's mouth evoked an arc, and the blade did not face anyone. The long knife raised was just such a random stroke, and the space trembled. There is even a sensation in the void. Strange voices rang in the ears of the gods and everyone. The sword intent and energy that filled this piece of the world were completely affected, forming a torrent that shrank on the blade of Sha Tian in an instant. As soon as it swept down, a nearly transparent white to the sword gas radiated out. After slashing towards the gods, the two humans did not have the slightest influence, as if they had separated the two in space. The first to bear the brunt was Zeus, who had just turned and escaped. When time stagnated, Zeus reacted. He could not break out of this stagnation with a punch that surpassed time with his divine power. All the main gods of Odin, Apollo, Loki, Besi-22, etc. were conscious but completely unable to dodge, and in their expressions of fear, they were also cut by Sha Tian. The frost giant downwind, the dragon in midair, the countless gods scattered up and down, left and right. All were struck through the body by Sha Tian's sword energy. At this time, the horrible sword intent began to dissipate, and the passage of time returned to normal. The gods hadn't reacted yet, and even their thinking had stopped in the horrible intent of the sword, and they were about to turn around and escape. And Sha Tian put away the truth-seeking ball black knife, continued to put his hands on his back and turned around, then returned to the last little duel arena and sat down on the high platform, with a plain expression on his face. The Valkyrie Brynhild, Hercules, etc., as well as the Buddha realm Sakamuni, all the gods of the Eastern God realm all saw it for a moment. In an instant, Sha Tian slashed out and went back, all power disappeared, the whole world was quiet. Even the lava below no longer erupted, the sky thunder disappeared, and all the previously dense space cracks and black holes had disappeared and healed. The strange thing is, Zeus, Odin, including all the gods, are not moving. There was still a look of horror on his face, but he couldn't speak at all when he wanted to speak. The scene at the next moment was shocked by the fear that the Valkyrie and the others watched completely. Zeus, Odin and other main gods seemed to return to the light, and finally looked back at Sha Tian, unbelievable in the desperate eyes, and then, the whole body was divided into two halves. The huge divine power poured out and turned into a torrent of terror, and the whole world was filled with colorful rays of light flowing. What a nice view. Advertisement Brunhild was shocked to see such a scene, and he couldn't help but whispered. The divine power began to return to the world. The bodies of the gods also disappeared without a trace in white smoke. The breath of life disappeared completely, and the gods turned into light and returned to the origin of the world. Not only the main god, the giants, dragons, and all the gods below were like this, divided into two, completely annihilated and turned into white smoke. Only a few gods, Sha Tian, left them a sigh of relief, without directly beheading them. After all, this is a world of gods, and some world rules still need to be upheld by gods. Until this time, the colorful rays of light in the sky melted and shone softly, gradually disappearing invisibly. A huge spatial crack began to crack in the place where it was originally projected. Behind the crack was a world of ocean, and an island was faintly floating in the air. This knife of Sha Tian directly hacked away the barriers of the big world. In the rumbling sound, the world with a large amount of energy returning began to merge at a rapid speed. Some architectural places disappeared in place and appeared in the ocean world. No matter how powerful these gods are, they are not the enemy of Sha Tian. At this time, Whitebeard Newgate and others reluctantly shook their heads and said. Everyone also gathered together. I can't let him shoot so quickly, he hasn't used all the methods yet, he hasn't finished his addiction. Rox also shrugged with a smile, and flew towards Sha Tian. Everyone laughed and got used to it. This big world is still good, and we have to welcome a large number of people to enter. Sha Tian watched everyone fly back and couldn't help but speak. I hope this world can expand the pirate world. It doesn't work if you can't get in or out. The battle is over. After speaking, Sha Tian did not forget to shout down Ace, Sabo and other tens of thousands of soldiers. Everyone responded enthusiastically and shouted. The strongest person Sha Tian is powerful, everyone is a little used to it. Then what about these surviving gods? Advertisement. Golden Lion Shiki glanced at the Eastern Gods realm, the gods that were viewed from afar in the Buddha realm, as well as the surviving gods. There are also the sisters of the Valkyrie Brynhild, Hercules Hera, and others who are still in deep shock and disbelief. Those who help mankind just do what they want. The Sakamuni gods can't let it go. How about staying in the Palace of 10,000 Realms? Rox chuckled and looked at Sakamuni's side. This guy can be the strongest combat power in the god realm at present, according to the example of the Palace of 10,000 Realms, and join in. I don't care, you just have to figure it out. Sha Tian yawned and said to Rox and others. It's better to let them come to this kind of trouble. At this time, Sakamuni had already flown over and took the initiative to express his surrender. I join your Palace of 10,000 Realms. The Sakamuni at this time has been completely subdued by the strength of Sha Tian. The arbitrary mentality is also attracted by Sha Tian, and now he just wants to see how many terrifying and powerful enemies Sha Tian can continue to kill with a single blow. Hercules Hera, Valkyrie Brunhild and other gods slowed down, and they all began to ask what the 10,000 Realm Palace was. The Palace of 10,000 Realms is the place you find for the first time. Enemies will appear in every big world that you merge into. We are to protect the smooth integration of this world, maintain peace, and defeat the invaders who are plotting badly. At this time, Sengoku explained to Sakamuni and others in front of him the original intention of establishing the floating marine fort, the Palace of 10,000 Worlds. It is the people of the same world who have merged in to resist foreign enemies together. Garp was beside him, expressing it in a short sentence. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Every strong person who merges into the big world has the responsibility to contribute a force to maintain, and more worlds will merge in the future. Sengoku is familiar with this set of rhetoric and continued. Sakamuni, Hercules Hera, and Valkyrie Brunhild all nodded. Just remember one point, Sha Tian is the strongest in our world. At this time, everyone couldn't help but look at Sha Tian who was shouting back from below. Chapter 240 Boundless. The temple stands on the endless void, surrounded by countless meteorites and stars in the middle. A ray of light flashed in front of the temple, and Wukong's figure appeared at the entrance of the temple. The moment Wukong appeared, the gate of the temple opened. A god-tier officer with a blue ring hung on the back of his head. He looked at Wukong standing at the gate of the temple and asked in surprise. So it's you, what's the matter? Ah, I'm here to find Xiaochuan. Wukong said with a grin, and was then taken to the temple by the god-tier officer. Seeing the two kings sitting on the chair, Wukong stretched out his hand and said hello to them. Yo. 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 The two kings turned around, and when they saw that it was Wukong, they raised their little hands in excitement towards Wukong, and greeted Wukong as well. I don't remember which Xiaochuan said that he wants to summon the martial arts convention of the whole universe. How is it now? Wukong said as he walked towards the two kings. One of the kings screamed and said, I almost forgot about this. I knew that was the case. Let's start the martial arts conference as soon as possible, Wukong said excitedly. But before Quan Wong could answer, the god-tier officer on the side walked up, carrying his hands on his back, and bowed slightly to the two Quan kings. Compared to this incident, I found something more interesting. Is there anything more interesting than the martial arts conference? Goku was startled. He couldn't think of anything more interesting than the martial arts conference. The god-tier officer looked at Wukong and nodded. It's that on your planet called the Earth, it seems to be fused with the Earth of another world, and there are many more not weak existences on it. Not weak? Are they a group of strong people? Wukong's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked. As for what the god-tier official said, merging with the Earth of another world, Wukong was not interested in the least. Advertisement, I'm not sure about this. It was Billis who discovered it. Wait a minute, I will call Billis over and let him speak clearly. The god-tier officer stretched out a hand and began to summon him. Ruth comes over. The two kings glanced at each other, and you said each and every one. Is the Earth where Wukong grew up? Yes, Wukong was thrown on the Earth as soon as he was born, and then he grew up on the Earth. So what is the Earth in another world? Is it the Earth in another universe? I don't know, we have 12 universes here, which universe Earth may be merged with the Earth in the universe where Wukong is. Then what follows will be more interesting than the martial arts conference. It should be a very interesting thing. Quan Wong from the future tilted his head and said uncertainly. Along with the spatial fluctuations inside the temple, the god of destruction, Beerus, was transported to the temple by the god-tier officer. Beerus, the god of destruction after experiencing a space shift, is still a little uncomfortable, plus judging from the time when the god-tier officer summoned Beerus, it was obviously from afar away that Beerus was summoned. The god-tier officer looked at Beerus, who had been summoned by himself for so long, and asked with a slightly surprised expression on his face, "Are you on Earth?" After returning to his senses, Beerus nodded. "Yes, I was indeed still on the Earth a second time ago." The god-tier officer carried his hands on his back, and his tone gradually returned to calm. "I heard you say that the Earth seems to have undergone some changes, and it is merging with another world? In the process of fusion, the power of another world has also appeared in this world." Bai Lucy hummed. "In the fusion world, there are not only a lot of people with extraordinary strength, but also some guys who call themselves gods, especially one of the men named Sha Tian. It seems that he is stronger than Wukong." "What? Someone stronger than me?" Not only did Wukong not worry about what the future of the Earth would be like when he heard these words, he became excited. Wukong doesn't care if the Earth is merging with other big worlds, Wukong only cares about the strong. Billis hesitated for a while, and still said, "I just heard that the human beings in the fused world highly respect this man named Sha Tian, and call Sha Tian the supreme god." While speaking, Beerus took a peek at the two masters of the king, and continued. "In their world, Sha Tian's status is equivalent to the master of kings in our universe." "What? How could there be a creature comparable to Master Quan Wang?" The god-tier officer, who had just regained his emotions, fluctuated again, and looked very angry. Advertisement: just when Wukong was in trouble, the spatial fluctuations in the temple came from here, as if someone was coming from a distant space. The two kings got up from their chairs and asked in surprise, "Then the martial arts conference is not held?" Diaresis HMPH, the god-tier officer snorted coldly, without speaking. "I came by myself. Beerus, send me back to Earth," Wukong suddenly said to the side of Beerus. This sentence stopped Wukong directly. Wukong scratched his head and didn't answer the question immediately. Now that there are enemies on the Earth that Wukong may not be able to defeat, then Wukong thought, first fight this person and talk about other things. The god-tier officer was also surprised. "No, it's not the one I summoned." The two kings looked at each other, both with a puzzled look. It seemed that such a person had never appeared in their memory. "You guy, what are you thinking about?" Cold sweat broke out on Beerus's forehead, and his face was helpless. They said, "But I have also seen Sha Tian. Although the strength is indeed very strong, it is not worth mentioning at all if you want to compare with the Lord All-King who can easily destroy a universe." Beerus was helpless. Said. Wukong asked in surprise. "Official god tier, who did you call the fox?" "Anyone with the same strength as Xiaochuan. I'm starting to look forward to it." Wukong clenched his fists and said excitedly. "But if you want to be compared with the rulers of the 12 universes, the king, at least he should be a very powerful figure, right?" The crowd in the temple immediately rose up like a big enemy. "Where is this place?" "But the palace of the two kings." The reason why Wukong reminds the two, good money, to start a martial arts conference is because Wukong feels that his current life is too boring and wants to confront the strong, so he found Quan King and wanted to start martial arts. General Assembly. Sha Tian stepped out of the void, stepped into the temple, and appeared directly in the temple like this. Chapter 241. Why can the person in front of them come to this place? How did you come here? Who are you? What are you doing here? The voices in the temple are diversified and noisy. The god-tier officer and other priests all have a surprised look. Tension is mixed with some anger on their faces, and they stare at Sha Tian angrily. "You should know that this place is a temple, that is, the palace of the whole king. How can it be such a place where you can set foot?" If it hadn't been for Wukong to befriend Quan Wang a long time ago, how could the god-tier officer bring Wukong to the two Quan kings? This is a right that ordinary people can't enjoy. For Wukong, this matter is completely an exception. If anyone can break into the temple easily, then what is the guard of the temple and his god-tier officer? Furnishings. That's why the god-tier officer was so angry, and at the same time there was a vigilant look in his heart, knowing that this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. After all, this is a temple, the palace of the whole king. How can it be a place where you can walk so casually? So how did this Sha Tian come to this place? This is something that the god-tier officer cannot understand. You must know that even if Wukong has a button given to him by the king, he can be teleported to this place and to the place where the king is with just one click. But even so, Wukong could not appear in the temple directly, but was teleported to the door outside the temple by the button, and finally was carried by the god-tier officer before he could come to the temple. If he changed to someone else? Needless to say, that is a thing that is impossible to enter, so why on earth is this Sha Tian able to ignore the restrictions in the temple and come here directly? Advertisement: don't be so excited, what is so fuss about this kind of thing? After all, this thing is not how difficult it is to do. Sha Tian curled his lips, very helpless, because Sha Tian felt that these people are really too much fuss. They didn't know the ability of Sha Tian, so they were so surprised, not to mention that the god-tier officer still had guards. Even if they were two full kings, they were taken aback for a while, and they didn't know how this Sha Tian appeared in the temple, among them. "It's you? You are the strongest god in their mouths, Sha Tian?" The god of destruction Beerus pointed to Sha Tian, with a look of surprise on his face. Not long ago, the god of destruction, Beerus, saw Sha Tian on the earth, and then chatted with Sha Tian for a while, and was summoned by the God-tier officer to ask questions in the temple. But when Bai Rus said something more in the temple, this Sha Tian actually followed. How did he do this? Not to mention the bewilderment of the God-tier officer, even Beerus was unbelievable. You must know that even Beerus could not do this kind of thing, but the Sha Tian in front of him was able to do it. It's not rare, right? Sha Tian doesn't think this thing is difficult to do. After all, it's just coming to this temple from the earth. For Sha Tian, it's just one step away. Therefore, Sha Tian felt very strange to the surprised gazes of the people around him, and it was impossible to understand. How can I say that the people in this temple are all the pinnacle beings in the world, so why don't they have this knowledge? Sha Tian shook his head, feeling that this group of people was really making a little fuss. After all, although this kind of thing is difficult for others to do, it is indeed a very common thing for Sha Tian. Then how did you come here? The God-tier officer looked at Sha Tian carefully, and for a while, he couldn't perceive how strong Sha Tian's real strength was, which made the God-tier officer's heart full of jealousy. No matter who it is, if there is someone standing in front of him who does not know the depth, but is very powerful, the feeling in his heart will be the same, and he will be alert for the first time. If their reaction is not like this, it is an unimaginable thing. After all, it is not a simple thing to be calm. Advertisement. Unless their own strength overwhelms Yi Tong, they can do this kind of thing, otherwise, they will definitely worry about what kind of power Sha Tian will be. There is also a very important reason for the tension of the God-tier officer, that is, the two full kings are here, and Sha Tian suddenly appears here. Does it mean that Sha Tian can threaten the lives of the two full kings? Sha Tian didn't know that the God-tier officer thought of going to such a far place. He just hadn't spoken to Beerus. This Beerus suddenly disappeared from his Sha Tian's eyes, and of course Sha Tian was going to chase after him. As soon as he chased him to this place. To be honest, Sha Tian doesn't know exactly what this place is. He can only know that this place is like a palace, and a group of people standing in it is obviously not weak, even if it is against his Sha Tian's subordinates, is also something that can be easily crushed. This discovery made Sha Tian curious. He didn't expect it to be such a thing, such a place, such a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, possessing so many powerful men. It's nothing, just came with him, otherwise, without the space coordinates, I really can hardly find this place. Sha Tian shook his head. After all, this is the first time he has come here, and it is not clear what it is. Where is it? But one thing can be very clear, that is, this place is not a place that Sha Tian is familiar with. In other words, the world that Sha Tian is in now is a big world that is about to merge with Sha Tian's original world. From the scale of this integration is unprecedented. Although the world where Sha Tian lived has been fused several times with other worlds, there has never been a fusion world, as huge as the current world. And the strength of these people in front of him, Sha Tian's eyes, is extraordinary. This Sha Tian can clearly feel from them. Obviously the people in this temple, in this big world, are also considered top powerhouses. Even if any one of them goes to the big world where Sha Tian is not seated, they can cause a massacre. This is not a joke. I just came here after following. Officer God-tier felt unbelievable about what Sha Tian said. He felt that Sha Tian didn't tell the truth, but was just saying some deceitful things to prevaricate him. Chapter 242. It is because Sha Tian's words are too outrageous and make the God-tier officer feel unbelievable, so the God-tier officer subconsciously treats them as Sha Tian. Sha Tian ignored the God-tier official's meaning, just turned his attention to other places, such as the two Quan kings sitting on the chairs. You look strong. Do you want to fight me? Just when Sha Tian was looking at the two kings, a voice suddenly came from behind. It was Wukong who was talking, and Sha Tian subconsciously turned his head and looked towards Wukong. I saw Wukong looking at himself with excitement, constantly looking at Sha Tian, feeling eager to try. It's just that Sha Tian didn't feel any hostility on Wukong, but felt an intense fighting spirit. How about holding the martial arts conference? Sha Tian did not answer Wukong's words, but made such a suggestion. Of course, my people and even me will be on the stage at the end. Then you can choose in the martial arts conference. It's a good choice to challenge me and to be able to fight against other geniuses in this big world, right? The martial arts conference. Wukong now can't wait to fight against Sha Tian in front of him, wanting to see how strong Sha Tian's strength is. But if the martial arts conference is opened, although the time to fight Sha Tian will be extended a bit, but in contrast, Wukong is able to fight against other geniuses in this big world. This is not a bad thing for Wukong, but something that sounds good to Wukong. After all, Wukong simply wants to fight the strong. The stronger the strength, the more Wukong can feel the joy of fighting. Moreover, Wukong's goal at the beginning was to find the king to hold a martial arts conference. Later, it was because Beerus said about Sha Tian that Wukong's attention was transferred from the martial arts conference to Sha Tian. Now Sha Tian appeared here, and once again made Wukong's attention shift to the martial arts conference. Wukong tilted his head, thought about it carefully, and felt that Sha Tian seemed to make sense, so Wukong decided to follow the way Sha Tian said. After all, Wukong's purpose here is also very clear, that is, to remind the king to hold a martial arts conference. If you can challenge Sha Tian in the martial arts conference, in fact, it doesn't matter whether it is earlier or later. Yes, if the martial arts conference is held, you will not only be able to meet me, but also the powerhouses in other places. It will be a very exciting event. Sha Tian said temptingly. Advertisement. Wukong was a little moved, thinking that this thing seemed to be good, so Wukong nodded. Xiaochuan, or let's continue to hold the martial arts conference. They also want to participate. Wukong pointed at Sha Tian and said to the two kings. The two kings looked at each other, and the king from the future clapped his hands and said, "It sounds like it's very interesting. Then let's hold a martial arts conference." "Okay, it's so decided." Several people finalized the matter with one word and one word. Hearing the god of destruction, Beerus sweated coldly. He looked at the two kings nervously, and until the two kings finalized the decision, Beerus opened his mouth wide and looked dumbfounded. "Goku. Do you know the consequences and impact of holding a martial arts conference?" Beerus looked at the culprit of this incident, Wukong, with a look of hatred for iron and steel. Already on Earth, Beerus warned Goku and told him not to find King Quan to talk about this kind of thing, because Goku didn't realize the seriousness of this matter at all. In Wukong's eyes, it's possible. This thing is like eating and drinking water and then asking someone to learn from it. It might be a normal thing for Wukong, but for others, the martial arts conference that was held suddenly was an unwarranted disaster. What are the consequences of such an interesting thing? Goku looked at Beerus with a face of confusion. Goku really didn't know what Beerus had said. He didn't understand Beerus. "Why do you say that?" In the end, Beerus sighed helplessly, and his face was full of helplessness. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Find Flowers advertisement. It's just a loser. You must know that after losing in the martial arts tournament, not only the contestant loses, but the universe behind this contestant also loses along with it. Beerus suddenly stunned, and the person remembered, "What exactly is this place?" "This is a temple, the palace of the two kings. How can it really be possible for people to fight casually?" For Quan King, wanting to destroy a universe is just as simple as flipping hands. It is not an alarmist thing. Even if Quan King is also a very simple existence, it is not a matter of destroying the universe. Looks extremely light. So if the universe represented by Wukong loses in the martial arts conference, then the universe where Wukong is located will be destroyed. Then what will happen to Beerus, the god of destruction born in this world? Therefore, after Wukong said that he was going to conduct a martial arts conference, Beerus was so nervous, because this matter is very important, and it is not something that can be done by the destruction of a few people or a few planets. This is not a joke. Once the force value of the entire universe does not reach the level of 7, then it will be judged by the whole king as non-existent value, thus directly destroying the entire universe. "Actually, I know it. Won't it be fine if you win?" Wukong said with a grin, wide. The god-tier officer whispered the name of the god of destruction Beerus, and suddenly awakened the angry Beerus. Wukong still doesn't understand what is going on with Beerus, but Sha Tian knows about it. The martial arts conference is also called the Power Conference. The battle is also very simple. Those who win have unlimited natural scenery, and they can also get a Super Dragon Ball that can realize their wishes. This destruction is not about destroying a planet or destroying a galaxy, but directly destroying the universe. There is only one end of losing, and that is to be destroyed by the king. Very simple, it is destroyed along with this world. Beerus, you are too innocent. Your innocence is a major disaster for this universe. Beerus stared at this Wukong, his face full of anger, and even at this moment there was a moment of anger. Goku's plan to start. Chapter 243. Obviously Quan Wong agreed to Wukong to hold a martial arts conference. This incident made Wukong very happy, because this incident also meant that Wukong was able to face off against the powerhouses from various universes. The god of destruction, Beerus, only felt a headache. How could this matter be as easy as Wukong thought? This is something that the entire universe will destroy at all times. How can this matter be treated as a trifling matter? It wasn't just that Beerus felt like this, even the god-tier officer, who was carrying his hands on his side, glanced at Wukong, and felt that this matter was a bit sloppy. Because this matter is about a major event in the entire universe, it is not something that can be easily decided. What if you lose? That is the end of the destruction of the entire universe. Not only Wukong himself will die, but even Wukong's family and children will die with the destruction of the universe. For these, doesn't Wukong care at all? The god-tier officer shook his head, but this is Wukong's decision after all. No one can force Wukong to change or make other decisions. Now that Wukong has made such a decision, it can be considered that Wukong is able to accept the collapse of the universe and an end where everything disappears. But there is one more thing, Lord Quan. The god-tier officer with his hands on his back floated to Quan Wong, bowed slightly and said, in the original plan of the martial arts convention, all 12 universes were required to participate in the battle. The reason is excluding the weak and small universes, and destroying them, leaving only the powerful universe, so there are 4 universes whose overall strength meets the standard, and there is no need to participate in this martial arts conference. If the martial arts conference is to be held now, in addition to the original 8 universes whose overall combat strength has not reached the standard, there are now people who have added a new world to the martial arts conference. The god-tier official said slowly. The whole king asked curiously. A new person who has added a big world? Who is it? Advertisement Sha Tian on the side raised his eyebrows. Naturally, he knew who the god-tier officer was talking about. It was the big world where Sha Tian was located. As a newly emerged big world, it was obviously ranked by the god-tier officer and several other universes. The same status exists. So in addition to the 80 or so people who are going to participate in the martial arts conference, some more people have to be added. This is the world this person is in. The god-tier officer looked at Sha Tian. In his eyes, the new world, which merged several big worlds backwards, obviously has the same status as a universe, that is, it can be completely look at one of the new universes. Will there be more people in the martial arts conference? Wukong's eyes lit up. For Wukong, the more powerful people, the more he can make Wukong look forward to it. The god-tier officer nodded and said, each universe needs to send 10 people to fight, so the world on your side also needs to send 10 people to participate in this martial arts convention. As for the martial arts convention, the rules are also very simple, it is chaos. Fight, the one who survives in the end is the winner. Sha Tian nodded, gave a list of 10 people and handed it to the god-tier officer. The god-tier officer took it and took a cursory glance. He nodded and didn't say much. He waved his hand and the scene in the temple changed. A crowd including 2 kings appeared together in a huge arena. Just now, Garp was still eating delicacies on the earth, but now he suddenly appeared in this place? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sha Tian nodded and said, there is no objection. Naturally, Sha Tian had no opinion, and began to choose the people who appeared in the martial arts conference: Hawkeye, Garp, Doflamingo. Where is this place? Garp stared at the huge arena, and there was nothingness around it, and there were scenes of huge meteorites passing by from time to time, just to make Garp dumbfounded. Advertisement: not only Sha Tian but also Beerus and others were sent to this arena by the god-tier officer. There are also other universes' destruction gods and god-tier officers, who also appeared in this world, as if it was the same as waiting for Sha Tian here from the beginning. This thing is like this, our world is about to merge with this world, and this world happens to be hosting a martial arts convention, that is, the strong men of the entire universe will be gathered in this place, and then compete. Our world is also no exception, 10 people must be selected to participate in this martial arts conference. Sha Tian used the most concise words to explain what happened in front of Garp and others. Sha Tian looked around and found that not only he appeared in this arena, but even the 10 candidates for the martial arts conference that he had selected before were also sent over. But the god-tier officer suddenly paused, and then continued. The personnel who will fight in the 8 universes have been determined, and now it is impossible to add a few more people, so you need to wait for the 8 universes. The victor who survives the fight after a man will fight against your universe. The god-tier officials of other universes and the gods of destruction, the World King, all sat in the audience, watching Sha Tian and others who suddenly appeared. There are not only Garp who stared at them, but also other people, such as Doflamingo, Golden Lion, etc. Those who appeared in the arena out of thin air have not yet reacted to what happened to them. Sha Tian doesn't have any strange expressions on this, because in fact, Sha Tian still knows the rules of the martial arts conference very clearly. Now, after hearing the god-tier officer say the rules, it is something that can be determined, so Sha Tian doesn't. I don't think there is anything wrong, because Sha Tian has known this rule for a long time. While Sha Tian was still selecting candidates to participate in the martial arts conference, the god-tier officer on the side asked, has it been selected? In fact, they don't use Sha Tian to choose anything. The more important thing is their own will, depending on whether they're willing to go to war, but Sha Tian thinks about it. Some of the militants will obviously not let go of this war. After hearing Sha Tian's explanation, Garp and others reacted, and they were still a little confused. The winner can get the reward of the martial arts conference, which is the Super Dragon Ball that can realize the wish. Of course, failure is not without punishment. If you fail in the martial arts conference, then this universe will be wiped out. The god-tier officer's voice was flat, but he said such a terrible fact. Yeah. The god-tier officer hummed, and then said, then you should make some preparations, pick out 10 people, and then prepare. Chapter 244. I started to wake up now, and gradually came to understand what exactly was happening in front of me, and the reason why I appeared in this world. Now it is also clear. The original confused look turned into a curious look. Several people in Garp were curious about this arena, as well as the figures constantly appearing in the arena. These are the contestants summoned by the god-tier officer, that is, the strongest in each universe. These people determine the direction of the universe in which they are located, whether it will be destroyed or continue to exist, it all depends on it. How did their contestants perform in the martial arts conference? In the same way, what happens to the world where Sha Tian lives in the end depends on the few of them who appeared in the arena. This place is amazing. It's dark night, and there are no lights here, so it can still be so bright. Garp looked at the surrounding scenes with a look of exclamation and sigh, as if he felt that this place was amazing. Like 22 sub. But this is indeed like Garp thought, it is a very powerful place. After all, it is a place that can accommodate the strongest in the universe. Without a strong place, how can it make sense? Look. What's that? Golden Lion suddenly pointed to a huge meteorite across the void, and said in surprise, what a big rock. The meteorite was attracted by gravity and slammed into the arena. Golden Lion looked at the meteorite getting closer and closer to him. It was not until this time that Golden Lion was surprised to find this small and inconspicuous meteorite in the distance. It was getting bigger and bigger, and finally Golden Lion was surprised to find that this meteorite was the size of a hill, and it was smashing towards the arena with the momentum of Mount Tai's topping. Oh, this kind of thing is simply unacceptable. Although Golden Lion's strength is not weak, but it is hit by such a fast and huge meteorite, then what will the end result be? Advertisement: this result can be guessed without even thinking about it. But after Golden Lion yelled for a few times, he found that the people around him did not show any panic expressions like him, and they were not afraid. On the contrary, he had a calm look, coldly looking at the noisy Golden Lion, especially the god of destruction and the god-tier officials, all with such expressions. Seeing the performance of the people around him, Golden Lion also knew that his performance was too agitated, so he coughed slightly, and began to converge his expression and emotions. As for Garp and others, seeing such a large stone flying towards them, not only weren't afraid, but on the contrary, they looked excited, and they started gearing up against the huge meteorite that was about to hit the arena. Golden Lion glared, and found that Garp and others were actually trying to smash this huge meteorite flying towards them, and they were gearing up here. You are really crazy. Why do you still want to break such a large meteorite? Golden Lion looked at Garp and others, and began to mutter secretly. For Golden Lion, this kind of thing is too bad. After all, Golden Lion just saw such a large meteorite flying towards them, and it felt as exaggerated that he was about to be smashed, but now it seems that he is the only one who can be so nervous, which makes Golden Lion feel rare, embarrassed look. Sha Tian was also surprised that such a large meteorite would hit the arena again, but Sha Tian saw the many gods of destruction sitting in the arena, and the god-tier officer did not care about this matter, and did not even look up at this time. Because of the huge meteorite they hit, Sha Tian just glanced at it and didn't care about this huge meteorite. Because this matter doesn't seem to be something surprising. For them god-tier officials and the gods of destruction, it's like a little dust on their pants, and it's not worth their attention. So Sha Tian didn't care. Anyway, what if this huge meteorite hits Sha Tian? It is even impossible to break Sha Tian's clothes. After all, this thing just looks scary. In fact, the damage it can cause to Sha Tian and others is inaudible. The only person present was Golden Lion, looking at the huge meteorite flying into the arena, and constantly muttering, as if he was the only one who paid so much attention to the meteorite that was about to hit the arena, but the others did not. How much one cares about this big meteorite? Advertisement. Their attention is more focused on the figures that are constantly emerging in the arena. These are the strongest people from all universes, and immediately, these people will have a great collision and burst out extremely exciting battles. And the wonderful duel between them, the strongest in the universe, is the one thing that these god-tier officials and the gods of destruction are concerned about. As for the meteorite impact, that's a trivial matter. Golden Lion wanted to force himself to ignore the huge meteorite flying to the arena, just like other people, like the gods of destruction and the god-tier officials, not wanting to care about this huge meteorite. But Golden Lion thought for a while. It seemed that he couldn't do this kind of thing. Golden Lion always couldn't control himself. Looking up to the sky, looking at the huge meteorite getting closer and closer to the arena, Golden Lion looked up. Suddenly I was a little curious. What will happen after this huge meteorite falls? Will there be a little change in the expressions of the many powerful men who look indifferent in the audience? Still don't care about it at all? Golden Lion murmured in his heart, but he also knew in his heart that this incident was something that most likely would not happen, because it was not as serious as it seemed. Even if only Golden Lion is here, it is not difficult to deal with this huge meteorite. So for others here, it won't be a difficult thing anymore. Golden Lion sighed, knowing this thing in his heart. The huge meteorite is getting closer and closer to the arena, and it is about to hit the arena. Garp and the others are excited, and they are eager to see if they can deal with this one by themselves. Big guy. But just when the huge meteorite was about to hit the arena, a vision occurred. Chapter 245. The front end of the huge meteorite keeps red, white smoke spreads, and it looks like it has been attacked by high temperature. But here's what makes Golden Lion strange. What is the reason for this huge meteorite to feel like suffering? It's the same as high temperature attack? The strange Golden Lion looked around, trying to find out what caused this huge meteorite to glow red. In the eyes of Golden Lion, this big meteorite suddenly appeared red, which was obviously not a simple matter. But no matter whether Golden Lion looked left or right, he couldn't find the cause of this huge meteorite's red light. This made Golden Lion look puzzled and couldn't understand what it was because of it. But Golden Lion's doubts did not prevent the spontaneous combustion of this huge meteorite. The huge mountain meteorite was burned out little by little, and it gradually turned into fly ash without even getting close to this huge arena. Not only was Golden Lion's surprised look on his face, but even Garp and the others, who were gearing their hands and wanted to take a shot at the meteorite, were also surprised. The faces of several of them were vaguely disappointed. It seems that the giant meteorite did not land in the arena, but they were a bit disappointed. This made Golden Lion very strange to the thoughts of the people like Garp, and then secretly muttered, thinking that Garp and the others had some problems with their brains, and the giant meteorites were like this. What a bluff, what a misnomer. It turned out that it was not only that Garp and others were disappointed that the giant meteorite did not fall, but even the Golden Lion began to sigh with disappointment at the giant meteorite with a horrendous tail. Sha Tian found a seat and directly sat on it, with his hands around his chest, watching the figures constantly emerging in the arena. They are all the strongest from various universes. Summoned by the god of destruction in their universe, they came to this huge arena. The next thing is to wait for all the participants to arrive, and then engage in an unprecedented chaos. Garp and others also followed Sha Tian, found a seat at random, and sat down, because they didn't need to participate in the competition for the time being, and it was their turn to wait until the following contestants decided the winner. Advertisement. So now they can sit leisurely in this place and watch the contestants below. At the same time, they can also observe their strength by observing the duel between the strongest men from various universes through this matter. Understand how strong or weak their next opponent is. After all, the sooner you understand these things, the better. After all, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle, because the final winner of this game will be their next opponent, which is their enemy. Only by knowing the strength of your enemy in advance can you be sure of what you have to do otherwise. If you don't bother to pay attention to these things, you may suffer a big loss when you fight against them. Therefore, no one would be so big, and they would look down upon everyone who participated in this competition. You must know that Sha Tian had already told them before that the participants in this competition are all from the universe they're in. The strongest. At the beginning they didn't know what the universe was, until Sha Tian explained it to them carefully, and then they were able to know what was going on. At the same time, I also know how big the universe is. In comparison, their vision is too small, and Sha Tian has repeatedly emphasized one thing with them, that is, don't sit and watch the sky. Thinking that their world is as big as their own, this is obviously not a realistic thing, so for people like them, this kind of thing is still too unacceptable. Before, their world did merge with other worlds, and it was not one, but suddenly it became like this, and they still felt a little uncomfortable. Because this kind of thing has never happened before, so now that this kind of thing appears, it will make them feel even more confused. Fortunately, Sha Tian is here, acting as their leader, so that they can calm down a little bit. Otherwise, they would be really confused, not knowing what the future will be like, and not knowing what they should do. Advertisement. What kind of thunder, heavy rain, and small broken meteorites? I thought it was so powerful. It turned out to be this. Golden Lion also walked over, looked for a spot beside a few, and sat down. He curled his lips and said. Several people sitting around Golden Lion looked at each other and smiled. One of them joked and said, Diaresis, I remember when the meteorite appeared just now. Golden Lion was an exaggerated person, right? It almost made me think something happened. Now, is the world going to be destroyed? Golden Lion's face blushed, but this matter is not something that can be concealed indiscriminately, because this is a fact. Just when the huge meteorite struck, the Golden Lion was the first to discover it, and also the first to yell out. There are quite a few people in this place, and there are hundreds of people to say nothing, but they will yell. I'm afraid there is only Golden Lion alone. As for why Golden Lion was the first to discover a huge meteorite, it was because at that time, Golden Lion was looking at the sky and happened to see such a scene. In fact, the God-tier official who is in charge of destruction is far more powerful than Golden Lion. The reason why they did not notice this is not that their perception is not that of Golden Lion, good for money. Z Minrui, but for them, even the most terrifying meteorite could not damage them at all, so they wouldn't care if such a small meteorite hit them at them. The reason is irresistible. I suddenly see the boss hitting a meteorite towards me. I feel nervous, right? Golden Lion defended himself, trying hard to explain the matter. However, everyone laughed, but did not listen to Golden Lion's explanation. They only thought that Golden Lion's behavior was very funny. But this time the laughter is not a ridicule or other malicious smile, but that this thing is very funny, that's why I laughed out loud. As long as the incident is over, Golden Lion scratched his head, but they didn't have any malicious intentions, so naturally they wouldn't be angry. Chapter 246. Okay. Let's be quiet, the following will start to fight. Sha Tian has been silently watching the scene below, as the contestants continue to appear, more and more people gather here. The number has exceeded 70 people. Sha Tian has heard the rules described by the God-tier officer before, and naturally knows that the number of strong men sent out by the universe to fight is about 10 people, that is to say, people from 8 universes. The number is about 80 people, so the number now has exceeded 70 people, which means that the number of people will be enough right away. If the number of people is enough, that is to say, the martial arts conference will begin soon. Sha Tian is obviously very curious about the strong men in these universes. After all, the strong men in these universes will be given to Sha Tian in this world. The strong men in a duel. Watching during the game is also a good thing for Sha Tian, because Sha Tian can comprehend the moves of the strong players by watching the game, and then Sha Tian secretly learned it. This is not a difficult thing, at least it is such a thing for Sha Tian, that's why Sha Tian wants to watch this battle of powerhouses from 8 universes. I just don't know how much I can comprehend from it. Sha Tian muttered to herself, looking at the many powerful men who are about to converge in the arena, there was a vague feeling of expectation. What kind of sparks will be produced when the strongest from the 8 universes collide with each other? Not only Sha Tian is looking forward to this event, even the others in the audience are also the same, looking forward to the upcoming battle. The 2 Quan Kings sat in the highest auditorium, looking down, and all the things in the arena were all in full view. The God-tier officer next to the 2 Kings is the strongest God-tier officer among the 12 universes. He is extremely loyal to the 2 Kings, and follows the Kings and stands quietly. As for Wukong long ago ran into the arena below, what is about to happen in the arena will be a big chaos, no matter who it is, as long as it can survive to the end. The person standing at the end is the strongest. Advertisement. After hearing Sha Tian's words, Golden Lion and the others also began to realize the seriousness of this matter, and began to converge. Instead of continuing to play Golden Lion's jokes, they focused their attention on the upcoming battle below. This is not a simple time to watch the game. They have to observe the game and estimate the gap between themselves and other strong players in the universe. The names of the people below the arena are big and scary. What are the strongest people from other universes? How can they relax their vigilance against them? After all, the people who will fight against the strong in their world next will emerge from the strong below. And if they lose in this martial arts conference, then what will their world face? that is to be ruled by the so-called whole universe, and the whole king will be destroyed. Thinking of this, Golden Lion couldn't help but look up to the top of the auditorium, where two seemingly harmless kings were sitting there. But these two little guys have the ability to destroy and create a universe at will. This makes everyone who hears this for the first time feel incredible, but this kind of thing is a real thing that happened. They had to believe it. If you can learn it, Sha Tian's strength will definitely be able to improve a bit, which is beyond doubt. I remember Sha Tian said that if 80 people were gathered together, they would fight. Garp looked at the players standing in the arena below, and asked curiously. So many people are standing here, how will we fight then? It looks like a lot of people. Golden Lion looked at the number of people in the arena below, and it was gradually approaching more than 80 people. The aura radiating from these people can completely crush the strongest people in the universe fighting in the arena below. These god-tier officials and the gods of destruction are the objects Sha Tian is wary of. Compared with them, Sha Tian's performance is relatively calm, except for the strongest people in the 8 universes who have been observing. Sha Tian is also observing the destruction gods of other universes and god-tier officials. Advertisement because Garp and the others participated in various battles, they were basically one-on-one fights. As they are now, a large group of people gathered together and stood together, which made Garp very curious about how they would be able to separate out next. Win or lose. As an old friend of Garp, he naturally knows that his old friend Garp has a character and habits. Sha Tian has already told them about these things just now, and Garp is also listening to it. Everyone exudes a tyrannical aura, and no one is a guy who seems to be annoying, which makes Golden Lion and the others look enthusiastic. After all, being able to fight against the strong is also something to look forward to for them. Secretly looked at the god-tier officials and the god of destruction Sha Tian, and sighed in his heart, if he could see these god-tier officers and the god of destruction fighting, then Sha Tian could secretly learn from the gods of destruction. There are also the moves of the god of destruction. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I know at a glance that when Sha Tian explained just now, you dozed off again, right? Sengoku said helplessly from the side. As for the others, although they are not weak, they are obviously not as powerful as the god-tier officials. If I still ask this question now, that is to say, when Sha Tian explained the rules to them before, Garp definitely didn't listen carefully. As for why he didn't listen carefully, Sengoku reluctantly explained to Garp. Wait a moment, they're going to have a big fight, which means that the people below will be together. As for how to tell the winner, it is even simpler, as long as they can stand. In the end, then it is the winner. So now Garp will ask this kind of question, which is not surprising for Sengoku. Garp uttered, still a little confused, and asked, this is the rhythm that everyone wants to play? If a group of people join forces, get rid of the strongest person first? Sengoku can know without thinking that Garp must be either in a daze or dozing off. After all, according to Garp's lazy temperament, it is obviously impossible to be as obedient as a good student. In this martial arts conference, all the god-tier officials and gods of destruction from 12 universes were gathered. That is to say, there are 12 god-tier officers and 12 gods of destruction in this arena. As for the World King, there are many. Chapter 247. Garp hasn't finished speaking yet, and the meaning of it has been revealed. According to Garp's statement, the next thing will be obvious. If a group of people join forces to kill the strongest person, then it is possible to stand the last person will be a very weak guy. If this is the case, isn't this martial arts conference, which gathers the 8 strongest men in the universe, just as funny as a joke? Garp shook his head. Although he hadn't finished speaking, he had already made it clear what he wanted to express. Even so, it is normal. You must know that luck is also part of strength. Sha Tian said calmly. With the flash of the last figure in the arena, this martial art involving 8 universes, the conference, finally kicked off. When everyone started the chaos, all their spirits were all attracted to the past, and they wanted to know what the battle would eventually turn into. After all, the following are the strongest from the 8 universes. Everyone has their own special features, and they are all very powerful people. Jinbei and Golden Lion can find out their shortcomings and their strengths through observation, and they can also have a deeper understanding of the world. At the moment when the bell of battle rang, everyone in the arena shattered and scattered. Everyone was wary of those around them. After all, in this chaos, everyone might be their own enemy. Even if they are both players in the same universe, there are many people who have conflicts with each other. People who are not in the same universe will live in harmony here. But this kind of thing didn't last long before it was broken. After all, the people present were one of the 10 strongest people in their respective universes, and there was no need to question everyone's strength. Suddenly the scene became chaotic and abnormal, and powerful energy fluctuations erupted, which could even affect Sha Tian and others in the auditorium. Everyone felt the powerful aura coming to their faces, and they only felt amazed, because this kind of thing is too exaggerated. You have to know how far is the distance between the auditorium and the arena. It's almost as far as the diameter of an earth, and why can the breath of people like them span such a long distance? Spread to them? Although the energy fluctuations passed over have no power, but the momentum and the unique dominance of each person are clearly felt by Golden Lion and others. Advertisement. It was as if they were standing in front of Golden Lion and the others, exerting their strength with all their strength, and suddenly let Golden Lion, Garp and others take a breath. How simple is it to find such a thing? This kind of thing is not simple, on the contrary it is an extremely difficult thing to do, but they are able to do this kind of thing, which expresses a meaning from the side. How strong is their strength? At least it is much stronger than Golden Lion and their expectations, at least far surpassing Golden Lion's expectations. Is it the strongest person in the other universe? It seems that no one here can underestimate it. Sengoku felt the terrifying aura coming across his face, even if it spans such a long breath, in front of them. It's still so scary. So how strong will they be, to be able to do this kind of thing? Moreover, looking at their appearance, it is not like something that can be done, but the collision of auras between the unconscious, the aura spreading towards the outside world, spreading to everyone on the audience stage. It's really not weak, this also makes me look forward to it. Hawkeye held the black knife in his hand and watched the battle in the arena with a rare smile on his mouth. For the strong eagle eye, finding an opponent worthy of drawing his sword is obviously also a thing to be happy about. Golden Lion stared solemnly at the battle below, and sighed suddenly. If this battle happens on our Earth, it probably only takes a few seconds. The aftermath of the battle can destroy the entire Earth, right? What Golden Lion said is not an exaggeration, but a fact. Just like what Golden Lion said, if this battle is to take place on the Earth, I am afraid that the Earth will not last for a second in the hands of these people. This is not something alarmist, but a real thing. Anyone fighting here has the ability to do this kind of thing. Gabe, with his back to Marisam, noticed the wind coming from behind and subconsciously avoided it. The attack speed of this Marisam was actually faster than what Gabe had imagined. According to Marisam's current attack speed, Gabe would definitely be hit by Marisam himself. The other king had no results. He watched the battle in the arena attentively, and closely followed the figure of Wukong in it. Advertisement. The quality of the martial arts conference held this time is not low. There are a lot of guys who look very strong. It seems that this will be a wonderful duel. It's no wonder that Wukong guy will help us hold the martial arts conference. Most of the reasons are, is it because of this? Quan Wong sighed. Gabe raised his brows and looked slightly surprised. He watched Marisam's elbow attack and found that he couldn't avoid his current position. The strongest from the 8 universes will be tossed and fall apart. What is most likely to happen is that after such a station, the existence of the Earth will disappear from the universe. For those powerful people like them, wanting to do something like breaking the Earth is as simple as eating and drinking water. A red-skinned man, Marisam, the red boxer of the 10th universe, hit Gabe in front of him with a punch. Many people here just need a punch to blow up the planet Earth. Find flowers. This attack by Marisam didn't give Gabe any room to dodge. Wide. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Drink. Golden Lion, Garp and even Sha Tian watched the battle in the arena with great concentration. The battle that took place in front of them was more exciting than any battle they had ever seen. Marisam's red and smoking fist fell through without a pause, and he slammed his elbow towards Gabe. Because not to mention that more than 80 people are fighting against the strongest in the universe, even if any one of them is placed on the Earth, it will not take long for the whole Earth to explode. Chapter 248. Gabe recovered from his stunned look at the beginning, because even if he couldn't avoid Marisam's attack, it didn't mean anything. It's just that Marisam was faster, but Marissa in Gabe's eyes, MU's attack was still lacking in power. What if he was allowed to hit him with Gabe by Marisam? Could it be that Gabe would still be injured because of this? Gabe sneered, ready to take down Marisam's attack. Seeing that Morisam's attack was about to hit Gabe, Morisam suddenly gave up the action of continuing to attack Gabe, and went straight back. When Gabe was puzzled, he was beaten in the distance. The flying wave rushed towards Gabe's location. When Gabe discovered this wave, it was too late. He could only watch the wave hit his body and swallow his body directly. The moment this wave hit Gabe, it suddenly exploded, and the huge light ball completely enveloped Gabe's figure. Vegeta, who sent this wave, looked back at the explosion, and then turned away, not paying attention to Gabe. After all, for Vegeta, Gabe is also his enemy. If he can get rid of Gabe by the way, for Vegeta, it will be a happy thing. Is it necessary to let Vegeta run over? Apologize to Gabe, who was accidentally injured by his own wave, and then run back to continue fighting with his opponent? Obviously this is an impossible thing, and Gabe, who was attacked by this deflected wave, could only admit that he was unlucky. After all, only Gabe was affected by this wave. Marisam stood on the spot, watching the exploding wave vigilantly. It seemed such a simple wave, enough to wipe out a planet into dust. But even this attack that can annihilate a planet into dust cannot kill Gabe. Morisam firmly believes in this matter, so Morisam has been waiting quietly until now. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated. After all, an attack of this level would be affected even if Marisam rushed in. Although it is not fatal, it will not cause injury, right? Advertisement. So Marisam just stood there, waiting for Bo's power to dissipate, and then looking at how Gabe is now. It would be great if this attack could cause Gabe to be injured or even seriously injured. Although Marisam also felt that this kind of thing was unlikely to happen, he still hoped that this kind of thing would happen. Because of this appearance, he would be able to eliminate Marisam without any effort. If Gabe was in the middle of an attack of this level, he would not suffer much damage. I am afraid that Marisam would only be able to escape. After all, even Marisam himself knew where his strength was. Of course, he knew where his limits were, so naturally he would not do something that he could not do. Just as Marisam was waiting for the aftermath to dissipate, the huge light ball exploded from the wave, began to sway, and finally crashed, turning into countless light spots and dissipating between the sky and the earth. But Marisam did not back down, or that Marisam has no room to back down. You must know that this is the martial arts convention, and every move in this martial arts convention is related to their survival by the universe. When you compare the strongest in the universe with the weak in our world, of course you will feel that there is a lot of gap between them. Sha Tian kept his eyes in the arena and said calmly. You must know that at the beginning, Marisam's speed suppressed Gabe, but I never thought that after Gabe's transformation, Gabe's speed directly shifted position with Marisam's speed. The personal position was reversed all of a sudden. Even if it is to be eliminated or even die, I will drag down a person as a back cushion. Marisam gritted his teeth and began to talk white smoke all over his body. Marisam, who was already flushed with red skin, now the skin is more red and swollen, like a boiled red prawn. It even completely crushes Marisam and directly makes Marisam dumbfounded. After all, this speed is difficult for Morisam to see clearly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement. Marisam, who flew upside down, has lost his reason, and there is no sign of waking up. That is, it is impossible to prevent his body from flying away from the field. In the next second, Marisam, who was not able to resist at all, was punched in the abdomen by Gabe with all his strength, and suddenly his body flew backwards, crashing directly through a mountain and leaving a big hole in the mountain. Continued to fly backwards. Golden Lion chuckled, but didn't make any quibble. After all, what Sha Tian said, if you don't say anything, I'm afraid Golden Lion will refute a sentence or two. With just one punch, the red-skinned Marisam was eliminated. One can imagine how powerful this Gabe is. What? How could it be so fast? Marisam's eyes were full of incredible expressions, and he didn't react at all. Gabe's speed was too fast. Facing a Gabe like this, Marisam actually felt a shudder, as if a wild dog had seen a tiger. It's a bit too powerful. Compared with the people in our world, it's not at the same level. Golden Lion sighed, always feeling that the people in his world are far from the people in this universe. It didn't take long for Marisam's body to fly out of the field, falling toward the endless void, becoming the first person to be eliminated in this martial arts conference. But if Sha Tian said, then Golden Lion certainly has nothing to refute. In their minds, Sha Tian's position has already been deified, and in their hearts, Sha Tian is already a god. Gabe, who had turned into a Super Saiyan, appeared in front of Marisam. Marisam looked at Gabe, who had a completely different aura and strength, and couldn't help swallowing. Gabe looked back at Marisam coldly, and then disappeared in a trance. When he appeared again, Gabe had already appeared in front of Morisam. In the audience, Golden Lion and others were surprised. They did not expect that after being attacked, Gabe seemed to be a different person. Not only was his strength soaring, but his speed was also the same, and he was even so big with a punch. One person was beaten out. Chapter 249. Is the same as the strongest contestants in the universe. Is there such a big difference in strength between them? Golden Lion exclaimed, watching the scenes below. For Golden Lion, this grand battle is completely beyond his imagination. Prior to this, although Golden Lion also participated in several competitions, but not once was like this, can become like this. After a punch, his body flew upside down, hitting a mountain directly, and then continued to fly forward without any loss of energy. This made Golden Lion very amazed, and couldn't help but start to remember, if he was facing such a punch, what would happen to him? Can it be carried down or can it be blown out with a punch? Golden Lion smashed his mouth and felt that this matter was not so easy. Whether it was resisting Gabe's punch or being blown away by Gabe, it was difficult to say. I am afraid that if you want to know the answer to this matter, I am afraid that you will need Golden Lion to play in person to be able to know that it is difficult to guess it by relying on the imagination of the Golden 22 Lion himself. After all, Golden Lion has not fully seen the full strength of Gabe, and there are things that can be known and understood only when they need to be faced in person. If you can't understand Gabe's strength, then even Golden Lion thinks about it will be an afterthought. After all, Gabe can burst out some hidden strength at any time, which can make Golden Lion at a loss. Therefore, only after Golden Lion and Gabe have played against each other in the true sense, can they know who is stronger, or who is weaker, between the two of them. As for the current Golden Lion, he can only watch from the audience and did not run down to participate in the battle, which means that it is impossible to know the true strength of Gabe. This kind of thing still requires Golden Lion to be personally attacked by Gabe. One thing that can be completely clear with the last punch. But this matter does not affect Golden Lion's feelings, because any contestant is so tyrannical. What about the other contestants? How powerful is it? What kind of scene would the most powerful contestant be like? Advertisement. How terrifying is his strength? I am afraid that before he fully displays his strength, no one can understand how terrifying his strength can be. Golden Lion looked at the people below with constant emotion, and the people on the other side of the audience were also staring at the things in the arena below. One person has already been eliminated. How long has it been fighting? It seems that this big chaos will be over in a short time. Sengoku touched his chin, pondered for a moment, and said slowly. Just like what Sengoku said, this battle lasted less than a minute, and a red-skinned player was eliminated, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be alone in such a short time, eliminated. Other players with relatively weak strength will also do the same thing. As long as they are not strong enough to stand firm here, there will only be one end, which is to be hammered here on the spot. Of course, if you run faster, just come to the outside and admit defeat, so you won't be beaten until you die. The rule here is like this. If a person falls down or even falls into a coma, this situation cannot be counted as being eliminated. Only the player is beaten out of the arena, then this can be regarded as a player's eliminated. If it is not, then it is impossible to be regarded as a knocked out player, so if you do not admit defeat, even if you can't beat the game, you still have to stay in the court to support it. You may end up with only one end, then it is his opponent was beaten to death, because this was not a child's play. It's not a point-to-point contest or a single-handed match like a drama, but it's about the survival of the universe behind all of them. In this battle, if they are defeated, what will be the consequences? In fact, you don't need to think too much to know that the consequences of this matter are very serious. Once the players lose, it means that the universe behind them also loses. Because these players are the strongest selected in these universes, if they all lose, obviously no one else can say much. Advertisement: this is their own choice in the universe, choosing such 10 people to participate in the life and death battle that determines the survival of the universe. If these players lose, what will happen to them? Even if the universe they were born in or the universe they represent has also lost, the lost universe will have only one end. Then it is the universe that is judged by the whole king as having no value. Such a universe will only be favored by the whole king. Extinguished. The fact that the whole king will destroy the universe is not a joke, but a very realistic thing. Whether the whole king is childlike or naive, it cannot change the fact that they have lost. And the universe therein will also be destroyed. As for these people who were born in the universe, so what will happen to it? These are things you don't need to think about. Those who were born in this universe have only one end, and that is to be extinct. The creatures born in the universe will follow the universe and collapse together. This is an indisputable fact, and it doesn't mean that when the universe collapses, your absence can be justified. Even if you hide in a very far place or in a very secret place, as long as the universe you are in is destroyed, then your whole person will be destroyed along with this universe. It's not that if you are not in this world, there will be no such a thing. On the contrary, if the universe you were born into collapses, then no matter where you hide, it will be the result. Disappear and perish together. So what will happen to you in the end? You don't need to think about this matter too much. You will not lose until the end, so all the players on the field don't want to lose. Because they themselves know the consequences of this matter, none of the contestants on the field is willing to give in so easily. After all, this kind of thing is about their own life and death, as well as the life and death of all people in their universe that they care about, all in their performance in this battle. Chapter 250. Their performance in this martial arts conference still has their survival time, which directly affects whether their universe will be destroyed by the king. Everyone participating in the martial arts conference is unlikely to have the slightest retreat. It is impossible to be timid, and there is the possibility of escape. Because these contestants know that even if they want to escape, they cannot escape. As long as they lose, after the cosmos therein is destroyed, those who were born in this cosmos will also be destroyed along with this cosmos. It is also a relationship of life and death, so they are unlikely to run away, because they themselves know that even if they want to escape, they will not escape death, and stay in this arena and fight for a while, maybe even can create a miracle. For people like them, this kind of thing cannot be said to be a very simple thing, because they also know how strong the opponent they are about to face is not a simple thing to say. One thing to be clear. They also have a fearful mind, fearing that they will not be able to beat each other, and then the universe where they are speaking will be completely shattered, and in the end even they themselves will be inevitable. Therefore, it is impossible for them to give up this battle or flee, and it is impossible for this kind of thing to happen at all. For these people, remove themselves from dying in this arena, or lose consciousness and be beaten. Flying out of the field, nothing can make them give up sticking to this battle. Because for them, this battle is not just a simple and easy thing to win or lose, more things are the relationship between their life and death. Even if some powerful people ignore their own life and death, they still have a problem that is completely impossible to ignore, that is, the universe they were born in and the world they're in. If they lose, then their world together the entire universe will be destroyed. The people they love in this universe, such as family, friends, partners, etc., will all be killed in this disaster. For them, this thing is completely impossible to accept. So once they step into this arena, then it is bound to be the end of their all-out efforts. Even if it is death, they have to drag a person from another universe as a backing existence before dying. Only in this way, their universe is not. The possibility of being destroyed by the king will increase. Advertisement: if this is not the case, then even if they survive this battle, what can they do? In the end, isn't it inevitable to die? So no one would say that they want to escape or give up this kind of B********** talk. Everyone is fighting very hard. This battle is not only about their honor, but also a matter of their survival. Under the duress of this kind of pressure, this battle will be a very exciting melee. All the people in the audience are staring at the battle in the arena below. This is an unprecedented game, and it is also an extremely large and exciting event. All the participating personnel are fighting desperately. No one will relax for a while, because this battle is about their honor, life and death, and everything. These are too much connected, so they are not willing to just give up like this. Even if you can't beat the enemy, no one will give up easily. In their hearts, there is no choice to give up. Each of them will fight desperately, not only for themselves, but for their family, friends, and partners. All the participants gambled on everything, and in this arena, dazzling and bright sparks bloomed. Not only were the contestants fighting brilliantly, but even the people in the audience were very excited about it, because it was too difficult to tell. For us, this battle will end soon, of course, but for the people participating in the battle in the arena below, it will be an extremely long game, and it is likely that it will not last a second. Time, it will make them feel the feeling of living like years. Sha Tian spoke slowly, his eyes never leaving the arena below. In the eyes of Golden Lion and Garp Sengoku, the fighting in the arena below was just a very exciting showdown, but in Sha Tian's eyes, it was not something like this at all. You watched the game and got a way to activate the Super Saiyan. Diaresis, you watched the game and gained the comprehension of Gatai Chigungo. Advertisement, you watched the game and got a way of rushing blood. The sound of systematic lifting sounded in the ear. Sha Tian couldn't help but squint at his eyes. Regarding what happened below, in fact, Sha Tian was still helpless. After all, for him, the scene was still a very chaotic scene. After all, there are too many participants. There are a total of 80 participants. Each of these 80 participants is very powerful. Almost not long after the start of the competition, these people have found their own opponents, then get into a ball. Things like this are constantly being staged everywhere in the huge arena, and all the contestants seem to be crazy, and they start to attack other contestants desperately. No contestant wants to be eliminated, and likewise, no one wants to be defeated by others. It is because of this, Nuo Qian Zhao, that Sha Tian can't get a panoramic view of all the hits at a glance, because Sha Tian's eyes are not that big, because for Sha Tian, as long as he sees the opposite with his own eyes only by performing complete moves can they learn their skills. Therefore, this matter is also a very influential matter for Sha Tian. This result directly caused Sha Tian to not be able to have a panoramic view of all the battles. In other words, when Sha Tian looked at one battle group, what happened in the other battle group, as well as the skills and moves displayed between each other, were extremely difficult for Sha Tian to learn. But it doesn't matter much. Sha Tian only needs to learn the moves of the strongest among them. After all, the weaker who is eliminated first, there's really nothing worth Sha Tian learn from. If they are strong enough, they won't be eliminated so quickly.